I shall reiterate, my ascent to the pinnacle of beast tamers today is solely reliant on my own understanding and mastery of the art of beast tamers. Yet it is widely acknowledged that you are the only beast tamer in the present world endowed with 3 unique talents. Is it not skillful enough to awaken 3 beast tamer talents at once? In the era of beast tamers, a foreign world invades. While the awakening of beast tamer talents is notoriously challenging, Zhu Ping'an begins his journey with all 3. With the eye of truth, he perceives the evolutionary paths of beasts. The golden feathered eagle, the blazing feather phoenix, the grand roc, the rockman lion, the crystal mountain prison lion, the mountain summoning lion, the spiritide, martial monkey, the luminous golden ape, the war-honored sacred ape king. Moreover, with the hand of replication, he can replicate the talents and skills of other beasts. If the fire element's weakness lies in water, I shall replicate a water storage talent. If I need to replicate a tank spirit's ability to regain energy when being hit, I can replicate energy absorption and energy healing. Chapter 1. With 3 talents at the start, fear none. Hello. Is the new student registration period still ongoing? Although it is the annual season for new students, the welcome center of the ancient capital Beast Tamer Academy is rather desolate. Upon hearing a voice, the man, who had been meditating with closed eyes, did not open them immediately, while a nearby canine beast, appearing bored, lifted its head, its dark eyes, fixed intently on the newcomer. Their gazes met, and Zhu Ping'an offered a slight smile, nodding at the fiery-haired canine beast that resembled a small calf, its eyes sparkling with peculiar patterns. Name, Blazing Fire Dog Rank. Spirit Transformation, Level 7, Level 17 Quality. Superior Common Grade Attribute. Fire, Beast Talent. Fire Bath, enhances physical qualities when immersed in flames. Skills, Flame Bite, Charge, Flame Blossom. Preferences, 1. Following its master around. 2. Bones of Fire Element Beasts. Weaknesses, 1. Water Element. 2. Waste. 3. Chocolate causes diarrhea. Qualification Upgrade. Consume Flame Shards for 1 month. Feed with extraordinary Fire Element cores. Evolution Path. 1. Inferno Hound. 2. Fire Pattern Dog King. Remaining evolution paths hidden. Do today's youth really insist on arriving just in time for registration? The June sun blazes fiercely, almost blinding, and as the man opens his eyes, he feels momentarily blinded by chaos and dazzling light. After rubbing his eyes for a while, clarity returns, and Chun Mo examines the somewhat pale young figure before him, his tone tinged with confusion and helplessness. Though the registration period lasts 3 days, it is indeed rare for someone to arrive on the final day. After the high school graduation ceremony opens the spirit domain, signing a contract to become a beast tamer who wouldn't eagerly anticipate the exhilarating college life. Wishing to enroll a day earlier and become a true beast tamer, the individual before him is quite an anomaly. Apologies, I was delayed on the way. Zhu Ping'an's gaze shifts to the man beside him, his tone laced with sincerity. Seeing Zhu Ping'an bow slightly in apology, Chun Mo's complaints diminish somewhat. He clears his throat. All right, please present your admission proof. Beep. Registration successful. Special admission, new student Zhu Ping'an. Welcome to the ancient capital Beast Tamer University. We look forward to your future growth. The crisp, synthesized electronic voice echoed, causing Chun Mo's eyebrows to raise involuntarily, drawing the attention of others at the Welcome Center. You hail from Kaiyang City. Compared to the term special admission, Chun Mo appears more intrigued by the information displayed on the screen regarding Zhu Ping'an, particularly his place of birth. At the mention of Kaiyang, a flicker of shadowed ripples passes through Zhu Ping'an's otherwise calm gaze. My condolences, recalling the event that had shocked the entire Dongwang region a few months prior. Chun Mo opens his mouth, ultimately managing to utter just 2 dry words. The registration process was brief, merely a few minutes, and all formalities concerning enrollment were completed. Special admission, new student. As Zhu Ping'an prepares to depart, a somewhat urgent voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Though the voice is restrained, it betrays the sound of hurried breaths, clearly indicating the person had rushed over. Special admission? Were they specifically seeking me? Why? Zhu Ping'an's mind whirls with questions as he turns slightly, remaining silent. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Guanyu. The newcomer sizes up Zhu Ping'an, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Zhu Ping'an. Upon hearing the other's introduction, Zhu Ping'an nods and shakes the extended hand. I'm also a special admission. At this, Zhu Ping'an raises an eyebrow, scrutinizing the young man before him. Dressed in casual attire, the quality of the fabric and stitching is evidently superior. So, as I mentioned, I merely wish to make your acquaintance. A slight smirk graces Qin Guanyu's lips. I look forward to your performance in the ranking battles. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving Zhu Ping'an in a state of perplexity. This individual seems to have approached me with intent, yet all he offered were these fleeting words. People from large cities truly behave differently, their actions and demeanor utterly perplexing. Chun Mo observes the departing figure, his tone somewhat peculiar as he remarks, "This young master seems to have changed his ways." "What do you mean?" Zhu Ping'an furrows his brow. "This is a well-known scion of the ancient capital. I never expected him to be so amiable today. When he first appeared, I thought he was here to cause you trouble." "Cause me trouble?" Zhu Ping'an's confusion deepens. This year, there are only 3 special admission slots available. His brother was originally one of them, but he was later pushed out, apparently by you. And so, he seeks to trouble me because of this? Zhu Ping'an cannot help but adopt a bemused expression. Besides, if he can become a special admission, it indicates he possesses merit. Surely the school can accommodate an extra slot. The special admission slots are linked to a certain secret realm overseen by the Ministry of Education. Each institution is allotted only 3 slots. Thus, to enter this secret realm, his brother must enroll in another school. A secret realm? Zhu Ping'an's eyes brightened slightly. What kind of place is that? Unknown. Those who have entered remain tight-lipped, but it surely holds valuable treasures, as only 3 individuals can enter each year. However, those who emerge invariably experience a significant boost in strength. Chun Mo evidently knows little about the secret realm. Nodding slowly, Zhu Ping'an inquires further, "What exactly is this ranking battle you mentioned?" The Academy's resources for cultivating beast tamers are limited, so not everyone can receive equal attention. Thus, the ranking battle was established. The higher one's rank in the battle, the more resources and training one receives. Zhu Ping'an nods, appreciating this model. It suits the Academy well, rewarding the capable, which he finds quite agreeable. That fellow is likely the strongest of your cohort. Not only does he possess beast tamer talents, but he's also of the Qin family's direct lineage, ensuring he lacks for nurturing resources. Chun Mo reflects with a hint of wistfulness. In the realm of beast tamers, resources and wealth are paramount. A beast tamer hailing from a prominent family receives resources that are incomparable to those of commoners. Even the initial choice of beasts reflects a significant advantage in aptitude. Not to mention, he is a beast tamer endowed with talent. With potential and resources, it is nearly impossible not to excel. Zhu Ping'an, of course, was acutely aware of the rarity and value of the Beastmaster talent among the thousands who awakened their spiritual domains. It was unlikely that even a single soul would manifest such a gift. His distinction as a special recruit was due not only to his commendable academic performance, but also, more significantly, to his own possession of the Beastmaster talent. "I understand now, thank you, senior brother. Your beast seems particularly fond of fire shatterbones. You might want to feed it more." "I shall take my leave," Zhu Ping'an remarked. Despite Qin Mo's desire to continue the conversation, Zhu had already turned on his heel and departed with decisive grace. With a resigned shake of his head, Chun Mo glanced at his companion, the blazing hound. "How do you know you have a taste for fire shatterbones?" As the new students settled in, a vibrant energy surged through the ancient capital university, where the campus was alive with the presence of exuberant youth, the silhouettes of students and their beasts, and the air was filled with laughter and joy. Following the directional signs, Zhu Ping'an made his way to his dormitory, reflecting on the earlier encounter. A secret realm? High-quality cubs? Accelerated beast enhancement? Or perhaps the treasures of the Beast King? Only special recruits were permitted entry, and the leaked information was tantalizingly vague, truly a tease for the curious mind. Zhu Ping'an's expression darkened. He found riddles particularly vexing. As for Qin Guanyu, his intentions remained unclear, and it would be wise to tread cautiously, taking one step at a time. However, being from a prominent family, the resources available to him were indeed beyond the reach of commoners. Yet, since time immemorial, sages have proclaimed, the wealthy rely on gold coins, while the impoverished depend on mutations. Though his financial means were lacking, he possessed a certain understanding of mutations. Recalling how the information of the blazing hound had been digitized into an attribute panel before his eyes, Zhu Ping'an's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was the manifestation of his Beastmaster talent, the Eye of Truth. Of course, relying solely on one talent did not constitute a mutation, but 2 additional talents should suffice. Talent. Hand of Replication. Talent. Enhancement points. Chapter 2. The Golden Eagle, Shaojia. The ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy is quite expansive, meandering through its pathways. It took Zhu Ping'an over half an hour to locate his dormitory. Unlike the 4 or 8-person rooms of high school, the accommodations here are single rooms, akin to individual apartments. Though the space is modest, it excels in providing independence. The dormitory is impeccably clean, evidently having been tidied up not long ago, thus sparing Zhu Ping'an considerable effort. At last, I have arrived. Shaojia, let us step outside for some fresh air. Within this softly glowing little world, a lithe figure streaks through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving trails of golden light in its wake. It raises its head and calls out, its voice youthful yet resounding. Suddenly, a burst of white light illuminates the space, and the diminutive creature, its feathers shimmering with a dark golden hue, appears on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, immediately nuzzling affectionately against his cheek. This is an exceptionally majestic golden eagle. Although still small in size, it exudes a sharp and commanding presence. From now on, this will be our nest. Observing the tidy and pristine dormitory, Zhu Ping'an finds himself momentarily lost in thought. The size is comparable to the government-provided housing he had previously encountered, yet the ambience is entirely different. Absent is the oppressive heaviness, replaced instead by the refreshing clarity of a moon emerging from behind clouds. Goo goo. The sudden sound near his ear jolts Zhu Ping'an back to reality. Turning his head, he sees that the once proud little creature now appears deflated, its gaze transformed into one of pitiful longing. All right, I know you're hungry. Let's head to the cafeteria. I wonder how the food tastes. Does the Annie have a steady hand? As he walks toward the cafeteria, Zhu Ping'an is acutely aware of the attention he garners. The magnificent Shaojia perched on his shoulder captures the gaze of onlookers, drawing their admiration. Why don't you return to the spirit realm for a bit, and come out again once we reach the cafeteria? Zhu Ping'an suggests, feeling somewhat helpless under the weight of their stares. Li, Shaojia raises its head, completely ignoring Zhu Ping'an, relishing the envious and longing glances from around, its eyes brimming with pride and self-satisfaction. Being disregarded, Zhu Ping'an awkwardly scratches his nose. If you don't want to come back, then so be it. Besides, seeing all these gazes is quite enjoyable for me. Buddy, your eagle is truly magnificent. What breed is it? After just a few steps, a plump boy suddenly approaches, accompanied by a bear cub nearly half his height, round and cuddly. Both the boy and the beast, with their squinty eyes, are fixated on Shaojia, golden feather eagle. Zhu Ping'an responds, somewhat speechless at the boy's enthusiasm. If you're asking about me, at least look at me. Is that not polite? Golden feather eagle? A low-grade spirit tier golden feather eagle. You've got some serious prowess, my friend. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's reply, the boy finally diverts a fraction of his attention toward him. Your strength isn't lacking either. Zhu Ping'an grins, glancing at the bear cub at the boy's feet. Name, Man Mountain Bear. Level, initial stage 7-7. Quality, mid-grade spirit tier. Ha, you've got a good eye? The boy gives a thumbs up, beaming with approval. Let me introduce myself. By Daba. Zhu Ping'an suppresses the urge to raise an eyebrow. The Bai family, like the Qin family, is also a prominent clan in the ancient capital. First the Qin family, then the Bai family. He has never realized he was so popular. Zhu Ping'an, I know you. Speaking of which, my family has always been at odds with the Qin family. Thank you for pushing Qin Guanjin out. Observing the familiar smile on Bai Daba's face, Zhu Ping'an responds politely, a flicker of understanding crossing his mind. Qin Guanjin, it seems, must be the younger brother of Qin Guanyu from earlier. If it's merely gratitude, there's no need for it. It was just a matter of circumstance. I did nothing significant. In truth, it should have been Qin Guanyu you displaced. But Qin Guanjin exchanged his spot for his brother S to remain, while he himself left the capital. He is indeed the most gifted among the younger generation of the Qin family. So let us become friends. Bai Daba beams radiantly. Or perhaps his smile has always been this bright, so dazzling that it's hard to discern how much of it is genuine. Zhu Ping'an remains silent, simply observing Bai Daba. The other S thoughts are quite erratic. He chooses to remain steady amidst the chaos. How cold-hearted. Bai Daba feigns injury, intending to discuss the school's secret realms with him. Alas, my dear friend, one ought to be candid with friends. Seeing that Zhu Ping'an's expression hasn't changed, Bai Daba is slightly taken aback, yet his smile grows even more radiant. What a marvel. Ha. I want to elaborate further, but we enter the secret realm in a month. Try to leave your second contract slot vacant. In the end, Qin Guanyu is quite petty. He definitely want to let you off during the ranking battle, so be cautious. Want to let me off? Zhu Ping'an squints his eyes. If the other party truly harbors hostility, then he must treat them according to that standard. However, regarding the secret realm, entering it in a month while leaving a contract slot vacant, does this imply that the secret realm is indeed a place abundant with high-quality beastlings? Bidding farewell to Daba, Zhu Ping'an ponders as he makes his way to the cafeteria. At each level of Beastmaster, there are 2 slots for contracted beasts. Naturally, his first slot as a soldier-level Beastmaster has been granted to Xiao Jia, leaving 1 remaining. However, if he were to intentionally leave a slot vacant, wouldn't it be better to break through to the scholar level? That would grant him 2 additional slots. Then let us strive to break through to the scholar level within a month. Li, Xiao Jia suddenly calls out a few times, pulling Zhu Ping'an from his thoughts. He stretches his body, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Xiao Jia has heard Daba's words as well. At this moment, it radiates confidence, declaring that it will never be outshone by Qin Guanyu. Gazing at the self-assured Xiao Jia, Zhu Ping'an affectionately ruffles its feathers. Qin Guanyu has never been a concern. The paramount task at hand is to advance in rank as a Beastmaster. Though he has only recently become a soldier-level Beastmaster, it should not be difficult to ascend a level within a month during the early stages. With the aid of his complementary talents, he possesses this confidence. Li, I understand. Haven Tea, we just arrived. Li, I know. The Snow Rabbit. Your favorite. How could I forget? After a satisfying meal, they return to the dormitory. Xiao Jia retreats to the spirit realm for slumber, while Zhu Ping'an lies on his bed, browsing through the news. Exploring the online forum of the ancient capital Beastmaster Academy for a while. After a few minutes, Zhu Ping'an rises from his bed, calling Xiao Jia back out. Have you rested enough? We must break through in a month. We cannot afford even a hint of complacency. Xiao Jia, who had been sound asleep in the spirit realm, emerges with a look of grievance. It's already evening. Can't we train tomorrow? Merely relying on my meditation won't suffice to reach the scholar level in a month. So you'll have to break through to the spirit transformation realm to assist me. Zhu Ping'an gently reassures the dejected Xiao Jia. So let us reinforce our bond. Don't you wish to grow stronger? Upon hearing the word reinforce, the look of grievance in Xiao Jia's eyes vanishes abruptly. Recalling that delightful, tingling sensation, it can't help but break into a grin. Reinforcement sounds wonderful. We must strengthen our connection. Chapter 3, Reinforcement and Stat Allocation. Eye of Truth activated. Xiao Jia's information is digitized into a panel, clearly displayed before Zhu Ping'an's eyes. Name, Golden Feather Eagle. Rank, Initial Awakening Level 7, Level 7. Quality, Low Spirit Grade. Attributes, Wing System, Wind System. Talent, Keen Eyes, LV1. Enhances the ability to discern opponents' weaknesses and vital points. Skills, Wind Whirl, LV1. Claw Strike, LV1. Wing Blade, LV2. Preferences, 1. Strengthening oneself. 2. Soaring freely. 3. Being the center of attention. 4. Snow Rabbit Meat. Weaknesses, 1. Lightning System. 2. Bright light stimulates the eyes. Qualification advancement. To advance to mid-grade, one requires 1 tail of Wind Star Leaf, 1 tail of Ethereal Crystal, which must be crushed and mixed with 100 milliliters, the juice of a complete fruit, of Wind Spirit Fruit liquid for consumption. Evolution pathways. 1. Sky-devouring Golden Eagle can unfold. 2. Storm Eagle can unfold. Remaining evolution pathways are concealed. During the adult ceremony in May, the spiritual domain awakened, followed by the signing of a contract with Xiao Jia. Subsequently, the college entrance examination in June approached, with a mere 10 days of vacation after the exam. Although the time was rather brief, Zhu Ping'an endeavored several times to enhance his strengthening points skill, much like playing a video game. He sought to elevate his skills and talents through continuous point allocation. However, while the game required the consumption of enhancement stones or attribute points, his enhancement relied on mental energy. After becoming a beast tamer, his mental capacity significantly increased, allowing him to construct what is known as a mental pool in his mind, where mental energy serves as the pool's water. Each pool represents a level of beast tamer. To ascend to the rank of a scholar beast tamer, he must construct a second pool, yet mere meditation would take several months. With the secret realm opening in a month, he could not afford to wait. Thus, he placed his hopes for advancement on Xiao Jia. The enhancement of a beast skill level would elevate the beast's rank, and in turn, the beast tamer would receive reciprocal benefits from the beast's progression. Therefore, Zhu Ping'an planned to utilize strengthening points to expedite Xiao Jia's growth to the spirit transformation realm, subsequently using Xiao Jia's feedback to elevate himself to the scholar beast tamer rank. Nonetheless, strengthening points was not without its challenges. Based on his experiences, the mental energy expended to elevate a skill from level 0 to 1 consumed 1/3 of the pool's water, necessitating several hours of meditation to recover. The leap from level 1 to 2 saw an exponential increase in consumption. He vividly recalled the sensation of his mind feeling hollow, with the entire mental pool left desolate, devoid of any reserves. Initially, he struggled to enter a meditative state, only regaining the ability after a day of unconsciousness. taking 2 full days to recuperate. The consumption was indeed staggering. This time, he learned his lesson and purchased a substantial supply of mental supplements from the store after his meal. Though costly, he firmly believed it was worth every penny. Taking a deep breath, he held a packet of supplements in hand, feeling a somewhat fatalistic resolve. In stark contrast to Zhu Ping'an's caution, Xiao Jia radiated excitement, reveling in sensations that surpassed even the joy of soaring through the skies. Strengthen. With his hand resting gently on Xiao Jia's head, Zhu Ping'an concentrated on the wind whirl skill on the information panel, his intent manifesting as if plucking a string. Gliding over the LV1 designation. Wind whirl, LV2. With no time to observe the effects of the upgrade, Zhu Ping'an hastily consumed the supplements and sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate, still immersed in enjoyment and comfort. Xiao Jia was promptly returned to the spiritual domain by Zhu Ping'an. Young master, I'm here to wake you up again. Hurry up, or I'll remotely control the communication device and blow you up, you fool. With a sudden jolt, Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes, swiftly shutting off the alarm clock and exhaling deeply. Though only a third of his mental energy was restored, it was a significant improvement compared to his previous state of paralysis. After a brief wash, Zhu Ping'an proceeded towards the teaching building, following messages in the class group. The Beast Tamer Academy is divided into 3 departments: combat, support, and beast cultivation. Each department has its own dedicated building, even for each cohort. Upon reaching the entrance of the first-year combat department, Zhu Ping'an stood astounded. It's enormous. Indeed, it is quite spacious. Just as Zhu Ping'an was marveling, a somewhat lecherous voice emerged beside him. Turning to look, he was met by the sight of a rather aged face. Bro, you have quite the discerning eye. Even with people dressed so conservatively, you can still make observations. The older man patted Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, wearing a smile of camaraderie. Zhu Ping'an, bewildered, had no idea what the man was talking about. Who are you, old man? You just complimented my sharp eyes, yet now you seem blind? The man's expression darkened, and he appeared even more aged in that moment. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhu Ping'an, uninterested in further banter, strode towards the building entrance. Hey, how rude. Wait for me. The man followed closely behind, chattering incessantly about how he was 18, albeit appearing somewhat mature, and how one should not judge a person by their looks. Phew. Glancing at classroom 203 in the distance, Zhu Ping'an exhaled, relieved to finally reach the classroom and escape this guy. In those fleeting minutes, he had truly experienced what it meant to have time drag on endlessly. I've arrived. Farewell. Before Zhu Ping'an could finish, the man wore a beaming smile, radiating joy. What a coincidence. I'm also in class 3. Truly a fortuitous encounter. Without caring for Zhu Ping'an's displeased expression, he stepped inside. On the first day of school, Zhu Ping'an suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to drop out. The classroom was nearly filled to capacity, and upon Zhu Ping'an's entrance, only one seat remained, coincidentally, right next to that older man. Bro, come here quickly. The man warmly beckoned. Appearing to be an enthusiastic ally, Zhu Ping'an walked over with a blank expression, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the blackboard, ignoring the man's incessant chatter. Everyone's here. I must be the late one. Ha. The torment did not last long before a hearty laughter echoed from the doorway as a tall figure ascended the podium, beaming at the audience. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Meng Bei. I am your senior and also your advisor. If you have any questions about life or beast taming, feel free to ask me directly. If you haven't added me on the communication device, please do so in the group. Compared to the robust Meng Bei, Zhu Ping'an's gaze immediately fell upon his shoulder, where a small yellow-striped cat was napping. Name: Raging Claw Tiger, transformed, shrink state. Rank: Extraordinary level 9, level 29. Quality: Mid-spirit grade. Attributes: Beast system, Metal system. Senior Meng, what kind of cat is that on your shoulder? A clear voice inquired, prompting the crowd to curiously glance at Meng Bei's shoulder. Hee, this is my beast. The Raging Claw Tiger. A tiger this small. The classroom fell silent for a moment, but soon everyone reacted. This must be the yellow grade Beast Tamer skill, transformation, right? Or perhaps the mystic grade, wishful thinking. Beasts possess talents, and so too can beast tamers awaken their potential. Beast tamers possess skills just as their beasts do. However, unlike the predominantly offensive skills of the beasts, the skills of the tamers, reflecting their professional characteristics, are primarily designed to enhance survival and assist their beasts in combat. The classroom buzzed with fervent discussions, yet Zhu Ping'an remained unmoved, merely admiring the jovial Montby. The shrinking skill of the Savage Claw Tiger is known as transformation. In contrast to adaptation, which allows for comprehensive alterations, transformation is limited to modifying size without affecting weight. Thus, Montby now bore the weight of a several hundred-kilogram tiger while engaging in light-hearted banter. Such a sight is truly astonishing. It evokes memories of a character from a cherished anime. Chapter 4, Virtual Combat. Alright, my skill is transformation. Instead of dwelling on that, let us discuss something of greater significance. Mompy quelled the classroom's clamor. You are all aware of the curriculum, so I shall not elaborate further. I will simply mention the ranking battles. Upon hearing the term ranking battles, Zhu Ping'an straightened in his seat. Although Chun Mo had briefly mentioned it, that was merely a cursory overview. Having someone elaborate in detail was certainly more beneficial. Taming beasts is a resource-intensive endeavor. The advancement of a beast's aptitude, the cultivation of its skills, and choices for its evolution all require substantial resources, particularly for combat-oriented beast tamers. It can be said that we are the most extravagant among the three disciplines. A hint of nostalgia crossed Mompy's face, likely recalling times when he struggled with financial limitations. Ranking battles provide the most effective means to acquire resources. The resources allocated to you by the school are solely dependent on your strength. The stronger you are, the higher your rank, and consequently, the greater the resources you receive. As Mompy's words resonated, students began to pose inquiries. Senior, will our opponents in the ranking battles be limited to just our cohort, or will it encompass all 4 years? In response, Mompy explained, the school has established 6 ranking boards, one for each year from freshman to senior, an unrestricted ranking board, and a merit board. The electronic screen in the center of the first floor hall displays your cohort's ranking board. Unrestricted. Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The name alone suggested that it solely considers strength, disregarding seniority. Given that each stage of beast training demands varying resources, it is generally true that freshmen require the least, while seniors require the most. Observing the excitement in the room, Mompy cheerfully continued, of course, this world is never devoid of prodigious talents. If you believe your strength is sufficient, you can certainly vie for more resources. The unrestricted board is your best option. Senior, when can we commence the ranking battles? Zhu Ping'an inquired. Today is June 19th. Resources are tallied monthly, and the rankings are determined at midnight on the last day of the month. You have 11 days to establish your ranks. Mompy smiled broadly, his robust physique exuding an aura of strength. How do we participate? Zhu Ping'an asked. Do you know why each department has its own building for each cohort? Mompy looked at the crowd. Most theoretical classes are held on the 2nd and 3rd floors, leaving the remaining 30 floors of this building dedicated to 30 virtual combat rooms on each level. The concept of virtual combat rooms sounds quite technologically advanced. Mompy did not keep the audience in suspense. He explained smoothly that the virtual combat rooms are where the ranking battles take place, and upon entry, an artificial intelligence will guide you on their use. Your campus code serves as your entry credential. Will the strength displayed in virtual battles accurately reflect our real strength? Zhu Ping'an asked, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Mompy. Although virtual battles are more convenient and safer, they may not precisely mirror one's real abilities. Mompy raised his hand, indicating that the artificial intelligence controlling the virtual battles is a mechanical beast of the Qian realm. So there is no need to worry about discrepancies in strength. However, this accurate recording of real strength requires you to exert your utmost in battle. Due to the limited availability of 900 combat rooms, each individual must make an online reservation to enter, and the allotted time is merely 1 hour. During this time, you can choose to engage in online battles or challenge the phantoms left by others on the board. After Mompy's thorough explanation, the classroom was filled with clarity regarding the ranking battles. Each student was eager to participate, practically itching to engage in combat. Meanwhile, Zhu Ping'an had already pulled out his communicator to make a reservation. Having conveyed all necessary information, Mompy smiled at the enthusiastic crowd, stating that once the freshman orientation ceremony concludes, you can commence your own ranking battles. With a glimmer of excitement in his eye, Mompy turned his gaze to Zhu Ping'an, clearly already familiar with his background. The attention of the other students shifted to Zhu Ping'an in unison, with the most astonished being the elderly gentleman beside him. Wait, you are a special recruit, he exclaimed. With over 1,000 students this year, only 3 have been granted special recruitment, an exceedingly rare probability. Truly, Zhu Ping'an is destined for greatness. A commoner special recruit. It's been years since we've seen one, Mompy remarked, observing Zhu Ping'an's calm demeanor with a hint of nostalgia. He understood all too well the pressure exerted on those from ordinary backgrounds in the early stages against scions of influential families. There will be an exhibition match during the ceremony, featuring special recruits in combat. Are you interested? Are there any rewards? Zhu Ping'an inquired. Mompy pondered momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Shouldn't a young man of this age find it difficult to refuse such a spotlight? Regarding the exhibition match, there are no rewards. However, you may gain notoriety. Then I shall not participate, Zhu Ping'an replied decisively. Why participate for no reward? Notoriety? I shall claim the top rank and gain even greater fame. Very well. The victor of this match would have temporarily held the title of the top rank in this year's battles. Your decision to abstain simplifies matters, leaving only 2 contenders. Montby shrugged, a touch of regret in his voice. Senior, isn't this a bit unfair? Why should one exhibition match determine the top rank? A chorus of discontent erupted in the classroom. What grievances do you have? It is merely temporary. They must defend their title for 11 days to truly be considered first. Montby's wide-eyed gaze silenced the dissenters. Moreover, once you enter the virtual combat room, after just one battle, the artificial intelligence will record your strongest performance for comparison, which will establish the initial rankings. In previous years, special recruits have always been beast tamers endowed with exceptional talents, and this year's trio even possesses spirit tier beasts. If you harbor doubts, simply challenge them in the ranking battles. With that, the classroom fell silent, and Zhu Ping'an felt the weight of curious gazes upon him. Cough, cough. Enough said. It is time to prepare for the orientation ceremony in the square. Montby cleared his throat, shifting his gaze back to Zhu Ping'an. So, are you still reluctant to join? Securing the top rank could save you a great deal of time. No need. I have successfully made my reservation. I will challenge the top rank after the orientation ceremony. Zhu Ping'an shrugged. After all, there would be opportunities for further challenges in the ranking battles. The scions of powerful families, like Qin Guanyu, prioritize fame, while he himself is currently focused solely on substantial benefits. Furthermore, with the sun blazing overhead, he relished the idea of leisurely enjoying the spectacle from the shade below. Chapter 5. Young people must learn moderation. The opening ceremony was, as ever, rather mundane. And the victor of the performance match was none other than Qin Guanyu and his stellar-patterned fierce tiger. With his nascent 9th-tier prowess, he effortlessly overwhelmed a multitude of newcomers, not to mention his superior aptitude classified as top-tier spiritual level. This strength not only placed him above the current freshmen, but also ensured a respectable standing among the second-year students. It was evident, as those previously skeptical students in Mengbei became as docile as quails after witnessing Qin Guanyu's combat prowess. Even Zhu Ping'an's gaze carried a newfound gravitas. Although Qin Guanyu may have been lacking in certain aspects, his beast-taming abilities were undeniably formidable. It appeared that the plan to undermine others might require some recalibration. As the sun set and rose once more, university life commenced in earnest. The first class was a large lecture attended by 5 different classes. Upon entering the classroom, the sea of heads was daunting, likely to induce discomfort for those with a fear of crowded spaces. Bai Debao's stature remained conspicuous upon catching each other's gaze. A nod sufficed as their greeting. Just as Zhu Ping'an sought a vacant seat, the elderly figure of Xianning unexpectedly gestured for him to approach. Though Zhu Ping'an contemplated declining, Xianning's advantageous position in the 5th row compelled him to acquiesce. Zhu Ping'an, do you think you can best those 2 in front? Before he had even settled into his seat, Xianning's hushed voice broke the silence. Li Haoyang is feasible. As for Qin Guanyu, I do have to test my mettle. Zhu Ping'an casually remarked, eyeing the 2 figures in the front rows, each surrounded by their respective entourages. Despite Li Haoyang's defeat to Qin Guanyu, his spiritual level fire elemental spirit was still quite powerful. Is that so? Did you not just assert that you could? Listening to Xianning's incessant chatter, Zhu Ping'an rolled his eyes in exasperation. The elder's words rang true. The more one lacked, the more they seemed to boast. Alas, the privileges bestowed upon these scions of affluent families were indeed commendable, starting with a spiritual level beast. Some even possessed rare elemental life forms. How are we ordinary folk to survive in such a world? Xianning lamented, reminiscent of a wronged maiden. The current may not race ahead, but it flows ceaselessly. While we may not measure up to them initially, the future remains unwritten. Zhu Ping'an casually remarked before diving into the tome before him, titled Constructing the Beast Taming Skill System. He held high expectations for this course. All right, students, please settle down. We shall commence. The significance of beast taming skills was self-evident, as the level and combat prowess of a beast were intrinsically linked to them. However, it was not merely a matter of quantity. The judicious combination and application of skills were what truly unlocked greater power. At the podium stood a remarkably astute elder, who wasted no time with pleasantries, diving straight into the subject at a brisk pace. Zhu Ping'an listened intently, for his unique talent, replication, allowed him to mimic the skills and talents of other beasts. Understanding how to construct a skill system tailored to the unique characteristics of each beast would immensely bolster his combat capabilities. Time, relentless as ever, came to an abrupt halt just as Zhu Ping'an was lost in rapt attention, casting a wistful glance at the glistening crown of the professor's head. Phew, no more classes today. Shall we head to the virtual combat chamber? Those 2 special recruits are there. You can't afford to be modest. The fleeting sense of loss dissipated as Xianning's voice rang out. prompting Zhu Ping'an to shake his head while gathering his belongings. The crowd there will surely be overwhelming. I think I'll pass for now. With that, he departed decisively. Although Zhu Ping'an had initially intended to observe, witnessing the battle between Qin Guanyu and Li Haoyang led him to opt for patience. It would be more prudent to further enhance Xiao Jia's skills. Amidst the bemused gaze of the salesgirl, Zhu Ping'an exited once more, laden with a hefty bag of mental supplements. With 10 days remaining until the rankings were finalized, he resolved to push himself, aiming to elevate Xiao Jia's talents and skills to level 2, with aspirations of even achieving a level 3. Level 3 skills, such a rarity among newcomers, and even among the second-year students, one would find that a significant portion lacked such advanced capabilities. In the days that followed, Zhu Ping'an maintained a remarkably disciplined routine. After classes, he would frequent the shop for supplies, returning to his dormitory to diligently fortify his skills. His finances dwindled rapidly as he invested in his craft, while Xiao Jia grew stronger by the day, leaving him increasingly fatigued. Young ones should practice moderation. While solitary quarters do provide freedom, a gentleman must exercise caution and solitude. In the prime of youth, one ought to dedicate their efforts to their beast-taming endeavors, rather than indulging in the pursuits of those enchanting maidens from the east. Observing Zhu Ping'an's increasingly pallid complexion, Xianning scolded him with a disapproving frown. You are the one lacking moderation. Besides, I have a preference for the European Federation. Zhu Ping'an retorted weakly, though his feeble tone lacked conviction. Sigh, the rankings will be finalized tomorrow, and you haven't even set foot in the virtual combat chamber. You're not feeling disheartened after witnessing those 2 special recruits, are you? As Zhu Ping'an grew increasingly lethargic, Xianning became ever more animated beside him. What rank are you at now? Ahem. I'm currently at a modest 127th. Surpassing 100 among over 1,000 competitors was indeed commendable, as Zhu Ping'an's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such latent strength in Xianning. It seems I underestimated you. After class, join me in the virtual combat chamber. I shall show you what it truly means to be outclassed. Though Xianning was quite the chatterbox and occasionally brimming with bravado, their interactions over the past few days revealed a commendable essence to him. Zhu Ping'an resolved to accept him as a friend. With your demeanor, don't end up as a casualty in there. As the bell rang, the two engaged in light-hearted banter while making their way to the virtual combat chamber. Xianning had frequented the venue several times, navigating it with ease, while Zhu Ping'an glanced around with an air of navet. Oh, it's the other special recruit, Zhu Ping'an. A voice from the waiting area of the combat chamber recognized him. Among the trio of special recruits, Zhu Ping'an possessed the least exposure and notoriety. Qin Guanyu and Li Haoyang had clashed early in the semester and had since held steadfast to the top 2 ranks. In stark contrast, Zhu Ping'an, also a special recruit, had been elusive, rarely spotted even on campus post-lecture. His appearance now sparked intrigue regarding his potential ranking. After all, he too was a special recruit, and rumors indicated that he shared a class with the others, with the instructor having explicitly stated that Zhu Ping'an possessed a spiritual level beast. Would he challenge the rankings of the top 2? The anticipation was palpable. As Zhu Ping'an's presence drew attention, whispers began to circulate among the gathering crowd. Your absence these past few weeks has only heightened the curiosity surrounding you. Xianning nudged Zhu Ping'an, his tone laced with amazement. With 2 of the 3 special recruits having showcased their prowess, I'm the last one standing. Do you think they wouldn't be curious? Zhu Ping'an remained unperturbed. Now, how high do you think you can rank? Care to share? Xianning inquired. His curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough. With a satisfied smile, Zhu Ping'an stepped into the now vacant virtual combat chamber. Chapter 6, A Frenzied Pursuit of Points. Upon Zhu Ping'an's entrance into the virtual combat chamber, a video of his appearance was swiftly disseminated throughout the campus forum, igniting a considerable uproar. The most enigmatic among the new students, the commoner special recruit, was finally poised to make his mark. After a fortnight of seclusion, he emerged just before the month's end. Would he soar to greatness, triumphing over the scions of affluent families, or would he remain an inconspicuous figure, crushed under the weight of aristocratic lineage? Regardless of the outcome, the anticipation was palpable, fueling the fervor of the onlookers. The forum buzzed with intense discussions, with some dismissing Zhu Ping'an as merely a showman, while others speculated that he was a hidden dark horse poised to usurp the throne. Amidst the flurry of opinions, Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed, marveling instead at the advancements of technology. In the center of the tech-laden chamber stood 2 platforms, enveloped in a swirling, ethereal blue light, casting a dreamlike aura. As Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia took their positions on the respective platforms, a dazzling radiance erupted before them, seemingly lasting an eternity, yet vanishing in an instant. When the brilliance receded and clarity returned, they found themselves in a virtual arena. It was a 10 by 10 combat stage, and he stood in the designated command zone for Beastmasters, greeted by a curious Xiao Jia, who was fascinated by his own form. Student Zhu Ping'an, current rank, 1320. Please select your opponent. Note: the rank difference between both challengers must not exceed 100. The emotionless, mechanical voice reverberated across the combat stage as a colossal light screen descended, showcasing the prospective opponents Zhu Ping'an could challenge. 1,320? It seems this cohort of new students comprises only this many. Zhu Ping'an muttered, somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, given the stipulation that the rank difference must not exceed 100, challenging Qin Guanyu would necessitate winning 10 battles first. Realizing this rule, Zhu Ping'an felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have certainly showcased his skills yesterday. With the stakes set, he sighed deeply, fixing a determined gaze upon Xiao Jia. Enough of the games, it's time for battle. This hour, we shall strive to amass points. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Xiao Jia ceased its antics, letting out an exuberant cry that resonated with a fervent desire for combat. After fervently enhancing its abilities, Xiao Jia felt an overwhelming surge of power within, eager to unleash it today. Opponent selected. The battle commences in 10 seconds. Two phantoms rapidly coalesced across from them. And as the countdown concluded, the clash was imminent. Claw strike. At this tier, there was no need to activate the talent with a grand gesture. Zhu Ping'an commanded Xiao Jia to shoot forth like a streak of golden light. Battle concluded. Congratulations, your rank has risen to 932. The announcement echoed. Yet the battle had barely lasted long enough for Zhu Ping'an to prepare. In a mere strike, the little fire lizard was elegantly dispatched by Xiao Jia. Continue battling. Challenge the 832nd rank. The opponent was selected, and once again, the countdown initiated. Battle concluded. Congratulations. Opponent selected. Congratulations. A series of 8 consecutive victories unfolded, with not a single beast managing to withstand Xiao Jia's prowess for even a moment. The duration of the entire skirmish was eclipsed by the fixed 10 seconds required for battle preparation. In just a few minutes, Zhu Ping'an's rank soared to 232. How do you feel? Xiao Jia soared jubilantly in the air, its previous 8 encounters feeling like child's play, presenting no challenge whatsoever. If one were to categorize it, it was merely a warm-up. Let us press on. The next opponent demands our full attention. Zhu Ping'an cheerfully selected the 132nd rank. Battle begins. Name: Iron Feather Eagle. Rank: Initial Phase 7, Level 7. Quality: Superior Common Grade. Attribute: Wing Type. Talent: Sharp Eyes, LV0. Enhances the ability to detect weaknesses and vital points of the opponent. Skills: Claw Strike, LV1. Wind Gust, LV1. Eagle Eye, LV1. Weaknesses: 1. Lightning. 2. Ice. A fellow contender. Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled upon sighting the iron-gray figure. Xiao Jia paused momentarily, but soon excitement surged within. Nothing was more exhilarating than battling a rival. He was the sovereign of the skies. Claw Strike. Claw Strike. The identical commands echoed as the golden and gray figures shot forth like arrows. The gray-white light converged at their claws, colliding with a sound akin to clashing blades, resulting in a powerful impact. The Iron Feather Eagle let out a mournful cry, trembling as it plummeted downward. A triumphant cry reverberated across the arena as Xiao Jia seized the upper hand, executing a swift dive, its claws glowing with renewed vigor. Battle concluded. Rank elevated to 132. As the opponent's phantom faded, Zhu Ping'an shrugged helplessly. If it were any other attribute, perhaps the battle might have persisted, but alas, being of the wing type, the overwhelming advantage left no room for defeat. Xiao Jia, exhilarated, danced in the air, its aura growing increasingly commanding. Continue the challenge. Seizing the momentum, Zhu Ping'an set his sights on the 32nd rank. At that moment, the forum was in a frenzy. On the electronic leaderboard, Zhu Ping'an's rank ascended like a rocket. From the very bottom to 132, this rapid ascent had taken less than 5 minutes. I told you he was a dark horse. Coming in on the last day to surge up the ranks was clearly intentional, and it seems this strategy is proving effective. He's overshadowed the top 2 special recruits and is gaining notoriety at an astonishing pace. A commoner with profound schemes and formidable strength. He epitomizes the quintessential boss character. I can already envision him ascending to a throne built on the flesh and blood of his adversaries, surveying the world beneath him. Terrifying. Setting aside everything else, the priority for you upstairs is to uninstall your tomato software. 185. Merely a jester. Faced with my husband. There is only one path, defeat. Qin Guanyu is supreme. What is Qin Guanyu even worth? Just wait to be thrust down a peg. How can this fellow be so powerful despite his lack of restraint? In the queue area, as he witnessed Zhu Ping'an's meteoric rise on the leaderboard, Xianing could only shake his head in amazement. Lack of restraint. Do you even know Zhu Ping'an? Suddenly, a boy with thick glasses appeared beside Xianning, shyly inquiring, "Who are you?" Xianning asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. The boy offered no response, engrossed in his own device, ignoring Xianning entirely. Before long, a post garnered an overwhelming number of likes, catapulting it to the top of the comments section. Shocking. The reason behind special recruit Zhu Ping'an's formidable strength is. Chapter 7. Mastery of Talent and Blood Valor. The air crackled with energy as Xiao Jia unleashed a furious flurry of wings, summoning the elemental forces of wind that coalesced around her. Within a heartbeat, 3 formidable tornadoes descended upon the emerald-hued mantis, encircling it like ravenous wolves. With a piercing shriek, the double-bladed mantis, trapped and desperate, slashed at the spiraling winds, yet its efforts proved futile against the confluence of the 3 tornadoes. The creature's body was flung about like garments in a washing machine, helpless against the tempestuous force. With a resounding crash, the mantis collided with the corner of the arena, and the familiar mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations to Zhu Ping'an. Ranking has risen to 32. Zhu Ping'an, news of your remarkable scoring has spread like wildfire. It is said that Qin Guanyu and Li Haoyang are already online, awaiting your challenge." The persistent specter, unlike those ephemeral shadows from previous battles, fixated its gaze upon Zhu Ping'an, brimming with anticipation. "Oh, they have both logged in," Zhu Ping'an mused, excitement coursing through him. What could be more exhilarating than battling real opponents instead of mere replicas? Let us commence the next match. I choose first. With the target selected, the countdown began. And Zhu Ping'an narrowed his eyes at the coalescing specter. "Zhu Ping'an, I hope you will surprise me further." Qin Guanyu's voice rang out suddenly. "One can only hope." Zhu Ping'an replied, and with that, the battle commenced in earnest. A deafening roar erupted as a magnificent white tiger, adorned with ethereal blue markings, leapt into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters high. Its powerful forelegs slashed through the air, leaving 5 crimson arcs that lunged toward the airborne Xiao Jia. Name: Star-Patterned Violent Tiger. Rank: Initial Awakening Level 10. Quality: Superior Spirit Tier. Attributes: Wind, Beast. Talent: Star-Pattern, LV1. Absorbs and stores celestial energy, enhancing physical attributes and accelerating recovery from fatigue and injury when utilized. Skills: Tiger Roar, LV1. Savage Claw, LV2. Blood Rending, LV1. Impact, LV2. Starlight, LV1. Preferences: 1. Toying with prey. 2. A love for cleanliness. 3. Affectionate strokes from the master. Weakness: 1. Dark matter damages the surface patterns. Promotion requirements: to advance to Earth Tier Low Grade. Evolution path: 1. Starlight Spirit Tiger, can evolve. 2. Comet Tiger, can evolve. 3. Storm Tiger King, remaining evolution paths hidden. Even Zhu Ping'an could not help but whistle in admiration at the splendid panel before him. The beast had leveled up since the ceremony, boasting 5 skills and a talent, all at level 1, with 2 even reaching level 2. He pondered what his opponent had invested to achieve this. More money, it seems. Nothing to fret over. Blade of Wings, cleave it, then unleash the wind. Zhu Ping'an commanded, his voice resonating within Xiao Jia's consciousness through their soul bond. Confronting a weaker foe was a display of bravado. After all, even if the opponent discerned the commands, they could not thwart them. Yet, against an adversary like Qin Guanyu, he was keenly aware of the perils of overconfidence, for many had faltered before him. Unfazed by the 5 streaks of crimson light, Xiao Jia's eyes gleamed with courage as she enveloped her golden feathers in a sharp current of air, spinning like a top, effortlessly bisecting the blood-red beams. Having severed the beams, Xiao Jia surged toward the grounded, star-patterned violent tiger with unrelenting momentum. "Ravage him with savage claw," Qin Guanyu bellowed. His demeanor transformed into one of ferocity and arrogance as he shouted commands without hesitation. Perhaps this was the true essence of his character? Zhu Ping'an recalled Chun Mo's words, a fleeting thought flitting through his mind. With a fierce roar, the star-patterned violent tiger's robust forelegs shimmered with a chaotic glow, reaching out toward the descending Xiao Jia. Just as the clash seemed imminent, Xiao Jia adjusted her trajectory, furiously flapping her wings to ascend, evading the tiger's powerful strike, which instead smashed into the arena floor. Seizing the moment while the tiger was momentarily disoriented, Xiao Jia's wings whipped up a howling gale, rapidly forming a sturdy tornado. As in the previous bout's finale, 3 robust tornadoes encircled the star-patterned violent tiger, propelled by the fierce winds. Do not let the tornadoes converge. Choose one and charge. Unlike the double-bladed mantis that had been stationary, futilely attempting to rend the vortex, Qin Guanyu opted to charge directly at one of the tornadoes before it could merge. The tiger, adorned with its star patterns, enveloped in a radiant white glow, roared and charged like a war chariot, scattering the tornado before fleeing to a safe distance. Claw strike! Zhu Ping'an shouted, his voice amplified. As the star-patterned violent tiger burst forth from the whirlwind, Xiao Jia transformed into a streak of gold. Her claws aimed viciously at the tiger's eyes. Claw at its crown. Qin Guanyu's eyes glimmered with malice. Though the tiger had fallen behind momentarily, he brimmed with confidence in their clash of strength. Sensing the sharpened energy above, the running star-patterned violent tiger executed a deft roll, its right paw slicing upward in a powerful arc. With a sound akin to drawn blades, Xiao Jia, in a sudden twist, altered her assault, her wings spinning like blades, narrowly evading the tiger's claws and grazing its flank. A pained roar erupted as a long gash appeared along the tiger's back. Despite being a virtual battle, the sight of blood oozing from the wound felt strikingly real. Blood valor. Tiger roar. A fierce crimson light burst forth from Qin Guanyu and the star-patterned violent tiger. Beneath the blood-tinged glow, the tiger's grievous wound seemed inconsequential as it swiftly turned to unleash a roar at Xiao Jia, who was still grounded. The inaudible sound waves, now rendered a vivid scarlet by the blood light, surged forward, carrying the tiger's pain and fury towards Xiao Jia. Though the tiger roar's damage was typically modest, its primary function being to daze the opponent, the blood-imbued roar appeared different this time. Xiao Jia not only fell prey to its disorienting effects, but her golden feathers were also shredded, revealing crimson streaks beneath. Blood valor? Is this his master talent? Zhu Ping'an's expression darkened as he beheld the star-patterned violent tiger. Now undeterred by its wounds, its offensive capabilities markedly enhanced. This combative master talent diverged entirely from his own, despite possessing 3 master talents. Collectively, they paled in comparison to this singular force. Zhu Ping'an, the outcome is clear. Qin Guanyu's smile twisted into something sinister. With blood valor augmenting the tiger roar, the daze lasted a full 2.5 seconds, and his star-patterned violent tiger could reach that feeble golden feather sculpture in just 2 seconds. At that point, a single claw would seal Zhu Ping'an's fate. Chapter 8. A misguided focus. Observing Qin Guanyu's arrogant grin, Zhu Ping'an could not suppress a sigh. A fully awakened superior spirit beast, coupled with this blood valor talent, was a formidable challenge, not only for a freshman, but even for second-year students who had been training for a year. Take Qin Mo as an example. His blazing fire hound is a high-grade, ordinary beast of the 7th tier of spiritual metamorphosis. Although there is a 7-tier difference in levels, the exceptional aptitude and bloodline courage can easily bridge this gap. This disparity exemplifies the chasm between the offspring of noble families and commoner beast tamers, as well as the formidable nature of a beast tamer's innate talent. Shaking his head, Zhu Ping'an softly intoned, "Wind roll. Ha ha ha, are you foolish? He is stunned. How can he utilize his skills?" Qin Guanyu laughed heartily, his words laden with brutality and derision. "Is that so?" As Zhu Ping'an's voice resonated, the howling winds coalesced, filling the entire arena with a deafening roar. The previously dazed Xiao Jia now radiated a blinding light from her eyes, as if her gaze were a blade, slicing through the veils of confusion. Sharp eyes, LV3, allows one to more easily detect the opponent's weaknesses and vital points, while slightly mitigating negative effects from dizziness and other mental impairments. It was precisely this slight mitigation that enabled Xiao Jia to awaken faster than the star-patterned savage tiger could reach. The whirling tempest converged into a tornado, crashing directly into the oncoming star-patterned savage tiger. Ascend and await the conclusion of your bloodline courage. With the obstruction of wind roll, Xiao Jia successfully soared into the sky, spiraling and occasionally stirring up a whirlwind to create disturbances. How could she awaken so quickly? Watching Xiao Jia in the air, Qin Guanyu's expression darkened ominously. He was well aware of the golden feather eagle, a beast without any skills to negate dizziness. Unless its innate talent has reached tier 3. Qin Guanyu glared at Zhu Ping'an, his voice low and laced with a gritting intensity. With remarkable beast tamer talent and ample resources, it typically takes over half a year to master a tier 3 skill, not to mention the talent itself. The advancement of talent is notoriously more arduous than that of skills. Tier 3 talents are generally possessed only by extraordinary realm beast tamers. How long has he been taming beasts? Indeed, what of it? Observing Qin Guanyu's humiliation, Zhu Ping'an felt a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not merely talent. Qin Guanyu suddenly clenched his fist. Your wind roll skill has also reached tier 2, which explains the rapid release. Tier 2 skill coupled with tier 3 talent. What on earth is this fellow? How can his skill advancement surpass even my investment? After much contemplation, Qin Guanyu could only attribute it to talent. So this is your beast tamer talent? The swift enhancement of your skills and talent levels. Not lacking in wit. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. Although Qin Guanyu's combat demeanor was fierce and domineering, his quick response at a critical moment was quite impressive. Taking a deep breath, Qin Guanyu cast one last glance at Zhu Ping'an before conceding defeat. Ever since Xiao Jia took to the skies, he had already lost. While the bloodline courage talent is formidable, it is not without its time limitations. Once the time elapses, the star pattern Savage Tiger would entirely lose its combat capabilities. How intriguing. The monthly champion is yours. Next month, we shall battle anew. As the combat concluded, Qin Guanyu seemed to revert to his normal self in an instant. Even a smile reminiscent of a smirk gracing his lips. This fellow, could he possibly be of dual nature? He certainly appears somewhat unhinged. Congratulations to student Zhu Ping'an. You have achieved first place, and if maintained until midnight, you shall receive bountiful rewards. The cold, mechanical voice that reached Zhu Ping'an's ears was remarkably pleasant. Next month? By then, you might not even catch a whiff of my afterglow. Upon exiting the virtual combat chamber, Zhu Ping'an found Xianning gazing at him with an expression of peculiar intrigue, while the surrounding crowd bore ambiguous looks. Is there something amiss? Zhu Ping'an was puzzled by Xianning's demeanor. Given his character, one would expect a more subdued reaction to his newfound status. Ahem, congratulations. First place, abundant resources. Xianning's smile grew increasingly strange, particularly when coupled with his face, sending a chill down Zhu Ping'an's spine. Student Zhu Ping'an, right? Hello. I am from the campus broadcasting station. May I request a brief interview? A vivacious senior with a high ponytail and black stockings beamed at Zhu Ping'an. Now this smile was as it should be. Zhu Ping'an was never stingy with his smiles in the face of delightful things. Of course. When would you like to conduct the interview? Whenever it suits you. The JK senior was taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's amiability, her smile blossoming even brighter. Then let us do it tomorrow. I'll prepare. Zhu Ping'an replied with a hint of modesty. Nonetheless, may I pose a rather personal question at this moment? As the JK senior leaned in, lowering her voice, Zhu Ping'an felt his composure wavering. Go ahead. I've heard that your Beast Tamer talent is related to that. Upon uttering this, the senior's face flushed a rosy hue. That? Which one? Zhu Ping'an inquired, genuinely confused. Oh dear, I've heard that you can grow stronger without restraint. With a determined gulp, the senior spoke, as if summoning all her courage. In June, thunderous storms can arrive unannounced. Listening to the increasingly resounding thunder outside the classroom, Zhu Ping'an felt as if each clap was striking his very mind. Zhu Ping'an stood frozen. The phrase without restraint echoing repeatedly in his thoughts. To a certain extent, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. However, in the vast and profound culture of Dongwang, the term without restraint as uttered by the senior clearly carried a different connotation. Dazed and confused, Zhu Ping'an shook his head, akin to a fish gasping for air. In his stupor, he caught sight of a furtive figure tiptoeing towards the stairway. Xianning. In an instant, he grasped the situation, his voice rising in fierce admonition. It truly has nothing to do with me. I was merely talking to myself. It was that shameless fellow who eavesdropped and, without consent, posted it directly to the forum. I never anticipated everyone would believe it. Those fraudulent marketing accounts are a menace. As he watched Xianning vanish in haste, Zhu Ping'an finally comprehended the entire sequence of events. Such impolite, fact-distorting, attention-seeking posts deserve condemnation, yet this fellow's mouth is equally despicable. That senior. I shall take my leave first. We'll be in touch. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an wished he could borrow Xiao Jia's wings, as he yearned to escape from this place. Such a beast tamer talent. Is it a blessing or a curse? Curious. What if a female possesses such a beast tamer talent? Debating the allure of restraint versus strength, glaring at Xianning beneath his feet, Zhu Ping'an seethed. What am I to do now? His teeth gritted tightly, each word squeezed out with effort. By heavens, I am but an honest man. And now I cannot even bear to listen to the rumors about myself. How will I ever find a partner in the future? Xianning, whose face had swelled to the size of a bun, struggled to peek out from beneath Zhu Ping'an's feet, muttering incoherently. Chapter 9, National University League. Zhu Ping'an had initially contemplated various countermeasures, even teaming up with Xianning to track down the original poster, engaging in a friendly and reasonable discussion to compel them to issue multiple clarifications. However, the results were minimal. After the bomb has exploded, it is futile to tamper with the fuse. I had intended to directly reveal my enhancement talent, but to my surprise, merely 2 days had passed, and the forum discussions had swiftly shifted to the venue for the 99th National University League. The fleeting fame I had garnered just 3 days ago was effortlessly overshadowed. In the training grounds, Xiaoning chuckled. I told you, the heat of the internet is ephemeral. His face, bruised but healing, observed Zhu Ping'an as he trained alongside Xiao Jia, speaking in a leisurely tone. Mind your words in the future. Zhu Ping'an shot him a glare, slightly exasperated. Although the fervor had diminished, encountering acquaintances still led to occasional teasing, especially from Baidaba, who persistently inquired about the best supplements. I only jest in your presence. That Sabi is just spouting nonsense like a marketing account, Xiao Ning retorted, feeling somewhat wronged. Who could have anticipated that someone would eavesdrop on another's musings? Blatantly ignoring the individual involved, distorting the truth for sheer attention? Fortunately, the National University League was approaching. Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled at the mention. This was the most prestigious national event during his university years. To emerge victorious would bring rewards beyond imagination. Just for winning the freshman ranking battle at the ancient capital Beastmaster Academy, he had already secured resources valued at 500,000. The National University League, however, would start at millions. Zhu Ping'an couldn't suppress a smile. Hey, you're not actually considering participating, are you? Xiao Ning inquired, noticing the glimmer of ambition in Zhu Ping'an's eyes. Why not? Zhu Ping'an replied, undeterred. Wake up. The opening match is next May Day, which gives you just 11 months. You're merely a novice Beastmaster fresh out of school. Xiao Ning exclaimed, exasperated. The competitors were predominantly seniors, with only a handful of juniors. A first year like Zhu Ping'an was blissfully ignorant of the challenges ahead. 11 months, huh? Zhu Ping'an pondered, contemplating the feasibility of his participation. What had been the standards in previous years? The strongest competitors were typically at the monarch level of Beastmasters, while the weakest were at the earthly fiend realm, with several powerful beasts accompanying them. Even those at the pinnacle level of monarch Beastmasters could only serve as substitutes. Yet, obtaining an earthly fiend beast was not entirely out of reach. Hey, why do you suddenly seem so resolute? You can't be serious about participating? Xiao Ning exclaimed. Zhu Ping'an remained silent, but nodded earnestly. With 3 innate talents, there was no reason he couldn't summon a beast of earthly fiend combat strength within 11 months. I'll head back now. I need to devise a solid plan. Xiao Jia, let us go. With that, Zhu Ping'an strode away, leaving Xiao Ning in astonishment. Passing by a shop, he did not linger this time. I'll order takeout now. Upon returning to his dorm, the takeout arrived just in time. Glancing outside, he saw the large-winged sparrow shivering under Xiao Jia's gaze. Zhu Ping'an playfully patted Xiao Jia's head. Hey, Xiao Jia huffed, turning away in a sulky manner. Zhu Ping'an refused to indulge the attitude. After retrieving his meal, he settled at his desk, musing, the child has grown up and is becoming rebellious. This enhancement seems to be wasted on them. It's time to contract with a more obedient one. Raising his voice intentionally, Zhu Ping'an noticed Xiao Jia, who had turned away, casting a sly glance at him. Hey, what is this about enhancement? Xiao Jia's irritation vanished instantly as it soared to Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against him. You little rascal. Zhu Ping'an triumphantly tossed his head back, firmly pressing down on Xiao Jia's head. Although the reward for ranking first in the battle was valued at 500,000, it didn't mean he would receive the money directly. Rather, it would be exchanged for equivalent resources. For this 500,000, Zhu Ping'an opted for a skill worth 100,000, along with the wind spirit fruit needed for Xiao Jia's potential advancement. Unobstructed airflow, LV0. Upon activation, this skill envelopes the user in a layer of special airflow, reducing air resistance by 30 for 10 seconds. Under Zhu Ping'an's enhancement, the level of unobstructed airflow swiftly ascended to LV1, extending its duration from 10 seconds to 20. After numerous enhancements, elevating from 0 to 1 was a trivial feat for Zhu Ping'an, who casually consumed a supplement. After placing the blissfully content Xiao Jia on the bed, he sat at his desk, contemplating his plan for self-improvement. To strengthen a Beastmaster, there are 3 essential avenues: skill level, quality enhancement, and brand new evolution. Anyone wishing to grow stronger cannot escape these 3 pillars. However, for others, each of these avenues demands substantial time and financial resources, while for Zhu Ping'an, it was merely a matter of money. Enhancing skills or improving quality and evolution would all contribute to the elevation of a beast level. With Xiao Jia's skills at level 2 and a talent level of 3, he had already reached the initial stage of level 9. A 2-level increase within just 10 days since entering school. Without consuming any extraordinary resources for leveling up, achieving a 2-level increase in 10 days was quite impressive. Once the quality was enhanced, reaching level 10 was a certainty. With one more evolution, leaping up 2 or 3 levels would pose no issue. In due time, he would possess a spiritual beast of the spirit transcendence realm, or even an earthly beast. Thus, the sole obstacle to my rapid advancement was money. Zhu Ping'an boldly inscribed a large character for money on paper. His parents perished in the calamity of Kaiyang City, leaving behind funds primarily spent on acquiring Xiao Jia's beast egg, with the remainder recently expended on numerous supplements. He was, quite frankly, destitute. Yet, he had long devised a plan for earning money. True insight was undoubtedly the finest talent for beast cultivators. There was no need to delve into the intricate depths of beast cultivation knowledge. with merely a glance. He could ensure 100% success in a beast's quality enhancement and evolution. If not for his other two talents, Zhu Ping'an would have already enrolled in the beast cultivation department to elevate himself above others. After all, among the three classifications of Beastmaster professions, while not all Beastmasters are impoverished, all beast cultivators certainly thrive. Moreover, as a beast cultivator, he would have ample opportunity to interact with various beasts, allowing his secondary talent, replication, to flourish. Coupled with his enhancement talent, it formed a perfect loop. With such a divine combination, it would be difficult for him not to grow stronger. Clapping his hands, Zhu Ping'an promptly opened a messaging app to search for the Beast Cultivator Qualification exam. Oh, there's one in 3 days. That's it, he mused. $300 for the registration fee. At this rate, I won't be able to afford a meal. After swiftly registering, Zhu Ping'an began searching online for the resources required for Xiao Jia's quality enhancement and evolution. Viewing the prices soaring into the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, his eyelid twitched involuntarily. Fortunately, the most expensive wind spirit fruit for quality enhancement was already in his possession. The remaining wind star leaves and ethereal crystals would only cost 100,000. Heh, only 100,000. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, though his laughter was tinged with gritted teeth. Chapter 10, Junior Beast Cultivator Qualification Exam. July 5th is a favorable day for engagements, blessings, and examinations. The Ancient Capital Beast Cultivation Association is located just down the street from the Ancient Capital Beastmaster Academy. Although the examination was scheduled for 9 o'clock, Zhu Ping'an had only just risen at 8, leisurely indulging in a bath, entirely devoid of any pre-exam urgency. By 8:47, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Ancient Capital Beast Cultivation Association. The entrance was desolate, save for a colossal sculpture, a grand Taiji diagram, emblematic of the association, signifying balance. Balance is the foremost principle revered by beast cultivators. The exterior of the association appeared rather unremarkable, a simple 3-story structure, adorned in black and white, exuding an air of ancient tranquility. Hello, I am here to partake in the Beast Cultivator Qualification Examination. He politely addressed the security guard stationed at the entrance. The Beast Cultivator Qualification Examination? There's no exam here. The guard furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhu Ping'an with a hint of confusion. No, but I successfully registered. Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, reaching for his communication device to present his admission ticket. Ahem, you must be a student of the Ancient Capital Beast Cultivation Academy. The guard's tone shifted as he noticed the emblem on Zhu Ping'an's chest. Next time, check the examination location after registering. The Beast Cultivator exams are typically held at universities. Your exam should be at your own school. Wang Defa. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, hastily checking the location on his admission ticket. Ancient Capital Beast Cultivation Academy. Beast Cultivation Department, Building D, 3rd floor, room 301. I had no idea the examination location was at my own school. What a crowd at the gate when I left. Thank you. Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, darting off, his voice carried by the wind like a drifting kite. After a swift journey, he finally arrived at the examination venue, only to find that the exam had already commenced 10 minutes prior. A student from our school arriving late? Must be another newcomer here just to experience the atmosphere. The proctor remarked, scanning Zhu Ping'an's admission ticket with an air of familiarity. Ahem. Zhu Ping'an awkwardly touched his nose. He couldn't very well admit he didn't even know the examination venue. The combat department? Your name sounds familiar. You must be the one from the forum. Sir, may I begin the examination? Zhu Ping'an interjected, his eyes twitching with urgency. Certainly. Please take a paper and proceed to your seat. The proctor, with a teasing glint in his eye, gestured towards a nearby stack of test papers. Zhu Ping'an quietly retrieved a paper and returned to his designated seat. Most of the other candidates, engrossed in their own papers, seemed entirely indifferent to his tardiness, their attention focused solely on their exams. The only ones casting curious glances were likely those who had come merely to soak in the atmosphere, as the proctor suggested. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Ping'an unfolded his test paper and began to answer. The Beast Cultivator examination comprised both a written test and a practical component. Candidates could only proceed to the practical section if they passed the written portion. Successful completion of both was requisite for obtaining the title of Beast Cultivator. The test paper contained no multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions, but rather a single open-ended query. Please provide an ascension route and 2 evolution routes for the beast depicted in the photograph, along with the specific materials required for each route. A beast in the photograph? Not a living one. Could his talent still be useful? Zhu Ping'an pondered, directing his gaze towards the adjacent image. Name: a monster, Cthulhu World Beast. Rank: Initial Awakening Level 3. Quality: Low grade. Attribute: Mental. Talent: Gaze, LV0. The eye possesses chaotic power, capable of inducing a state of confusion in the target. Skill, Stare, LV0. Preferences, 1. Peeping, 2. Daydreaming. Weaknesses, 1. Mental, 2. Bright light stimuli, 3. Undead. Ascension requirement, to advance to mid-grade. 10 eye monsters must be consumed. Evolution routes, Mental evolution, 3-eyed monster, can expand. Divine evolution, Eye of Chaos, can expand. Remaining evolution routes hidden. Cthulhu world? Zhu Ping'an pursed his lips, a shadow of unease flickering in his eyes. 332 years ago, a dimensional rift opened on Blue Star, unleashing powerful beasts from the world beyond. The old era crumbled, giving way to a new age. After over 50 years of struggle, humanity successfully mastered the methods of contracting and cultivating beasts, establishing the Beast Federation and ushering in the era of beast cultivation. To this day, humanity has continued to progress. Yet the battles persist. New otherworlds continually emerge, while old ones keep opening fresh rifts. Although these otherworlds offer new beasts and precious resources, the arrival of each dimensional rift heralds a calamity. The city of Kaiyong, for instance, was obliterated by a newly opened dimensional rift. With a deep sigh, Zhu Ping'an suppressed the painful memories swirling in his mind. The past is irrevocable. The living must forge ahead. Remembrance is permitted, but one must not be consumed by despair. Though he had little understanding of this troublesome Cthulhu dimension, his talent would suffice. Selecting 2 evolution routes at random, Zhu Ping'an began to jot down his answers. In just 10 minutes, he had completed his work. Had it not been for the need for neat handwriting, he could have finished in 5. With nothing else to occupy his time, he commenced meditating. While the strength of a beast cultivator can indeed be enhanced through the prowess of their beasts, meditation is equally indispensable. Each moment spent in meditation yields some reward. Over time, this accumulates into significant progress. On the podium, the proctor observed Zhu Ping'an, who had closed his eyes in meditation, a smile of satisfaction creeping onto his lips. The number of new students from the Beast Cultivation Department was scant this time, let alone one from the Combat Department. Coming to experience the atmosphere was merely a way to pass the time. Time flew by in meditation. The hour allocated for the written test swiftly elapsed. In stark contrast to the pace of answering questions, the grading process is typically swift. Within half an hour, the results of the written examination were already announced. Sigh, once again I failed. What a wretched Cthulhu dimension. I know nothing about it. Don't lose heart. I failed a dozen times and remained ever determined. Observing the proud expression of a nearby older gentleman, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but admire his resilient spirit. Young man, don't be disheartened. You have ample time ahead of you. Take it slow. The uncle turned to Zhu Ping'an, offering a warm smile and encouragement. Indeed, my friend, a beast cultivation student, also failed. It is only natural for you from the combat department to struggle. A boisterous young man with tousled blonde hair had joined the conversation, patting Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder. Thank you, but I've passed. Zhu Ping'an pointed to the name at the top of the electronic screen, smiling shyly. Ignoring the wide-eyed expressions of the two men, Zhu Ping'an rose and made his way towards the practical examination venue. The practical requirement was to personally facilitate the evolution of a beast. In Zhu Ping'an's view, this seemed entirely unnecessary. After all, he had already detailed the process in the written exam. Completing it again would merely involve a change of target. It would be far more efficient to add another question to the paper rather than expend resources in this manner. Of course, he overlooked the fact that it is precisely those like him who can articulate perfect answers who are the anomalies. The grading criteria for the written exam are not based on the correctness of the evolution routes, but rather on the feasibility and creativity of the answers. Chapter 11, Resplendent Evolution. The practical examination demands the personal completion of a beast's evolution. Upon successful evolution, candidates shall attain the qualification of a junior beast cultivator. Zhu Ping'an surveyed his surroundings, noting the vast space segmented into numerous small chambers by alloy steel panels. Each room was equipped with a variety of apparatuses, including experimental tables, microscopes, and test tubes, all of which unmistakably aligned with the identity of a beast tamer. At this moment, everyone was stepping forward to draw their respective room numbers. The resources for beast evolution were to be provided by us. However, should there be any failure, full compensation would be required. This stipulation was clearly stated in the registration guidelines, so I trust there are no objections. The invigilator, still wearing that characteristic smile, cast a pointed glance at Zhu Ping'an. What did that mean? Did he think I had reservations? Zhu Ping'an subtly pursed his lips. Yet he was indeed unaware of this clause. After all, registration guidelines are akin to the prompts one encounters before starting a game. Who doesn't he scroll to the bottom and click confirm? Thankfully, with by his side. Had he ventured in blindly, he might have left destitute. However, without, he wouldn't have felt such confidence. even to the point of arrogance. Now, let us take our numbers and proceed to our designated rooms. Number 3. Observing his number, Zhu Ping'an strode confidently towards his chamber. Wait. The invigilator suddenly placed a hand on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder, exclaiming, "You've achieved a perfect score on the written examination. Quite impressive. Luck. Zhu Ping'an forced a smile. Indeed, you are fortunate. The invigilator chuckled. According to the regulations, students from our institution may select their own experimental beasts. Should you succeed, the school will provide all necessary resources at no cost. However, the method of evolution must be submitted to the school. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Such benefits? What if the students participating in the examination had previously purchased the evolution methods from beast tamers? Wouldn't that ensure their success? The evolution of beasts is replete with endless possibilities. A reliable method for the stable evolution of a beast is akin to treasure, not something easily acquired. As if reading Zhu Ping'an's thoughts, the invigilator grinned like a cunning old fox, adding, even if one possesses such a method, it must ultimately be surrendered. A stable route exchange for a basic beast tamer qualification is indeed a worthwhile trade. This reasoning seemed valid. Clearing his throat, Zhu Ping'an remarked, in that case, I shan't hold back. A mere evolution method, if it must be submitted, so be it. For him, an opportunity for evolution was undoubtedly a gain. Observing Zhu Ping'an's bashful smile, the invigilator's eyes glinted with intrigue. Such confidence. It appears he holds significant assurance. My anticipation grows ever greater. You may enter now. Inside, there is a fixed device for resource requests. Simply inscribe your needs, and someone will deliver them shortly. Zhu Ping'an nodded and stepped into his room. While the evolution of beasts harbors infinite possibilities, the merits of each evolutionary route vary greatly, as does the ultimate potential of the beast. Initially, he had been financially constrained, preparing a route focused on subsequent developmental potential for Xiaojia. Although the power increase post-evolution was modest, it promised greater future possibilities. Yet now, with a safety net in place, he resolved to change his approach. He desired both strength and potential. Evolution route. Brilliant evolution. Details expand. Radiant feathered firehawk. Brilliant evolution. Crush 1/5 of the crystal core of the celestial fire beast, the burning azure sparrow, from the celestial realm. Combine it with the essence of 3-century-old sunflower blossoms, and add a wisp of azure cloud fluff. After harmonizing, pour the mixture into 1 liter of spiritual liquid and let it sit for 12 hours. Subsequently, apply 2/3 evenly onto the golden feathered eagle's body and ingest the remaining third. Upon reviewing the material list submitted by Zhu Ping'an, evenly Hongming, the esteemed head of the beast taming department, felt his eyelids twitch vigorously. 1/5 of the crystal core from a celestial realm beast. 3-century-old sunflower blossoms. Not to mention the high collection difficulty of azure cloud fluff. One might assume he was attempting to evolve some extraordinary beast, compared to these materials, which easily surpass millions in value. The tens of thousands for wind spirit fruits and the 100,000s for wind star leaves and ethereal crystals were far more appropriate for Zhu Ping'an's current stage of beast evolution. This lad truly dares to ask for much. In just a matter of minutes, he already had a plan, and such an extravagant one at that. Surely he must possess substantial confidence. After all, the more one spends, the greater the potential loss. He bore no risk, and should a surprise arise, it would be pure profit. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hongming forwarded the materials list to the logistics department, engaging in amiable discussions with the logistics head, ultimately acquiring the materials smoothly. Kid, if you mess this up, just wait. He glared at Zhu Ping'an with mock ferocity before turning to leave. Zhu Ping'an shrugged off Li Hongming's threat, completely unfazed. Mess up? Unthinkable. Just wait to be dazzled by Zhu the Great. Xiaojia. This time you are truly poised for greatness. Gazing at the plethora of materials on the experimental table, Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with golden light. These shall become the source of Xiaojia's power, aiding me in dominating the 9 heavens. Ignoring Xiaojia, who was lost in his fantasies, Zhu Ping'an began preparing the potion for Xiaojia's qualification elevation. Each form of a beast has its limits regarding qualification upgrades. For instance, a caterpillar can never ascend to a spiritual beast, as its life stage dictates that to break through, evolution is essential. Evolution is the most common means of transcending life stages. After evolution, a beast's qualifications will correspondingly improve, with the extent of enhancement depending on both the quality of the evolutionary route and the beast's qualifications prior to evolution. Therefore, enhancing even a fraction in the early stages can save considerable effort later on, much like the principle of filming. After all, the resource consumption for upgrading a golden feathered eagle is vastly different compared to a radiant feathered firehawk, with the latter costing hundreds of thousands more. Zhu Ping'an first juiced the wind spirit fruits, then ground the windstar leaves and ethereal crystals into powder to incorporate them into the mixture. After shaking it for a moment, a tube filled with a crystalline blue liquid, dotted with shimmering particles, was ready. Without hesitation, Zhu Ping'an poured it directly into Xiao Jia's mouth. The elevation occurred swiftly. Within minutes, effects were evident. There was no grand illumination during the process, the only noticeable change being a slight increase in Xiao Jia's size. However, under the gaze of Zhu Ping'an, Xiao Jia's qualifications had successfully elevated to the intermediate spiritual tier, reaching the 10th level of initial awakening. Phew, now to commence the evolution preparations. Stretching his wrists, Zhu Ping'an began processing the materials required for evolution. He meticulously followed the steps indicated on the digital panel, though it felt like mimicking a cat drawing a tiger. Given the value of the materials involved, Zhu Ping'an maintained the utmost respect for the expenditure. The steps were simple, yet completing the process took over 10 minutes. At this point, the colorless spiritual liquid was continuously infused with gold, white, and red hues, each distinct and visually stunning. Everything was in place. Now, he simply had to wait. Chapter 12, Radiant Feathered Firehawk. After exchanging a few words with Li Hongming, Zhu Ping'an remained in the laboratory. The evolution process can last for months. 12 hours is but a fleeting moment. Zhu Ping'an sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation, leaving Xiao Jia to gaze longingly at the vial containing the essence crucial for his evolution. 3 hours later, Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes, only to find Xiao Jia still fixated on the vial, refusing to return to the spirit domain for rest. 6 hours later, those piercing eyes dimmed slightly. Yet the condition remained satisfactory. By the 9th hour, Zhu Ping'an could no longer restrain himself and, citing the potential for unsuccessful evolution due to poor condition, cunningly lured Xiao Jia back into the spiritual domain. While it was true that a less than optimal state could hinder evolution, for Xiao Jia, merely staying awake for 12 hours was hardly detrimental. The primary concern was Zhu Ping'an's inability to bear the sight of it any longer. At the 12th hour, Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes punctually. At this moment, among the candidates engaged in the practical examination, only he and another girl remained. But he was nearing the conclusion of his endeavor. Xiao Jia, come forth, Zhu Ping'an softly uttered, opening the spiritual domain to release Xiao Jia. Upon emerging, Xiao Jia, brimming with vitality, fixated intently on the test reagent, his gaze ablaze as if he wished to devour it whole. The spiritual liquid on the experimental platform had now been entirely transformed into a splendid blend of gold and red, presenting a striking appearance. Golden as the radiant sun, red as the flowing flames. Calming his exhilaration, Zhu Ping'an extracted 2/3 of the liquid, picking up a small brush and meticulously applying it to Xiao Jia's feathers, sparing no detail. During this process, Xiao Jia felt as if his feathers were ablaze, the urge to pluck them recurring in his mind. Yet, every time he caught sight of Zhu Ping'an's earnest demeanor, he forced himself to maintain control. With a deep sigh, Zhu Ping'an completed the application of the liquid to Xiao Jia's feathers. Once dark golden, Xiao Jia's feathers now shimmered in a dazzling bright gold, reminiscent of the noon sun, intermingled with a rich crimson, exuding an air of grandeur. Now quickly drink this. Through the bond of their soul contract, Zhu Ping'an could sense Xiao Jia's discomfort. Swiftly, he poured the remaining third into Xiao Jia's mouth, and as he stepped back, a brilliant white light enveloped Xiao Jia, soaring skyward. Li Hongming, who had arrived at the laboratory to witness Zhu Ping'an's results, halted in his tracks upon seeing the intense white light, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, joy, helplessness, astonishment, and confusion all intertwined. At that moment, as the white light ascended, Zhu Ping'an felt the water in his spiritual pool surge rapidly, overflowing and cascading down the walls, culminating in the gradual formation of a new, larger spiritual pool beneath the first. His face radiated with delight. Xiao Jia's evolution had indeed catalyzed the transformation of his spiritual reservoir. After several minutes, the white light began to dissipate, gradually revealing a figure. A resounding, piercing cry filled the room, the evolved Xiao Jia exuberantly expressing his fervent emotions. Hooray! It truly succeeded. Just look at this appearance. The evolution is splendid. Li Hongming approached Zhu Ping'an, his tone laced with admiration. Hee, just luck, just luck. Rising from the ground, Zhu Ping'an's face shone with an exuberant smile. Yet he remained modest. We, the people of Dongwang, have humility ingrained in our very bones. Xiao Jia, now larger than before, could no longer perch upon Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. With wings unfurled, spanning over 2 meters, the primary feathers shimmered in resplendent gold, while the tips glowed of vibrant vermilion, adorned with crimson patterns reminiscent of flames. On his back lay a radiant pattern akin to a blazing sun. Each flap of his wings sent forth fiery waves of crimson, surrounding the golden red sun. as if a newborn sun was soaring through the heavens, exuberant and majestic. His beak and claws gleamed in brilliant gold, etched with fine, flowing crimson lines. His eyes resembled molten amber, akin to the blazing sun, dazzling to the point of being nearly blinding. How exhilarating! How stylish! Truly magnificent. The glorious evolution was indeed worthy of its name. Observing Xiao Jia's new form, Zhu Ping'an felt an ecstatic whirlwind within, envisioning the day when he could ride upon Xiao Jia's back, a true hero of legends. Indeed, a high-grade Earth-tier Huangyu Finchen eagle. It was no wonder it was associated with the burning Sangyan sparrow and the sunwheel flower. Having discerned Xiao Jia's appearance, Li Hongming couldn't help but stroke his chin in contemplation. However, it is quite rare for a wind-type golden feather eagle to evolve in such a fashion. Typically, the prior stage of the Huangyu Finchen eagle would be the fire-eating giant eagle. I wonder if there are any differences? In contrast to Li Hongming's deep thoughts, Zhu Ping'an promptly activated. Name, Huangyu Finchen eagle. Rank, Spirit Transformation Tier 3, Level 13. Quality, High Earth Tier. Attributes, Wing System, Fire System. Talents, 1. Sun Wheel, LV0, significantly increases fire attribute resistance. 2. Sharp Eyes, LV3, enhances the ability to detect weaknesses and vital points in opponents. Slightly mitigates dizziness and other negative mental effects. Skills, Wind Whirl, LV2, can merge, Claw Strike, LV2, Wing Blade, LV2, Unobstructed Airflow, LV1, Fire Tornado, LV0, can merge. Sunlight, LV0, Flame Feather 1000 kills, LV0. Preferences, 1. Becoming stronger. 2. Free soaring. 3. Adoring gazes. 4. Snow rabbit meat. Weaknesses, 1. Water system. 2. Prolonged darkness will damage the sun wheel on its back. 3. Lightning system. Qualification promotion. To advance to low heaven tier requires 1 pound of sun fire essence, 1 300-year-old sun wheel flower, and earth core flame juice. Evolution path. 1. Qi Yao Ji Hui Eagle, can expand. 2. Mixed Blood Golden Crow, can expand. Remaining evolution paths are concealed. Wow, marvelous. After a cursory glance, Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. This splendid panel suggested that he could likely rank within the top 10 in the upcoming sophomore ranking battle. Moreover, his luck was exceptional. Typically, upon evolution, a Beastmaster's original talents would be replaced by new ones, with only a fortunate few retaining their initial abilities. Seeing the unchanged sharp eyes on the panel, Zhu Ping'an's joy intensified. Indeed, handsome fellows who smile are always favored by fortune. This evolution path holds great value. Are you willing to part with it? After appraising Xiao Jia for a moment, Li Hongming turned to Zhu Ping'an with a serious expression. A fair trade, no deceit. Zhu Ping'an grinned, his smile radiant. All right then. I shall overlook the matter of you sneaking in personal gains to elevate the Golden Feather Eagle's qualifications. A glint of mischief flickered in Li Hongming's eyes, prompting a bout of coughing from Zhu Ping'an. I heard your Beastmaster talent enhances beast skills. What a pity. Typically, one can only awaken a single Beastmaster talent. It seems Zhu Ping'an truly possesses exceptional aptitude in beast nurturing. However, those with the enhancement talent tend to specialize solely in combat. And Zhu Ping'an's choice of a combat-oriented path was indicative of his ambitions. What a regrettable loss for such a promising candidate. Well then, I shall take my leave. Observing Li Hongming's musings, Zhu Ping'an gently spoke. A week from now is the ancient capital Beastmaster Grand Competition. Are you interested? As a combat-oriented Beastmaster, it might seem a tad out of place for me to participate in the beast nurturing competition. Zhu Ping'an dismissed the idea without hesitation. After all, he was busy preparing for the National College League in November, with no time to engage in the beast nurturing contest. The reward for the youth category is a staggering 5 million. Clearly, Li Hongming is quite adept at handling the younger generation, as he effortlessly announced the prize. In this grand beast training competition, there should be no factional disputes, right? Zhu Ping'an appeared solemn, seemingly contemplating a shift in specialization. Unfortunately, it must be within the beast trainer category. However, fret not. I can assist you in this transition, and you will be able to participate in 3 days. Observing Li Hongming's cheerful demeanor, Zhu Ping'an remained silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head with great difficulty. Just teasing you. There are no restrictions. Any beast trainer under the age of 30 can participate. 30. Does that still classify as youth? What about my 18 years? Zhu Ping'an felt somewhat stifled, recalling that national collegiate competitions typically imposed a limit of 25 and wondering why a local beast training contest would be so lenient. Beast trainers, unlike your valiant combat trainers, require extensive time for study and research, as well as field investigations. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to relax the age restrictions a bit. Very well, I shall participate. Whether they are 30 or even 300 years old, when it comes to beast training, age does not necessarily equate to superiority. How about a proposal? Could we perhaps list you under our beast training department? Zhu Ping'an gazed up with wide, sincere eyes at Li Hongming. How about a beast trainer skill, transformation? Casting a glance at the now larger Xiao Jia, Li Hongming chuckled. Rui, perhaps? Zhu Ping'an's smile became increasingly shy and earnest. The door is over there. Walk well, and don't let me see you off. Oh, come now, we can negotiate. Transformation is just transformation. Zhu Ping'an, sensing a favorable outcome, cheerfully chimed in. Li Hongming snorted in amusement, lamenting that these young folks are all driven by self-interest. What will become of our nation's future? Enough of this. I will handle the rest. You may return for now, and I will contact you when the time comes. Nonchalantly tossing a smooth stone, Li Hongming waved Zhu Ping'an off. Despite the changes, Xiao Jia, it would be best if you did not perch upon my shoulder. I do not possess Senior Meng Bei's physique. Back in the dormitory, Zhu Ping'an earnestly addressed the now larger Xiao Jia. Given Xiao Jia's growth, the space felt somewhat cramped. Chirp. Following his evolution, Xiao Jia's voice had grown sharper, and he gazed at Zhu Ping'an with a hint of disdain. I am a beast trainer, not a martial artist from some web novel. Being physically weak is entirely normal. Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed, having endured the online harassment from the entire school. What does your mere disdainful glance amount to? Once I master a skill like Rui or Link, you may indeed perch upon my shoulder. With that, Zhu Ping'an's gaze shifted to the peculiar stone in his hand, adorned with strange patterns. In this world, skill acquisition relies on two remarkable stones. The stone that inscribes beast trainer skills is called blood carving stone, while the one that inscribes beast trainer skills is known as spirit light stone. The skills of the beasts themselves stem from their own bloodlines, akin to sealed marks that require unlocking as one's strength increases. The existence of blood carving stones allows for the resonance of similar bloodlines between beasts of the same category, enabling the former to stimulate the latter to unlock corresponding skills prematurely. Thus, the limitations of blood carving stones are evident. In simple terms, a fire-type beast can only learn fire-type skills, and purchasing a water-type blood carving stone would yield no resonance. Hence, Zhu Ping'an's talent for replication is truly formidable. Ignoring the restrictions of categories and bloodlines, as long as a skill can be replicated by a beast trainer, it can be mastered by their beasts. In contrast to the limitations of blood carving stones, spirit light stones offer much more convenience. A beast trainer can forcibly imprint a mark upon a spirit light stone using their powerful mental energy. Once the beast trainer later uses their mental energy to touch the mark, they will naturally learn that skill. Mastering this skill would enable Xiao Jia to grow even larger, making the dream of becoming a legendary figure akin to the great eagle hero readily attainable. Zhu Ping'an immediately employed his mental energy to touch the mark on the spirit light stone. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. So this is transformation. After a brief moment, Zhu Ping'an dispelled the slight throbbing in his mind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The next day, a post appeared on the campus forum of the ancient capital academy, claiming that someone had witnessed what seemed to be a small sun rising from the boys' dormitory the previous night, only to vanish into the horizon. Despite having stayed up all night, Zhu Ping'an, having indulged in his fantasy of being a legendary figure, remained invigorated and arrived bright and early at the virtual combat chamber. However, this time, the chamber was connected not to the freshman ranking list, but to the unrestricted ranking list. Indeed, possessing a high-quality Earth-type beast at the spirit transformation stage, Zhu Ping'an felt that he and Xiao Jia were ready to attempt a challenge on the unrestricted list. The unrestricted ranking list featured only 1,000 participants. To become one of them, one merely needed to defeat an existing member. Unlike the freshman ranking list, which limited challenges to within 100 ranks at a time, the unrestricted list had no such constraints. As long as one was confident, they could challenge anyone on the list, including the top spot. The top of the unrestricted list. Wang Ho. What a formidable name that is. He must be the foremost beast trainer at the ancient capital academy. Gazing at the imposing name on the electronic screen, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Then, with a swift motion, he selected the challenge option. Although victory was unlikely, at his disposal, he could at least observe the prowess of the current top beast trainer. After selecting his opponent, the countdown commenced, and the battle began 10 seconds later. As Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes, he focused on the distant figures, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. As the two ethereal forms, a large and a small one, gradually took shape, mysterious patterns appeared in Zhu Ping'an's gaze. Activated. Name, Skylifting Sun-Holding Ape. Rank, Earth Level 5, Level 35. Quality, High Earth Grade. Attributes, Earth Beast. Talent, Skylifting Body, LV3, significantly increases strength and defense, gains a degree of all-element damage reduction, sky-lifting domain. Skills: Mountain Shaking Charge, LV4, Meteor Fall, LV4, Diamond Body, LV5, Dust Storm, LV4, Earthquake, LV4, Brutal Force, LV4, Sun Catching Grasp, LV4, Mountain Crushing Fist, LV5, Blood Boil, LV4. Preferences: 1. Planting trees. 2. Gardening. 3. Crushing opponents. Vulnerabilities: 1. Wood. 2. Mental. Qualification promotion. Evolution route. Your preferences include planting trees and gardening. I thought you were a health-conscious ape. What does crushing opponents even mean? Chapter 14. Successful Challenge. Ranked 1000. Faced with the overwhelmingly powerful information, Zhu Ping'an immediately fixated on the preferences of the sky-lifting sun-holding ape. Of course, the next moment, he would come to experience it firsthand, along with Xiaojia. The scenery faded, and the mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Challenge failed. The cold mechanical voice reverberated in Zhu Ping'an's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. As he replayed the final moments in his mind, a colossal meteor had plummeted directly onto his forehead. How terrifying that was. Shaking his head, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but glance at Xiaojia beside him, concern evident in his eyes. A few days ago, after an overwhelming victory, I ascended to the top. And just yesterday, I underwent a remarkable evolution, significantly enhancing my strength. Logically, at this moment, Xiaojia should be brimming with confidence, in a state of invincibility. However, he is currently being effortlessly crushed. I cannot help but wonder how deeply this will impact him, as he is but a mere child, only a few months old. For a moment, Zhu Ping'an felt a pang of regret, wishing he hadn't challenged an opponent they could not possibly defeat at this juncture. Chirp. Meanwhile, Xiaojia, perched on the platform, shook his head and let out a few cries, his voice devoid of any hint of grievance or despair. Observing Zhu Ping'an's worried gaze, he vigorously flapped his wings, signaling that he was unscathed. They may take advantage of the fact that the Emperor of Heaven is still young, but once he matures, he will undoubtedly seek retribution for this indignity. Seeing Xiaojia's expression of defiance, Zhu Ping'an felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. This little one appears to be entirely undeterred, displaying even greater fighting spirit. Splendid. Indeed, the bond between Beast and Master is evident, reflecting Zhu Ping'an's own indomitable resolve. The opponent is too formidable. Let us begin from the end. Xiaojia nodded, acknowledging that if he could not defeat the first opponent, he should at least be capable of overcoming the second. After all, he certainly wouldn't be instantaneously vanquished. The battle was set. 10 seconds later, it commenced. Zhu Ping'an activated, once more, scanning the field and exhaling a sigh of relief. A spirit beast of the 9th tier, intermediate quality, was within his capability to combat. Name: Flower Swordsman. Tier: 9th tier, level 19. Quality: intermediate spirit level. As the countdown concluded, Xiaojia soared into the skies, heading straight for his opponent. With the flapping of his wings, it was as if a river of fire surged upwards. A sun composed entirely of light and heat rising from his back. The resplendent flames elevated the temperature of the entire battlefield. This was indeed the sunlight. For 5 minutes, sunlight intensified, doubling the power of fire attributes while diminishing others, with water attributes halved. In more elevated terms, one could describe it as the domain of fire. The wooden flower swordsman was perfectly countered by Xiaojia's fire attributes. As the sun blazed forth, the radiating light and heat caused the flower swordsman to wilt slightly. Flame Feather 1000 kills. Zhu Ping'an's voice resonated within Xiaojia's heart. Like the sun soaring in the sky, Xiaojia let out a triumphant cry, as fire energy surged forth from his back, merging with the suspended sunlight above. The violent fire energy transformed into countless fiery feathers, layering upon Xiaojia's plumage, causing his wings to more than double in size. As he traversed the sky, he left behind a trail of brilliant fire. With the distance closing, Xiaojia suddenly intensified the movement of his wings, unleashing a barrage of fire feathers that descended upon the flower swordsman like a swarm of missiles. Faced with the torrential downpour of fire feathers, the flower swordsman displayed a resolute expression, lowering his stance as his right hand rested upon the wooden sword at his waist. Clang! Even Zhu Ping'an, commanding from the sidelines, seemed to hear a resounding clash of swords as a radiant arc of emerald light emerged, colliding with the flurry of fire feathers. Bang! 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 The air erupted with a series of explosive sounds, resembling a sky filled with fireworks, dazzlingly beautiful. In a single stroke, the deluge of fire feathers detonated, none remaining to fall. The flower swordsman sheathed his sword and began to run, his trajectory erratic, as swirling wooden energy manifested into countless petals that collected upon the sword in his hand. A tribute to flowers, perhaps? The thought crossed Zhu Ping'an's mind as he observed the skill displayed. To rely on running to amass power in the sword. How navi? Fire tornado. Sealing off his space for movement. Chirp. Heeding Zhu Ping'an's command, Xiaojia swept his wings, conjuring 4 fiery tornadoes that encircled the flower swordsman, tightening like a net and swiftly constricting his movement space. Flower tribute. By running, one generates petals. The more petals, the stronger the next strike. If the accumulation of petals is interrupted, the effect ceases. To continue gathering power, one must not extinguish the encroaching fire tornadoes. Yet, failing to do so restricts one's space even further. Will you interrupt or persist? What will you choose? Zhu Ping'an gazed intently at the distant figure. The tornadoes advanced. Yet the flower swordsman continued his run. Flame feather 1,000 kills. Zhu Ping'an commanded with a sweeping gesture, and once more, a multitude of fiery feathers erupted from Xiaojia's wings. He spiraled downwards, akin to a bombing aircraft, targeting the running flower swordsman below. The tornado sealed off his movements. While the ultimate attack charged forward, a peculiar mark suddenly appeared in Zhu Ping'an's eyes. As it materialized, his mental energy surged forth like a torrent into that mark. Concurrently, Xiaojia's eyes mirrored the mark, and his form expanded twofold, the fiery feathers on his wings growing ever denser, akin to the sun plummeting, enveloped in boundless light and heat, resolutely crashing downwards. Beastmaster skill, transformation. As the blazing sun descended, the flower swordsman attempted to evade, but the 4 fire tornadoes had already closed in, compressing his space to mere meters. With nowhere to flee, he decided to draw his sword. Thus, the multitude of petals vanished in a swirl of green light, coalescing entirely into the sword at his waist. He lowered his stance once more, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt. If he could cleave through once, he could do so again. Boom. The two forces collided. A tremendous explosion resonated, flames expanding and mingling with glimmers of green light. A fierce wind swept across the battlefield as Zhu Ping'an narrowed his eyes, intently observing the epicenter of the explosion. The flower swordsman bore the scorch marks of the fiery explosion, yet his eyes shone brightly. He drew his sword horizontally, meeting Xiaojia's claws. Chirp! Xiaojia's feathers were severed by the sword's energy, yet his eyes blazed with fervor, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. If I cannot defeat the first, can I not conquer the second? The clash of claw and sword endured, yet the gilded wings possessed a cutting edge, the golden feathers extending like blades. To sever the swordsman, it was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Like a knife slicing through silk, the crisp sound echoed, and the flower swordsman's phantom dissipated, akin to shattered glass. Challenge successful. Congratulations, student Zhu Ping'an, for becoming the 1000th rank on the unrestricted leaderboard. Chapter 15, Trending Again. Indeed, there are no weaklings on the unrestricted leaderboard. That statement holds true. Reflecting on the previous match, Zhu Ping'an could not help but shake his head. In terms of levels, compared to the 9th-tier flower swordsman, Xiaojia lagged behind by 6 levels. Moreover, having always excelled in skill levels on the first-tier leaderboard, he now found himself outmatched by the flower swordsman in this regard. The opponent's skills averaged at level 2, nearly half at level 3, leaving Zhu Ping'an, who possessed the enhancement talent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiaojia's only strength lay in his talent. The quality of his Earth-tier talent, though formidable, paled in comparison to the royal talents of others. Should he elevate his other 2 shortcomings, it would not be long before Xiaojia wielded unparalleled dominion. Yet, it is still not enough strength. As Zhu Ping'an stroked Xiaojia's warm head, a resolve surged within his eyes. Now, having successfully obtained the qualification of a beast tamer, he finds himself merely a novice in this realm. Rather than opening a shop at this juncture, it would be more prudent to wait until after the beast taming grand competition, when his reputation is sure to soar, drawing an abundance of clientele. Fortunately, he still possesses a wind spirit fruit, which he plans to sell to purchase supplements. Initially, he intended to gather enough resources for qualification advancement, but unexpectedly, he completed an evolution during the examination. The wind spirit fruit he previously exchanged for can now merely be converted into currency. Although 400,000 may not suffice for the current Xiaojia's qualification advancement, it is more than ample for procuring supplements. And he might even indulge in some high-end, more effective options. Lost in thought, he felt a surge of impatience. Upon returning to his dormitory, while browsing online for premium mental supplements, a message from Xianing arrived. What do you want? Zhu Ping'an expressed irritation at the interruption of his shopping spree. What? Your sculpture has evolved? How did you know? Zhu Ping'an straightened in his seat. He had yet to mention Xiaojia's evolution to anyone. It had been late at night when he returned from the evolution, and today he had risen early to compete in the unrestricted ranking. How had Xianing discovered this? Don't you check the forums? You've made the trending list again. At the mention of the trending list, Zhu Ping'an felt a shiver run down his spine. Once bitten by a snake, he remained forever wary. Now, upon hearing of the forum and trending topics, his body reacted negatively. A sophomore had posted, claiming that during his challenge of the unrestricted ranking, he found himself bested by Zhu Ping'an, whose beast had transformed into an impressively domineering creature, effortlessly defeating him in mere moves. Are you even human? Despite having read the post several times, disbelief permeated Xianning's voice as he spoke. Aren't we good friends? How is it that I just entered the top 100 in my freshman ranking, and you're already challenging the unrestricted list? Zhu Ping'an offered no reply, instead diving into the forum, where his eyes were immediately drawn to a post that was glowing with excitement. Silence does not imply my guilt. Have the new students become this formidable? Just weeks ago, I was registering him at the entrance, and now he has been utterly trounced. His beast was merely of the low-grade spirit class upon enrollment, and now it has swiftly ascended to high-grade earth class. The accompanying image was a screenshot of the unrestricted ranking, with Zhu Ping'an's name quietly residing at the bottom. Next to it was a picture of the majestic Huang Yu Fantian Diao, for in virtual combat, photography was prohibited. Upon seeing that name, Zhu Ping'an immediately recognized who it belonged to. To his astonishment, the one who had been bested by his virtual shadow was Chun Mo, whose blazing canine had appeared quite formidable at the time. Indeed, when it comes to comparisons, one ought to measure against the weaker. Stop daydreaming and speak. I'm asking you. Xianning's thunderous outburst brought Zhu Ping'an back to reality. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he believed Zhu Ping'an had committed some unforgivable act. What? Zhu Ping'an casually inquired. I'm asking if you're still human. What is going on with your Xiaojia? We haven't seen each other in 2 days, and it's already a high-grade earth beast. For heaven's sake, just days ago, Xiaojia was merely a golden feathered sculpture, albeit quite appealing. But it pales in comparison to that ostentatious Huang Yu Fantian Diao. I participated in the Beast Tamer qualification exam yesterday. They said I could use my own beast as material for evolution, and thus Xiaojia evolved. Hearing Zhu Ping'an speak so nonchalantly, Xianning's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The sight of Zhu Ping'an's fierce expression made him fear for his life in this conversation. Are you still human? Is the combat system not fulfilling enough for you? You've even gone and provoked the beast taming system, and succeeded at that? Tell me, have you been cheating? Listening to Zhu Ping'an's casual tone, Xianning gasped for breath, his eyes tinged with crimson. The pang of his own mediocrity was painful, but the success of his friend was even more unbearable. Furthermore, it was a success across multiple domains, blooming in full splendor. Are you even human? Is there no justice left? Do you need an adopted son? You, a mere mortal, how can you comprehend the world of geniuses? Seeing Xianning's expression of envy and jealousy, Zhu Ping'an felt a rush of exhilaration. Nothing compared to the joy of flaunting in front of friends, especially when one had truly achieved it. You didn't pull any strings, did you? Xianning suddenly seized upon an important point, his tone now laced with suspicion. If that brings you comfort, then yes. Zhu Ping'an replied with a warm smile, giving a slight nod. Xianning gritted his teeth. He felt his fists clenching. Yet, considering that domineering sculpture, he silently released his fists, a true gentleman knowing when to bend and when to stand firm. You're truly talented at beast taming, aren't you? Why is it that you're handsome, skilled in combat, and now even proficient in beast taming? Zhu Ping'an maintained an air of nonchalance. After a moment, he seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening suddenly. Why wait for the beast taming grand competition? There's an excellent opportunity right here. With this wave of trending popularity, I can promote myself around campus. The campus market was always vast. Old Xia, does your beast wish to evolve? Zhu, I just realized I underestimated you. I apologize. I want to evolve. I desire it immensely, even dreaming of it. Shocking. The talented beast tamer is also a genius beast trainer? Details on Zhu Ping'an's Huang Yu Fantian Diao evolution. After Chun Mo's post, another one emerged, rapidly gaining traction. What a shame. Is this just bragging? Accompanying meme. Is that high-grade earth beast something a combat system freshman could evolve? If this is true, I'll stand on my head and drink water. Don't want to study. Looking forward to the above poster's live stream. I'm a sophomore in the beast taming department, and yesterday in class, the department head praised Zhu Ping'an's talent in beast taming. Sleep and don't study. I agree with the above. There was a junior beast tamer qualification exam yesterday, and Zhu Ping'an seemed to have participated. His beast must have evolved at that time. I second this. Initially, the post received scathing criticism, but it wasn't long before several students from the beast taming department came forward, validating the content, especially after someone tagged Li Hongming and received an affirmative response. The entire forum erupted. As the forum buzzed with heated discussions, Zhu Ping'an made his first post, taking orders, formulating evolution plans, and qualification advancement proposals. Prices are fair, with integrity guaranteed. Zhu Ping'an. Chapter 16. Investment. Good bro, I never expected you to possess such talent. Does your Ping'an Junior Beast Tamer shop require investment? I can authorize an initial investment of 10 million. After receiving Li Hongming's endorsement, Bai Daba's message came through immediately. The Bai family was deeply entrenched in the beast taming business, and he understood the value of Li Hongming's reputation in the ancient city's beast taming community. A beast tamer whom he admired and even revered was indeed a treasure. Not to mention, this individual also possessed tremendous talent in beast mastery. Investment? Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I am prepared to invest 10 million. I can secure the finest locations for you. All I require in return is a mere 10%. Oh no, just 5% of the shares. Bai Daba spoke at a rapid pace, as if fearing that Zhu Ping'an had already secured a better opportunity elsewhere. However, my intention was merely to engage in this endeavor part-time. While Bai Daba's mention of 10 million was indeed impressive, his primary focus remained on beast taming, as he had initially entered the breeding field solely for quick financial gain. Unlike Bai Daba, who treated breeding as his main profession, I could not agree to such terms. I understand your concerns, my brother. How about this? You could join my beast breeding studio as an employee, with no restrictions on your freedom. You can work at your discretion. If you fail, the Bai family will bear the costs, and if you succeed, we can split the profits 50-50, or you could take 60 while I take 40. Zhu Ping'an found himself somewhat captivated by this proposal. The Bai family's reputation in beast taming was unparalleled. Half of the business in the ancient capital belonged to them. Aligning himself with the Bai family was indeed a splendid choice. Moreover, Bai Daba offered him the utmost freedom, work as he pleased, no financial repercussions for failure, and a direct 50-50 split for success. All right, 50-50 it is, but I am merely at the novice level. I believe in your abilities to evolve a low-tier golden feather sculpture into a high-tier specimen. I trust you can handle any tasks below the advanced level. Bai Daba declared with a grand gesture, exuding confidence. However, let us agree that if you fail 3 times, your rank will drop to intermediate. Should you fail again, you will need to accept the novice level. Zhu Ping'an nodded, acknowledging that this was acceptable. Bai Daba's willingness to take such a gamble, despite being unaware of his own talents, was a clear indication of his sincerity. 3 failures could be quite costly at the advanced level. Zhu Ping'an smirked, a hint of teasing in his voice. Ha, the profits will be substantial. Bai Daba maintained his radiant smile, for investment is not merely about immediate returns. As long as it is you, this investment will not be a loss. Bai Daba was not a fool. All the generous conditions he offered were due to Zhu Ping'an's potential, even disregarding the exceptional beast taming talent praised by Li Hongming. Just the prospect of entering the unrestricted ranking list with fresh vigor ensured that his investment would be worthwhile. A few tens of millions to form a beneficial relationship with such a genius. What a guaranteed profit. Since you have faith in me, I shall not be coy. Prepare to reap the rewards. Zhu Ping'an chuckled. Ha. If that is the case, could you assist in evolving my little treasure first? As a member of a prominent family, Bai Daba's living quarters were certainly not as humble as Zhu Ping'an's single apartment setup. His residence was a luxurious 2-story villa, complete with an underground training facility. Zhu Ping'an quickly grasped where the vast space of the ancient capital's Beast Taming Academy had been allocated. Ha. For just 1 million a year, you can rent such a place. It's quite a bargain. Observing Zhu Ping'an and Xianning's expressions, Bai Daba chuckled. The two exchanged glances. Their thoughts remarkably aligned, lamenting their lack of capital. A yearly rent of 1 million was only perceived as reasonable by the young master of the Bai family. This is my friend Xianning. I promised to assist him with his evolution, so I brought him along, Zhu Ping'an stated with a hint of apology. No worries. Bai Daba laughed heartily, showing no concern. Since he is a friend of Zhu Gu, he is my friend too. The materials for Xie Ji's beast evolution will be covered by me. Having already invested, why not invest a little more? Just as in courting, having close friends is also vital. Although not in the same class, Bai Daba was aware of the relationship between Xianning and Zhu Ping'an. Oh, this might not be appropriate. Although Xianning protested, the gleam in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. We are all friends. One must admit that Bai Daba was adept at cultivating friendships. Despite being a member of a prominent family, he lacked the arrogance of Qin Guanyu, and instead displayed a remarkable humility, appearing genuinely sincere regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned. Alas, the gap between the younger generations of the Qin and Bai families has widened. I wonder how the esteemed Qin Guanyu of the Qin family is faring. Observing the camaraderie between the two, who had grown as familiar as old friends, Zhu Ping'an could not help but smile. Xianning is quite thick-skinned. Ahem, Zhu Gu. Shall we commence now? I have specifically prepared a research room. Bai Daba looked at Zhu Ping'an, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Very well. Let us first examine your beast. If I recall correctly, it is AMNSH in Xiang. A flash of white light erupted as Baidaba summoned forth the adorably clumsy MNSH in Xiang, which immediately bounded towards him, showering him with affectionate licks, clearly displaying a strong bond. Compared to 2 weeks prior, the MNSH in Xiang had noticeably grown, now rivaling Baidaba in size. It has been well fed, Zhu Ping'an remarked, shaking his head with a hint of envy. Ahem, the little one does eat quite a bit, Baidaba admitted sheepishly. Name, MNSH in Xiang. Rank, Novice level 9, 9. Quality, medium tier of spiritual rank. Attributes, Earth type, Beast type. Talent, MNJ, LV1. Strength and defense significantly increase when stamina drops to half. Skills, MN Claw, LV2. Mighty Impact, LV2. Falling Stones, LV1. Roar, LV1. Preferences, 1. Eating. 2. Sleeping. 3. Licking its master. Weaknesses, 1. Wood type. 2. Clumsy. Qualification for advancement. To advance to a high-tier spiritual rank requires evolution paths. 1. MNSH in Xiang Wing can unfold. 2. SH in UJ Xiang can unfold. Remaining evolution paths hidden. Do you not have any evolution plans prepared on your end? Zhu Ping'an inquired curiously, as it would be expected that a family of Baidaba's stature would have such plans ready. Indeed, there is one called MNSH in Xiang Wing, but it is rather conventional, which I do not favor. Zhu Gu, since you can directly transform the wind-type beast into a fire-type, you should be able to assist me in changing its attributes as well. Observing Baidaba's eager gaze, Zhu Ping'an slowly nodded, realizing why this fellow sought his assistance. Most beast evolutions, whether discovered by breeders or through the autonomous evolution of wild beasts, typically enhance existing attributes without significant alterations. However, his ability to directly evolve a wind-type golden feather sculpture into a fire-type Huangyu Fentian Jiao represented a mutation in evolution. Certainly. After a brief silence, witnessing Baidaba's expression dimming, Zhu Ping'an nodded affirmatively. Chapter 17. Indeed, a gifted individual. What attribute would you like to convert it to? Necromancy or darkness? Either would suffice. Baidaba's little treasure was quite delightful as it was, with its adorably clumsy demeanor and its glossy, soft fur being far more appealing than a mere skeleton. Xianing, puzzled, could not fathom Baidaba's reasoning. Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something, his tone turning somewhat complicated. Is it for the newly emerged necromantic realm in Kaiyang City? Precisely. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew somber. In March of the year 334 of the new era, over 10 dimensional rifts appeared simultaneously across the globe, with one manifesting in the heart of Kaiyang City in the East Huang region. The emergence of the dimensional rift came without warning, and the arrival of the new world surpassed all previous occurrences in speed. Only a few tens of thousands survived in the city of Kaiyang, while the remaining hundreds of thousands, along with the entire city, were consumed by this new realm. This day marked not merely the anguish of a nation or a city, but rather a calamity that befell the entire world. Once the chaotic mists enveloping the periphery of the new world dissipated, subsequent explorations revealed that the danger level of this new realm reached the highest standard, classified as black. The Beastmaster Federation designated it as the world of the undead. The arrival of this new world heralds disaster, yet it also brings forth boundless resources. We shall never be subdued by calamity. We shall confront challenges head-on, reconstructing our homeland upon the desolate ruins with the flesh and blood of our enemies. Baidaba's expression turned unusually grave as he uttered his final words, echoing the sentiments of the Eastern Huang leader 3 centuries ago when faced with the incursion of another world. You are indeed correct. After a moment of silence, Zhu Ping'an nodded thoughtfully before speaking. Prior to this, due to the scarcity of relevant materials, undead-type beastmasters were few and far between across the globe, with very few cases of evolution. However, with the emergence of the undead world, it is likely that this category will shine brightly in the foreseeable future. Thus, our Bai family must not lag behind. Baidaba's resumed his cheerful demeanor. Furthermore, in this current season, if one could mutate and evolve into an undead-type beast, it would bring about genuine acclaim. At that point, those seeking to evolve their beasts would probably need to book an appointment a month in advance. In response to Baidaba's remarks, Zhu Ping'an remained non-committal, merely continuing the discourse on the undead type. Previously, I would have had little confidence in mutating into an undead type, but now with the arrival of the undead world, a plethora of undead materials will likely flood the market. The Beast Breeding Association should have already begun its research, allowing me to explore this area as well. Zhu Ping'an was deliberately presenting this viewpoint, as the requisite materials are indispensable for any form of evolution. Without undead materials, even the most skillful craftsman would find it challenging to create something from nothing. Could it be that one must kill and then place the corpse in a realm of Yin and evil? Perhaps that is not entirely implausible. Zhu Ping'an shook his head repeatedly, dismissing the sudden idea that had surfaced in his mind. Under the talent, he had already devised a plan for the MNSHN bear to mutate into an undead type. Fallen undead evolution. Consume the undead fruit for 7 consecutive days. 3 pieces per day. Crush an extraordinary undead biological core with 1 pound of Yin-Sha stone into powder, then combine it with 3 stalks of skeleton grass, 3 dragon bone fruits, 3 liters of spirit liquid, and mix it with a substantial amount of corrosive liquid to prepare the evolution solution. Today is not feasible. I shall return home over the next few days to diligently research and strive to devise an evolution plan as soon as possible. When it comes to the evolution of the undead type, Zhu Ping'an would certainly not reveal his plan outright. He intended to delay this matter. I understand that the mutation to an undead type will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Bai Debeos nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of what he was requesting with a hint of regret. Nevertheless, for now, you could start by feeding some mild undead or dark-type herbs to help acclimatize. Well then, it is now up to you. Summon forth your Fire King. After observing Bai Debeos' small treasure, Zhu Ping'an shifted his gaze to the side where Xianning stood. Xianning's beast's name mirrored his online persona, albeit without the initial 2 characters, making it appear far more appealing. Eagerly, Xianning summoned his beast, which manifested as a red lizard approximately 1 meter long. Name, Fire Lizard. Level, Initial Stage 7-7. Quality, Medium Ordinary. Attributes, Fire Beast. Talent, Fierce Fire, LV1. Briefly enhances fire skills power when stamina is reduced to half. Skills, Flame Blossom, LV1. Impact, LV1. Firetail, LV1. Preferences, 1. Watching television. 2. Eating ice cream. Weakness, 1. Water. Qualification promotion. To upgrade to high, ordinary requires. Evolution route. 1. Fierce Fire Lizard, expandable. 2. Little Fire Dragon, expandable. Remaining evolution routes hidden. What are your requirements for evolution? Xianning rubbed his hands nervously, a grin spreading across his face, and stated that he had no specific demands, merely wishing to follow the standard evolution route, aiming to get as close as possible to the Western Dragon. Zhu Ping'an indicated his understanding. In truth, the fire lizard, being a common beast, has been thoroughly studied over the past 300 years, and its conventional evolution routes are well understood. Even students of the beast breeding department could identify 1 or 2. As Xianning mentioned, the most favorable evolution route is indeed towards the Western Dragon. This is similarly the ultimate evolution direction for many lizard-type beasts, akin to how the Eastern Huang serpent-type beasts evolved towards the Jiaolong and dragons. It represents a vestige of former totemic worship, and naturally, any beast associated with the term dragon tends to be quite costly. The closer the lineage to dragons, the more exorbitant the price. Let us opt for the most cost-effective plan. The materials will not cost much, only a little over 200,000. All right, I have 210,000, which is just enough. Xianning gritted his teeth. For a child from a humble background, 200,000 is no small sum, yet in the realm of beast evolution, it merely amounts to an ordinary evolution. In the realm of beasts, talent and effort are crucial, but money holds equal significance. Oh, Xiegu, are you looking down on me? Bai Debeos interjected suddenly, asserting, this time, I shall treat. His tone was imbued with an unyielding determination that brooked no refusal. For him, a sum of 1 or 200,000 was insignificant. Yet the act of offering aid during times of need is far more challenging than merely embellishing what is already good. The current funds could potentially multiply in value many times over in the future. It is akin to an investment, especially since the beneficiary is Zhu Ping'an. It creates a reciprocal bond of goodwill. I still have 700,000 in pocket money. Combined with Xieji's, that totals 1 million. Zhu Gu, could you arrange for an evolution plan worth 1 million? Do you think that evolution routes for beasts are as straightforward as products, clearly priced for selection? Zhu Ping'an shot Bai Debeos an incredulous glance. While the reality was indeed as such, there was no need to lay it bare. When one stands out, envy and jealousy inevitably follow. Having read numerous online novels, he had never seen a character who thrived after flaunting their brilliance. He must guard himself well. However, for widely researched beasts like the fire lizard, there are indeed many routes available. I happen to possess an evolution plan around the 1 million mark. We can proceed with the evolution now. Hearing Zhu Ping'an and Bai Debeos finalize the outcome in their back and forth, Xianning, typically thick-skinned, fell silent at this moment. Coming from a humble background, he was acutely aware of the intricacies of human relations, recognizing that Bai Debeos' enthusiasm was primarily directed towards Zhu Ping'an. After casting a deep glance at Zhu Ping'an, Xianning silently etched this kindness into his heart. To both individuals, this may have been a trivial gesture, yet it could potentially alter the course of his life. Naturally, he would not be so pretentious as to decline as he becomes stronger. He could acquire more resources and pave a broader future. With a promising future, he could repay this act of kindness and assist others in turn. Chapter 18. The World of Ancient Beasts. After a long day, Xianning's fire lizard successfully completed its evolution. Thanks to Beast. The materials required for the evolution were quickly gathered. The fire lizard's appearance underwent minimal change, now measuring 2 meters in length, with its tail comprising half of that total. Once rough skin has been cloaked in a dense array of elliptical scales, the most striking transformation being the emergence of a long, spiraled horn atop its head. Compared to before, its imposing presence has escalated to an entirely new echelon. The scale-horned fire lizard, classified in the low tier of the spiritual rank, is on the brink of evolution that will soon grant it wings. As he patted the horn of the scale-horned fire lizard, which extended over 20 centimeters, Zhu Ping'an chuckled, "Ha ha ha, with this beast under my command, I shall surely ascend into the top 10. Xianning resumed his former demeanor, laughing heartily, his expression one of self-satisfaction. Until one can genuinely repay the favor, words alone remain insipid. Rather than engage in idle chatter, it is far more prudent to focus on tangible efforts. Well then, it's time to head back. I shall delve deeper into my research and provide you with a response in a couple of days." With that, he declined Beast's invitation to stay for a meal, and both Zhu Ping'an and Xianning departed from the opulent villa. As Beast watched Zhu Ping'an's retreating figure, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Following the arrival of the necromantic realm, research into necromantic beasts had commenced across various regions. The Bai family, being no exception, was keen to keep pace. Though the family boasted more seasoned and adept beast tamers, he opted to enlist Zhu Ping'an's assistance. Perhaps spurred by the impressive merits of that dazzling phoenix feather-burning sky eagle, or perhaps due to Li Hongming's grandiloquent praises. Especially after witnessing Zhu Ping'an's seamless evolution of the fire lizard today, the aura of control he exuded solidified Beast's conviction. His instincts assured him that trusting Zhu Ping'an was a sound decision. Upon exiting Beast's residence, Xianning hastily abandoned Zhu Ping'an, sprinting toward the teaching building. Clearly eager to test the prowess of the scale-horned fire lizard. Gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, Zhu Ping'an sighed in solitude. The twilight sun always evokes a sense of languor and melancholy. He yearned for a moment of artistic reflection, but recalled that he had yet to enhance Xiao Jia's skills today, extinguishing that flicker of lethargy within him. Every fleeting moment is precious. With his identity as a beast tamer now disclosed and the replication talent at his disposal, he decided against visiting his beloved cafeteria. Instead, preparing to turn back and inform Beast of his intent to commence beast taming work the following day. Zhu Ping'an, just a few steps away. A familiar voice resonated behind him. "Brother Chinimo." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Ping'an smiled and nodded. "You flatter me with the title of brother." Reflecting on the scene where his blazing hound was thoroughly bested by that eagle, Chinmo's tone carried a hint of lamentation. "Ah, haha, brother, you jest. After all, Chinmo was the instigator of his recent fame, and having read that post, Zhu Ping'an could easily discern the undertones of helplessness and indignation. "All right, I won't beat around the bush. Our team is tasked with a mission in the ancient beast world tomorrow, but one member had to bow out unexpectedly. Your strength has improved remarkably. Would you care to join us?" Chinmo's words sparked a bright glimmer in Zhu Ping'an's eyes. The ancient beast world, a formidable realm that descended in the year 105 of the new calendar, now boasts 5-dimensional rifts within the eastern Huang territory alone. True to its name, the beings in the ancient beast world are ancient creatures that once reigned supreme over Blue Star during various historical epochs. Dinosaurs, woolly mammoths, and prehistoric gorillas. All colossal in form and formidable in might. "But I don't possess a transit permit. Can I still enter?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, slightly perplexed. These realms are certainly not places one can enter at will. Each dimensional rift is heavily guarded by numerous military forces. Access necessitates a specific transit permit. "We are heading to the 5th rift of the ancient beasts. As long as our team consists of 3 soldier-level beast tamers, we are set. Your beast possesses the strength of the spirit transformation realm. You should be nearing the soldier level as well," Chinmo replied hastily. "The 5th rift." Zhu Ping'an murmured to himself. Indeed, the 5th rift connects to the azure cloudland of the ancient beasts, which is quite suitable for those of us who are still fledgling. "All right, count me in. I've already attained soldier level. How do I apply for the qualification certificate?" Zhu Ping'an asked, his excitement palpable. "Wow, you've reached soldier level already. That's impressive. Just head to the academic affairs office. The school will evaluate and update your student card, which will then serve as your transit permit." After arranging a meeting time for the following day with Chinmo, Zhu Ping'an promptly proceeded to the academic affairs office. His identity as a soldier-level beast tamer was officially recognized, and his student card information was successfully updated. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an truly became a soldier-level beast tamer of Eastern Huang. It appeared he would have to wait until returning from the ancient beast world to begin his beast taming endeavors. This would also provide him with an opportunity to assess Xiao Jia's current combat capabilities, allowing for a more informed choice regarding skill replication in the future. Lili. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao Jia, having endured a day's confinement in the spiritual realm, burst forth impatiently, immediately voicing complaints. Staying in there is splendid. It accelerates your growth. And the energy consumed is my mental power, yet you still seem displeased. Zhu Ping'an, exasperated, lightly patted Xiao Jia's head. All right. Let us enhance your skills. We are headed to a perilous place tomorrow. As Xiao Jia prepared to launch a fiery headbutt, Zhu Ping'an swiftly produced an artifact designed for eagle taming. True to form, upon hearing the word enhance, Xiao Jia's grievances dissipated, and the force of its impact became notably gentler. Excited yet cautious for his first venture into the ancient beast world, Zhu Ping'an was acutely aware of the numerous beast tamers who had perished therein. Only by growing stronger could he ensure greater safety. Activate. Ever since Xiao Jia's evolution, he had been preoccupied with his newfound prowess as a heroic eagle and engaging in limitless challenges. Yet he had yet to thoroughly examine Xiao Jia's panel or enhance any new skills. Although time was limited, even minor enhancements could yield beneficial results. Shifting his gaze to the skill bar, Zhu Ping'an immediately noticed the option for fusion following 2 skills. It seemed that the enhancement talent not only facilitated rapid skill level increases, but also allowed for the fusion of akin skills, continuing to trade mental power for time. Zhu Ping'an deemed this a worthwhile exchange. Other beast tamers could also fuse 2 similar skills to create a new one, but this required prolonged practice to grasp the elusive moment of fusion. Nothing could compare to the expediency of his innate talent. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhu Ping'an fused Xiao Jia's Wind Whirl and Fire Dragon Whirl into a new skill named Fire Dragon Wind Cyclone, though its level reverted to 0. The mental power consumed for the fusion was approximately half of his mental pool, which was not excessive. Fire Dragon Wind Cyclone. The winds bolster the flames, and the flames urge the winds, embodying both restraint and might. It appeared quite promising. Zhu Ping'an nodded, pleased with the description of this new skill. The practical application would be tested in the ancient beast world tomorrow. He promptly upgraded it to level 1 and proceeded to elevate Xiao Jia's Flame Feather 1000 Kills and Daylight to level 1 as well. With the fusion and 3 consecutive upgrades, even with 2 mental pools, Zhu Ping'an felt a bit dizzy. Quickly consuming a substantial packet of mental replenisher and settling cross-legged on his bed to meditate. Chapter 19, The Gateway of the Fortress. At 6 in the morning, Zhu Ping'an stood promptly at the southern entrance of the school, awaiting Chunimo Xiaozhu. You arrived quite early. Chunimo called from a distance, his laughter resonating brightly in the tranquil morning air. Why do you look so pale? Stepping closer, Chunimo was somewhat astonished by Zhu Ping'an's lackluster demeanor. Wasn't this his first venture into another world? One would expect him to be brimming with excitement, yet he seemed weary from a restless night. Zhu Ping'an hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. After all, he could not divulge that it was the morning's enhancement of his beast mastery aptitude that had drained him. The energy expenditure required to elevate his beast mastery from 0 to 1 equaled that of advancing a skill from 1 to 2. Even though he was now a soldier-level beastmaster, the enhancement still demanded the depletion of a mental reservoir. I see. Chunimo nodded in agreement. Recalling his own first experience, filled with both exhilaration and trepidation, he too had endured a sleepless night. Chunimo, let's go. A sleek black business vehicle swiftly approached from around the corner, coming to a steady halt before the two. Inside the vehicle, Zhu Ping'an and Chunimo settled into the rear, silently absorbing the words of the man in the passenger seat. Our mission entails securing 5 intact Ling Tuo realm saber-toothed tigers and 10 pairs of initial Meng realm saber-tooths, located within the 5th rift of the ancient beasts. Has the information been relayed to the newcomers? Understood. Zhu Ping'an called out. You'll be substituting in the team's 3rd combat position, which generally means you won't have the opportunity to engage. If it weren't for Chunmo's insistence, I wouldn't consider bringing along someone like you, a mere deadweight. The voice was stark and devoid of warmth, tinged with an unsettling hint of menace. Zhu Ping'an cast a surprised glance at Chunmo, who returned a somewhat awkward, sheepish smile. Regardless of whether you're here to gain experience or to flirt with girls back home, that's your affair. I don't require your assistance. But if you prove to be a hindrance, I won't hesitate to hold you accountable. Following this declaration, a palpable tension enveloped the vehicle. Chunmo eyed Zhu Ping'an with concern. He had intended to use this opportunity to forge a bond with him, perhaps even to facilitate the evolution of his fiery canine. Yet, The current atmosphere suggested that his efforts might be counterproductive. I understand. I won't be a burden to everyone. Zhu Ping'an replied in a calm, measured tone, dispelling any notion of conflict that Chun Mo had feared. My apologies. I had hoped to give you a glimpse of the other world, to introduce you to it beforehand. But Chun Mo's voice was laced with regret. Not at all. I greatly appreciate you bringing me along, senior brother. The captain is right. Danger lurks in the other world, and some matters must be clarified. Zhu Ping'an didn't perceive anything amiss. He was merely a temporary substitute, and given the stakes involved, it would indeed be problematic if he were indifferent. Furthermore, the captain's comments suggested that his substitute position was not as vital as Chun Mo had implied. From the captain's perspective, he might merely appear as a timid student seeking to satisfy his curiosity through his senior's guidance. Though he understood, being labeled as a burden still left a slight discomfort in Zhu Ping'an's heart. However, rather than confront the issue or storm off in indignation, he preferred to let his actions speak for themselves, much like when he defeated Qin Guanyu. The business vehicle did not travel for long. Within an hour, they reached their destination. As soon as he disembarked, Zhu Ping'an was awestruck by the spectacle before him. How is it? Quite breathtaking, isn't it? Observing Zhu Ping'an's wide-eyed wonder, Chun Mo chuckled. Far more impressive than described in books, Zhu Ping'an murmured instinctively. Before him loomed a colossal iron gate that dominated his field of vision. Spanning barely 100 meters in width, yet soaring several kilometers high, it resembled the fantastical portals found in novels that seemed to seal the heavens and earth. Standing majestically upon the ground, silent, yet stirring the hearts of onlookers, the gate's frame was entirely composed of cold, unyielding steel, while the center resembled a curtain of rippling water, occasionally disturbed by tiny ripples that disrupted the tranquil surface, creating a mesmerizing blend of technology and fantasy. This gate isn't even the largest. Over at Ancient Beast Rift No. 1, there's a gate that's simply outrageous. Its width stretches several kilometers, and its height pierces the clouds. Utterly invisible. Enough talk. Produce your credentials, and prepare to enter the Ancient Beast world. Captain, ensure your team is ready. The captain's voice interrupted their conversation. And as Zhu Ping'an shifted his gaze, he finally beheld the captain's true form. Despite his voice's harsh and unyielding tone, the captain's physique was surprisingly slender. A stark contrast that compelled Zhu Ping'an to stare. Don't be deceived by the captain's frail appearance. He commands a level 10 dragon-type beast in the Ling Tuo realm, showcasing formidable strength. A dragon-type beast. Zhu Ping'an's eyebrows arched. The word dragon has always connoted power, regardless of the context. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Zhu Ping'an regarded the captain with newfound respect, obediently following in Chun Mo's wake. Their team was merely a one-star squad, unable to drive directly into the fortress. They had to queue at the city gate. Though the iron gate was grand, most of its expanse served to seal the dimensional rift, allowing only a small area for entry. Dozens of smaller security checkpoints lined up in succession, reminiscent of miniature iron gates, also adorned with subtly undulating water curtains. Name: Fortress Gate. Rank: Tiangang Level 7, Level 47. Quality: Earth Grade, Mid-Tier. Attributes: Mechanical. With nothing better to do, Zhu Ping'an activated to scan the surroundings, unexpectedly yielding fruitful results. This imposing iron gate turned out to be an immense mechanical beast, reflecting on his school's mechanical beast responsible for virtual combat. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Here it was, a guardian of the virtual world, constructing an iron gate. It must be said, mechanical beasts are indeed invaluable. As they approached the portal, a peculiar thought crossed Zhu Ping'an's mind. If the portal served as its mouth, were they now to enter the belly of this beast? Beep. Soldier-level Beastmaster Zhu Ping'an. Qualifications confirmed. Access granted. Welcome to the 5th Fortress of Ancient Beasts. Upon crossing the water curtain, the experience was starkly different from the gentle transition into virtual combat. It felt akin to riding a roller coaster. With his consciousness tumbling through the void, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it also felt fleeting. As his awareness gradually returned, the cacophony of sounds began to permeate his ears. Suddenly opening his eyes, he found himself amidst a bustling thoroughfare, alive with activity. Stalls lined the streets, each manned by vendors calling out their wares. Come one, come all. Behold the saber-toothed tiger eggs from the initial Meng realm, yours for just 1 million. A powerful earth-grade beast, no less. 3 drops of extraordinary realm beast marrow, only 150,000. First come, first served. Earn 10,000 a day. Soldier-level Beastmasters will guide you through the ancient beast world. Listening to the rising chorus of vendors, Zhu Ping'an felt as if he had stepped into a morning market. However, upon glimpsing the enormous skeletons and diverse beast cubs displayed at the stalls, reality hit him. He was indeed in the ancient beast world. Welcome to the ancient beast world. How does it feel? Chun Mo inquired with a grin. It feels as if I've been thrust into a tumble dryer. Zhu Ping'an shook off the lingering dizziness and curiously surveyed his surroundings. Quite lively. Most of the individuals present were Beastmaster hunters who resided in the fortress, akin to characters in a game who repeatedly engage in one dungeon after another, hawking their goods once completed. Observing Chun Mo's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that he had frequented this place on multiple occasions. Individuals like us accept bounties and tasks from the association or private clients, traveling to various locations based on the assignments. This represents two distinct styles of beast hunting. Zhu Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement, finding the proposition rather intriguing. You're the last two. Hurry over. We're preparing to depart the fortress. The captain's voice resonated once more, prompting Zhu Ping'an and Chun Mo to hastily follow suit. Chapter 20. The Rock-Toothed Tyrannosaurus. As they stepped beyond the fortress, Zhu Ping'an truly sensed that he had entered an entirely different realm, one vastly distinct from the mundane world. Gazing around, he beheld towering trees that reached for the heavens, while the vegetation at their feet appeared unusually dense and colossal, an overwhelming expanse of green enveloping his sight. We are about to enter the initial forest. Summon your beasts and ready yourselves for combat. The captain shot a glance at Chun Mo and Zhu Ping'an. Li Yi, it is up to you to track the saber-toothed tiger. Li Yi was a tall and slender beastmaster specializing in support, accompanied by a fifth-level eye-eagle of the spirit transformation realm. Not only did he possess the keen eyesight typical of eagle-type beasts, but he also had the innate ability to share his vision with fellow beastmasters, making him exceptionally suited for tracking the elusive saber-toothed tiger. Chun Mo's blazing hound had already reached the 8th level of spirit transformation, with the other 3 beastmasters creatures at similar levels. However, it was the captain's beast that caught Zhu Ping'an's eye, igniting a spark of admiration. Name: Rock-Toothed Tyrannosaurus, Ancient Beast. Rank: 10th level of Spirit Transformation, level 20. Quality: Superior Spirit Grade. Attributes: Earth, Dragon. Talent: 1. Crushing Teeth, LV3. Significantly enhances the destructive power of its teeth against hard objects. Increases the potency of 9 skills. Skills: Rock-Tooth Devour, LV3. Dragon Claw, LV2. Dragon Bite, LV2. Earth Collision, LV2. Sandstorm Dragon Breath, LV2. Preferences: 1. Grinding teeth on sturdy objects. Vulnerabilities: 1. Wood attributes. 2. The small forelimbs struggle to withstand frontal assaults. Qualification advancement. Evolution path. With a formidable stature of 5 to 6 meters, its majestic presence was accentuated by the jagged rocks that cloaked its powerful body like armor, and within its gaping maw, one could glimpse glistening fangs. Impressive. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but express his admiration. He had not anticipated that the creature would not only belong to the dragon category, but also be a native of the ancient beast world. Such power, if placed on the unrestricted leaderboard, could very well rank within the top 900. He wondered if his companion Xiao Jia could stand against it. As he pondered, Zhu Ping'an summoned Xiao Jia. In a flash of white light, a diminutive figure emerged, fluttering its golden-red wings and hovering in the air. Casting a somewhat resentful glance at Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. What a lovely beast, remarked the only female beastmaster in the group, her eyes sparkling with unabashed affection for Xiao Jia. The diminutive form of Xiao Jia, compared to its original, appeared less imposing yet more exquisite, its lively eyes darting about with an air of nobility and charm. Though the others did not share the same fervor as the female beastmaster, a flicker of intrigue passed through their eyes. A powerful beast need not always possess a pleasing appearance, yet those that did often proved formidable. Captain, I've spotted 2 saber-toothed tigers on the Shattered Rock Plains, approximately 3,000 meters away, both at the spirit transformation realm. As Chun Mo prepared to introduce Xiao Jia to showcase Zhu Ping'an's strength, Li Yi's voice pierced through, shifting the atmosphere to one of heightened tension. The Shattered Rock Plains? The captain's tone bore a hint of peculiarity. Very well, continue monitoring. We shall approach stealthily. Without further ado, the captain mounted the rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus alongside Li Yi and proceeded in the direction indicated by the eye-eagle. Zhu Ping'an and the others promptly followed. The rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus barreled through the underbrush, parting the dense foliage with ease, greatly facilitating the advance of Zhu Ping'an and his companions. Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress the urge to voice his concern to Chun Mo as they witnessed the rampaging rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus ahead. Rest assured, the initial forest is in close proximity to the fortress. Intelligence on the area has been thoroughly gathered, and the most formidable beasts here are merely at the spirit transformation realm. The rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus can easily sweep through. Chun Mo reassured with a confident glance. Won't we scare away the saber-toothed tigers? Zhu Ping'an, a novice in the wild, inquired innocently. We're still quite far. Saber-toothed tigers do not possess such acute sensory abilities. The eye eagle will alert us when we are near, Chen Mo replied, prompting Zhu Ping'an to glance up at Li Yi atop the rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus, who was scanning the area and assessing their surroundings. It became evident why support-type Beastmasters were so coveted in the wild. It was akin to consulting a strategy guide while playing a game. Li Xiao Jia flitted around Zhu Ping'an, her voice brimming with curiosity. To her, everything in the surroundings was a source of fascination. As two novices, let's just focus on blending in, Zhu Ping'an sighed as he gently patted Xiao Jia's head. He was confident in his strength within the team, yet in the realm of wild hunting, he felt like a mere fledgling, the lowest tier among them. Hee. We are combat types, so our only responsibility is to fight. Chen Mo chuckled, offering words of comfort. Zhu Ping'an merely smiled in response. He felt no need for consolation. After all, he was a beginner, ready to learn without reservations. With the rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus barreling forward, they soon approached within hundreds of meters of the saber-toothed tigers. This area marked the edge of the forest, where the vegetation visibly thinned, revealing a plain scattered with broken rocks, true to its name. The two saber-toothed tigers, the targets of their expedition, lay languidly upon a sizable boulder, basking in the sun. With a wave of his hand, the captain commanded the imposing rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus to shrink down to a size even smaller than the blazing hound, now only knee-high. Zhu Ping'an was no stranger to this maneuver. After all, it was a skill called transformation. However, judging by the captain's adeptness, his control over the skill far surpassed Zhu Ping'an's own, who could only manage a twofold transformation at present, while the rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus's alteration was at least fivefold. I'll handle one. You take the other. The captain turned to Zhu Ping'an, eyeing the two saber-toothed tigers lounging 100 meters away. Me? Zhu Ping'an was taken aback, a wave of surprise washing over him. He had not anticipated the captain would include him, and now he felt the weight of responsibility not to be a burden. Your beast's power is commendable, and being a wing type, you can swiftly engage in battle and even secure a victory, the captain declared, unperturbed by Zhu Ping'an's astonishment. As he commanded the diminutive rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus to stealthily approach the saber-toothed tigers. Faced with the captain's stoic demeanor, Zhu Ping'an could only shrug in resignation. Though he had gained the captain's recognition, it lacked the exhilarating satisfaction of an epic confrontation one might find in novels. Silently grumbling, Zhu Ping'an gently patted Xiao Jia's head. Li. At last, it was Xiao Jia's turn to shine, and she chirped excitedly. Wait until my rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus gets close. Then you can strike. Now. Suddenly, the rock-toothed Tyrannosaurus expanded, its mouth agape as it lunged towards the basking saber-toothed tiger. Roar. Xiao Jia shot forth like a bolt of lightning, her form returning to its original size mid-flight. To the onlookers, it appeared as if a blazing sun had risen abruptly only to vanish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the young Jia traversed a distance of several hundred meters, colliding ferociously with another panicked saber-toothed tiger, engulfed in raging flames. Chapter 21. The Tiger Slayer Mountains. What could be more delightful than basking in the sun after a hearty meal? Surely, nothing could surpass that. Lying languidly on a sun-warmed rock, the male saber-toothed tiger squinted contentedly. This rocky plain belonged to a pride of lions. He pondered what the king could possibly be thinking. Could it be an intention to expand their territory? Perhaps he had sent him to scout ahead? As thoughts whirled in his mind, the male saber-toothed tiger suddenly felt the warmth of the sun vanish from his face. Why did the sun suddenly dim? Curiously opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of an enormous, gaping maw, which would become the last image he ever beheld. What a colossal mouth, he mused as consciousness faded. With a single strike, the rock-jaw Tyrannosaurus severed the saber-toothed tiger in half. Roar. Witnessing her mate being brutally slain, another saber-toothed tiger, filled with horror, turned to flee. When suddenly, a sound grew rapidly louder in her ears. Caw. The female saber-toothed tiger felt as if her very fur were ablaze. Turning her gaze, she beheld a fiery orb drawing ever closer in her retina. Boom. The female saber-toothed tiger, paralyzed with fear, could hardly process the situation before that blazing sun imbued her with all its light and heat. How could this sun be so close? She gazed at her half-burnt body, her eyes still clouded with confusion. Whoosh. As if a gust of wind had passed, her bewildered gaze was forever frozen. Jia, with a flick of her wings, shook off the blood from her feathers and stood triumphantly atop the corpse of the female saber-toothed tiger, gazing proudly at the rock-jaw Tyrannosaurus beside her. Indeed, the saber teeth were remarkably intact. I was worried that your beast would incinerate them along with everything else. A plump figure in the group expertly removed the saber teeth. Chuckling at Zhu Ping'an. My dear brother, your strength is commendable, Li Yi remarked, stroking the saber teeth with a grin. Although the female saber-toothed tiger was somewhat weaker, The length and markings of her saber teeth suggested she was at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. To take her down with a single blow indicates that majestic and imposing beast must possess a strength of at least the 8th or 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. My brother Zhu here, is a freshman this year. As the others began to praise Zhu Ping'an, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. A freshman. Li Yi and the others gazed at Zhu Ping'an and Jia with incredulity. To dispatch a saber-toothed tiger of the 4th or 5th level of spirit transformation with a single blow, and you say he is merely a newcomer? I was skeptical myself not long ago. After all, I had registered his enrollment information. Observing their identical expressions of shock, Chen Mo felt a sudden surge of comfort. All right, this area belongs to the Rockman Lions. Let us tidy up and return to the initial forest. The stout Hisheng intended to inquire further, but upon hearing the captain's stern voice, he refrained. Your strength is impressive. You will replace Chen Mo as the secondary attacker in our team. The captain's gaze shifted to Jia, taking a deep, assessing look before nodding slightly at Zhu Ping'an. Though his expression remained unchanged, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of satisfaction swell within him. The Tiger Slayer Mountains are not far off. There are ample saber-toothed tigers there for us to complete our mission. The group retraced their steps back to the initial forest, then proceeded along the forest's edge, heading south towards the towering mountains. Just half an hour after their departure, a magnificent lion, standing 10 meters tall and robust, suddenly emerged. Perched upon a blood-stained rock, he cast a glance at the 2 saber-toothed tiger corpses, then gazed intently towards the destination of Zhu Ping'an and his companions, his mane billowing, eyes deep and foreboding. The mountains loomed in the distance. And after over 3 hours of trekking, Zhu Ping'an and his group finally reached the foot of the mountain. However, along the way, they encountered several more saber-toothed tigers, 1 from the spirit transformation realm and 4 from the initial enlightenment realm. The progress towards collecting the saber teeth was now well over halfway. Hey, what is going on today? Our luck is splendid. Just as we arrive at the Tiger Slayer Mountains, we've already encountered 3 pairs of saber-toothed tigers. Hisheng, hefting his heavy backpack, wore a broad smile. Indeed, the last time I visited this area with my brother, we hardly spotted any saber-toothed tigers near the Tiger Slayer Mountains. The female Beastmaster, tossing her hair, chimed in with a beaming smile. If I may say so, we might just complete our mission and leave today. Chen Mo, equally cheerful, agreed. With such smooth progress, who wouldn't be delighted? Everyone, stay alert. There is something ahead. Li Yi's voice suddenly rang out, laced with excitement. Just a few hundred meters ahead in the valley, there are 5 saber-toothed tigers, 3 from the spirit transformation realm and 2 from the initial enlightenment realm. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the group erupted with enthusiasm. If we take down these 5 saber-toothed tigers, we will have gathered the necessary saber teeth from the spirit transformation realm, and the initial enlightenment count will surpass half. Even the usually expressionless captain showed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Today's mission was proving exceptionally smooth. We'll trap them in the valley. I'll lead the frontal assault. Zhu Ping'an, you control the air to prevent their escape. Chen Mo and I will cover any gaps with the mountain stone ape. Li Yi and the others, keep an eye on the surroundings to ensure no other beasts approach. The captain spoke rapidly, swiftly assigning tasks. A flash of white light illuminated the air as the second beast was summoned, another from the spirit transformation realm. Name, Mountain Stone Ape. Level, Spirit Transformation 6, Level 16. Quality, Superior Quality. Compared to the Rockjaw Tyrannosaurus, the Mountain Stone Ape fell short in both level and quality, yet its resolute gaze spoke of a seasoned warrior. Let us move. With that, the group stealthily made their way towards the target. This was a small valley, with a crystal-clear pond at its center. 3 saber-toothed tigers frolicked in the water, while 2 larger ones lounged lazily on the rocks, filling the valley with an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. However, this serene ambience was soon shattered by a thunderous roar. The massive Rockjaw Tyrannosaurus charged into the valley, unleashing a tempest of sand. The most formidable ability of dragon-type beasts has always been their breath attack. At this moment, the Rockjaw Tyrannosaurus unleashed its sandstorm breath. Just moments ago, the verdant landscape and the clear pond transformed into a whirlwind of dust and chaos. Roar! The 2 saber-toothed tigers, who had been resting with closed eyes, let out furious roars as a flurry of crimson dots appeared in the swirling dust, and the temperature in the valley surged dramatically. At that moment, Jia hovered majestically above the valley, her wings erupting with countless fiery feathers, cascading like a shower of stars into the valley below. It seems I have little to do with this. Chen Mo glanced at the golden eagle, which resembled a blazing sun in the sky, and couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the blazing canine by his side. Both fire types, yet the disparity is so vast. Chapter 22, The Earthly Tiger King. Roar! 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 The continuous, furious roars echoed throughout the valley, reverberating far beyond its confines. The battle erupted at the mouth of the valley, where the blood-scarred saber-toothed tiger, a father figure, charged like a streak of yellow lightning towards the rock-toothed tyrant. The rock-toothed tyrant, undeterred by the impending clash, unleashed a surge of purple energy from its gaping maw, bracing itself for the encounter. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, the saber-toothed tiger mother began to scale the rocky wall, aiming for the airborne Xiao Jia with a fierce pounce, eager to test her newly acquired skill. Before the saber-toothed tiger mother even began her ascent, Zhu Ping'an had already instructed Xiao Jia to prepare the fire dragon wind spiral. As she leapt into the air, Xiao Jia cast her gaze downward, her eyes radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, locking onto the descending saber-toothed tiger mother with a look of profound derision. The atmosphere above the valley became tense, as the air shrieked with the sound of rapid suction. In an instant, a colossal tornado, ablaze with fierce flames, materialized, resembling a roaring fire dragon that engulfed the saber-toothed tiger mid-leap. A chilling roar echoed through the valley, accompanied by the delectable scent of seared flesh wafting through the air. From within the valley, the lead saber-toothed tiger brother, hidden from view, bared his teeth at Xiao Jia, yet the sight of the raging flames instilled a paralyzing fear. Rooting him to the spot. Mind the timing, do not harm the saber-tooth. Chen Imo shouted to Zhu Ping'an beside him. Zhu Ping'an nodded, and the fiery vortex hurled the nearly incinerated saber-toothed tiger towards the remaining three brothers. With a resounding crash, the saber-toothed tigers tumbled in a chaotic heap. Zhu Ping'an gave Xiao Jia a thumbs up, praising her accuracy. Xiao Jia, filled with pride, lifted her head high, her wings flapping joyfully. The valley echoed with the dragon's roar as the rock-toothed tyrant seized the opportunity, distracted by the anguished cries of the saber-toothed tiger father, and with a single swipe, cleaved him in two. The most formidable of the saber-toothed tigers had been rendered incapable of further combat, leaving only the three brothers. Xiao Jia dove towards the trio like a bomber, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The elder saber-toothed tiger quivered in fear, recalling how his mother had met her fiery end. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, abandoning his two novice brothers. In a swift encounter, Xiao Jia's golden wings sliced through the air, decapitating the two saber-toothed tigers in an instant. In their final moments, their gaze remained fixed on the distant figure of Xiao Jia. The elder saber-toothed tiger's eyes burned red with desperation as he scrambled up the rocky wall. If he could escape, he would live to seek vengeance. The wall was not high, and in mere breaths, he was nearly free. With a thud, the mountain stone ape discarded a boulder, allowing it to plummet alongside the struggling figure. Xiao Jia, with a powerful flap of her wings, unleashed another fire dragon wind spiral, the flames roaring forth with the same ferocity as before, only to be met with a swift, inevitable demise. Your beast's combat prowess is rather terrifying, Chen Imo mused. Watching Xiao Jia dispatch four saber-toothed tigers in rapid succession, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Zhu Ping'an merely smiled in response. The saber-toothed tiger mother's strength matched that of the one they had previously slain, both at the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm. The elder saber-toothed tiger had barely entered the spirit transformation stage, while the other two were still in their novice phase. Prior to their departure, Zhu Ping'an had strategically elevated Xiao Jia's power from the third to the fourth level of the spirit transformation realm, and under such circumstances, it was impossible to foresee any outcome other than utter domination against the saber-toothed tigers of the ordinary tier. We must hasten to clear the battleground. The commotion from the recent fight may attract other ferocious beasts, the captain urged, his expression grave, preparing to instruct the others to descend into the valley for cleanup. When suddenly, Li Yi's voice pierced through the air. We've already attracted attention. A furious tiger's roar echoed from a distance, reverberating like thunder, crashing violently into their ears. It's over. Li Yi's voice dripped with despair. 2,000 meters to the east, a saber-toothed tiger king of the earthly fiend realm is charging towards us at great speed. What? He Sheng's face drained of color, incredulity spilling from his lips. This is merely the outskirts of the Tiger Fiend Mountains, where even extraordinary beings are rare. How can there be a creature of the earthly fiend realm? Panic spread among the group as they realized the gravity of the situation. The earthly fiend saber-toothed tiger king. A shadow fell over Zhu Ping'an's eyes. Among them, the strongest, the rock-toothed tyrant, had only just reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, still a tier away from the extraordinary realm. 2,000 meters was but a fleeting moment for the saber-toothed tiger king of the earthly fiend realm. Split and flee according to the escape plan. He Sheng, stop dawdling and summon your beast. The captain commanded, slapping the dazed He Sheng into action. Dazed, He Sheng hastily summoned a four-legged steed enveloped in ethereal mist. and the two mounted it, racing in the opposite direction. Li Yi summoned a 2-meter-tall ostrich, dragging along a fellow Beastmaster as they sought their escape route. Run towards the fortress. Our survival hinges upon fortune. Chun Imo shouted to Zhu Ping'an as he leapt onto the back of his blazing canine, fleeing into the distance. This escape plan had evidently been prearranged. Each individual moved with precision, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. Let us go, Xiaojia. Among the group, Zhu Ping'an remained relatively calm, though fear still coursed through him, evident from the speed at which he mounted Xiaojia. Xiaojia had doubled in size, her wingspan exceeding 4 meters, ample for his needs. With a piercing cry that cleaved the heavens, Xiaojia soared into the sky, wings flapping vigorously. In mere moments, they had covered nearly 1,000 meters. Clinging to Xiaojia's neck, Zhu Ping'an glanced back to see a figure rivaling the rock-toothed tyrant in size, gazing up at him from beside the valley where they had just stood. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, the figure's cold, authoritative gaze seared itself into Zhu Ping'an's memory, leaving him with the persistent feeling of being the one looked down upon. Name: Saber-toothed Tiger King, mutated gigantism state. Level: Earthly Fiend 2nd level, 32nd level. Quality: High Spirit grade, ascending. At this moment, Xiaojia had soared over 1,000 meters, her altitude surpassing 1 kilometer, allowing Zhu Ping'an to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared that the creature might leap hundreds of meters and swat him down with a single blow. Mutated gigantism. No wonder it is so massive. Its height rivals that of the rock-toothed tyrant. And ascending? Has it consumed some rare treasure, necessitating a gradual digestion process? Hence its current state? Zhu Ping'an turned to look back, but the figure was no longer visible. He could only recall the last sight of that colossal form pursuing the captain, and he shung. Chapter 23, The Rock-Maned Lion. Alas, he never anticipated encountering such a predicament on his very first venture. This world was indeed fraught with malice towards him. He could still remember the words Chun Imo had spoken to him that dusk. It is more suitable for those of us who are feeble. The creatures of the earthly fiend realm have emerged. Does his definition of the weak not differ from his own? Were it not for the presence of little Jia, I would undoubtedly be finished. I wonder if they managed to escape in the end? Seated upon little Jia's back, he found no exhilaration akin to that of the heroic figures of yore. How disheartening. He gently patted little Jia's head, his expression one of melancholy. Oh, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Once the celestial emperor Jia matures, he shall undoubtedly suppress all foes and help us reclaim our honor. Listening to little Jia's words, Zhu Ping'an merely pressed his lips together, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Upon returning, he would increase his training regimen. Day by day, he could hardly comprehend the celestial messages, and his knowledge was becoming muddled. Where indeed are we now? Teammates are like birds of the same forest. Yet when calamity strikes, they scatter in different directions. Each fled in a distinct manner. Initially, he and little Jia had poured all their energy into soaring forward, and now he found himself uncertain of his exact position. However, he could faintly perceive the desolate expanse of the wasteland. He had entered from the stony wastes, and if he flew towards that direction, he should be able to return, or so he hoped. With a sigh, Zhu Ping'an pondered what difference it would make. Compared to the towering mountains and lush forests, the wasteland appeared far safer, as it was an expanse one could see through at a glance. His greatest fear was that a creature from the earthly fiend realm might suddenly emerge from some dense thicket and reduce him to a mere pulp with a single strike. Interspecies battles have always been brutal. Much like the stony wastes and the tiger-fiend mountains, two utterly distinct environments inhabited by irreconcilable races. The rock-maned lions and the saber-toothed tigers have clashed for over a century, the origin of their conflict lost to time. Perhaps it was over resources or some other trivial matter. But that is no longer of import. They only remember that at all costs, they must annihilate one another. Roar. Amidst the rocky expanse, several saber-toothed tigers advanced menacingly, encircling a rock-maned lion whose fur was stained crimson with blood. Her left foreleg lay shattered, and her rocky armor had been completely destroyed. Yet she still refused to bow her head, her fierce gaze scanning the surroundings. Roar. The leading saber-toothed tiger's eyes glinted with mockery as he pressed down on a stone with his foreleg. His famed fangs bared menacingly at the small rock-maned lion beneath her belly, as if to intimidate, before snapping his jaws down. The hard stone crumbled effortlessly beneath the glimmering fangs, sending shards flying, narrowly grazing the young rock-maned lion's head. Roar. No fear, no trembling. A youthful cry erupted as a diminutive rock-maned lion, still lacking a full mane, glared defiantly at the saber-toothed tiger, fierce resolve igniting in its eyes. The surrounding saber-toothed tigers could not suppress their laughter, unsure whether they were mocking their leader for failing to intimidate a mere cub or deriding the young lion's absurd bravery. Roar. Frustrated that the small rock-maned lion had not been cowed, The leading saber-toothed tiger's pride was evidently bruised, especially with the taunts of his subordinates ringing in his ears, igniting his anger. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, aiming to strike down the defiant rock-maned lion. Despair flickered in the rock-maned lioness' eyes. But beneath that despair burned a wild fury. She summoned every last ounce of strength from her battered body, wielding her still intact claws against the saber-toothed tiger. Bang! The rock-maned lion was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, her already bloodied form becoming further drenched in crimson. Roar! Witnessing his mother in such a precarious state, the young rock-maned lion was filled with sorrow and hatred, yet he found no trace of despair or fear. He did not even glance back at his mother. Instead, he stood resolutely in place, adopting a battle stance, determined to protect his mother just as she had protected him. The voice of the rock-maned lioness had become barely audible. Her eyes, once steadfast, now beginning to lose their focus, yet they remained tenderly fixed on the small figure before her. He was truly becoming a stalwart warrior, just like his father, unwavering as a mountain. As the leading saber-toothed tiger approached the overconfident young rock-maned lion, a cruel glimmer danced in his eyes. He could scarcely believe that a mere cub dared to confront him. He intended to shatter its limbs, skin it alive, and let it bleed, tormenting and toying with it until it begged for mercy, only to grant it a swift death by severing its throat. Just as the saber-toothed tiger prepared to strike, a piercing cry echoed through the skies. A resplendent figure, interwoven with gold and crimson, soared through the air, approaching with great speed. Sensing the sharp aura that accompanied it, the saber-toothed tigers instinctively bared their teeth, their fierce gazes turned upward. It seems we have unwittingly stumbled into a battlefield. Encircled by saber-toothed tigers lay the nearly lifeless rock-maned lion and her young cub. Observing the scene before him, Zhu Ping'an smacked his lips, a hint of curiosity in his voice. His gaze swept across the area, ultimately resting upon the courageous young rock-maned lion standing defiantly against the saber-toothed tigers. Name: Rock-maned lion, talent mutation. Rank: Initial awakening level 2, second level. Fearless battle hard in progress. Initial awakening level 4, fourth level. Quality: low spirit tier. Attributes: beast type, earth type. Talent: fearless battle heart, LV0, unyielding will, endless strength. Skills: savage claws, LV0, lion's roar, LV0. Preferences: 1. Combat. 2. Daydreaming. Vulnerabilities: 1. Wood type. 2. Mental type. Qualification promotion. Evolution route. A talent mutation. Gazing at the information panel of the rock-maned lion, Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. In contrast to the saber-toothed Tiger King's mere physical enhancement, the talent mutation of this young lion was evidently far more rare. The fearless battle heart. How formidable it sounds. Instantly, an uncontrollable urge to form a pact surged within Zhu Ping'an. First, he must deal with these saber-toothed tigers. The mother of the young rock-maned lion had perished at their hands while protecting him. Thus, to forge a bond, he must first exact vengeance. Roar. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, little Jia could no longer contain her fury. With a mighty flap of her wings, torrents of fire and wind surged forth. If I cannot contend with the mighty, can I not vanquish these lesser foes? It is only fitting that the suffering I endured at the claws of that earthly fiend Tiger King be repaid by you. Chapter 24. The Second Pact unfolds. The tempestuous whirlwind of fire and wind, imbued with an aura of destruction, sent the saber-toothed tigers, whose highest rank barely reached the 5th level of spirit metamorphosis, scurrying for safety, abandoning their previous ferocity. With no trees to obstruct their escape in the wasteland, the frantically fleeing saber-toothed tigers became nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the celestial Emperor Jia. With his current prowess, he could easily dispatch any saber-toothed tiger of equal rank without breaking a sweat. They were as fragile as the stones that had shattered beneath the saber-toothed tiger leader's fangs. Seizing upon a solitary target, the celestial emperor plunged forward with ferocity, his colossal claws shimmering with ashen light, piercing deeply into flesh and bone, ensnaring the spine and lifting it aloft. The helplessly thrashing saber-toothed tiger emitted a chilling wail, its cries echoing in the air. And even the kind-hearted celestial emperor could do naught but release his grip. With a resounding thud, a grotesque blossom of blood and sinew erupted upon the desolate plain, vibrant against the bleak landscape. Yet, a mere flower could not quell the fury raging within the celestial emperor's breast. He dove down once more, his wings slicing through the air like a butcher's knife, cleaving a running saber-toothed tiger cleanly in two. He resembled the Grim Reaper, each descent claiming a life, yet simultaneously. He embodied an artist, striving to orchestrate the demise of the saber-toothed tigers in a myriad of exquisite forms, tearing with claws, bisecting with wings, or lifting and casting down. Within mere seconds, The fleeing saber-toothed tigers were utterly decimated, leaving behind but a solitary commander. Under the weight of dominance, the terror of the winged Beastmaster was palpable. From the instant the dragon of fire appeared, the saber-toothed tiger leader comprehended that the newcomer was beyond his capacity to confront. Taking advantage of the Celestial Emperor's distraction with other saber-toothed tigers, he hastened away, racing towards the Tiger Demon Mountain range. The anguished roars behind him lashed at him like whips, propelling him into a frenzied flight. As long as he could reach the mountains, safety awaited him. With the great king present, that foul bird would be but a trivial matter. He was filled with dread, yet also hope. Only one remained. First, he would place me beside that rock-maned lion, and then he could have his fun with it. The Celestial Emperor nodded with restraint, setting Zhu Ping'an down before eagerly taking to the skies once more, soaring towards the distant saber-toothed tiger, now a mere speck on the horizon. Isn't little Jia's bloodlust a touch excessive? Zhu Ping'an stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, then strolled nonchalantly towards the young rock-maned lion. Since the arrival of the underworld in Kaiyang City, many familiar faces had faded from his sight, leading him to realize that kindness alone cannot save the living. Roar! The youthful roar echoed, the little rock-maned lion gazing cautiously at Zhu Ping'an, its low posture indicating readiness for combat. Little one, you are safe now. I am not your enemy. Zhu Ping'an extended his arms, his gaze earnest. Yet the young lion remained undeterred, its eyes still watchful. Could I withstand the bite of a level 4 lion? Zhu Ping'an bit his lip, unable to suppress his trepidation. Just as he pondered how to gain the young lioness' trust, a faint voice emerged from behind it, almost ethereal, as fragile as a whisper in the breeze. Upon hearing the sound, the young rock-maned lion turned and dashed towards its mother. Still alive? Though this thought may be deemed disrespectful to the lion, Zhu Ping'an could not help but feel a spark of hope. When he had arrived, the rock-maned lion had already been teetering on the brink of death, yet it now seemed capable of uttering sounds. He approached with curiosity. At that moment, the young rock-maned lion pressed its head close to its mother's mouth. Its tiny body is still as stone. The sound was nearly imperceptible, but Zhu Ping'an caught a glimpse of her eyes, filled with lifelessness yet illuminated by an unwavering tenderness. Untouched by despair, as the mother spoke once more, the young lion finally lifted its head, gazing into the eyes that once radiated love and compassion. Its roar came low, tinged with helplessness, swiftly replaced by silence. Zhu Ping'an could not discern the exchange between mother and child. Yet he perceived that those eyes seemed to leap over the young lion, glancing at him. In their depths, was there a flicker of plea? Zhu Ping'an was uncertain if it was merely his imagination. Time stood still in that moment. The gentle breeze swept away the scattered stones of the plain, brushing softly against the fur of the deceased mother rock-maned lion. She had passed, her life extinguished after that fleeting glance at Zhu Ping'an. The young rock-maned lion remained silent, lost in its thoughts. Zhu Ping'an stood there, equally uncertain of what to do next. Caw! The silence was shattered as little Jia swooped in from the horizon, clutching the fleeing saber-toothed tiger leader in its claws, now bloodied and on the brink of collapse. Narrowing his eyes to shield against the debris stirred by little Jia's wings, Zhu Ping'an regarded the pitiful saber-toothed tiger with an impassive expression. Roar! The previously silent young rock-maned lion suddenly stirred, slowly approaching the saber-toothed tiger. Zhu Ping'an and little Jia merely observed in silence. Roar! The near-death saber-toothed tiger, hearing that familiar youthful voice, struggled to open its blood-obscured eyes. The very paw it had once mocked now slowly, yet resolutely pierced its throat. He felt his body growing heavier, death creeping closer. His terrified gaze met the crystalline brown eyes of the young lion. What kind of eyes were those? Hatred, pain, sorrow, yet unexpectedly clear and resolute. The saber-toothed tiger yearned to roar, but its throat was already slashed. It wished to etch those eyes into its memory. But time was against it. Witnessing the young rock-maned lion slay the saber-toothed tiger, Zhu Ping'an felt a blend of admiration and pity. Roar! Feeling the chilling blood pooling between its teeth, the young rock-maned lion finally raised its head, locking eyes with Zhu Ping'an, devoid of the prior hostility and wariness, replaced instead by silence. Do you wish to come with me? Zhu Ping'an inquired. After casting one last glance at its mother's lifeless form, the young rock-maned lion resolutely nodded. Then welcome. From this moment forth, your enemies shall be mine. Your hatred shall be mine. Me too. Me too. Little Jia exclaimed excitedly, flapping its wings. Zhu Ping'an coughed lightly, casting a reproachful glance at little Jia. His palm began to glow with intricate, mysterious patterns, which he gently pressed against the young lion's forehead. When it opened its eyes once more, the rock-maned lion regarded the figure before it, as if perceiving his innermost thoughts. He said, Greetings, I am Zhu Ping'an. Chapter 25, I am a hunter in the ancient beast world. Inside the business vehicle, it had been filled to capacity on the way there, yet it returned empty. Chen Imo leaned back in his seat, his gaze vacant, struggling to comprehend why Zhu Ping'an, who possessed the winged Beastmaster, had not returned. By all accounts, he should have been the most likely to survive among them. Alas, with the captain lost, the squad must inevitably disband. Li Yi shared a similarly defeated countenance. Who could have foreseen that a seemingly simple mission would culminate in such turmoil? How am I to explain this to the school and his friends? Chen Imo buried his hands in his hair, his head drooping in despair. This cannot all be laid at your feet. He had consented. The ancient beast world is no paradise, and surely his parents had prepared for such eventualities. Li Yi attempted to console Chen Imo. He has no parents left. He hails from Kaiyang City. Chen Imo raised his expressionless face to meet Li Yi's gaze. His eyes bloodshot. He was so gifted, yet I have doomed him. As he spoke, Chen Imo could no longer contain his emotions, breaking down into tears. On this day, the ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy Forum was abuzz with the rapid ascent of news regarding the demise of Zhu Ping'an, igniting a veritable uproar. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu was once again trending. Thanks for the invitation. I am currently in the world of ancient beasts, fleeing for my life, cried little Jia, flapping her wings in indignation. That wretched saber-toothed tiger would surely not escape the wrath of the heavenly Emperor Jia. Zhu Ping'an could only wear a resigned expression. Just as in the valley before, although the saber-toothed tiger leader had been captured by little Jia in front of the tiger demon mountain. Its furious roars had summoned the tiger king from within the mountains. They were preparing to bury the mother of the rock-maned lions when that colossal figure suddenly charged in from the horizon. Terrified, Zhu Ping'an had no choice but to convert the burial into a cremation and flee once more. In a state of frantic disarray, they could only delve deeper into the rocky wasteland. Although the Tiger King had been momentarily repelled by other formidable beastly foes, they themselves had lost all sense of direction, with even the Tiger Demon Mountain fading from view. All right, let us rest by that large stone over there. If all is well, we shall spend the night here. Little Jia's stamina had waned considerably after the arduous escape, and in this unfamiliar world, it was imperative to remain alert. Roaring, the rock-maned lion climbed out of Zhu Ping'an's embrace and perched atop a rock, surveying the surroundings. Yet, in silence, it returned to Zhu's side. Enough now. How long have you been born that you would know the way? Zhu Ping'an gently stroked the lion's head. The place was rather agreeable, vast and open. Any lurking danger could be quickly detected, and the low density of creatures offered a reasonable degree of safety. Just as Zhu Ping'an finished speaking, little Jia, stationed as a lookout, began to sound the alarm. The ground seemed to tremble beneath them, prompting Zhu to rise and squint into the distance, where dust clouds billowed ominously. A herd of colossal bulls? Zhu Ping'an furrowed his brow upon hearing little Jia's thoughts, and there's a pride of lions behind them? The realization struck him. Heavens! With that exclamation, he summoned the rock-maned lion back into his spiritual domain and leaped onto little Jia's back, soaring into the sky. Name, Savage Giant Bull. Rank, Earthly Fiend Level 1, 31. Quality, Medium Spirit Grade. Name, Rock-maned Lion King. Rank, Earthly Fiend Level 2, 32. Quality, High Spirit Grade. It was evident that a hunting operation was underway. Under the leadership of the Lion King, the rock-maned lions initiated an assault on the herd of savage giant bulls. Both sides were led by powerful beasts of the earthly fiend realm, yet the hunters, consisting of 7 other rock-maned lions, were uniformly of the extraordinary realm, while the bull herd exhibited a broader range of ranks, from extraordinary to nascent. The bull leader observed the rock-maned lions, who lingered hesitantly outside the herd, and a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. He was acutely aware of their intentions. Moo! The resonant call echoed, prompting several bulls to respond in kind. 8 elderly savage giant bulls voluntarily retreated to the back of the herd, turning to charge at the surrounding rock-maned lions. Watching the sacrificed elder bulls, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head. Though somewhat cruel, the bull king's choice was indeed sagacious. To protect the herd, a portion must be sacrificed under the relentless pursuit of the rock-maned lions. Naturally, the older bulls, representing the past, were expendable in comparison to the promising young calves. The 8 aged savage giant bulls faced off against 8 vigorous rock-maned lions, and the battle swiftly tilted in favor of the latter. The Lion King need not even intervene, as within mere minutes, the pride had decimated their foes. While the 8 elder bulls bought time with their lives, the rest of the herd hastily fled to safety. The Lion King, having no desire to pursue further, merely gazed for a moment before leading his pride away with the carcasses. The Bull King opted for a lizard's tail strategy to preserve the herd's core, knowing well not to annihilate without reason. Acquiring sustenance with minimal effort was a lucrative trade. In future encounters, he would continue to make such sacrifices to safeguard the majority. Why not reap the rewards without conflict? As the lion pride departed, the remaining bulls, having escaped for a considerable distance, finally halted. Not all savage giant bulls possessed the stamina for ceaseless flight. After being pursued for quite a while, they required a moment to recuperate. Though the wasteland was barren and desolate, it was not devoid of life. The bulls delineated a small area to graze and restore their strength. Our calves are well protected. We cannot act recklessly. Perched atop a boulder resembling a small mountain, Zhu Ping'an mused as he observed the distant bulls, stroking his chin. Li, little Jia, weary, waved her wings, a glimmer of resignation in her eyes. Having fled for so long, they had yet to consume anything. The backpack filled with provisions had long been discarded as a burden during their escape from the valley. Initially, it was not a significant concern. Returning to the fortress would suffice. However, Zhu's lack of navigational skills, combined with a series of fortuitous mishaps, had led them to their current predicament. Having just witnessed the lion pride hunt, Zhu Ping'an's stomach reacted with urgency. It was no easy feat to locate beasts in the wasteland, especially now that they found themselves deep within the rocky expanse. Thus, Zhu and little Jia set their sights on the herd of savage giant bulls. Having recently endured a hunt, the bulls were at their most fatigued. Yet their heightened alertness remained due to the recent events. After observing for a time, they found no suitable opportunity. Li, little Jia's gaze hardened, clearly intent on launching a surprise attack. We must strike decisively, otherwise we risk arousing their vigilance. Zhu Ping'an soothed little Jia. Let us wait a bit longer. That wait extended until the moon reached its zenith. Chapter 26. The Foolish Old Man. As night descended, the bulls' vigilance gradually diminished. Although a few remained on guard and patrolled, the majority had succumbed to slumber. At this moment, both Zhu Ping'an and little Jia were ravenous, their hunger almost beyond sensation. The opportunity presented itself. Cloaked in the shroud of night, Zhu Ping'an and little Jia circled above the bull herd, seeking their moment. Patience bore fruit for the determined duo. After a prolonged wait, they finally identified an opportune target. A young bull, perhaps driven by hunger or some other impulse, stealthily wandered away from the slumbering herd. Zhu Ping'an had no interest in delving into the young bull's motivations. All he knew was that he and little Jia were about to satiate their hunger. Remember, once you strike, no matter the circumstances, ascend and flee immediately. Zhu Ping'an instructed, clutching tightly to little Jia's neck. Li, though the prospect of a feast lay before them, little Jia nodded earnestly. Despite being no match for the lions, the bull still loomed as a formidable entity in comparison to the duo, not to mention the bull king of the earthly fiend realm and several extraordinary bulls. With a deep breath, Zhu Ping'an buried himself against little Jia's back, arms tightly wrapped around her neck. Were it not for the limitations of soul resonance, he, as a Beastmaster, would surely be standing atop that colossal stone, strategizing with great foresight, rather than appearing as a mere stone knight at this moment. The typically exuberant and vociferous Xiao Jia had this time restrained her usual proclivity for a boisterous battle cry. With the currents of unobstructed air at her command, she descended like a specter of the night, her movements swift and silent. Mu, as if sensing an impending threat, the king of cattle, who had been feigning slumber with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Yet, he was not among the more perceptive of beasts. By the time he sensed danger, it had already manifested. A magnificent avian, resplendent in gold and crimson, soared through the night, clutching a pitifully bleeding calf in its talons. The anguished cries of the little calf immediately roused the entire herd, and all the cattle beheld the hapless creature in the air, as well as the imposing eagle whose brilliance could not be obscured even by the enveloping darkness. Mu, the king of cattle's resonant voice quelled the restless herd, and he averted his gaze, directing his kin to resume their migration. The fate of the herd was of little concern to him at this moment, for he and Xiao Jia were delightfully preparing to roast meat. Lacking the gentle flame skills akin to that of a fiery hound, Zhu Ping'an opted instead to have Xiao Jia conjure a whirlwind of fire, commencing the roasting of an entire cow. The rapidly spinning tempest served as an ideal grill, ensuring uniform cooking without any worry of uneven heat distribution. In mere seconds, the cow, renowned for its tough hide and succulent flesh, was transformed into a delectable feast, exuding an irresistible aroma. Observing the sizzling roast, Zhu Ping'an promptly summoned the rock-maned lion, who was equally famished, though in the spirit realm. It fared slightly better than Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia. Upon emerging, the little creature was immediately captivated by the rich fragrance wafting through the air. Since birth, it had never encountered such an exquisite scent. Without thinking, it lunged toward the roasted cow, eager to feast. Zhu Ping'an swiftly grasped the lion's still sparse mane, holding it in place. Xiao Jia, carve a piece for your little brother. Enraptured by the tantalizing flavor, Xiao Jia did not lift her head, using her claws to slice off a generous portion of cow leg. Remember, do not simply pounce to eat. We must maintain elegance. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, patting the lion's small head, which bore a look of confusion. All right, now drag that leg over here. Though puzzled, the rock-maned lion obediently dragged the severed cow leg to Zhu Ping'an's feet. Now you may eat. The lion hesitantly approached the cow leg, taking a couple of bites before looking up at Zhu Ping'an for confirmation. Yes, go ahead and eat. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand, sinking his teeth into a rib of beef. The lion, diligently munching on the leg before it, felt a flicker of confusion. Wasn't this the same as before? After gnawing for a while, it suddenly seemed to grasp something, glancing up at Zhu Ping'an. Ah, I see. From now on, I should stay close to my master when eating. Enlightened, the rock-maned lion edged closer to Zhu Ping'an. Witnessing the lion approach, Zhu Ping'an couldn't suppress his joy. Although bound by a soul contract, which naturally fosters a deep bond of kinship and reliance, the relationship between a beastmaster and their beast must transcend mere contract. After all, such bonds can falter at times. Thus, understanding how to cultivate a relationship with one's beast is a profound art form. Zhu Ping'an had always believed in the principle of reciprocating sincerity with sincerity, true affection with true affection. Earlier that day, the rock-maned lion had endured a harrowing ordeal. And though it remained silent, Zhu Ping'an could sense the sorrow and resentment hidden beneath its stoic facade through their soul bond. He yearned to help the lion heal from its anguish, to prevent it from being consumed by hatred, and to enable it to grow joyfully. However, the lion's reserved nature contrasted sharply with Xiao Jia's expressive demeanor. As Zhu Ping'an contemplated ways to gently open the rock-maned lion's heart, he was taken aback by its instinctive display of affection, a delightful surprise. Gently stroking the lion's head, he spoke softly, I apologize for being preoccupied with escape earlier. I neglected to name you. How about I bestow a name upon you now? The lion, engrossed in its meal, looked up in bewilderment, curiosity etched across its features. While the intelligence of beasts is not to be underestimated, most of them, unless their strength surpasses the earthly fiend level, do not place great importance on names. Your disposition is one of quietude and introspection, preferring not to voice your thoughts. Thus, I shall name you, the foolishness that accompanies great wisdom. I hope you possess an inner brilliance that remains unspoken, unburdened by animosity or hatred. The rock-maned lion tilted its head, not fully comprehending Zhu Ping'an's words or the concept of wisdom cloaked in folly, yet it could sense the sincerity woven into those sentiments. You are a rock-maned lion, embodying the steadfastness of stone and the vastness of the earth. Hence, I shall name you Gong. Gong represents the impartiality of heaven and earth, embodying righteousness towards all beings. I wish for you to endure through the ages. Pausing slightly under the inquisitive gaze of the lion, Zhu Ping'an's smile radiated warmth. So, shall we call you Gong? Bathed in the silvery moonlight, which cascaded like threads of silver, the emotions surging within Zhu Ping'an's heart were genuine and fervent, prompting an involuntary nod from the lion. He thought to himself, he would forever remember this scene and these words. Chapter 27, Run, Brother. On his inaugural camping excursion in the wilderness, Zhu Ping'an rated the experience an 8 out of 10. Aside from the rocky surface being a tad uncomfortable for sleeping, everything else was quite satisfactory. Spending a night in another world was a refreshingly novel experience. Of course, the remaining 92 points encompassed myriad concerns that those in the know would certainly understand. So he refrained from elaborating further. Today, it was again a day of soaring through the skies. Xiao Jia would have to exert herself a bit. But the path would eventually reveal itself as they traversed the heavens. Fully satiated and recharged, Xiao Jia nodded nonchalantly. For her, flying was an exhilarating experience. Yugong could remain in the spirit realm for now, as it was still quite beneficial for him. The lion bobbed its large head in acknowledgement. In contrast to the lively and restless Xiao Jia, Yugong exhibited a calm demeanor. If Zhu Ping'an did not summon him, he could remain in the spirit realm indefinitely. With master and beast soaring into the sky, they headed toward the direction the herd had migrated the previous night. To Zhu Ping'an, these cattle, like himself, possessed hearts inclined toward peaceful development, and the places they sought should offer far greater safety than those ruled by the Lion King or Tiger King. Naturally, the delectable taste of the wild giant cattle was another compelling reason. Heaven rewards the diligent. After flying for over an hour, Zhu Ping'an finally caught sight of the herd. Their current location, in stark contrast to the surrounding wasteland, exhibited a notable abundance of greenery. It was an oasis amidst the arid expanse. Lush vegetation, verdant trees, and even a crystal-clear lake presented a striking contrast to the desolation that enveloped it. The oasis was home not only to the wild giant cattle, but also to several other gentle herds of herbivorous beasts. Uncertain of the reason, Though the oasis may not be vast, it seemingly accommodates them with ease. Yet, at this moment, they are huddled together by the lakeside, their activities a mystery. Are they truly that parched? Listening to Xiao Jia's description, Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Despite his interest, he refrained from approaching, instead halting at a considerable distance. Perched upon a massive boulder alongside Xiao Jia, he pondered why he had not encountered any flying beasts in the wasteland, only to realize they were all congregated here. Observing the swirling mass of eagles circling above the oasis, Zhu Ping'an could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Ever since entering the wasteland yesterday, he had been puzzled by the apparent absence of raptors in the sky. Xiao Jia had flown for quite some time, yet had only spotted a few small birds. He had assumed the wasteland was barren and lacking in resources, driving the larger birds to seek sustenance elsewhere. Now he saw that they had gathered here instead. The oasis teemed with numerous herbivorous beasts, while the sky was darkened by the presence of countless black eagles. How unfortunate for those cattle, escaping the jaws of lions only to fall into the clutches of eagles. Zhu Ping'an could not help but mourn for the beleaguered race of the wild giant cattle, truly a species beset by misfortune. Yet, before he could lament further, Xiao Jia called out urgently. Within the dense throng of black eagles, it appeared that a small dark figure was breaking away, heading in their direction. Zhu Ping'an quickly mounted his steed, racing back along the path they had come. With a piercing cry, a colossal black eagle soared through the skies, its immense wings propelling it in pursuit of Zhu Ping'an's fleeing form. As fellow sovereigns of the skies, Xiao Jia was aware of the black eagle swarm, and naturally, the eagles too could see Xiao Jia and Zhu Ping'an. Why pursue us when there is such delectable prey beneath? Zhu Ping'an mused in disbelief. Considering their size, surely they would not suffice as a meal. The eagle's cry left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Although Xiao Jia's speed was remarkable, the enormous black eagle clung to them like a shadow, relentless in its pursuit. Name: Ancient Giant Eagle. Rank: Extraordinary Level 7, 27th level. Quality: Low-grade Spirit Class. Attributes: Wing System, Wind System. Talent: Steel Claws, LV2. Increases the power of claw skills. Skills: Claw Strike, LV3, Eagle Cry, LV2, Wind Whirl, LV2, Wing Blade, LV2. Rending Claw, LV2. Preferences: 1. Flight. 2. Exhausting prey to the point of fatigue. Weaknesses: 1. Lightning. 2. Earth. Qualification Advancement. Evolution Path. In the wild, beasts typically possess skills of a lower tier compared to tamed creatures, as their focus lies predominantly on survival, necessitating meticulous management of food and stamina. They cannot afford the luxury of a secure environment, ample food, and the guidance of a Beastmaster to hone their abilities. However, the creature they faced now not only matched Xiao Jia in skill level, but surpassed him in overall rank by nearly a full tier, wielding overwhelming dominance. Since entering the ancient beast world, Xiao Jia had either been battling or fleeing, reaching Spirit Transformation level 5. Presently, Xiao Jia could contend with newly emerged extraordinary spirit beasts. Yet the gap in power against the ancient giant eagle at extraordinary level 7 was insurmountable. Damn it, this creature has a rather odd preference. Zhu Ping'an gritted his teeth as he clung tightly to Xiao Jia's back. Hold on. Xiao Jia, in a surge of speed, echoed Zhu Ping'an's sentiments. If it weren't for the youthful arrogance of the Heavenly Emperor, this rascal would soon learn what it means to be a monarch of the skies. Though their strength was unequal, Xiao Jia, with the skill of unobstructed airflow, managed to gain a lead, gradually increasing the distance between them. Observing its preference, Zhu Ping'an surmised that the beast must possess considerable stamina. Preparation for a protracted battle was essential. Having fled for over half an hour, they had increased their distance by more than 1,000 meters. Yet the ancient giant eagle showed no signs of relinquishing its pursuit, trailing them with relentless determination. Once, in high school, he had read various fantastical online novels where protagonists, when pursued by formidable beasts, often lured them into confrontations with other powerful creatures, seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Some, with luck and audacity, even managed to pluck a reward from the flames. Yet now, there were no other beasts in sight, let alone one as formidable as the ancient giant eagle, the sovereign of the skies in the wasteland. Where could he find a stronger foe that was not of its kind? Feeling the relentless wind howl past his ears, Zhu Ping'an sighed, a sense of desolation washing over him. Another half hour passed. Though Xiao Jia's stamina was commendable, it inevitably began to wane, for he had not yet fully matured and bore the weight of Zhu Ping'an. In contrast, the ancient giant eagle maintained its speed, the distance between them steadily decreasing, showing no signs of fatigue. If this trend continued, a grim fate awaited them at the claws of the eagle. To think that he would meet his end at the beak of this beast today. Gifted with exceptional talents, he was destined to stand atop the ranks of Beastmasters. Alas, fate is cruel, and the heavens conspire against the gifted. The exit of a genius is so ignominious. Damn it, let us fight back. We shall not allow it to have the satisfaction of an easy victory. After a moment of reflection, Zhu Ping'an steeled his resolve. Since this foul creature relished pursuing its prey until exhaustion, he would not grant it the pleasure. They would fight until their last breath, rather than simply flee. Xiao Jia's eyes mirrored his fury. How dare this scoundrel dare to torment the heavenly emperor? It was time to show that, despite youth, the might of the emperor was not to be trifled with. Both master and companion could no longer tolerate the situation. Xiao Jia swiftly descended to a massive rock, depositing Zhu Ping'an before soaring back into the sky, confronting the ancient giant eagle head-on. Chapter 28, one after another. Realizing they were to engage in a desperate struggle, Zhu Ping'an could no longer remain on Xiao Jia's back. Standing atop the boulder, he observed Xiao Jia hover 100 meters away, just within the range of their soul bond. Fire Dragon's whirlwind. Let us see how it fares. Xiao Jia took a deep breath, then flapped its wings to unleash a formidable fire vortex. The conflagration surged upward with ferocity, colliding with the oncoming ancient giant eagle. Seeing the prey stand its ground rather than flee, the ancient giant eagle's eyes flickered with displeasure. It summoned a layer of razor-sharp airflow enveloping its massive black wings, launching a powerful thrust against the fire vortex. Like a hot knife through butter, the fierce fire vortex was effortlessly sliced apart, scattering sparks across the sky. With a cry, a blazing sun seemed to leap from Xiao Jia's back into the heavens. The sun in the wasteland was already fierce, and now, with the emergence of another radiant orb, the surrounding air warped under the intense heat. Ascend, Inferno Feather's 1,000 kills. Originally a long-range area of effect skill, Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia decided to employ it for close combat. Thanks to the significant fire damage reduction provided by Xiao Jia's Sun Cycle talent, they concentrated all fire energy into a single explosive burst, its power far surpassing that of a dispersed area attack. Under the dual suns of the day, it seemed as though another great sun was rising. The formidable and resplendent figure of Xiao Jia was enveloped in layers upon layers of fiery plumage, charging with a magnificent momentum towards the ancient colossal eagle soaring in the sky. Feeling the intense and violent aura, even the ancient colossal eagle, having already transcended to the 7th level, sensed a hint of danger in the air. Its gaze grew solemn as azure currents surged through its enormous, scimitar-like claws, transforming into an eagle's talon entirely composed of this azure energy. As the talon moved, the surrounding space appeared to ripple violently. Upon witnessing the gigantic azure talon, Zhu Ping'an immediately thought of the skill known as Tearing Sky Claw. Tearing Sky Claw. Sharp azure winds converge to form claws that can rend the heavens, guaranteed to strike the opponent's vital points under the guidance of the azure winds. Release the fire feathers. With a talon that would assuredly find its mark, Zhu Ping'an naturally would not allow Xiao Jia to engage in a head-on clash. While the fire feathers could not slay the ancient colossal eagle, this Tearing Sky Claw had a high likelihood of incapacitating Xiao Jia entirely. Listening to Zhu Ping'an's command, Xiao Jia, who had charged directly before the ancient colossal eagle, suddenly flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of fire feathers. The final wave of fire feathers exploded upon release. The shockwave from the explosion propelled Xiao Jia away, narrowly evading the descending Tearing Sky Claw. The massive azure claw descended, shredding all the fire feathers into mere fragments, with none striking the ancient colossal eagle. Fire Dragon Whirlwind. Despite the fire feathers being torn apart, the sky remained filled with vibrant sparks imbued with rich fire energy. Xiao Jia flapped its wings once more, rapidly depleting the air before it, drawing all the scattered embers into its fiery vortex. The already robust fire tornado swelled even larger, becoming overwhelmingly ferocious under the influence of the dual suns. Squawk! The surrounding heat caused the feathers of the ancient colossal eagle to ruffle slightly. It let out an enraged cry, its wings stirring up a tempest. Clearly, it intended to counter the whirlwind with its own winds. When the enormous wings of the ancient colossal eagle unleashed an equally massive wind vortex, an unforeseen event transpired. The two tornadoes collided, not extinguishing one another, but instead merging into one, expanding suddenly to engulf the eagle. The flames within the wind vortex cascaded upon its body. Although the wind vortex only covered half of its massive form, the areas engulfed by flames were scorched, with many feathers charred and burned away, leaving some patches embarrassingly bare. Again, observing the singed spots, Zhu Ping'an's eyes brightened as he commanded Xiao Jia to unleash two more fire tornadoes. One tornado veered left, the other right, aiming at the wings of the ancient colossal eagle. Another repetition of the same tactic, feeling the chilling air where feathers were absent. The ancient colossal eagle let out an even angrier cry, gathering azure energy once more into its colossal claws. With a sweeping motion, the two fire tornadoes were effortlessly shredded apart. The ancient colossal eagle then surged towards Xiao Jia, shouting taunts akin to questioning whether this shameless little one dared to engage in close combat. However, Xiao Jia, determined to maintain distance, would not engage in a melee. With unobstructed airflow enveloping its form, Xiao Jia deftly flapped its wings to create space, countering with another fire tornado. The colossal size of the ancient eagle provided it with formidable defense and strength, yet it also deprived it of agility. Without the transformation skill, Xiao Jia's wingspan was a mere 2 meters, dwarfed by the ancient eagle's 30-meter spread, resembling a tiny sparrow in comparison, continuously evading the ancient eagle's assaults. Xiao Jia unleashed fire tornadoes whenever distance was created. Empowered by the dual suns, the fire tornadoes were formidable, compelling the ancient colossal eagle to defend itself. Yet, each time it attempted to block the fire tornadoes, the slippery Xiao Jia would escape to a safe distance. After several exchanges, the ancient colossal eagle found itself unable to lay a single feather on Xiao Jia, while its own plumage was singed away considerably. From atop the boulder, Zhu Ping'an surveyed the battlefield, witnessing the tide turn favorably. A glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. He had indeed been overly anxious before. This was not a life-and-death ranking battle. As long as they burned enough feathers from the ancient colossal eagle, its flight speed would undoubtedly be compromised, allowing them to escape safely. In the air, Xiao Jia continued its guerrilla tactics, while the ancient colossal eagle could do little but seethe in fury. All right, let us draw it away, then we'll make our escape. Observing the ancient colossal eagle's feathers and tatters, Zhu Ping'an felt it was time to act. Xiao Jia let out a mocking cry and flew off into the distance. But after just a few dozen meters, it abruptly halted and veered back towards the boulder. Just as Zhu Ping'an was puzzled, a voice from Xiao Jia echoed in his mind. He looked up to the sky, where a black that was steadily expanding on the horizon. Another ancient colossal eagle was approaching. Squawk, squawk. The ancient colossal eagle that had been bullied all this time looked at Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia with a mocking gaze, its voice dripping with pride. Chapter 29, Silver-Winged Annihilator Dragon. Damn it, how shameless can they be? Zhu Ping'an's expression darkened like a summer storm cloud. The current situation had their escape route blocked by the ancient colossal eagle. Continuing to fight would only lead to their demise once the other arrived. For a moment, he felt utterly helpless. Xiao Jia stood beside him, chest out, head held high. Its eyes, though tinged with frustration, still sparkled with determination. The Emperor of Heaven is never weaker than the eagle. If it weren't for the call for help, I would have fled long ago. Humph, shameless. Seeing Xiao Jia's indignant demeanor, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smile, the shadows in his heart dissipating significantly. They had done their utmost. It was merely a matter of unfortunate timing. Today, they would either triumph or perish together. Gently stroking Xiao Jia's head, a fierce resolve ignited in his eyes. Squawk. The piercing cry of an eagle echoed across the sky, resonating throughout the plains, growing ever closer. Yet, it didn't last long before it abruptly ceased. Stuck? Zhu Ping'an exchanged a glance with Xiao Jia, curious about the development, but the enormous body of the ancient colossal eagle obstructed their view entirely. The ancient colossal eagle, blocking their escape route, also felt a flicker of confusion. What had happened to its kin? Why had the call stopped? Just as it intended to twist its neck to investigate, an inexplicable chill coursed through its body. At that moment, it caught sight of the astonishment mirrored in the eyes of the two beings below on the boulder. What were they astonished about? The ancient colossal eagle's curiosity was swiftly replaced by terror as it fixated on Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia, or rather, on the boulder itself. A larger shadow began to emerge within the silhouette cast by its own form, as if a nightfall were consuming it. The ancient colossal eagle turned its head mechanically, only to behold a sharply defined dragon's head, seemingly forged from alloy. Those dark red eyes, devoid of any emotion, locked onto it, causing the ancient colossal eagle to tremble involuntarily. Upon the expansive back of the dragon stood a figure, straight as a blade. The dragon's claw, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, grasped the head of an ancient giant eagle, pressing it down and redirecting its gaze towards Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia upon the colossal rock. Are you, a mere Beastmaster of soldier rank, seeking death here? The voice emanating from the dragon's back was icy and indifferent. Yesterday, my team and I ventured into the Tiger Sha Mountains on a mission, but suddenly, a sword-toothed tiger king of the earthly realm appeared, and I was chased all the way here, Zhu Ping'an murmured, staring blankly at the silvery metallic dragon suspended in midair. His voice tinged with disbelief. This is a true dragon. Name, Silver-Winged Annihilation Dragon. Rank, Qian Kuan 7th tier, level 57. Quality, Superior Celestial Grade. Attributes: Dragon Type. Steel Type. Talents: 1. Silver Armored Steel Body, LV6. Significantly enhances defense and reduces damage from all elements. Immune to poison damage. 2. Skills: Annihilation Dragon Breath, LV7. Silver Dragon Claw, LV7. Steel Whip Dragon Tail, LV6. Comet Celestial Fall, LV7. Preferences: feeds on various types of metals. Weaknesses: 1. Dragon Type. 2. Fire Type. 3. Qualification Promotion. Evolution Path. Goodness. Qian Kuan Realm. So much information is inaccessible. Is it due to my insufficient mental strength? The Tiger Sha Mountains. The man's voice remained unperturbed. You've certainly run quite far. This is my first time in the ancient beast world. I'm unfamiliar with the routes and have no map. Zhu Ping'an, snapping back to reality, scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With such power, you dared to provoke 2 extraordinary ancient giant eagles. Meeting the gaze of the ancient giant eagle, which was held like a quail in the silver-winged dragon's grasp, a sense of petty triumph surged within Zhu Ping'an. Look at you, utterly dumbfounded. And no, I intended to find my way back, but when I passed a certain oasis, I encountered a multitude of ancient giant eagles gathered there. They spotted me, and I fled all the way here, only to be saved by you. Oasis. The cold voice seemed to have a slight tremor. Do you remember the location? Let me there. Oh. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to enlarge Xiao Jia, his eyes suddenly gleamed, and he spoke up. My beast has been both fleeing and fighting. Its stamina is running low. Xiao Jia tilted its head at Zhu Ping'an, a glimmer of confusion in its eyes. Could you possibly carry me for a while? As soon as Zhu Ping'an's words fell, Xiao Jia's expression morphed into one of profound disbelief. Was it being dismissed? But before it could voice its thoughts, Zhu Ping'an had already sent it back to the spirit domain. The silhouette upon the silver-winged dragon remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. My beast does not favor outsiders standing upon it. You shall remain in its claws. This is not what I anticipated. Zhu Ping'an had just begun to speak when the enormous, seemingly metal-formed dragon claw descended directly, scooping him into its palm. The dragon claw, over 4 meters in diameter, with 5 talons, closed around Zhu Ping'an, leaving only a narrow slit for observation. This is a true steel dragon. Feeling the rigid texture beneath him, Zhu Ping'an could not resist caressing the crescent-shaped dragon claw. It was icy cold and exceedingly hard. Direction? The voice descended from above. Zhu Ping'an looked up, only to see the silver dragon claw. Just fly straight east. Zhu Ping'an obediently responded. As long as they headed east, they surely wouldn't abandon him now that they had determined the direction, right? Just as he was lost in thought, Zhu Ping'an suddenly lost control of his body and found himself careening into the dragon claw. Oh no! Dazed and disoriented, Zhu Ping'an felt pain radiating from all over his body. After an indeterminate period, the dragon claw suddenly lifted, allowing light to pour in. Stay here. Recovering his balance, Zhu Ping'an looked ahead, and in the distance, he beheld the ancient black eagles still circling the sky, forming a vortex. Have we arrived already? Zhu Ping'an shivered involuntarily. Xiao Jia had exerted all its strength for over an hour. How long had it taken now? Before he could ponder further, the silver-winged dragon soared into the sky once more. Its wings, unlike those of ordinary dragons, appeared metallic, as if crafted from sharp steel blades. The gaps between the steel blades were vast, lacking any membranous connections. Its ascent relied on the crimson light emitted from the tips of its blade-like wings. Upon ascending, its wings folded back, resembling 2 shields that enveloped its body, akin to 2 supersized jet engines. It resembled a dazzling combat aircraft. Brilliant crimson light shot forth from beneath its wings, arcing through the sky like a rainbow, directly toward the ancient black eagle swarm. This feels increasingly mechanical. Observing the dragon akin to a fighter jet, Zhu Ping'an stroked his chin in admiration. Xiao Jia, come out. There's a splendid spectacle to behold. As Zhu Ping'an opened the spirit domain, Xiao Jia emerged, launching itself directly into Zhu Ping'an's chest, pushing him back several steps. I was wrong. You are the most magnificent. Zhu Ping'an hurriedly pacified the irate Xiao Jia, while the foolish old man merely tilted its head, observing quietly. In the distant sky, it seemed as if stained with blood. Chapter 30. The Pathfinding Party's Bright Future. This is absolutely stunning. Not only Zhu Ping'an, but also Xiao Jia and the foolish old man stood frozen in place. The comet-like figure, like a steel blade, plunged into the vortex formed by the ancient giant eagles, cleaving it in 2, causing countless ancient giant eagles to plummet from the sky like rain. The sky was painted red. It was uncertain whether it was the blood of the ancient giant eagles or the resplendent crimson trail of the silver-winged dragon. The wails of the ancient giant eagles echoed clearly in Zhu Ping'an's ears, despite the distance. Rest assured, One day, we too shall possess such strength. Observing the two small creatures beside him, who were now entranced, Zhu Ping'an spoke with unwavering confidence. With 3 talents at his disposal, he believed that, given time, he could rival anyone. The battle in the distant sky concluded swiftly. Although the ancient giant eagles were numerous, their strongest members were at most of the earthly realm. Even the celestial realm could not withstand the onslaught of the Qian Kuan realm Silver Wing Annihilation Dragon. With just a few attacks, the Silver Wing Dragon had nearly obliterated half of the ancient giant eagles. The remaining ones, terrified, scattered like headless chickens. Many ancient giant eagles flew overhead, but they were too frightened to linger, fearing that the nightmarish crimson light would consume them. Once not a single ancient giant eagle remained in sight, Zhu Ping'an leisurely directed Xiao Jia towards the oasis. Upon witnessing the oasis once more, both Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia were taken aback. Although they hadn't approached it before, Xiao Jia had observed it clearly. Numerous clans surrounded the central lake of the oasis. This time, as they drew near, the lake remained clear and tranquil. Yet the ground was strewn solely with the corpses of ancient giant eagles. Though they felt something was amiss, they could not quite discern what it was. "Senior, what is happening?" The silver-winged dragon hovered in the air, its straight silhouette standing silently, the wind stirring its garments. Its voice remained as frigid as ever. "There is something amiss with this lake." Without a hint of doubt or astonishment, it was merely a calm statement. A lake? Zhu Ping'an curiously glanced down at the body of water. Yet, upon inspecting it from left to right, he could discern no apparent issues. In fact, it seemed even more crystalline than before. Zhu Ping'an pressed his lips together, unable to detect any underlying mysteries. It was only when he activated the Eyes of Truth. Name: Lake of Devouring, Cthulhu World. Rank: Celestial Rank 1, Level 41, Ascending. Quality: Mid-tier Earth Grade, Ascending. Attributes: Water, Psychic. Talent: Devour, LV4. Consuming creatures to enhance oneself. Skills: Tentacles of Water, LV4. Ensnaring Ripples, LV5. Clarity, LV4. Psychic Impact, LV5. Surge, LV4. Preference: Devouring various creatures. Vulnerabilities: 1 Wood. 2 Undead. 3 Immobile. Qualification Advancement. Evolution Path: Devouring Evolution. Next Phase: Sea of Devouring. The Lake of Devouring? Cthulhu World? Is this not the realm of ancient beasts? Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Zhu Ping'an could not suppress a shiver, sensing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. It was no wonder that the lake was deemed problematic. It was not merely an issue, but an enormous one. As his mind raced with thoughts, he turned his gaze back to the lake. At this moment, he finally comprehended what was amiss with the scene below. The silver-winged dragon was ruthlessly slaughtering the ancient giant eagles in the sky, their corpses falling across the oasis. Yet, the lake at the center of the oasis remained tranquil and clear, as if nothing had transpired. Thus, the tribes encircling the lake were ensnared by its allure and subsequently devoured whole. "Stay back." Heeding the man's words, Zhu Ping'an nodded, retreating from the oasis alongside Xiao Jia. He observed as the silver-winged dragon folded its wings, aiming directly at the lake's surface. From Zhu Ping'an's perspective, its wings resembled a colossal cannon. The purple radiance danced between the silver-white patterns of its body, eventually converging in the space between its wings. In the face of the dragon's gathering power, the lake remained unmoved. Although it appeared somewhat intimidating, surely it would not strike its own, for who would senselessly bombard a mere lake? Having deceived so many lives, it was supremely confident in its disguise. Yet evidently, this time it had miscalculated. The purple light intensified, casting a regal hue across half the sky. In a fleeting moment, as if nothing had happened, even the air stood still. A blinding beam of purple light, akin to a celestial river cascading downward, suddenly erupted, instantly filling Zhu Ping'an's entire field of vision. The exquisitely condensed purple pillar plunged down, like a divine spear hurled from the heavens, piercing the lake, causing the entire wasteland to tremble under the impact. Boom! The furious energy exploded within the lake, spreading like wildfire, whipping up a tempest that nearly blinded Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia, who were suspended in the air. Amidst the thunderous explosion, Zhu Ping'an believed he heard a sorrowful wail, though it ceased almost as soon as it began. Looking down, the ground had transformed into a purple ocean, terrifying energy radiating from the lake, sweeping across the entire oasis, even engulfing the distant wasteland. After several minutes, the purple hue dissipated, leaving no trace of the oasis behind, only a charred expanse, a grotesque scar across the earth. As the purple faded, the silver-winged dragon gracefully descended upon the site where the lake once lay. There was nothing but charred remnants. Yet from the soil emerged an object shimmering with a sanguine light. Name: Flesh Condensation. Effect: Consuming this item enhances the potential of blood and flesh life forms below superior Earth grade during evolution, unlocking further evolutionary paths. Significantly increases strength, overall physical attributes, with a chance to elevate quality to the top tier. For those suited, it may grant restorative abilities. Hazards. Solutions. What a remarkable treasure. Zhu Ping'an's eyes gleamed as he beheld the bloodlight before the man. Of course, it was merely a glance. He had not yet lost his sanity to attempt to snatch it from the man's possession. It devoured a vast quantity of flesh before its demise, yet failed to digest it. Under my assault, it crystallized into this. The man spoke suddenly. This is of no use to me. As a token of gratitude for your guidance, I bestow it upon you. With a wave of his hand, the sanguine light floated toward Zhu Ping'an. Me? Zhu Ping'an pointed incredulously at himself. This was a precious item beneficial for all blood and flesh life forms below superior Earth grade. Moreover, the circumstances of its formation were so fortuitous that if sold, it could fetch tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. To receive it so casually? Do you refuse? No. Yes, absolutely yes. Thank you, Senior. I, Zhu Ping'an, will forever remember your kindness. I shall repay you in due time. Zhu Ping'an hastily bowed in gratitude, his lips nearly stretching to his ears, marveling at how such a treasure came from merely guiding the way. No wonder everyone relished playing the role of a guide. There was indeed a promising future in it. Speaking of which, he must also thank that saber-toothed Tiger King. The next time they met, he would surely transcend it to the realm of bliss. Listening to Zhu Ping'an's musings, the man's voice remained as cold and indifferent as ever. Save such words for when you have the strength to back them. Chapter 31, Wanting My Sheep. Rest assured, Senior, that day will not be far off. Zhu Ping'an replied confidently as he carefully stowed away the flesh condensation. This is the map to the 5th fortress of the ancient beasts. Follow the route, and you shall return. In response to Zhu Ping'an's self-assured statement, the man offered no commentary, merely gesturing grandly as a map floated into Zhu Ping'an's view. What a skill this is, to move objects through space. How impressive. Zhu Ping'an remarked, shoving the map into his clothing. Aren't you returning with me, Senior? I have tasks to attend to. With that, the silver dragon transformed into a streak of light and vanished without granting Zhu Ping'an the chance to speak further. Desiring to inquire about the Senior's name, Zhu Ping'an could only watch as the red glow disappeared beyond the horizon, shaking his head. Truly, he came swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, this journey had proven immensely rewarding. Zhu Ping'an's smile broadened once more, lovingly caressing the flesh condensation in his hand. Wow! Xiao Jia, who had witnessed the entire affair, exclaimed eagerly, glancing back at the flesh condensation. You already possess superior Earth-grade potential. It is of no use to you. Xiao Jia regarded Zhu Ping'an with skepticism, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hey, would I deceive you? You dare to doubt me? Zhu Ping'an felt a profound sense of injury. Humph. Xiao Jia snorted coldly and turned away, clearly still resentful about Zhu Ping'an's previous choice of the silver-winged dragon. Alas, it was my fault before. I assure you it won't happen again. Zhu Ping'an hastily produced his intricate sculpture of the 18 techniques to appease Xiao Jia. This is something you truly cannot utilize. And you have already become the elder brother of the sculpture. It perfectly embodies the spirit of Yugong. Just think about it, how pitiful Yugong was. As Zhu Ping'an spoke, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Xiao Jia's eyes. Indeed, witnessing their mother being slain must have inflicted great pain upon his younger brother. And this could serve to soothe his wounded spirit. Although this item was commendable, it paled in comparison to the bond shared with his brother. Humph. Xiao Jia lifted his head, exuding an air of I intended to do this all along. I knew you were a reasonable sculpture. It's truly marvelous. Hearing Zhu Ping'an's praise, Xiao Jia's eyes sparkled with delight, and even the flapping of his wings quickened considerably. After amicably discussing the allocation of the flesh and essence, Zhu Ping'an took out a map and, after a careful examination, confidently pointed in a direction. With this map, we certainly cannot go astray. Zhu Ping'an's choice of direction proved to be correct. As night descended, he could already discern the vague silhouettes of mountains in the distance. Ha ha ha, we finally found it. Zhu Ping'an gently patted Xiao Jia's head, his eyes brimming with joy. Traveling at night is not safe. We shall rest for the night and return tomorrow. They were already at the outskirts of the rubble wasteland, and the occasional sighting of low-tier beasts reassured Zhu Ping'an, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. No longer would he have to live in constant fear of encountering a beast of extraordinary caliber, where even the most casual encounter could spell disaster. Fortune has indeed favored us. Just as we were preparing to have dinner, an unexpected delivery has arrived. Amidst the chaos of stones on the ground, several rock-climbing antelopes were cautiously scanning their surroundings in search of food. The muscular legs of the rock-climbing antelope appeared quite delectable, and Zhu Ping'an mused about how delightful a roasted whole sheep might taste. recalling the roasted whole cow from the previous night. Both he and Xiao Jia couldn't help but salivate uncontrollably. With a rush of wind, Xiao Jia dove straight towards the largest of the rock-climbing antelopes. A mere level 1 spirit transformation rock-climbing antelope was no match for Xiao Jia, who effortlessly lifted it into the air with a single claw. The others, witnessing their leader's abduction, scattered in terror, darting away in a flurry. However, Zhu Ping'an had no intention of pursuing them. After all, he was a man who believed in sustainable development. Inhaling the delightful aroma, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but close his eyes in bliss. Xiao Jia eagerly sliced the antelope into several pieces and dove into a feast. Meanwhile, the ever-patient Yugong watched with brightening eyes. Initially, he had intended to leap forward. But recalling Zhu Ping'an's words from the previous night, he obediently dragged a piece of meat over to Zhu Ping'an and sat down to eat. Zhu Ping'an, smiling as he stroked Yugong's head, felt quite satisfied with this display. Just as he was about to grab a piece of meat for himself, Xiao Jia suddenly raised his head, his sharp eyes fixated on the darkness ahead. They had chosen a high vantage point, but at the outskirts of the rubble wasteland. Even the rocks had become diminutive, unable to effectively obstruct other creatures. In the night before them, several pairs of eerie green eyes glowed amidst low growls. Hearing that familiar growl, Yugong's brown eyes ignited with a glimmer of hatred. As they drew nearer, their silhouettes emerged in the firelight, revealing familiar adversaries. Name: Saber-toothed tiger. Level: Spirit Transformation Level 2, Level 12. Quality: Mid-grade, Ordinary. 4 saber-toothed tigers appeared, the highest at Spirit Transformation Level 2 and the lowest a mere Level 5. Leaving Zhu Ping'an to wonder how they dared to seek their demise. Roar. The leading saber-toothed tiger set its greedy gaze on the roasted sheep behind Zhu Ping'an. Although she had hunted rock-climbing antelopes before, none had ever emitted such a tantalizing aroma. Do you desire my sheep? Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Roar. Another spirit transformation saber-toothed tiger eyed the small rock-maned lion beside Zhu Ping'an, its voice brimming with elation, of the predatory kind. Noticing their scrutiny, Yugong stepped forward, issuing a growl of his own. Though his voice was juvenile, it resonated with fierce determination. Fearless, he showed no trepidation towards any opponent. Desiring my sheep and seeking to slay my beast. Zhu Ping'an chuckled. Are you so famished that you've lost your wits? Although they couldn't comprehend Zhu Ping'an's words, the mocking tone was unmistakable. The leading saber-toothed tiger's eyes glinted with malice as it lunged towards Zhu Ping'an, filled with murderous intent. With a sound akin to unsheathing blades, a streak of crimson gold slashed through the night. The difference between a level 5 spirit transformation beast and a level 2 mid-grade beast was apparent. The saber-toothed tiger, leaping through the air, suddenly split in two, crashing to the ground and splattering blood. Leave the small one for Yugong to practice on. Eliminate the other two. Chapter 32, The Frenzied Yugong. The flames illuminated the surroundings, revealing two figures locked in confrontation before the bonfire. Though the saber-toothed tiger was merely 2 levels above Yugong, its size was 2.5 times that of Yugong, standing there like a high school student bullying a primary schooler. Roar. Despite its smaller stature, Yugong boldly stepped forward, unleashing a lion's roar. Though the sound was youthful, it carried an innate power that struck the saber-toothed tiger, forcing it back several steps, its aura wavering. Over the past 2 days, Yugong had spent nearly all his time within Zhu Ping'an's spiritual domain, and with the strength of a Tier 1 Beastmaster. Elevating him by a level was a simple feat. Facing a level 3 against a level 5, Yugong felt no fear. His heart thundered like a drum, each beat resonating with fervor, and his blood boiled with uncontainable energy. Wait. Just as Yugong prepared to press the attack, Zhu Ping'an's voice interrupted him. This timid saber-toothed tiger will offer you no growth. After explaining to Yugong, Zhu Ping'an turned his gaze to the trembling saber-toothed tiger. I understand your fear. I offer you a choice. If you can defeat him, I shall let you go. Zhu Ping'an's mental energy surged into the mind of the saber-toothed tiger. While it bore no significant impact, delivering a message was effortless. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, the once timid saber-toothed tiger suddenly ignited with a spark of fighting spirit. Having witnessed the golden eagle effortlessly slay its parents and siblings, it had long been paralyzed with fear. Though his adversary was merely a smaller, weaker saber-toothed tiger, he did not dare to resist. However, with the words of blessing from Zhu Ping'an, he glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. He yearned to live, hence, he must conquer the saber-toothed tiger before him. With a thunderous roar, the saber-toothed tiger summoned its dissipated momentum, its claws engulfed in chaotic light, and lunged fiercely towards the head of the foolish old man. Yet, as the saber-toothed tiger's ferocity surged, the foolish old man remained unperturbed. To him, whether it was the timid saber-toothed tiger or the current vicious one, there was no distinction. He would slay them all. His gaze was resolute, tinged with madness. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the tiger's brutal paws with his own claws. This scene was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of his mother battling the saber-toothed tiger long ago. But this time, he vowed, it would not be him who was sent flying. He roared within, his battle spirit igniting like a blazing fire, as his heart, unacquainted with fear, throbbed vigorously, radiating newfound strength throughout his body. He felt an exhilarating surge of power. Observing the increasingly fierce, foolish old man, Zhu Ping'an squinted slightly. With the activation of Dauntless Battle Heart, the foolish old man's level had been elevated to the 4th stage of initiation. With a resounding crash, as their claws clashed, it was the saber-toothed tiger that was sent sprawling by a mighty slap from the foolish old man, who bore a gruesome claw mark upon his body. He exchanged his wound for an unwavering resolve. Roaring defiantly, he seemed oblivious to the pain coursing through him. Seizing the moment while the saber-toothed tiger staggered, he pressed forward, his claws once again shimmering with chaotic light. Rather than striking at the tiger's head, he executed a sweeping blow that shattered the creature's left forelimb. The sharp crack of broken bones mingled with the pained cries of the saber-toothed tiger, echoing across the desolate night. The saber-toothed tiger, witnessing the sheer ferocity of this smaller, weaker lion, felt its own rising battle spirit falter out of instinctual fear. With eyes ablaze with vengeance, the foolish old man did not halt his assault despite the tiger's anguished cries. On the contrary, he relished in the sound, finding immense satisfaction in it. Crack, crack, crack. With 3 resounding breaks, the saber-toothed tiger lay incapacitated, its limbs shattered, writhing helplessly like a worm. The foolish old man approached slowly, raising his right forepaw. Mother, I will grow stronger, I will protect myself, and I will safeguard all that I cherish. With a resounding impact, the ground trembled slightly as he crushed the saber-toothed tiger's terrified eyes with a single paw. Zhu Ping'an, observing the seemingly frenzied foolish old man, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. No matter how well concealed, hatred never dissipates. Instead, it intensifies until it consumes one entirely. This battle served as a cathartic release, allowing him to unleash his hidden resentment with every claw strike upon the saber-toothed tiger. With a weary roar, the foolish old man turned and collided into Zhu Ping'an's embrace. You did remarkably well. Your mother would undoubtedly be proud of you. Zhu Ping'an gently stroked the foolish old man, soothing him tenderly. Seeing the wounds inflicted by the saber-toothed tiger, his heart ached. Unfortunately, he had no healing salve at hand, so he could only blow gently on the wounds to alleviate some of his pain. Although the foolish old man's robust physique would mend by the next day, Zhu Ping'an wished to minimize his suffering in that moment. As Zhu Ping'an comforted him, the foolish old man's tense body gradually relaxed until he finally fell into a deep slumber. Noticing his little brother asleep, Xiao Jia approached softly, using his wings to caress the sleeping foolish old man, akin to how Zhu Ping'an would normally comfort him. Li Li, Xiao Jia called gently, prompting a faint smile from Zhu Ping'an. You've worked hard too. Go ahead and rest. He freed one hand to embrace Xiao Jia, gently patting him. In the past few days, Xiao Jia had been the most diligent, taking the lead whether fleeing or fighting. Though he always appeared vibrant, Zhu Ping'an understood it was merely to prevent him from worrying. The foolish old man was but a young child, and Xiao Jia was not much older himself, having only been born a few months prior. Despite the warmth of Zhu Ping'an's embrace, Xiao Jia softly called out, expressing his intent to keep watch. With the corpses of 4 saber-toothed tigers nearby, it was unlikely that any unwise creature would disturb them. Should there be any, he would awaken Zhu Ping'an. Rest easy. Hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, the once tense Xiao Jia nestled beside him and finally relaxed into a peaceful sleep. The flames flickered, casting elongated shadows of Zhu Ping'an, who held 2 beasts in his arms. Chapter 33. 6 days in the realm, half a month in the world. With a thunderous roar, a lion with a flowing mane leaped against the sunset, its raised right paw striking down the saber-toothed tiger before it. Roar. The foolish old man stood atop the saber-toothed tiger's head, tilting his own head back to unleash a wild howl, his aura surging with vigor. Very well, very well. Your progress is remarkable. You've reached the 5th stage of initiation in just 4 days. Zhu Ping'an clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied. He finally comprehended the substantial value of the combat preference displayed within the foolish old man's information panel. His battle instincts were formidable, his combat awareness keen. He instinctively made advantageous decisions without needing guidance. Although his combat skills were somewhat lacking due to his youth, they were steadily being honed through these recent battles. Coupled with the presence of the dauntless battle heart, his fighting spirit remained unyielding, and his strength continuously grew. It was undeniable that the foolish old man seemed destined for battle. However, his existence was not solely for the sake of resources. Observing the saber-toothed tiger, now riddled with cracks from the foolish old man's slap, Zhu Ping'an bit his lip, feeling a twinge of regret. Though merely a saber-toothed tiger of the initiation stage, one does not comprehend the value of sustenance without being the one to manage it. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Yet, seeing the heap of saber-toothed tiger pelts wrapped in animal hide on his back, Zhu Ping'an estimated that selling them for tens of thousands would pose no difficulty. Having spent 6 days in this ancient beast world, it was time to return. He had promised Director Li to participate in the beast breeding competition. After glancing around, Zhu Ping'an beckoned, and the foolish old man promptly followed. He was growing rapidly, not only in strength but also in stature. He now stood half a meter tall, exuding an increasingly palpable aura of dominance befitting a ruler of the wild. Of course, he still had a way to go before he reached the size necessary for riding, at least as large as Chun Mo's blazing firehound. In contrast, Xiao Jia's level had remained unchanged since the 2 days of fleeing, apart from an increase in the early stages. Though he had also engaged in combat alongside the foolish old man for 4 days. The saber-toothed tigers on the periphery of the Tiger Slayer Mountains had ceased to serve as a means of honing his skills. It was no longer a battle, but rather a massacre. Yet, level does not equate to combat prowess. Through this period of training, Xiao Jia had indeed tasted blood. The assaults became increasingly ferocious and decisive, and with the aid of his piercing gaze, one could almost pinpoint the enemy's vital points within 3 strikes. Zhu Ping'an estimated that the current Xiao Jia was likely on par with a first-tier extraordinary beast tamer. Of course, the specifics would be revealed upon his return to the leaderboard. The journey back to the ancient beast fortress was effortless. Mounted on Xiao Jia, he soared through the air, a stark contrast to the arduous trek they had undertaken on foot at the edge of the initial forest. Unlike the mechanized guardians at the entrance to the ancient beast world, the fortress here had reverted to the classic sentinel watch. Every individual departing from and returning to the fortress was required to register. Zhu Ping'an, weren't you dead? As he registered, the guard's words extinguished the excitement on Zhu Ping'an's face in an instant. You are the one who died, along with your entire family. Never mind. I shan't involve your kin in this. I merely spent a tad longer in training. It seems your team misjudged the situation. I shall rectify that for you. Oh, are there still survivors from our team? Zhu Ping'an's eyes brightened. The alteration of his status indicated that someone had returned to the fortress alive, which was splendid news. Indeed. 3. Li Yi, Chun Mo, and Lin Xiao, the guard replied while making updates to the records. As expected, the captain had perished. Although Zhu Ping'an had anticipated this, he could not suppress a pang of sorrow. That rock-toothed tyrannosaur had been the first dragon species he had ever encountered. I've heard you face the earthly fiend realm's saber-toothed tiger king. That must have been quite a challenge, the guard remarked, somewhat wistfully. Within a 20,000-meter radius of the fortress, extraordinary beasts were scarce, making an encounter with a beast of the earthly fiend realm both fortunate and unfortunate. Registration complete. Welcome back. Thank you. Upon returning to the fortress, Zhu Ping'an did not linger. He swiftly sold the saber-toothed beasts he had captured for 200,000 and promptly returned to the present world. Although he could have fetched a higher price under normal circumstances, he could scarcely wait. With relentless haste, he made his way back to the academy. Eager for a soothing hot shower, Zhu Ping'an, just as he stepped through the school gates, a voice echoed nearby, filled with disbelief. Zhu Ping'an? Where is he? Did Zhu Ping'an return from the dead? The utterance sent ripples through the crowd, and other students began to scan their surroundings, searching for the figure that had been commemorated on the forum for several days. Who are you? Zhu Ping'an turned to see someone he did not recognize. Weren't you dead? Had everyone in the ancient beast world taken to greeting one another in such a manner? Zhu Ping'an remained silent, glaring at the figure before him. Cough, cough. It was Senior Chun Mo who mentioned it. You entered the ancient beast world half a month ago, and he was the only one to return. I heard you were slain by the earthly fiend realm's Tiger King. The man shrank back under Zhu Ping'an's scrutinizing gaze, his voice dropping involuntarily. Half a month? Wasn't it 6 days? Zhu Ping'an questioned, focusing on the inconsistency. He was certain of the timeline. On the first day, he was chased by the Tiger King, the second, by the ancient giant eagle, and for the following 4 days, he trained his beast taming skills on the outskirts of the Tiger Fiend Mountains, returning just in time for the next day's beast training competition. Wait, Zhu Ping'an suddenly recalled that after Director Li's remarks, it was the following day when he agreed with Chun Mo, and only on the 3rd day did he venture into the ancient beast world. By that calculation, the beast training competition must have concluded 2 days prior. My 500,000. A torrent of thoughts flooded Zhu Ping'an's mind, his expression shifting rapidly before finally settling into one of sorrow. Ah, it is already July 22nd. Zhu Ping'an regarded the man with suspicion until the latter produced his celestial communicator, confirming the date. Is it truly July 22nd? The ancient beast world has a different time flow. You weren't aware? As the man's gaze became increasingly peculiar, Zhu Ping'an coughed awkwardly, and hurriedly departed. Indeed, the temporal flow between the two worlds is distinct. How could I have forgotten such a fundamental fact? Alas, it was all the Tiger King's fault. He would pay for this. Before Zhu Ping'an could even reach his dormitory, news of his resurrection had already spread like wildfire across the forum. The forum erupted once more. Against the relentless pursuit of the earthly fiend realm's saber-toothed Tiger King, Zhu Ping'an, a mere novice beast tamer, had remarkably survived. Furthermore, he had remained in the ancient beast world for 6 days before his return. Hence, Zhu Ping'an once again found himself trending. While discussions flourished on the forum, Zhu Ping'an finally arrived at his dormitory. At the entrance stood a solitary figure, whose pallor was disconcerting. However, upon catching sight of Zhu Ping'an, his eyes ignited with fervent intensity. "Senior Chen, why do you look so unwell?" Zhu Ping'an could understand Chen Mo's guilt. Originally intending to foster a good relationship with him by introducing him to the wonders of the ancient beast world, unforeseen calamity had struck. Gazing at the haggard Chen Mo, Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of unutterable emotion. You are well." Observing the lively Zhu Ping'an, Chen Mo's heart, consumed by guilt and torment, finally felt a glimmer of relief. "I'm sorry, Chen Mo opened his mouth but faltered, unsure of what to say. Everything felt utterly inadequate. "What does this have to do with you, senior? Your intentions were noble. Had the unforeseen been predictable, it would not have been an unforeseen event." Zhu Ping'an offered a gentle smile. Even when pursued by the saber-toothed Tiger King and the ancient giant eagle, he had never harbored resentment towards Chen Mo. Every grievance has its source, and Chen Mo's remorse stemmed from his kindness, attributing Zhu Ping'an's peril to himself. However, the true blame lay with the Tiger King. "Saber-toothed Tiger King, just you wait. All right, senior, I shall take my leave for a shower now. You should rest well. We can converse in detail tomorrow." Clearly, Chen Mo had not enjoyed many restful nights lately. His mental state appeared even worse than Zhu Ping'an's, who had endured days of hardship. The dark circles under his eyes were alarming, and Zhu Ping'an feared for his well-being. As he watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, Zhu Ping'an sighed. Unforeseen events arise from a lack of strength. In the face of absolute power, surprises are mere appetizers. Strength is paramount. After returning to his dormitory, Zhu Ping'an hastily took a hot shower. He then resumed his former endeavors, focusing on skill enhancement. None of the skills of the foolish old man had been upgraded. Apart from the brutal claw, which had risen to level 1 during training, the others remained at 0. Of course, the foolish old man possessed only a few skills: 1 brutal claw, 1 lion's roar, and 1 newly acquired charge. Effortlessly, he elevated all his talents and skills to level 1, then casually consumed a packet of mental supplements, diving into meditation. He had spent hundreds of thousands from selling wind spirit fruits on these supplements, and his room was filled with an array of them, bottled, bagged, and in capsules. There were plenty. As he felt the surge of power coursing through him, the foolish old man momentarily found himself at a loss. Those skills seemed as if they had been practiced countless times, etched into his very being like muscle memory, resulting in an immediate level increase. The sensation of rapidly ascending power is something one can only truly experience amidst the throes of battle, and often, it dissipates gradually once the conflict has concluded. Yet, this time, why has there been such a significant surge in strength that refuses to fade? After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion, he chose to return to the spiritual realm to consult his elder brother. No need to understand the intricacies. Simply knowing it is so is sufficient. Listening to his brother's profound words, Yugong nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. In essence, it meant that regardless of how this power was attained, as long as it was genuinely enhanced, that was all that mattered. A flicker of admiration appeared in Yugong's eyes as he realized his brother was indeed a wise sage. With a long sigh, he gazed out the window at the bright summer morning at 6 o'clock. It was time to test his replication talent. Zhu Ping'an stretched lazily as he rose from bed, finding solace in sitting and meditating there. He greatly missed that feeling of his mental energy vanishing entirely. As Zhu Ping'an was tidying up, he suddenly froze, wondering if he might be harboring any negative inclinations. Upon reflection, he attributed this longing to his desire to become stronger. Yes, that must be it. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Ping'an, I heard you survived and returned, so I came to see you. Hurry up and get up. The boisterous sound of banging on the door shattered Zhu Ping'an's contemplations. Oh, look who it is. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an's face, Xianning momentarily flashed a look of ease, but then began to tease. I thought you might have perished in there. Truly a calamity that endures for a millennium. Without hesitation, Xianning plopped down onto a chair, grinning as he regarded Zhu Ping'an. Though his words were laced with mockery, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. After learning of Zhu Ping'an's return, Xianning had intended to visit immediately, but out of consideration for Zhu Ping'an needing rest, he had refrained until morning. What? You think you're disturbing his lazy slumber? We beast tamers must be diligent and hardworking. We can't afford to be lazy. Just then, he added, by the way, I need to find Daba. Let us go together. Is it to assist in the evolution of his little pet? Xianning's tone turned peculiar. No need to go, he isn't home. Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow, looking quizzically at Xianning. He has gone to the West Sea Beast Taming Academy for exchanges with Qin Guanyu and the others. It's a pity you weren't here. Otherwise, you would have been the leader. Xianning reclined comfortably in his chair as he spoke. Very well. Then I shall pay a visit to Director Li. I was actually considering participating in the Beast Cultivation Grand Tournament. The mere thought of that easily attainable 5 million made Zhu Ping'an wince in pain. 5 million? How many mental supplements could that buy? The tournament would last over a month. Zhu Ping'an's eyes suddenly lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xianning. Of course, all competitions commence at the same time. So you only have the opportunity to observe now. The excitement that had just surged within Zhu Ping'an quickly deflated once more. So Director Li is also unavailable. He is one of the judges for the Beast Cultivation Grand Tournament and has been occupied with the Beast Association during this period. Xianning smiled broadly. Come with me to the battle arena. My scalehorn fire lizard has made astonishing progress over the past half-month. Zhu Ping'an shot a sidelong glance at Xianning. All right, virtual arena or battle arena? Of course, the virtual arena. Otherwise, we would have to pay for any injuries to our beasts. Zhu Ping'an was naturally not averse. After witnessing the bloodshed with Xiao Jia, he found that restrained sparring could not unleash his full potential. In the virtual arena, however, there were no such constraints. The two soon arrived at the teaching building, where many onlookers stared at Zhu Ping'an with a mixture of curiosity and awe, as if they were viewing some rare creature. Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. In this ancient capital's Beast Taming Academy, it can be said that there is hardly anyone who doesn't recognize you. Everyone calls you trending brother. Xianning laughed heartily as he gave Zhu Ping'an a playful pat on the shoulder, his expression rife with mockery. Zhu Ping'an remained silent, resolved to give this fellow a proper lesson later on. In the virtual combat chamber, one could choose to climb the ranks or engage in online battles. Speaking of which, Zhu Ping'an had yet to participate in this month's freshman ranking battle. Hurry up and finish preparing. Let's go for the rankings. I'm currently among the top 10 in the ranking battles. You better be cautious. On the virtual combat platform, Xianning waved his hand confidently. Observing the noticeably larger scalehorned fire lizard, Zhu Ping'an's lips curled slightly. A low-grade spirit beast at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, is this audacious? Xiao Jia has undoubtedly dispatched countless of them during this time. With a grand gesture, Zhu Ping'an summoned Xiao Jia, whose wings unfurled like golden blades drawn from their sheath. With a single strike, the scales on the scalehorned fire lizard shattered in abundance, and its 3-meter-long body was sent tumbling. Battle concluded. At that moment, Xianning's confidence was still evident on his face, yet the battle had already reached its conclusion. One strike, and it's over. Chapter 35. So, you wanted to fight? My friend still has to practice. Zhu Ping'an chuckled before turning directly towards the freshman ranking battle. After Xiao Jia's evolution, he had only participated in one unrestricted match. The unrestricted rankings do not intersect with other rankings. So the strength reflected in the rankings was still merely that of Xiao Jia in its initial 9th tier, in the form of a golden feather sculpture. Though the skill levels were high, most of the beasts among the top 10 had already undergone evolution once, having reached the spirit transformation realm. Thus, he had fallen from 1st to 10th place, once again becoming the gatekeeper. The 9th place was occupied by Xianning and his scalehorned fire lizard. No wonder this fellow was so confident in challenging him. It turned out he had already bested Zhu Ping'an once. A mischievous smile flickered in Zhu Ping'an's eyes. He wondered if this time, after being defeated in a single blow, Xianning's resolve would shatter. On the freshman ranking board, the first place still belonged to Qin Guanyu. His star-pattern Violent Tiger had evolved into a mid-grade Earth-tier Radiant Crown Tiger, and with his spirit transformation level 4, he firmly held the top position. Zhu Ping'an had initially thought he would evolve towards the Starry Spirit Tiger, but to his surprise, he opted for this evolutionary path. However, Zhu Ping'an merely pondered for a moment before realizing. As a fellow heir of an esteemed family in the ancient capital, Daba chose to evolve towards the direction of the newly emerged undead world, integrating with it. In contrast, Qin Guanyu opted for the nemesis of the undead, the light-type beast. From their choices, one could glean insights into the differing styles of their two families. Yet for Zhu Ping'an, it mattered little. He only desired to be first. With a grin, he selected Qin Guanyu as his opponent. Last time, Xiao Jia had lagged behind the star-pattern Violent Tiger in both level and aptitude, but now, it would be an overwhelming triumph. Though the Phantom would replicate the original's battle style, it could not speak. Without words, Zhu Ping'an felt something was amiss with Qin Guanyu. Battle begins. Solar Day. Flame Feather 1000 kills. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ping'an waved his hand, and unleashed his ultimate move. A scorching sun rose from the sun wheel on Xiao Jia's back, suspended above the battle platform, causing the fire elements within the entire arena to surge with vitality. Chirp! A piercing cry echoed as layers of fiery feathers enveloped Xiao Jia's wings, resembling a magnificent phoenix, trailing a long fiery tail through the vast sky. The radiant crown tiger showed no fear, emanating dazzling holy light to meet the challenge head-on. A pure, radiant light converged behind him, forming a colossal luminous tiger that enveloped him completely. He did not hesitate to charge straight at Xiao Jia, embodying the very essence of Qin Guanyu's character. Remaining true to form, the luminous tiger collided with the fiery eagle, unleashing a tempest upon the battleground. A violent explosion erupted, as light and fire intertwined and clashed, powerful energy radiating outward from the impact of the two summoned beasts. Regrettably, opting for a strategic maneuver would have required considerable effort, but choosing to confront head-on would undoubtedly etch an unforgettable memory into the mind of the iron-headed boy. The ferocious flames quickly gained the upper hand after a brief standoff with the holy light. Level and aptitude suppression, not to mention the advantage of the home turf, left Zhu Ping'an utterly perplexed as to how the radiant tiger could withstand Xiao Jia's Inferno Feather Thousand Kills. Another wave of explosions resounded, sending the radiant tiger crashing against the edge of the platform, where it fell helplessly. One more. Xiao Jia soared, layers of fiery feathers once again adorning his wings. This time, he refrained from a direct collision. Instead, he swept his wings, unleashing a torrential downpour of blazing feathers that relentlessly bombarded the radiant tiger. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously as the fiery blossoms engulfed the radiant tiger entirely. The battle concluded, and congratulations were in order for Zhu Ping'an, who emerged as the victor. Effortlessly, Zhu Ping'an shrugged and exited the virtual combat arena. As a freshman, this battlefield no longer held his interest. His gaze now turned toward loftier aspirations. However, he did not immediately opt to engage in unrestricted rankings. While he could easily conquer the freshman ranking battles, in the unrestricted category, he was merely a gatekeeper. With 8 days remaining until the July rankings were finalized, he intended to take the time to enhance his skills. Much like when he first participated in the freshman ranking battles, striving to break into the top 900. Upon exiting, he found Xianning, looking utterly dejected, standing at the door, gazing at him longingly. Without uttering a word, she followed him with her eyes from the classroom to the cafeteria. Have you been using cheats? Your strength is just too formidable. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to voice his frustration, Xianning interrupted him. You don't understand. There are always those who leave their peers far behind, making it so that others can only look up to them. We typically refer to such individuals as geniuses. Zhu Ping'an maintained a nonchalant tone, yet with her words, Xianning felt her fists clench involuntarily. Well said. A clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the playful banter between the two. Zhu Ping'an turned, his curiosity piqued by the figure before him. The person was quite handsome, but slightly inferior to himself. It was Qiyu. Rumor had it he was nicknamed the Jade-Faced Gentleman. Truly charming. It was said that he possessed considerable strength, being the top freshman at Shihai Academy. The sisters of the Shihai Beast Taming Academy were living quite well. Why doesn't our school have such attractive men? Alas, upon seeing Qiyu, the surrounding girls couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Oh, so that's Qiyu. Another one with you in his name? And the Jade-Faced Gentleman? Sounds rather pretentious. Oh, so he hails from Shihai Beast Taming Academy? I recall Xianning mentioning that there is an exchange between the two schools. Hey, what do you mean our school doesn't have anyone like that? Am I not as handsome as he is? Zhu Ping'an had been quietly absorbing the information until that last remark compelled him to interject. Who are you? The girl who spoke wrinkled her brow, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Ping'an before her eyes sparkled as she turned back to Qiyu. Oh, although he's a bit scruffy, isn't that Zhu Ping'an? The one trending online? Noticing the commotion, others in the cafeteria turned their gazes toward them, with some recognizing Zhu Ping'an, who had been a topic of discussion since the beginning of the semester. Hearing himself referred to as the trending topic, Zhu Ping'an felt his demeanor deflate. Though Qiyu's title of the Jade-Faced Gentleman sounded somewhat ostentatious, it at least had a certain class to it. What on earth is a trending topic supposed to mean? Hello, I am Qiyu, a freshman from Shihai Beast Taming Academy. I have come to your esteemed school for an exchange. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qiyu smiled warmly, his polite demeanor eliciting a chorus of delighted squeals from the girls. Even Zhu Ping'an found himself momentarily entranced by that gentle smile. I have heard that classmate Zhu is the top freshman at the ancient capital Beast Taming Academy. I, too, bear such a title at my school. I wonder if I might have the honor of engaging in a friendly spar with you? It would be my utmost privilege. What a warm smile, what courteous words. What graceful conduct. It seemed he was eager for a duel. Zhu Ping'an snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Chapter 36, Another Dragon Seed. Qiyu, the top freshman from Shihai, challenges Zhu Ping'an, the top freshman from the ancient capital. The speed at which college students spread gossip has always been disappointingly swift. Before the two had even left the cafeteria, the forums were already ablaze with news. What a predicament. Ha. Does Qiyu not know who Zhu Ping'an is? Trying to assert dominance at our ancient capital academy, he should assess his own capabilities first. Oi, little brat, how unusual. The shampoo guy is now praising Zhu Ping'an. When's the live stream starting? It's been ages. Shark's spicy kunkin. Qiyu was quite polite in the cafeteria. No cilantro sauce. First floor? Please refrain from trying to ride our UGE's coattails. Faced with this challenge, Zhu Ping'an was certainly not intimidated, especially since it was a matter of pride literally. How could he, the most handsome man of the ancient capital, allow an outsider to preach? Today? Online or offline? Let us go with offline. Qiyu maintained his warm smile, extending his hand toward Zhu Ping'an. Observing that outstretched hand, Zhu Ping'an's eyes narrowed slightly. An offline match. Was he planning to ride on his fame? This pretty boy had quite the imagination. As for the notion of school exchanges, he had seen enough to understand the underlying motives. It was essentially two schools sending their best students to flaunt their prowess at one another's establishment. The Shihai Beast Taming Academy and the ancient capital Beast Taming Academy had a long-standing rivalry, especially with the addition of Jinqing Beast Taming Academy, making it a three-way competition for supremacy. Qiyu's intentions were commendable, but unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong target. Then it's settled for today, offline. Zhu Ping'an responded with a bright smile, shaking Qiyu's hand. Since Qiyu wished for an offline match, Zhu Ping'an saw no reason to decline. The administration's arrangements were remarkably swift, almost as if they had anticipated this encounter. The battle would take place in the intermediate arena within the ancient capital Beast Taming Academy. With an hour allocated for both contestants to prepare, time also intended for other students to gather and witness. The administration had certainly put in great effort. Although it was a spontaneous decision, in this digital age, 1 hour was more than sufficient for word to spread. A significant portion of the ancient capital academy's students flocked to the arena to watch, with numerous students from other schools attending as well. Such events of inter-academy rivalry were a rare spectacle. Old Zhu, are you really confident you can defeat him? As they awaited their turn in the arena, Xianning expressed his concerns, remarking, I've heard that this opponent possesses the Beastmaster talent as well, yet he has concealed it remarkably well, with no information leaked. As the saying goes, one can only ascertain after engaging in battle. In stark contrast, Zhu Ping'an appeared utterly unfazed, exhibiting no sense of urgency whatsoever. Alas, everyone knows your Beastmaster talent and the details about your beasts, yet we remain entirely oblivious to theirs. Please, take this seriously. Xianning's expression was one of exasperation. How could this individual be so devoid of tension? With a slight shrug, Zhu Ping'an remained silent, opting instead to produce a beautifully crafted vial of mental rejuvenation potion. Despite his outward demeanor, it was undeniable that Qiyu, the top freshman from the West Sea Beastmaster Academy, was a formidable opponent, and given that boy's cunning, it wouldn't be surprising if he had some underhanded tricks up his sleeve. Seizing the opportunity to prepare, Zhu Ping'an decided to further enhance Xiaojia. At present, Xiaojia's most potent attack was undoubtedly the solar flare followed by flame feather 1000 kill charge. Therefore, Zhu Ping'an gritted his teeth and upgraded both the flame feather 1000 kill and solar flare to level 2. Xiaojia's skill level indicators flickered twice, and Zhu Ping'an's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The two skills, upgraded from 1 to 2, had completely drained his mental reserves. What on earth happened to you? Xianning exclaimed, alarmed at Zhu Ping'an's sudden deterioration. Just moments prior, he had been well, but now he appeared as if he were on the brink of collapse, prompting Xianning to rush to his side. In that moment, Zhu Ping'an could hardly respond. He hastily consumed a vial of a $50,000 mental recovery potion, focusing intently on regaining his composure. An hour swiftly elapsed, and although Zhu Ping'an's pallor persisted, he at least no longer appeared as terrifying. In this condition, are you truly fit to compete? Xianning questioned with concern. Xiao Jia will be fighting, not me. Plus, do me a favor and take care of the little one, so he can witness the match. Zhu Ping'an replied, summoning Yugong and handing him over to Xianning. When did you acquire a second beast? Xianning inquired, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the rock mane lion at his feet. However, Zhu Ping'an merely waved his hand dismissively, striding confidently towards the entrance passage alongside Xiaojia. The passage was brief, spanning a mere dozen meters. This time, we must not only win, but do so spectacularly. Xiaojia, having shrunk in size, flew closely beside Zhu Ping'an, nodding seriously in agreement. The passage was enveloped in silence, with only Zhu Ping'an's voice echoing. But as they crossed the threshold of the white light and stepped into the arena, It was as though they were instantly submerged in a cacophony of sound. The arena was vast, featuring a combat area of a 500-meter diameter square. Due to its considerable size, it could accommodate over 10,000 spectators, and at this moment, it was completely packed. Standing at the entrance, Zhu Ping'an listened to the tumultuous roar of the crowd, unable to suppress a slight smile. The attention was overwhelming. Yay! Xiao Jia was positively ecstatic, flapping her wings with fervor. For this little creature, who relished being in the spotlight, the current moment was nothing short of exhilarating. An authoritative voice boomed from above. Please have the competitors and their respective beasts take the stage. On either side of the combat area were two elevated platforms, designated as the command stations for the competitors. Thanks to the soul bond, there was no need for Zhu Ping'an to shout into a megaphone like a fool. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Jia, they ascended to their respective stages. The battle commences in 10 seconds. Both parties, prepare yourselves. There were no grandiose words to stir the atmosphere, yet the arena remained a whirlwind of sound. The battlefield was a water-themed arena, shimmering under the lights, with several towering rock columns jutting out of the water. Clearly, the administration was aware of both competitors' beasts, which was why such a venue was chosen. Zhu Ping'an cast a distant gaze, locking eyes with Qiyu. After a mutual nod, they instinctively shifted their focus to one another's beasts. Name: Azure Scale Water Serpent. Rank: Spirit Transformation 6th Stage, Level 16. Quality: Mid-Tier, Earth Grade. Attributes: Dragon Type, Water Type. Talents: 1. Whirlpool, LV1. Creates whirlpools in shallow waters. 2. Water Gathering, LV1. Consolidates water elements, enhancing the potency of the next water skill. Can briefly leave the water. Skills: Raging Dragon Breath, LV1. Dragon Claw, LV1. Dragon Tail, LV2. Water Pillar Charge, LV2. Water Stream Tail, LV2. Preferences: 1. Loves beauty. 2. Loves cleanliness. Weaknesses: 1. Dragon Type. 2. Ice Type. 3. The dark blue area beneath the head is a critical weak spot. Qualification Promotion. Evolution Path. Another Dragon Type. Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Over the past period, he had encountered all three categories of dragon types: the Ancient Dragon Representative, the Rock-Toothed Tyrant, the Giant Dragon Representative, the Silver-Winged Star Destroyer, and now the representative of the Azure Dragon type, the Azure Scale Serpent. He had anticipated that his opponent would possess a dragon type, and one that was even a level higher than Xiao Jia, with attributes that had a countering advantage. Qiyu, indeed impressive. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhu Ping'an's mouth. Chapter 37, The Soaring Dragon. This is troublesome. The opposing beast is of the water type, and the arena itself is a water domain. On the spectator platform, Xianning gazed at Qiyu's beast, his expression darkening. Xiao Jia was of the fire and wing types. Although there were a few rock columns scattered about as potential perches, the arena was predominantly water. Even from the spectator stands, one could feel the lively presence of water elements. Observing the azure surface, Yugong tilted his head, his eyes devoid of concern. He held unwavering confidence in his elder brother. What sort of foolish arrangement did the administration concoct, putting our team at a disadvantage? Not only Xianning, but others among the ancient capital students had begun to voice their grievances upon witnessing the water arena alongside Qiyu's beast, under equal qualifications and levels. Dragon-type beasts invariably wield an unparalleled dominance. The term dragon has always symbolized strength. With the current dual disadvantage of attributes and terrain, although Zhu Ping'an possessed notable strength, a sense of trepidation began to ripple through the hearts of many ancient capital students. As for Zhu Ping'an, he remained indifferent to the attribute disadvantage. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can likewise evaporate water. It merely requires greater exertion. Moreover, advantages can sometimes become shackles. The battle commenced. The 10 seconds had elapsed, and the battle officially began. Water Pillar Charge. Qiyu's voice almost coincided with the announcement, as the Azure Scale Water Serpent coiled its body, unleashing a robust water column towards the nearest rock pillar. This kid aims to obliterate the rock pillars. The crowd, comprised of Beastmaster University students, instantly understood Qiyu's tactical intent upon witnessing the Azure Scale Water Serpent's actions. Zhu Ping'an grasped Qiyu's strategy as well, and he merely chuckled. Xiao Jia's stamina was such that it could rival even the endurance of the extraordinary ancient giant eagle. This was merely a battle, and whether the rock pillars remained standing was of little consequence. By demolishing the rock pillars, Qiyu would only deplete the Azure Scale Water Serpent's energy and stamina further. Thus, the spectators watched as Xiao Jia calmly perched herself atop the farthest rock pillar from the Azure Scale Water Serpent, preening her feathers leisurely. Her posture exuded an air of arrogance, as though she had dismissed her opponent entirely. A flicker of confusion crept into Qiyu's eyes, but since Zhu Ping'an offered no objections, he decided to proceed with his plan unabated. Once again, the columns of water and the tail of the dragon danced together. And after a few fleeting moments, the rocky pillars were utterly obliterated by the azure-scaled water serpent. A torrent surged forth. The azure-scaled water serpent, aiming at the airborne Xiaojia, unleashed a formidable jet of water, its velocity nearly double that of its earlier assault on the rocky columns. It was evident that Qiyu had deliberately held back during the destruction, intending to create a moment of misjudgment for Xiaojia and Zhu Ping'an, catching them off guard. Although Zhu Ping'an was unaware of the true swiftness of the water column, he certainly would not underestimate its speed based on its previous performance against the rocky pillars. Ever vigilant, Xiaojia flapped her wings at the instant the water column erupted, transforming into a streak of crimson light that darted away. Solar flare. With a piercing cry, a radiant wheel of light ascended from Xiaojia's back, hanging high in the heavens like the sun itself. In the arena, the previously subdued fire elements suddenly erupted, boiling and burning as they clashed with the omnipresent water elements. Such an impressive solar flare. Surely its skill level had reached Tier 2. Observers in the stands marveled at the billowing white mist being evaporated, but the notion of erasing the advantages of the water domain was utterly impossible. Zhu Ping'an had no intention of solely relying on the solar flare to completely vaporize the water domain. Rather, it was merely a strategic setup for his forthcoming maneuvers. Fire Dragon's Wind Spiral. This was the skill Zhu Ping'an had frequently employed during his battle with the ancient giant eagle, and it had also ascended to Tier 2 due to his astuteness. Xiaojia's resplendent golden wings flapped vigorously, unleashing a powerful gust that swept across the arena. As a fiery dragon vortex roared and writhed upon the water's surface, Xiaojia did not cease her wing beats, conjuring a total of 4 fiery tornadoes. The colossal fire tornadoes raged across the expanse, showing no regard for the water beneath. Qiyu observed Xiaojia's actions, his brow furrowing slightly. While the tornadoes appeared fearsome, they posed no threat to the azure-scaled water serpent lurking beneath the surface. What, he pondered, was the purpose of such energy expenditure on futile efforts? His curiosity flickered momentarily. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, the current fiery whirlwinds provided him with an excellent opportunity. The azure-scaled water serpent glided gracefully beneath the surface, and as it moved, the fire tornadoes that loomed above began to extinguish rapidly. A massive vortex emerged on the water's surface, strategically positioned amidst the 4 fire tornadoes. The swirling force irresistibly drew in the surrounding fire vortexes, and torrents of water surged upward from beneath, snuffing them out entirely. Zhu Ping'an had acted rather recklessly. Though the fire tornadoes were formidable, they were ineffective against the azure-scaled water serpent submerged below. Not only were they ineffectual, but they had now become tools for the opponent's stratagem. As the 4 previously rampaging fire tornadoes were consumed by the water flow, transforming into a colossal water vortex, many in the stands displayed expressions of confusion. The gigantic water vortex that now spanned the heavens and the earth forced Xiaojia to dart about in the air. And witnessing the beleaguered golden eagle, Qiyu could not suppress a smirk. The drastic temperature fluctuations in the air, combined with the azure-scaled water serpent's vortex technique, effortlessly created a water tornado, especially since his maneuver had been executed atop Zhu Ping'an's fire tornado. With this single move, the victor was clear. Observing his skill inadvertently benefiting his opponent, Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed, appearing indifferent to his own blunder. Xiaojia in the air seemed hesitant to launch any further assaults, merely evading, seemingly awaiting the dissolution of the water vortex. Qiyu, however, had no intention of waiting for the water vortex to dissipate. Although his azure-scaled water serpent held an advantage in attributes and the environment, the opposing winged beast was swift and elusive, making it challenging for him to strike. It would be unacceptable for 2 prodigies to contest, only to have one soar in the skies while the other swam below, unable to contend with one another. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zhu Ping'an's blunder, he resolved not to let this chance slip away. As the foremost newcomer of the West Sea, he was acutely aware of the dynamics of battle. He decided then that if the mountain would not come to him, he would go to the mountain, gathering water to ascend. A slender and agile figure leapt from the depths, spiraling smoothly upward, riding the colossal water vortex straight into the sky. This breathtaking spectacle of a dragon soaring heavenward evoked gasps of awe from those among the ancient academies who harbored animosity towards Qiyu. The rarity of such a sight was undeniable. As he listened to the cheers and encouragement directed at Zhu Ping'an from the stands, now silenced by his display, a profound sense of pride and self-satisfaction surged within him. As a student of the West Sea Beastmaster Academy, to outshine the new first among the ancient academies filled him with an intoxicating sense of achievement. Yet, intoxication aside, the battle was far from over. He eagerly anticipated the expressions of disbelief on the faces of the ancient academy's students once he had bested Zhu Ping'an. How would they hold their heads high in his presence then? If Zhu Ping'an were to hear Qi Yu's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff in derision. As the azure-scaled water serpent ascended with the water vortex, both Qi Yu and Zhu Ping'an wore smiles. Xiaojia, the moment has come. The beleaguered Xiaojia in the air suddenly let out a piercing cry. Chapter 38. The Golden Rock hunts the true dragon. The golden eagle's cry echoed, flames coursing through the skies. Once more, a solar flare erupted, as the dancing flames transformed into exquisite fiery feathers, layered and cascading like a radiant garment. Xiaojia's wings flapped, unleashing a torrent of fiery feathers. Yet her target was not the azure-scaled water serpent that had emerged into the air. Instead, the multitude of fiery feathers surged toward the massive water vortex, entirely disregarding the azure-scaled water serpent. Yes, Zhu Ping'an has unleashed his power. Yet, why were all the attacks directed into the water vortex? Was it possible to misfire in such a manner? Observing the flames that momentarily painted half the sky crimson, the stands erupted in cheers, only to fall silent abruptly. He aimed to sever the water vortex, leaving the azure-scaled water serpent with no support, to strike while it was weak, to claim its life. Some audience members, having grasped the strategy, excitedly explained. The fiery feathers obliterated the water vortex, leaving only wisps of water vapor rising slowly, enveloping the azure-scaled water serpent. Zhu Ping'an's maneuver had effectively turned the tide. The fire tornado that had been consumed was not a blunder, but a deliberate bait to lure the azure-scaled water serpent from its aquatic refuge. As the explosive Xiaojia compelled Qi Yu to clench his fist, determination swiftly replaced his initial reaction. He was well aware that commanding the azure-scaled water serpent to ascend might have played into Zhu Ping'an's hands. However, this opportunity could equally cement his victory, and he could not afford to let it slip away. In the midst of a battle, the roles of hunter and prey are never definitively assigned. As the saying goes, while the tiger may harbor intentions to harm, the hunter must also have the cunning of a tiger. Opportunities are equal, depending solely on who seizes them best. Raging waves exhale. As the water vortex collapsed under the fiery feathers, the azure-scaled water serpent ascended to a height equal to Xiaojia's. The distance between them merely a few dozen meters. Qi Yu waved his hand decisively, his eyes filled with a resolve to fight to the bitter end. With the water vortex now gone, the azure-scaled water serpent was ultimately not a true dragon and could not fly independently. Beneath the suspension of the celestial bodies, the water element becomes scarce, and the aerial battlefield has transformed into the adversary's domain. Yet, he can still unleash one final strike. The most formidable blow of the azure-scaled water serpent, unmatched among its peers. Moreover, he currently holds the advantage. As the voice of Qi Yu resonates in his heart, the azure-scaled water serpent raises its fearsome head, its amber eyes radiating a dark golden light. Like a glutton, it opens its maw wide, consuming all the surrounding wisps of water vapor. Although thin, every bit counts in the present circumstances. It seems as though it harbors a lake within its mouth. And as it shakes its head and roars, a deluge bursts forth, flooding the heavens. With the flame dragon wind circle safeguarding, it gathers the fiery feathers for 1,000 slaughters. Faced with the towering tidal wave, Zhu Ping'an remains calm, for the celestial bodies still hang high in the sky. From deliberately allowing the flame dragon tornado to be engulfed, to the azure-scaled water serpent taking to the skies, and finally, to the destruction of the water spout. Everything unfolds as he anticipated. At this moment, the azure-scaled water serpent possesses but a single strike. If it can endure, victory shall be his. As the colossal wave approaches, Xiaojia flaps her wings with great speed, unleashing 2 fiery tornadoes at her utmost velocity. However, this time, the fiery tornadoes do not roar forth, but instead hover silently beside her. The flames of the tornadoes merge, engulfing Xiaojia within their expanding embrace. And just then, the tidal wave arrives. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flames and the colossal wave engage in a fierce battle, the rising steam akin to their blood, enveloping the arena in mere seconds. Where did it go? Can't see anything. Clear the mist. The spectators in the stands are filled with discontent, frustrated at the obscured battlefield. Just when the action reached its peak, visibility is lost, akin to a plot twist that requires a subscription. Shrouded in white mist, Zhu Ping'an too cannot discern the battlefield. Despite the enhancements from the Eye of Truth, granting him superior vision, the mist does not yield to beast control, and thus he remains unable to penetrate its veil. However, with Xiaojia's feedback, he retains a general awareness of the battlefield state. The colossal wave and the fiery tornadoes are locked in a chaotic struggle, even though the skill levels are superior. And a reinforcement of firepower is present in the celestial bodies. The might of the dragon breath skill, representing the pinnacle of draconic beings, still prevails, causing the fiery tornadoes to retreat. Zhu Ping'an admits that he has somewhat underestimated the intensity of the dragon breath. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Enticing the azure-scaled water serpent into aerial combat was inherently a risky choice. As a fire elemental, Xiaojiao must take risks to overcome the serpent lurking beneath the waters. Despite the dragon breath's intensity exceeding Zhu Ping'an's expectations, he has always preferred to retain a contingency. Although the fiery tornadoes ultimately succumb to the dragon breath, on the verge of being extinguished, they have afforded Xiaojiao valuable time to gather strength for her 1,000 slaughters of fiery feathers. Perhaps hearing the audience's complaints, a flicker of red light ignites within the dense mist, rapidly expanding as if the sun is rising above the horizon, casting forth boundless brilliance. The piercing cry that shatters the heavens reverberates like a divine summons. The suspended celestial bodies suddenly shine brighter, channeling their power directly into Xiaojiao. The crimson flames grow ever more vibrant, and her feathers shimmer with a resplendent golden glow, rendering Xiaojiao akin to a revered deity. In that moment of the piercing cry, Qiyu's already pale visage turns even more ashen. He gazes intently at the tumultuous waves, his eyes still glimmering with anticipation. How could an ordinary, foul bird withstand the majesty of the dragon's breath? The battle has reached its climax. As Xiaojiao successfully completes the 1,000 slaughters of fiery feathers, Zhu Ping'an feels an immense sense of relief. That red light, akin to a blazing sun, incinerates the mist, cleaves through the colossal wave, and hurtles straight toward the azure-scaled water serpent, which is still exhaling torrents. Cease the breath, gather strength for a counterattack. Watching the inferno of a burning sun breach the waves, Qiyu's anticipation dissipates. He hurriedly commands the azure-scaled water serpent to halt its breath and prepare to retaliate. If it can withstand this blow and gather strength to submerge, even if injured, the outcome remains uncertain. Just as Zhu Ping'an had previously contemplated, the condition is contingent upon whether the azure-scaled water serpent can withstand Xiaojiao's strike. All its watery power seems to have been expended in the prior dragon breath, and in the scorching air, the serpent's ability to gather its watery tail is visibly slowed. As the great sun approaches, the water tail, still unformed, can only be hastily flung out. Screech. Xiaojiao's voice is piercingly high. Nothing is more delightful than sounding the horn of counterattack. The blazing sun collides with the ephemeral tail, resembling an explosive culmination of solar energy, as countless flames erupt, sweeping across the heavens. Like a stone crushing an egg, the force utterly obliterates the azure-scaled water serpent. Yet, its trajectory is not toward the water as Qiyu had envisioned. Instead, it soars skyward. Zhu Ping'an is not so naive. After detonating all the flames to propel the azure-scaled water serpent away, Xiaojiao's own feathers have also been singed. After all, the sun grants him formidable fire resistance, not absolute immunity. The second-tier 1,000 slaughters of fiery feathers, bolstered by the celestial bodies, has left even him, the instigator, feeling the heat. However, compared to the azure-scaled water serpent, whose azure scales have been extensively scorched, Xiaojiao clearly dismisses her own minor injuries. With wings unfurled, she pursues the advantage. As the air currents dissipate and the azure-scaled water serpent begins its descent, Xiaojiao darts forth like a bolt of golden lightning. A sharp current of air sweeps across her claws, glinting with a chilling light. Zhu Ping'an has already informed Xiaojiao of the serpent's weakness. Now, under the scrutiny of her keen eyes, she easily spots the dark blue reverse scales located just beneath its head. With a bellow akin to a bull's roar, a mournful cry resonates throughout the arena. High above, the golden eagle unfurls its wings, its claws like daggers piercing the neck of the azure-scaled water serpent, lifting its 6-meter-long body into the air, resembling a golden-winged roc hunting a true dragon. Chapter 39. Zhu's Comprehensive Power. Witnessing the impactful scene in the sky, the audience in the stands instinctively holds their breath for a moment, followed by a thunderous cheer that erupts, instantly engulfing the entire arena. From the fiery tornadoes obliterating the waves to the dragon breath flooding the skies, and finally to the sun soaring above, culminating in the golden eagle hunting the water dragon. These few minutes of battle have been akin to a roller coaster ride, providing a thrilling visual experience. More importantly, the ultimate victor is their ancient capital Beastmaster Academy, a profound sense of pride welling up within them, and the cheers from their lips grow ever more fervent. The battle concludes, and Zhu Ping'an emerges victorious. Whether it is an illusion or not, Zhu Ping'an feels that even the announcement in the air carries a hint of fluctuation. Amidst the mountain-like cheers, Qiyu clenches his fists in silence, quietly recalling the injured azure-scaled water serpent into his spiritual domain, standing on the command platform like a silent statue. The command platform beneath him suddenly shifted, elevating him towards the oncoming platform, which connected seamlessly after a minute, resembling a bridge suspended above the battlefield. In most instances, Following the conclusion of a Beastmaster duel, the platforms of both competitors would carry them towards the center of the arena. Embodying the spirit of second place is merely a step towards friendship. This practice, particularly emphasized during confrontations between esteemed Beastmaster academies, served as a theatrical display of camaraderie. Naturally, in Zhu Ping'an's view, the architect of this arrangement must have been an experienced figure from the imperial court in days gone by. Nonetheless, for the victor, it was undeniably exhilarating. Before him, the radiant smile of Zhu Ping'an illuminated the atmosphere, prompting Qiyu to take a few deep breaths. As the bitterness and resentment etched upon his features were swiftly eclipsed by a familiar, gentle smile. Zhu, a powerhouse in his own right, truly lived up to the title of the top scholar of the ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy. Only an institution as resource-rich as the ancient capital could nurture such a prodigy. Qiyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment for his own impoverished West Sea Academy. Bowing respectfully to Zhu Ping'an, a hint of bittersweetness graced his handsome visage, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Merely observing the sorrowful expressions of the young ladies in the stands revealed the effectiveness of Qiyu's strategy. It must be said, the grand display coupled with that flawless countenance indeed conjured an aura of tragic beauty. Alas, had he been a student at our ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy, victory would surely have been his. Such a pity. In the stands, some girls were on the verge of tears, their eyes brimming with concern, while even a few male spectators began to waver in their stoicism. Have you all lost your faculties from reading such foolish narratives? This young man is mocking our ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy for relying solely on resources for triumph. And yet, you feel sympathy for him. Truly, it is akin to biting the hand that feeds you, a masterclass in self-sabotage. In that moment, while the arena remained calm, a tempest brewed in the stands. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an was oblivious to the turmoil among the spectators. However, he was no fool. He clearly discerned Qiyu's veiled sarcasm. Such a disgrace. It was indeed a lapse on our ancient capital's part to remain unaware of the tribulations faced by our brother academy, the West Sea. Despite being the leading institution in the West for over a decade, Zhu Ping'an's voice resonated with earnestness, his gaze sincere. However, I recall that last year's West Sea Academy possessed the highest resources among the Western institutions. Could it be that the school's administration embezzled funds for personal gain? Zhu's tone suddenly escalated, amplified by a sound device, reverberating throughout the arena and silencing the uproar in the stands. The spectators were struck with terror. How had the conversation turned so perilous? Listening to Zhu Ping'an's words, Qiyu was momentarily frozen in place. This unfolding was far from the narrative he had envisioned. Just as he prepared to speak, Zhu Ping'an interrupted. Rest assured, Qiyu, since you have bravely exposed such malevolence today, our ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy will undoubtedly seek justice for you and the students of the West Sea Academy. A spray of water erupted from the mouth of the leading teacher from the West Sea Academy's observation platform. How dare this young man spread such slander? Wiping the remnants from his lips, he turned furiously towards the vice president of the ancient capital's academy, President Zhang. Is it not rather audacious for your student to speak in such a manner? A mere newcomer dares to defame our West Sea Academy in public. This matter is far from over. Director Liu, Zhang Jun's calm voice interjected as she reclined against her chair, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she regarded Lu Hong. Your students were clearly expressing concern for your students. How could that be construed as defamation? Lu Hong's demeanor was frigid, yet he was cut off by her poised hand raised in interruption. Director Liu, I am quite curious as to why, despite your academy's abundant resources last year, your esteemed newcomer would claim scarcity? How peculiar. It seems this matter warrants reporting to the Ministry of Education for thorough investigation. Coughing, Lu Hong appeared choked, his complexion resembling that of a pig's liver, growing increasingly grim. He couldn't be oblivious to Qiyu's deliberate provocation. Yet, he had not anticipated that this Zhu student would deviate entirely from the script, directly assailing their school's administration by broaching the topic of embezzlement. What audacity! Moreover, they were acutely aware of their own financial discrepancies. As these thoughts swirled, Lu Hong found himself cursing Qiyu internally. What a disgraceful display. To challenge and fail was one thing, but now to cling to the stage and spout nonsense was utterly absurd. Resolving this, Lu Hong employed his mental prowess to convey a message to Qiyu, urging him to exit the platform promptly. Qiyu, why have you fallen silent? Do not fear. As the torchbearers for the people, our ancient capital's Beastmaster Academy shall ensure you do not perish in the tempest. At that moment, Qiyu, still reeling from his director's scolding, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure in the face of Zhu Ping'an's feigned righteousness. Zhu, your prowess is unparalleled. After today's battle, I, Qi, am genuinely convinced of your strength. However, I am feeling somewhat unwell and must take my leave. With that, he attempted to retreat from the stage. Zhu Ping'an, unfazed by Qi Yu's final jab, maintained a leisurely tone, his countenance still exuding a fa of sincerity. Then you should rest, Qi Yu. We shall discuss the issue of resource scarcity at the West Sea Academy another time. With a friendly wave, his companion, Xiao Jia, flapped her wings as if bidding farewell. Observing Qi Yu's hasty and somewhat disheveled retreat, Zhu Ping'an chuckled to himself, preparing to descend from the platform. Oh, you think you can outmatch me? Zhu Ping'an, I am Vice President Zhang Zhuyan. Please join me at the guest observation platform. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to step down, he stumbled slightly. The Vice President? In his nearly 2 months at the Academy, the highest-ranking official he had encountered was merely the director of the Beast Nurturing Department. To think such a distinguished figure was present in the audience. Had all his words been overheard? Swallowing hard, he scanned the area and quickly spotted Zhang Zhuyan in the guest area, though they had never met. His instincts told him she was indeed the one. Vice President, you seek me? At that moment, the guest observation platform was devoid of anyone but Zhang Zhuyan. As Lu Hong had already escorted Qi Yu away, her appearance was gentle, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze in March. Please, have a seat. Gazing at the top newcomer of her academy, Zhang Zhuyan offered a faint smile. I dare not. Zhu Ping'an lowered his head, adopting the demeanor of a child caught in wrongdoing. How amusing. Just now, you had the audacity to speak of embezzlement among the leaders of the West Sea Academy. Yet now you hesitate to sit. Zhang Zhuyan's tone was calm and unassuming, yet it resonated in Zhu Ping'an's ears like thunder. I acknowledge my error and shall not speak so recklessly again. Zhu Ping'an quickly raised his head, sincerity etched across his face as he gazed at Zhang Zhuyan. Oh, do you believe I intend to punish you? Observing Zhu Ping'an's meek demeanor, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Zhuyan's lips. You are the pride of our academy, the top newcomer. Why would I ever punish you? Zhu Ping'an smiled shyly. I wish to speak with you about the mysteries of the secret realm. Chapter 40. The Enigma of the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm. Zhu Ping'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Principal Zhang, what exactly is the purpose of this secret realm, and what lies within? Although Baidaba had mentioned it briefly on the first day of school, the few words he uttered were nowhere near as enlightening as having the principal elucidate it personally. Ultimately, the secret realm can be considered an alternate world. Is it akin to the ancient beast world? Zhu Ping'an inquired with curiosity. Not entirely accurate, but one could interpret it that way. However, it is completely under human control. An alternate world fully under human control? Zhu Ping'an pondered, perplexed. Throughout his education, textbooks had always stated that alternate worlds possess their own operational laws, and some alternate realms are even larger than the entire blue star. To date, humanity has yet to conquer any such world. Is it hard to believe? Zhang Zhuyan chuckled. Do you know why the Western Sea Academy and other institutions have come to our school for an exchange at this moment? Zhu Ping'an was taken aback by Zhang Zhuyan's question. Is the topic really that disparate? Isn't it common for beast training academies to learn from each other to enhance their strengths and eliminate weaknesses? That is one reason. But the most significant factor is the secret realm. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback, as if a sudden realization struck him. His tone turned skeptical and probing. They can also enter the secret realm? Zhang Zhuyan nodded with a smile. The secret realm belongs to all academies, but there are only 5 entrances, each designated to one of the 5 major academic districts. The entrance for the Western Academic District is right here at our ancient capital Beast Training Academy. So, what exactly is in the secret realm? Zhu Ping'an's curiosity deepened. Beast combat techniques, master trainer techniques, high-quality beasts, and various rare treasures. It is truly a cornucopia. Zhang Zhuyan's voice carried a hint of awe. If that is the case, why not make it public? Zhu Ping'an asked, intrigued. If such a formidable alternate world were fully accessible, it would undoubtedly elevate the standards of all trainers in Dongwon. Do you think those treasures were placed there by just anyone? Zhang Zhuyan shot Zhu Ping'an a disapproving glance. The original intent of the secret realm was to unite the powers of all academies to cultivate elite beast trainers. You could consider it a premier institution for top-tier trainers. Zhu Ping'an instantly comprehended, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. No wonder only a handful of those with training talent emerge from thousands of candidates. If that isn't high-end talent, what is? Is there anything I need to prepare? Money? Or something else? Zhu Ping'an inquired. Just be ready to showcase your talent. As for the rest, you will learn everything once you enter. Zhang Zhuyan waved her hand. All right, I've said all I needed to say. I shall take my leave. With that, a circle of faint white light enveloped her, and she vanished in an instant. Zhu Ping'an stood there for a moment before suddenly realizing. Is this the instantaneous movement of the mental system? If only I could use it for delivering takeout, I'd surely rise to the top of the monthly rankings. I want that. Is this rock main lion contracted from the ancient beast world? It looks incredible. When he found Xianing, she was busy amusing Yugong. who merely lay on the ground with his eyes closed, resting. Well, you can't help it. That's the nature of being a beast trainer. Zhu Ping'an waved dismissively. What were you up to just now? The vice principal needed me for something. Xianning's expression turned worried. Could it be because of what you said earlier? Is she going to punish you? Zhu Ping'an cast a doubtful glance at Xianning. Why would she care about me? Impossible. She just wanted to discuss matters regarding the secret realm. Ah, what a pity. I thought you'd at least have to write a self-reflection or something. You've gotten off easy. Seeing her face filled with regret, Zhu Ping'an could only chuckle softly. What is the secret realm? A moment of realization washed over Xianning as she asked, puzzled. Oh, it's just a place for beast trainers with talent to further their education, Zhu Ping'an said, playfully ruffling Yugong's mane. With his continuous growth, his fur has become much denser. It's a delightful texture. Uffed. Xianning scoffed, her eyes filled with envy. All right. I want to keep you. I need to prepare. Zhu Ping'an waved goodbye and left with Yugong. Zhang Zhuyun had said to be ready to showcase his talent, which indicated that the environment wouldn't be entirely harmonious. However, it was to be expected. Where there are people, there are rivalries. All were outstanding talents from their respective schools, young and brash, and it was entirely normal for them to be competitive. Engaging in fierce discussions and learning alongside the best from across the nation, Zhu Ping'an mused, I must elevate my own abilities. After a moment of reflection, he made his way outside the academy. Hey, Daba, it's me, Zhu Ping'an. Yes, I'm back alive. Great. Let us gather when you return. By the way, where's that beast nurturing studio you arranged for me? Oh, all right. Half an hour later, Zhu Ping'an finally located the studio Daba had mentioned. Upon gazing at the high-end decor of the studio before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Daba's studio. What a pity about the decor. Shaking his head at the sign at the entrance, Zhu Ping'an stepped inside. Good day, sir. We are delighted to serve you. May I inquire whether you seek beast evolution or aptitude enhancement? As soon as he entered, a tall figure approached, exuding warmth with a gentle tone. I'm looking for Manager Zhao, Zhu Ping'an replied, discreetly scanning the room before shyly addressing the elegantly dressed lady before him. Are you Mr. Zhu? A well-dressed figure with a beaming smile approached briskly. The boss has informed me about you. Truly remarkable for your age. As soon as Zhu Ping'an finished speaking, a dapper gentleman came forward, smiling broadly. Xiaya, this is our studio's specially appointed beast nurturer. Quickly, prepare a cup of water. The tall lady glanced curiously at Zhu Ping'an, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. All right, those legs are incredibly long. What an athletic frame. Admiring her graceful silhouette, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but silently praise her. Mr. Zhu, the boss has already informed us of your requirements. Your office is this way. Please follow me. As Zhu Ping'an followed the gentleman to his office, he soon realized it was far larger than he had imagined. This is your exclusive studio, open solely for you. Here is the key. You may come and go as you please. Please thank your boss on my behalf. After surveying the room, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but marvel. Daba, the affluent benefactor, truly possessed immense wealth. Every piece of equipment was top-notch. Are you taking orders now? Let us take orders. With such excellent benefits, I can't just sit idly by. Zhu Ping'an replied with a cheerful disposition. Very well, your status is that of a senior beast nurturer. Here are all the senior and below orders available in our studio for you to review. It must be said, Manager Zhao was exceedingly professional, meticulously arranging everything. I'll take this one. After a lengthy selection process, Zhu Ping'an ultimately chose a remarkable beast of the wing and wind elements. His visit to the beast breeding studio was motivated not only by the prospect of earning money, but also by his innate talent for replication. To this day, he had yet to discover a suitable opportunity or subject to utilize this ability. The conditions for employing replication were rather stringent. The replicated skill had to be executed promptly within a short time frame, or else it would vanish. Furthermore, the subject of replication could not exhibit any resistance and had to be alive. Thus, the ancient giant eagle that had been slain by the silver-winged dragon could not have its skills replicated, much to Zhu Ping'an's chagrin, as he had a particular desire for that sky-shattering claw. The requirement for the subject to be alive and non-resistant presented a significant challenge, which the profession of beast breeder adeptly resolved. It allowed for interaction with a plethora of beasts while maintaining confidentiality due to the nature of the work. After all, no one, not even the owner of the beast, was permitted to observe a beast breeder at work. This way, he could subtly incapacitate the beast, ensuring it remained alive and compliant. Truly a flawless arrangement. Chapter 41. The Talent of Replication. As one of the most renowned beast breeding studios in the ancient city, the Daba studio never lacked clientele. However, despite the abundance of customers, the number of beast breeders was limited. Consequently, most high-end studios operated on a reservation basis, with clients queuing for their orders. The beast breeders would then attend to the orders in sequential order. Zhu Ping'an, however, was an exception. His collaboration with Dabayat stipulated that he had the freedom to choose his working hours and the orders he would accept. Once Zhu Ping'an selected an order, Manager Zhao arranged for someone to contact the client. Before long, a man with a stubbly beard appeared, with Zhu Ping'an's evolutionary target, the extraordinary Lockwind Eagle, perched upon his shoulder. Ha ha ha, Manager Zhao, you're so quick to reach me. I thought I'd have to wait until next week. The man's hearty laughter was infectious as he warmly clasped Manager Zhao's hand, as if they were long-lost brothers. Mr. Ouyang, our esteemed beast breeder has accepted your order, which is why we are notifying you today, Manager Zhao replied with a genial smile, discreetly withdrawing his hand. Oh, an esteemed beast breeder? I wonder who that could be. Ouyang Feng exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Given the stature of Daba Studio, one could only assume that the appointed beast breeder would be a renowned master in the field. The fact that his order had been taken by such an individual suggested that the evolution of his beast was almost guaranteed to succeed. The thought brought an even brighter smile to Ouyang Feng's face. You'll find out soon enough. Manager Zhao's gaze subtly shifted, unsure of how to address the situation. He decided it was best for Ouyang Feng to witness it for himself. This is our esteemed beast breeder, Mr. Zhu Ping'an. Him? An esteemed beast breeder? Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, Ouyang Feng's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Was he in the right place? This appeared to be a mere college student. How could he possibly be your distinguished beast breeder? Manager Zhao, are you jesting with me? After confirming that he was indeed in the right place, Ouyang Feng's expression darkened, and his tone turned decidedly less amicable. Mr. Ouyang, I assure you, I mean no jest. While Mr. Zhu may be young, there is no doubt that he is our esteemed beast breeder, Manager Zhao replied earnestly, though he too had been taken aback by Zhu Ping'an's age. Nevertheless, as an employee, he would adhere to his employer's statements without question. This little boy probably doesn't even possess a beast breeder's qualification certificate. How can he be your esteemed beast breeder? Ouyang Feng's irritation was palpable, his gaze toward Zhu Ping'an laced with undisguised skepticism and disdain. Forgive me, but I do indeed possess a qualification certificate, Zhu Ping'an interjected, revealing his electronic version of the junior beast breeder's qualification certificate. Junior? Ouyang Feng was almost laughing in disbelief. Manager Zhao, has your studio truly fallen to the point of hiring a junior beast breeder as an esteemed one? His words did not go unnoticed, drawing the attention of other beast breeders nearby, who regarded Zhu Ping'an with incredulity. Mr. Ouyang, I reiterate, Mr. Zhu Ping'an is indeed our esteemed beast breeder. As for who we choose to employ, that is our prerogative. Manager Zhao's voice took on a firmer tone. Can I say a few words? Ouyang Feng attempted to interject, but Zhu Ping'an spoke up first. You see me as young, and it is only natural to worry about the potential failure of your beast's evolution. However, now that you are here, why not give it a try? Zhu Ping'an said calmly. Ouyang Feng had anticipated Zhu Ping'an would deliver a profound declaration, but the young man's response was anything but conventional. Should the evolution fail, it would merely result in a loss of materials, which would not significantly impact your beast. Here's the deal. If it fails, you won't owe a single penny. I will bear the entire loss. As Zhu Ping'an spoke, Ouyang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the other beast breeders around them exchanged glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Mr. Zhu, Manager Zhao attempted to interject, but Zhu Ping'an held up a hand to stop him. How about this? If it fails, you incur no loss. If it succeeds, then you stand to gain even more. Zhu Ping'an said, beaming at Ouyang Feng. He had long anticipated skepticism regarding his abilities, especially considering that breeding beasts was an intricate art, as evidenced by the bald heads of the seasoned breeders around him. Achievements requiring decades of rigorous study were no small feat. This is an extraordinary Lockwind Eagle of low-tier extraordinary grade. The materials for evolution would cost millions. Can you truly afford that? Ouyang Feng was beginning to waver, but he needed assurance that Zhu Ping'an was capable of compensating for any potential losses. I am an esteemed beast breeder at Daba Studio. Can I not afford it? Zhu Ping'an replied confidently. Ouyang Feng remained silent, merely turning to Manager Zhao for confirmation. Mr. Zhu's assurances reflect the stance of Daba Studio. Manager Zhao replied without hesitation, recalling his boss's words. Excellent. With Manager Zhao's endorsement, I feel reassured. Let us commence. Ouyang Feng nodded, his smile returning. As Zhu Ping'an had indicated, should any materials be lost, he would not be held accountable. If successful, it would serve the very purpose of his visit. What direction would you like your beast to evolve in, Mr. Ouyang? Zhu Ping'an inquired, and before Ouyang Feng could respond, a voice from the observing breeders chimed in. You young lad, if you manage to achieve a successful evolution, it would be akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How dare you ask about the evolution direction? Can you even grasp it? Zhu Ping'an turned to the source of the voice, a middle-aged man with a notably clever expression. Ha ha, I wish to enhance my beast's wind control capabilities, Ouyang Feng replied with a grin. Very well, then. I kindly ask everyone to disperse. I shall begin my work now. Zhu Ping'an nodded, turning his attention to the Lockwind eagle resting on Ouyang Feng's shoulder. By the way, I prefer to study beasts after rendering them briefly unconscious. You understand, don't you? Of course, we shall proceed as you wish. Ouyang Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in response. Beast tamers often possess peculiarities. However, dizziness is hardly a grave concern. After giving a few instructions to his wind-locking eagle, he entrusted it into Zhu Ping'an's hands. Name, Wind-locking eagle. Rank, Extraordinary level 6, 26 level. Quality, low earth grade. Attributes, wing type, wind type. Talent, wind lock, LV3, rapidly gathers surrounding wind elements, slowing their dissipation. Skill, Skyrending Claw, LV3. Preferences, 1. Enjoys barbecued food. 2. Fond of romance. Weaknesses, 1. Lightning type, 2. Qualification promotion. Evolution path. Wind type evolution requires a 100-year-old flowing wind flower, a few fragments of breaking void leaf, mixed with crushed bones of the earthly fiend realm's wind-locking eagle, and 50 milliliters of wind-type spiritual liquid to bind. Then evenly applied to the exterior of the earthly fiend realm's wind beast, roaring wind tiger's crystal core, for it to consume. Skyrending Claw. After activating True Insight and casting a glance, Zhu Ping'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. He chose the wind-locking eagle precisely due to its race and attributes, ensuring a high compatibility with Xiaojia. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the presence of the Skyrending Claw skill. Indeed, fortunate individuals often enjoy a streak of good luck. After notifying the warehouse about the materials required for the evolution via internal communication, Zhu Ping'an proceeded to render the wind-locking eagle unconscious. Under the guidance of its beast tamer, the wind-locking eagle offered no resistance, quietly watching as Zhu Ping'an administered the potion. Come forth, Xiaojia. Once the wind-locking eagle was incapacitated, Zhu Ping'an summoned Xiaojia. Aware of its purpose, Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with delight as it gazed at the wind-locking eagle on the experimental table. Reproduce. Zhu Ping'an placed his right hand upon the forehead of the wind-locking eagle, silently invoking the command. A surge of white light enveloped both Zhu Ping'an and the wind-locking eagle, and 10 seconds later, Zhu Ping'an abruptly opened his eyes. His complexion turned pale, and he felt unsteady on his feet. As anticipated, reproduce indeed bears side effects. Chapter 42, Formulating Blood and Flesh Essence. After channeling the white light onto Xiaojia's head, Zhu Ping'an, feeling deflated, plopped down onto the ground. Much like the Enhance talent drained his mental energy, the Reproduce talent consumed his physical strength. At that moment, he truly understood the sensation of being utterly drained. Mental exhaustion caused dizziness and nausea, accompanied by a splitting headache, while physical depletion rendered him weightless, as though he could scarcely feel his own body. One drains mental energy, the other depletes physical stamina. It appeared he was destined to traverse this path of emptiness. Fully committed, after resting for over half an hour, Zhu Ping'an finally regained control of his body. Lily, Xiaojia, brimming with excitement, affectionately nudged Zhu Ping'an's hand with its head. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Observing the radiant Xiaojia, Zhu Ping'an remarked with mild annoyance. He could replenish his mental energy through meditation and mental supplements. But what about his physical stamina? Should he purchase 9 flavor Remania pills? Or perhaps Howren kidney treasure tablets? Shaking his head, Zhu Ping'an decided to defer this issue for the time being, believing that solutions would present themselves in due course. When the wind-locking eagle awakened, the somewhat unsteady Zhu Ping'an had just finished preparing the materials necessary for its evolution. Eat up, holding a crystal core the size of his fist. Zhu Ping'an watched as the wind-locking eagle tilted its head, then suddenly enlarged, swallowing the core in one gulp. Before it could savor the taste, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within its body, enveloping it in a rich white glow. Screech. A minute later, as the white light dissipated, the wind-locking eagle let out an ecstatic cry towards the heavens. Its feathers now shimmered in a deep azure hue, with a long, azure line adorning its beak and talons, curling as though caught in a breeze. After the wind-locking eagle consumed the crystal core, Zhu Ping'an promptly informed Manager Zhao, who was currently awaiting with Ouyang Feng and others at the entrance of Zhu Ping'an's workshop. So soon? Not even an hour. It seems this lad cannot hold out any longer. The previously sharp-minded man was also present, sneering while casting a disdainful look at the closed door. Having spent several years in this workshop, he remained merely a mid-level beast tamer. How could a youth, akin in age to his own son, be appointed as a special consultant? Naturally, he felt indignant and was determined not to miss the spectacle unfolding. Youngsters, enthusiasm is to be expected. Another beast tamer stood beside Manager Zhao, intending to offer some words of consolation. However, at that moment, the tightly shut door swung open. It seems I underestimated the situation. I sincerely apologize for my prior remarks. Who but you could be the special consultant? The moment the door opened, a broad smile spread across Ouyang Feng's face as he rubbed his hands together, approaching with an excessively ingratiating demeanor. The bald beast tamer stood in stunned silence, recalling how Ouyang Feng had been so adamant about making the young man suffer just moments ago. What a stark contrast this was. Yet, upon observing the azure figure behind Zhu Ping'an, his expression soured drastically. Azure Wind Wings, a wind attribute beast. Are you satisfied? Zhu Ping'an, noticing Ouyang Feng had stepped forward, calmly took a step back. Very satisfied. Truly, Beast Tamer Zhu is exceptionally talented and gifted. Then that settles it. Manager Zhao, please take him to settle the payment. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, turning to re-enter the workshop. He still felt somewhat lightheaded and needed to rest a bit longer. Certainly. Watching the seemingly unconcerned and carefree figure depart, Manager Zhao felt a surge of admiration akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Just look at that poise. Were it him, he would have certainly exchanged barbed comments with those around him. Yet this individual simply waved his hand, completely unfazed. That is the essence of true stature. Moreover, his prowess was undeniable. Other advanced beast tamers would meticulously study the evolution of Earth-grade beasts for days before attempting it. Yet this individual directly requested the materials and completed the process in merely half an hour, every gesture exuding confidence in his own capabilities. Mr. Ouyang, here are the materials consumed for your beast's evolution. Please review them, and if there are no issues, we can proceed with the payment. No problem at all. Ouyang Feng gazed at his increasingly majestic beast, nearly speechless with joy, as the two departed. Only the bald beast tamer and the one who intended to console Manager Zhao remained, exchanging glances that revealed a shared sense of bitterness and helplessness. Initially, they had resented Zhu Ping'an's sudden promotion to special consultant. However, witnessing him successfully complete the evolution of an Earth-grade beast in half an hour provided a resounding validation of his abilities, shattering all their grievances and doubts. Akin to a stinging slap to their faces. It was no wonder he paid them no heed. They were operating on entirely different levels. Dejected, the two returned to their respective workshops. After resting for a while, Zhu Ping'an finally felt rejuvenated. The cost of this replication seems to be even more formidable than that of enhancement. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to use it sparingly. Mr. Zhu, I am Zhao Bin. Are you busy? A knock resounded at the door, and upon hearing the voice from outside, Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily, only to realize who Zhao Bin was. Manager Zhao? Is there something you need? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Zhao Bin's beaming smile, a sincerity that compelled Zhu Ping'an to take a step back. I came to inquire if you wish to take on more orders. If not, I shall directly distribute the dividends from the recent order. Oh, how much is it? Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhu Ping'an's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Typically, a senior beast tamer's salary consists of a fixed wage plus 1/4 of the order's dividends, distributed monthly. However, the boss has stipulated that you are an exception, entitled to 1/2 of the dividends, which you can withdraw at any time. That fellow by DeBeos certainly knows how to conduct business transparently. Zhu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. So, how much is it? The last order yielded a total of 46 million. Your share amounts to 23 million. Hearing the staggering figure from Zhao Bin's lips, Zhu Ping'an inhaled sharply, realizing that he might not have fully recovered, as his legs still felt weak. No wonder they say 9 out of 10 beast tamers are wealthy, with the last one being immensely rich. This is far swifter than robbing a bank. Yes, I shall take it, or rather no. Evolving one has already drained a considerable number of my brain cells. I think I shall pass today. He initially contemplated earning more, but then reconsidered, deciding it prudent to maintain a low profile. That previous feat had already dispelled doubts, and he could proceed methodically from here on. After all, with this skill, he need not fear a lack of funds. However, if others discovered he possessed 2 talents, it would surely spell trouble. A successful person must often masquerade as a fool, concealing their abilities from others. Wisdom gleaned from online novels that he found quite sensible. Very well, for the money, please convert some into materials, deposit the remainder into my account. With a hefty bundle of materials in hand, Zhu Ping'an staggered out of DeBeo's studio. After liquidating the materials, he found only a few thousand remaining from the over 20 million. Truly, earning a fortune is futile if one spends it swiftly. He had initially considered indulging in a luxurious beast carriage, but now, he resolved to take the bus instead. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhu Ping'an summoned Yugong. The materials he had liquidated were primarily to assist Yugong in successfully absorbing that rare blood essence. Since acquiring the blood essence from the beast world, Zhu Ping'an had refrained from using it. It is known that excess can lead to loss. Too much of a good thing can become toxic. Although the blood essence is a rare treasure, Yugong is still far too weak. If ingested directly, his potential may not yet be fully realized, leading to dire consequences. The materials he had liquidated would significantly mitigate the potential harm of consuming the blood essence while maximizing its potency, enhancing its effects. With Yugong waiting patiently, Zhu Ping'an commenced his preparations. Despite the guidance from the Eye of Truth, it took him quite some time to complete the intricate process. As he cast the blood essence into his concocted potion, both he and Yugong stared wide-eyed, fixated on the mixture. Chapter 43, The Enlarged Yugong. Like water droplets entering a hot pan of oil, the instant the blood essence fell into the potion, a violent reaction erupted, unleashing a cloud of white mist that enveloped the entire room in mere moments. Will it explode? Startled, Zhu Ping'an contemplated recalling Yugong back to the spiritual domain. But the mist appeared and dissipated just as swiftly, leaving him momentarily dazed. The potion no longer contained the blood essence. What remained was a liquid of red and blue hues. Come, drink this. Zhu Ping'an gazed at Yugong with eager anticipation. Although this vial had cost him over 20 million, he was convinced it was worth every penny. With an indomitable spirit, Yugong would certainly justify this expenditure. I have truly become extravagant, spending 20 million. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head as he poured the liquid into Yugong's mouth. With the liquid entering his system, Yugong smacked his lips and tilted his head, seemingly unaware of any immediate changes. Zhu Ping'an was equally perplexed. How could a 20 million investment coupled with a rare blood essence yield no visible results? Just as he pondered this, Yugong began to sense something amiss. With a roar, Yugong's voice seemed to echo as if drawn from 100 meters away. His body trembled violently, and blood began to seep from his sturdy, stone-like brown fur. In mere seconds, he became entirely shrouded in crimson. Although Zhu Ping'an sensed Yugong's agony through their soul bond, he felt powerless. He had done all he could, and now it was up to Yugong to endure. At that moment, Xiao Jia also emerged from the spiritual domain, observing Yugong, now drenched in blood, with deep concern. This is up to him now. Rest assured, Yugong is incredibly resilient. He will be fine. While he reassured Xiao Jia, Zhu Ping'an's own breathing grew shallow, his fists clenched tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. With another roar, a glimmer of light flickered from Yugong's form. Zhu Ping'an quickly activated Eye of Truth, and indeed, Yugong's indomitable spirit was manifesting its effects. He was battling through the pain, igniting the essence of his fearless warrior's heart. Though his strength increased, the agony remained unrelenting, and his body continued to tremble, his throat emitting low, involuntary growls. With another flash of light, Yugong's power surged to the 7th tier of his initial awakening. At this moment, it appeared that the pain was waning under Yugong's fierce determination, his body still exhibiting slight spasms, but these were merely instinctive reactions. Though his voice was weak, it brimmed with anticipation. He yearned for Zhu Ping'an's praise, for acknowledgement of his triumph over suffering. Excellent. I knew you could do it. My Yugong is the strongest man. As Yugong emerged victorious from his torment, Zhu Ping'an sighed in relief, gently embracing Yugong's large head while softly commending him. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, contemplated delivering a headbutt to him, but ultimately reconsidered, seeing Yugong's weakened state. Never mind, my brother has just endured hardship. Let him bask in the title of the strongest man this time. After all, he was indeed the most magnanimous of men. Having returned Yugong to rest in the spiritual domain, Zhu Ping'an turned his attention to the seemingly lost in thought Xiao Jia. What are you thinking about that brings you such joy? Hearing Zhu Ping'an's voice, Xiao Jia snapped back to reality, proudly raising his head and avoiding Zhu Ping'an's gaze. Are you enhancing? Without any unnecessary speculation or probing, Zhu Ping'an simply posed the question. The proud Xiao Jia capitulated. Seeing Xiao Jia's starry-eyed expression, Zhu Ping'an's lips curled into a slight smile. It was so easy to take charge. Perfect, let's test the Rift Claw. Although Xiao Jia's current combat style is quite comprehensive, the Wing Blade and Claw Assault, apart from the Flame Feather Thousand Kill, lack a decisive strength. The introduction of the Sky-Rending Claw has effectively addressed this issue. Reminiscing about the ancient giant eagle's claw that spanned several meters, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Upon opening he discovered that the Claw Assault and Sky-Rending Claw could indeed be fused. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ping'an consumed a packet of mental supplement and directly combined the two skills into one. Sky-Rending Claw Assault. A formidable surge of winged energy coalesces into a colossal claw capable of rending space. Upon striking an enemy, there is a slight probability of releasing the skill again without any consumption. As he examined the description of the new skill, Zhu Ping'an stroked his chin, a peculiar expression on his face. The notion of releasing a skill without consumption is appealing, but just how slight is this probability? After all, even lottery tickets boast a small probability, yet few ever win. Pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Zhu Ping'an chose to dismiss it, opting instead to treat the sky-rending claw as a standalone skill. By harboring no expectations, any occurrence of an anticipated event would become a delightful surprise. After allocating points to level 1, he summoned Xiao Jia back into the spiritual domain and began to meditate. Lili, not long into his meditation, the anxious voice of Xiao Jia echoed in Zhu Ping'an's ears. What? You say that Yugong has grown larger? Zhu Ping'an looked at Xiao Jia with curiosity. Lili. Xiao Jia conveyed the message through their soul contract while gesturing with her wings, describing Yugong's transformation with fervor. Listening to Xiao Jia, Zhu Ping'an fell into contemplation. It is quite normal for creatures to grow larger. Generally, the size of a tamed beast correlates with its strength. Given that Yugong had recently consumed a blood essence elixir, it is only natural that his power would have increased. However, a sudden height of 3 meters seems rather exaggerated, does it not? Contemplating the idea of summoning Yugong for a closer look, he glanced around, realizing that his small room would hardly suffice. Thus, Zhu Ping'an promptly made his way to the nearest battle arena. After swiping his card to enter the empty arena, Zhu Ping'an eagerly summoned Yugong. Thud! A heavy sound resonated as Yugong landed. Zhu Ping'an squinted, scrutinizing the towering creature before him. Previously, Yugong stood at merely half a meter tall, as he was only a month or two old in terms of age. Although beasts generally grow rapidly, and being bound by a contract with a beast tamer significantly accelerates their growth cycle, such rapid growth seems implausible. At this moment, Yugong's appearance remained largely unchanged. Yet his size had dramatically increased. Standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, the rugged rocky plates that adorned his body had also enlarged, rendering him akin to a massive stone sculpture. Roar? Yugong's voice had similarly deepened, and while his eyes retained their usual calmness and silence, a palpable hint of confusion was now evident. He had merely dozed for a brief moment. How could he have grown so large all of a sudden? How would he manage to lounge beside his master now, when Zhu Ping'an could scarcely reach his head to pat him? Fear not. This is a normal effect of the elixir. You have absorbed it splendidly. Observing Yugong's bewilderment due to his newfound size, Zhu Ping'an beamed with praise. Although he too was perplexed by Yugong's sudden growth, he resolved to consult for clarity. Name: Rock-maned lion, inherited mutation, giant mutation. Rank: initial stage 7, level 7. Quality: spirit grade, mid-grade. Attributes: beast type, earth type. Talent: fearless battle heart, LV1, unyielding in battle, relentless in strength. The longer the battle intent persists, the greater the boost to all attributes. Skills: savage claw, LV1, lion's roar, LV1, rock fong, LV0, primal beast blood, LV0. Preferences: 1. Combat. 2. Daydreaming. Vulnerabilities: 1. With type. 2. Mental type. Qualification promotion. Evolution path. Evolution path increased. Indeed, there is something amiss. Observing the newly added giant mutation, Zhu Ping'an immediately recalled the beleaguered saber-toothed tiger king that had once pursued them. It too bore the giant mutation. What does this imply? Could it be that all ancient beasts in the ancient beast world possess a genetic lineage for gigantism? Chapter 44. On Yugong's skill and size conceptualization. Standing still, Zhu Ping'an pondered for quite a while, unable to unravel the mystery. His current understanding of the ancient beast world was insufficient to resolve this conundrum. The only certainty he held was that this matter was inextricably linked to the saber-toothed tiger king. Saber-toothed tiger king, just you wait. Finding a specific scapegoat brought Zhu Ping'an a measure of comfort. In truth, he held no objections to the giant mutation. Any mutation is unlikely to be detrimental. The giant mutation has enlarged Yugong's size, making him more susceptible to enemy strikes. However, it also expands his attack range. Defensive capabilities, strength, and regenerative abilities have all seen substantial enhancement. Naturally, the most significant impact of increased size is the potential reduction in speed and reaction time. Yet, he still possesses the skill, transformation, reducing size while maintaining mass. Imagine a mountain retaining its mass, yet striking with the speed and size of a small ball. The imagery is so delightful that Zhu Ping'an dared not dwell on it. Zhu Ping'an patted Yugong's pillar-like leg, exclaiming, "I perceive great potential in you, my lad." Roar. As Yugong beheld Zhu Ping'an's proud and expectant gaze, his earlier confusion regarding his sudden growth dissipated. Though his voice remained deep, it could not conceal the joy within. After soothing the bewildered Yugong, Zhu Ping'an turned his attention to the two newly acquired skills. Rock Fong, as expected, was an earth-type skill obtained with Yugong's level increase. It is akin to the fire-type's Flame Flower or the wing-type's Wing Blade, serving as a standard skill for many earth-type tamed beasts. What truly captured Zhu Ping'an's interest was the recovery skill acquired after consuming the blood essence, Primal Beast Blood. Primal Beast Blood, transforms one's bloodline into that of an ancient primal beast, bestowing terrifying regenerative capabilities. As long as the blood remains, the body shall not perish. The more blood consumed, the stronger the regeneration ability. A rather unconventional berserker skill. Upon reading the skill description, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smirk. While others trade blood for attack, Yugong seems to trade blood for recovery. However, this unexpected synergy complements Yugong's current giant form. Given Yugong's size, it stands to reason that his blood volume must be measured in tons. Zhu Ping'an stroked his chin, recalling what his teacher had once said in class about constructing skill systems, and a novel idea began to blossom in his mind. The structure of the Beast Tamer's skill system typically revolves around the tamed beast's unique talents or most distinctive skills. Undoubtedly, Yugong should center his system around his Fearless Battle Heart. While Fearless Battle Heart allows for an increase in all attribute capabilities during battle, its crux lies in endurance. Only with sufficient endurance can one maximize their potential. Now, the emergence of primal beast blood, while addressing the issue of endurance, has introduced a new dilemma. The continuous loss of blood has a significant impact on the combat prowess of the foolish old man, and should his blood be entirely drained, he would meet his demise instantly. Therefore, it is imperative to replicate a skill that either siphons blood or facilitates rapid hematopoiesis as a countermeasure. While extending the duration of the savage beast's blood, it is essential to simultaneously reduce blood consumption. In this context, blood is of paramount importance, and it is only fitting to exploit it further. Since blood is being exchanged for restorative capabilities, why not increase the exchange? After all, one must make the most of available resources. Losing blood could bolster defense, enhance speed, or amplify attack power. However, the most advantageous scenario would involve augmenting all attributes, akin to an unconventional, fearless battle heart. In such moments, as battle intent surges, a comprehensive enhancement of attributes could be achieved, with the loss of blood providing yet another boost. The synergistic effects would propel the foolish old man's strength to unimaginable heights. At that juncture, he would be virtually indomitable, growing ever stronger with each confrontation, and the prospect of a significant breakthrough in his capabilities seems increasingly plausible. What a thrilling prospect. After contemplating for a considerable time, Zhu Ping'an suddenly broke into a foolish grin. Although he had merely begun to outline the skill system for the foolish old man, he found himself irresistibly envisioning the formidable power it could wield once fully realized. Li, roar? Observing their Beastmaster suddenly grinning foolishly, Xiao Jia exchanged a puzzled glance with the foolish old man, both displaying expressions of bewilderment. I can hardly contain my excitement. Zhu Ping'an took a deep breath, suppressing the silly grin on his face. No matter how much he pondered, taking a solid step forward was far more crucial. While the skills he envisioned were rare, he would soon enter the secret realm, and since Zhang Zhiyun mentioned it was replete with resources, gathering what he needed should be relatively easy. Although he was uncertain what would be required for purchases within, he believed that, regardless of the circumstances, strength would never be rendered obsolete. Old Xia, are you free? Let's have a battle on the battlefield. Zhu Ping'an dialed Xia Ning's communication device. He wished to test whether the foolish old man, empowered by the savage beast's blood, could transcend the major stage and directly confront the lizard fire lizard of the spirit transformation realm. Not fighting. You just obliterated me in virtual combat this morning, and now you want to do it again? Are you addicted to defeating me, you sadistic creature? Absolutely not. It's not Xiao Jia, it's the foolish old man, my rock main lion. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Xia Ning's eyes lit up on the other end of the line. Can't beat Xiao Jia? Am I really unable to defeat a fledgling lion that has barely grown its fur? Isn't it a bit unfair for me to use my strength against such a weak foe? Although he expressed concern over fairness, Xia Ning's tone was rife with anticipation. To the battlefield on the 17th, let us make haste. After hanging up, Zhu Ping'an utilized transformation on the foolish old man. The colossal figure rapidly shrank in size, diminishing to a height of 1.5 meters and a length of 2.5 meters. Although the size increase from the morning was still somewhat exaggerated, with Zhu Ping'an's current transformation skill, he could only alter its size to a maximum of twice. However, the impact was markedly lessened, as he intended to intimidate Xia Ning. In less than 5 minutes, Xia Ning arrived at the battlefield. Ha. So, your little lion has evolved. No wonder it dares to challenge me. Upon seeing the enlarged rock-maned lion, Xia Ning finally comprehended why Zhu Ping'an had chosen not to use Xiao Jia. Has it evolved into the rock-maned lion king? Apart from its size, it seems not much else has changed. Xia Ning curiously scrutinized the now larger rock-maned lion before turning to Zhu Ping'an. It hasn't evolved. It merely consumed some exceptional items. Zhu Ping'an replied with a slight smile. That smile struck Xia Ning as somewhat unsettling, though he couldn't pinpoint why. No wonder. Your lion should still be at the fledgling stage, right? though it lacks the true understanding talent as a Beastmaster. One can still gauge the general level of their beasts as their mental prowess grows. Yes, indeed, it's at the fledgling 7th tier. It dares to challenge me? You must be unaware of the vast disparity between the spirit transformation and fledgling realms. Xianning scoffed, his tone tinged with disbelief. So are we fighting? Of course. Xianning did not hesitate. Since the rock-maned lion belonged to Zhu Ping'an, defeating it would equate to vanquishing Zhu Ping'an himself. And he would not let this opportunity slip by. Come forth, Fire King. Today, we shall sing the songs of the victorious. Observing Xianning's somewhat twisted grin, Zhu Ping'an shrugged, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Go forth, foolish old man. The two retreated to the command area, and on the 10-by-10 battlefield. The lizard fire lizard faced off against the rock-maned lion. Continuous fire blossoms, let us give the little one a bit of a shock. Xianning casually waved his hand, exuding confidence. Skill release. Foolish old man, do not obstruct. Let us see the power. Zhu Ping'an immediately dispelled transformation. And the rock-maned lion, which had been roughly the same size as the lizard fire lizard, suddenly expanded to a towering 3 meters in height and 5 meters in length. What the? Upon witnessing the sudden growth of the rock-maned lion, Xianning was taken aback. When he had seen it that morning, it had merely been a half-human-sized cub, although the lizard fire lizard was also somewhat astonished. It did not cease its fiery assault. After a few seconds of charging, a barrage of fire blossoms hurtled toward the foolish old man. The foolish old man did not evade or shield himself, but, adhering to Zhu Ping'an's words, braced himself to absorb the impact. Chapter 45, Terrifying Recovery, Successful Counterattack. Observing the line of approaching fire blossoms, Zhu Ping'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. It appeared that this fellow had indeed been diligently training during this time. It was just that he had been obliterated by Xiao Jia too swiftly that morning, failing to showcase his full capabilities. The line of fire blossoms targeted a singular point, not dispersing, but rather relentlessly bombarding the foolish old man's chest. Boom, boom, boom. While the fire blossoms themselves were not particularly powerful, they were unleashed by a spirit transformation beast against a fledgling one, and all the blossoms detonated at the same location. A continuous explosion of flames erupted from the foolish old man's rocky carapace, scattering countless fragments and blood. Roar! Amidst the flames, the enormous body of the foolish old man wavered slightly, yet his battle intent soared ever higher. After several seconds, the explosion subsided, revealing the foolish old man's chest in a gruesome state. TSK, your little lion has quite the impressive defense, Xianning remarked, astonished, as he observed the foolish old man still standing firm in the arena. This move of mine should have been capable of instantly obliterating any fledgling beast below the 9th tier, yet a mere 7th tier creature has withstood it. It seemed evident to Xianning that this beast must be the one in Zhu Ping'an's team that specialized in defense. Savage beast's blood. Upon witnessing the foolish old man's injuries, Zhu Ping'an's eyes lit up with realization. The foolish old man roared, "Savage beast's blood, activate!" A surge of ancient, ferocious crimson enveloped his body, and the wounds inflicted by the fire blossoms began to heal at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, the shredded flesh of his chest was entirely restored. Even the rocky carapace covering it had regenerated. High defense, formidable recovery. Indeed, this must be your defensive beast. But how can it be so powerful? Watching the foolish old man recover from his injuries in the blink of an eye, Xianning felt a twinge of envy. He had certainly encountered defensive beasts focused on defense before, but it was indeed his first experience witnessing such formidable defensive prowess from a beast at the initial enlightenment stage. He couldn't help but feel that some defensive beasts of the spirit transformation realm lacked such impressive recuperative abilities. Continue. Hold nothing back. Unleash your attacks. Zhu Ping'an chuckled as he observed Xianning. He restored the foolish old man to his normal size, not merely to intimidate Xianning, but rather to ascertain the pinnacle of the foolish old man's defensive and regenerative capabilities. Since you've said so, I shall take this seriously. Initially, Xianning had intended to restrain himself, considering it was not a virtual battle, and any serious injury would be regrettable. However, with Zhu Ping'an's insistence, he felt compelled to reveal his true strength to avoid being underestimated. Fire King, we are going to get serious. Firehorn charge. With a grand sweep of his hand, Xianning initiated his powerful attack. The scaled horn fire lizard shook its head, and its entire fire-based abilities converged towards the sharp tip of its horn. In mere moments, the spiraling horn was completely obscured by a thick conflagration, extending it to an impressive 2 meters, reminiscent of the flaming feather thousand kills technique. Observing the 2-meter-long fiery horn, Zhu Ping'an contemplated quietly. As he gazed at the long horn brimming with explosive energy, the foolish old man exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, he felt his own battle spirit surge, prompting a rise in his rank. Charge! With a commanding shout from Xianning, the scaled horned fire lizard, adorned with its flaming horn, surged forward like a speeding dump truck, leaving a blazing trail as it barreled towards the foolish old man. The foolish old man made no attempt to evade, thrusting his pillar-like claws forward, intending to halt the charge with sheer force. The scaled horned fire lizard's gaze darted to the side where the delighted Xiaojia stood watching, its eyes aflame with fury and indignation. Unable to defeat that bird, could it not overpower his own brother? The humiliation endured at the bird's hands would be avenged through you. Boom. The explosive fire energy clinging to the giant horn erupted upon collision, creating a ring of flames that radiated outward. In the instant the fiery ring detonated, a colossal figure staggered backward, causing the very ground of the battlefield to tremble under the weight of its steps. Roar! It was as if an electric drill spun relentlessly in his palm. The foolish old man roared as he extended his claws forward. Yet the overwhelming thrust generated by the fiery explosion left him struggling to maintain his footing. Boom! Another explosion resounded, and the foolish old man was forcefully repelled to the edge of the battlefield. His claws were in a pitiful state, with stark, white bones exposed, and the bone of his right forelimb had been burned away by half in that single strike. Oh no, this is serious. Xianning gazed at the foolish old man's dire condition, momentarily regretting having heeded Zhu Ping'an's advice to unleash his full power. After all, this was merely a beast at the initial enlightenment stage. No need to worry, carry on. Zhu Ping'an seemed entirely unfazed by the foolish old man's plight. Maintaining his smile, Xianning was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the foolish old man's hands enveloped in a rich crimson glow, just as before. Roar! Within seconds, the foolish old man's grievous injuries healed completely, his aura swelling as he broke through once more. This is utterly absurd. Xianning rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Such severe wounds had vanished in mere moments. Most insect-type beasts lacked such terrifying regenerative capabilities. Are you still the Rockmane Lion? Once more. Heeding Zhu Ping'an's words, Xianning gritted his teeth and resumed directing the battle. Minutes later, I'm done. Enough. What kind of monstrous recovery is this? It's revolting. Observing the Rockmane Lion fully restored, both Xianning and the scaled horn fire lizard were filled with exasperation and despair. By now, it should have been clear to them that this opponent was beyond their capacity to defeat. Despite their relentless assaults, the scaled horn fire lizard was utterly exhausted, while its opponent merely flickered with crimson light, and in the blink of an eye, all injuries were mended. Now it's my turn. Your turn for what? Xianning looked at Zhu Ping'an in confusion, but soon realized. Boom. The battlefield trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, as a cloud of dust erupted around the scaled horn fire lizard. As the dust settled, a colossal claw mark emerged. The scaled horn fire lizard felt its heart racing, swallowing hard as it gazed at the claw mark barely a meter away. That claw of yours possesses power that rivals a spirit transformation realm beast. Xianning was equally astonished. The ground of the battlefield had been specially reinforced, and only a beast of spirit transformation strength could hope to shake it. Yet the Rockmane Lion had left a claw mark nearly 10 centimeters deep. Should it land on the scaled horn fire lizard, it would certainly be left gravely injured. Not bad. It was worth enduring this beating. Zhu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the foolish old man had reached the initial enlightenment level 10. And with his continually growing power, a single claw strike would effortlessly annihilate any ordinary spirit transformation realm beast below level 3. Your beast is quite extraordinary. What skill is that? This is truly beyond comprehension. Xianning, having withdrawn the stunned scaled horn fire lizard, inquired with a tone of lament. Secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Zhu Ping'an laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with the performance of the wild beast blood. The description of its terrifying regenerative capabilities was indeed fearsome. Moreover, the blood consumed seemed to be minimal. He could simply feed the foolish old man some recovery potions upon returning. All right, the battle has concluded. I must retreat for seclusion. Do not disturb me unless there is something of great importance. As he returned the foolish old man to his spirit domain, Zhu Ping'an called for Xiaojia and prepared to depart. Seclusion? Aren't you going to challenge the unlimited ranking? No, I am fully focused on preparing for the secret realm. Watching Zhu Ping'an's retreating figure, Xianning couldn't help but sigh. The gap between them had truly widened. He could no longer best even a new beast. Was this the chasm between mortals and geniuses? Zhu Ping'an, leaving, remained oblivious to Xianning's thoughts. In his eyes, Xianning was thick-skinned, yet possessed a remarkably resilient spirit. He wouldn't crumble under the weight of a single battle. In the following days, Zhu Ping'an remained in seclusion, diligently refining his skills, ignoring all visitors, including Chun Mo. 7 days later, a message from the General Affairs Office finally brought Zhu Ping'an's seclusion to an end. Chapter 46. entering the secret realm, mission release. I knew that Chi Yu fellow was up to no good, taking advantage of my absence. He dares to act arrogantly at the ancient capital academy. When he arrives, I shall give him a thorough thrashing. Your strength may not be sufficient for that. Li Haoyang lounged languidly in his chair, his tone exceedingly nonchalant. But I can certainly defeat you. Care to test that? Qin Guanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of agitation, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Look at you, so eager. Control yourself. The more impatient you are, the worse your agitation will become. Li Haoyang remained unfazed, his demeanor increasingly languid, as if he might dissolve into the very breeze. Today, everyone has gathered here for the secret realm. Young Master Qin, it would be prudent for you to temper your arrogance, lest the scholars from the academy perceive that the ancient capital academy lacks decorum. Qin Guanyu let out a cold snort, but ultimately returned to his seat. The conference room, accommodating 50 individuals, was nearly filled to capacity, and one could observe a sea of spirited and ambitious young people. No one dared to interject regarding the remarks made by the two special recruits from the ancient capital. They simply sat quietly in their respective places, meditating and awaiting the proceedings. Why does young Qin appear so incensed? Just as the question lingered in the air, Chi Yu entered, his voice resonating clearly from the doorway. Eyes in the room opened wide, all gazing toward the entrance as if a gentle spring breeze had swept through, bringing warmth and comfort. Do you, a mere petty individual, dare to call me brother? Qin Guanyu's expression darkened. Had it not been for the imminent opening of the secret realm, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this upstart a lesson. In ordinary circumstances, he would not decline a challenge, but with the secret realm approaching, prioritizing the greater good was paramount. Chi Yu, however, was unfazed by Qin Guanyu's words. Such blatant insults were easily dismissed. The true adversary lay in dealing with someone like Zhu Ping'an, who would incessantly prattle about authority, akin to a rabid dog. The thought of Zhu Ping'an cast a shadow over Chi Yu's eyes. Have all the academy's prodigies arrived? Before Qin Guanyu could continue, Zhang Zhuyun appeared at the entrance. All the students in the conference room rose in unison, showing their respect. Even someone as arrogant as Qin Guanyu dared not act defiantly before this venerable figure. His haughty demeanor vanished as if it had never existed. From the side, Li Haoyang watched with evident amusement. Is Zhu Ping'an not yet here? Zhang Zhuyun surveyed the room, her brow slightly raised. Zhu Ping'an has arrived, came a feeble voice from behind her. Upon hearing the name Zhu Ping'an, every gaze turned instinctively towards Zhang Zhuyun's rear, curiosity evident in their expressions. Zhu Ping'an, he was now regarded as the foremost prodigy in the entire western region of Dongguan. However, pride often accompanies talent. Despite his impressive record, the absence of direct confrontation left some lingering doubt among the other prodigies. I apologize for my tardiness. When Zhu Ping'an finally stepped into full view, even Qin Guanyu, harboring long-standing grievances, and Chi Yu, with fresh animosities, were struck with astonishment, mirroring the expressions of the others in the room. A pale-faced young man, his eyes vacant and steps unsteady, weakly waved in greeting. Though endowed with great talent, it is wise to exercise moderation, akin to enjoying fine wine without overindulgence. With a mere glance, Zhang Zhuyun, seasoned by experience, discerned Zhu Ping'an's condition. As her words resonated, the others quickly understood. Zhu Ping'an's prowess had been well known since his battle with Qin Guanyu, and the exertion required to activate his enhancement ability was no secret among these academies. Clearly, he had been leveraging that ability frequently in recent times. This fellow has grown stronger. Though Qin Guanyu remained silent, a flicker of unwillingness and impatience danced in his eyes. The enhancement ability significantly bolstered the power of beast tamers. To claim it was akin to cheating would not be an exaggeration. With Zhu Ping'an's reckless pursuit of strength, none could ascertain the extent of his current capabilities. Indeed, as Principal Zhang advised, Brother Zhu must take care of his health. History is replete with those who possessed the enhancement ability and became overly eager for success, meeting with tragic ends. Before Zhu Ping'an could respond, Chi Yu interjected with a feigned expression of concern, his earnest tone betraying his true intentions. Principal Zhang's counsel is etched in my heart. Zhu Ping'an dismissed Chi Yu's veiled hostility, offering a respectful nod to Zhang Zhuyun before standing aside, awaiting further instructions. Very well, all prodigies from various academies are present. Regarding the secret realm, your instructors have likely briefed you, so I shall not elaborate further. Prepare to enter the secret realm. Zhang Zhuyun's words were decisive. And as soon as she finished speaking, a brilliant, pale white radiance enveloped the conference room, swiftly whisking everyone away. When Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes once more, he found himself momentarily stunned by the scenery around him. This was the secret realm, and they stood at its very heart, the Baijia Academy. Zhang Zhiyun's calm voice roused the dazed gathering. Within the academy, various resources for training beast tamers abound. while the areas beyond are fraught with peril akin to a different world. You shall remain here for 3 months. I wish you all fruitful endeavors." With that, she vanished, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances. Principal Zhang truly embodies the legendary efficiency. A young student adorned with the emblem of the Radiant Beast Academy could not suppress his admiration. Indeed, she was once a formidable presence, having fought her way from the 3rd ancient beast fortress to the 5th. As the murmurs of admiration swirled around him, Zhu Ping'an pricked up his ears. Being a devoted student of the ancient capital academy, he had little knowledge of the vice principal's past exploits. Having focused solely on enhancing his own abilities without delving into the history of the academy's leadership. Now, he could only glean fragments of information from the conversations of his peers, creating a sense of disconnection. Welcome to the prodigies of the Western District. I am Tiangong, the chief steward of Baijia Academy. The voice, vast yet ethereal, echoed from above, and each individual suddenly found themselves holding a uniquely designed communication device. These devices had been collected prior to entering the secret realm, as no items other than oneself and their beasts were permitted within. This communication device is exclusive to the secret realm and serves as your identification. All regulations and numerous functions pertaining to the secret realm are contained herein. Examining the ancient tablet-like communication device in his hand, Zhu Ping'an blinked in surprise. Now, please follow the instructions on your devices to commence your first task. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to activate his device, several voices around him echoed simultaneously, not only in sound but also in the identical task content. Task unlocked. Task content. Control the first prodigy of the West, Zhu Ping'an. The reward amount will depend on the duration of control. Task unlocked. Task content. Under the siege of surrounding opponents. Endure for a sufficient duration. The reward amount will depend on the duration of endurance. As Zhu Ping'an processed the surrounding voices, his device finally emitted its sound a few seconds later. What an exhilarating start, though delayed by a few seconds. He realized he could still make an escape if he acted swiftly. Urgently, Zhu Ping'an summoned his small beast, leaping onto its back, poised to soar into the sky. Dragon Tail, my apologies, Brother Zhu. Chi Yu slightly bowed in apology, yet a vicious glint flickered in his eyes. Emerging from the spirit domain was a Songlin water serpent, its gaze gleaming with vengeful relish, the robust dragon tail shimmering like amethyst, crashing down with a sharp whoosh. So this is your talent? Zhu Ping'an observed the dragon tail. Imbued with immense power, emerging from the spirit domain, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. Before his battle with Chi Yu, Xianing had informed him of the latter's innate talent for beast mastery. Yet, throughout the entire match, Chi Yu did not once utilize this talent. Zhu Ping'an initially suspected that Chi Yu's talent was akin to his own, belonging to the non-combat category. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Chi Yu's talent was indeed combat-oriented. Last time, he had fallen victim to the rules of engagement. Chi Yu's talent was known as Charge. Its effect was as straightforward as its name suggested. It allowed the beast to harness its skills in the spiritual domain before being summoned, thereby unleashing its abilities with enhanced power upon emergence. The spiritual domain and the material world are two distinct realms, aside from those endowed with the Charge talent. All other Beastmasters must first summon their beasts before they can commence charging their skills. Thus, had it not been for the requirement to summon his beast beforehand, Zhu Ping'an would have likely been caught off guard during their last encounter. Yet, even now, he found himself unprepared. The dragon's tail was swift, and little Jia had no time to react. Roar! The immense figure of Yugong suddenly materialized, standing like a small mountain between Zhu Ping'an and little Jia. The purple dragon tail struck fiercely against Yugong's back, shattering the rugged rock armor with overwhelming force. In an instant, debris flew, and blood gushed forth. Zhu Ping'an, already a step behind, was further delayed by Chi Yu, and now, not only was he unable to ascend, but he also found himself ensnared in a web of attacks from all directions, as if caught in a celestial trap. Did I hear that correctly? Weren't they supposed to be restrained? Why is everyone attacking with such ferocity? A thought flickered through Zhu Ping'an's mind, prompting him to take little Jia and seek refuge beneath Yugong's belly. The standing Yugong quickly crouched down, letting out a furious roar as the ground erupted with numerous stout rock spikes, enveloping him like a fortress. Yet, how could such meager rock spikes withstand the onslaught of over 40 beasts? In an instant, the robust rock spikes were shattered into countless fragments. Attacks of various hues rained down upon Yugong, and his colossal form was soon engulfed by a series of explosive blasts. Were we perhaps a bit too ruthless? Our task was merely to restrain him. Observing the figure consumed by the explosions, some began to voice their concern belatedly. Indeed, such intensity of assault could very well lead to fatalities, couldn't it? In that moment, everyone around began to realize the gravity of the situation. Their objective had merely been to contain him, yet now, it was uncertain whether Zhu Ping'an would even emerge with his life intact. The attackers, Qin Guanyu and Li Haoyang, were also taken aback. They had seen Zhu Ping'an about to take flight and had acted in haste. Unsure of who initiated the assault, they simply followed suit. Each participant had exercised restraint, their attacks not overly potent, as they merely aimed to prevent Zhu Ping'an from escaping. However, the strength could not be too feeble either, for the target was none other than the top freshman of the Western District. A weak attack would surely fail to detain him. In a one-on-one scenario, their strikes might not have been too impactful, but they forgot that they were not the only ones launching an attack. Each was a prodigy from their respective academies, with their beasts being no less than high-tier spirit beasts. The collaborative assault of over 40 spirit transition beasts would easily overwhelm even a formidable defensive beast of the transcendent realm, let alone Zhu Ping'an's newly acquired beast. Though it appeared majestic and was of considerable size, one could not expect much from a newly summoned creature. Contrasting the anxious and regretful expressions of the crowd, Qi Yu's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. If Zhu Ping'an were to perish here, it would be the best outcome imaginable. He even contemplated launching a few more attacks, but that would be too conspicuous, and he doubted that Zhu Ping'an could survive such onslaughts. As everyone harbored their thoughts, the dust and smoke from the explosions gradually began to clear. A colossal figure, reduced to a skeletal form, emerged before the onlookers. Gazing at that pitiful sight, the hearts of most began to sink. This appearance made it hard to believe he could still be alive. I say, have you all been a bit too harsh? Do you truly wish for my demise? A faint voice emerged from beneath the skeleton, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, that half-destroyed figure slowly began to rise. A violent crimson light suddenly enveloped it, and the shattered flesh began to regenerate, continuously covering the stark white bones. In just a few seconds, the massive figure was restored to its former glory, as if the previous scene had merely been an illusion. What is happening? Is it the protection of the secret realm? So the secret realm ensures our safety, does it? Some began to glance around, surveying their surroundings. Regeneration? This seemed more akin to a recovery skill, didn't it? Someone observed Yu Gong closely, stroking his chin in contemplation. Recovery skill? Let alone the rockmane lion. Even insect-type beasts would struggle to possess such astonishing regenerative abilities, wouldn't they? Within mere seconds, half of a skeletal body was fully restored. Such recovery prowess was beyond the comprehension of those present given their current skills and perspectives. While the first prodigy of the Western District, Zhu Ping'an, was indeed formidable, all their beasts were merely spirit transition tier. This level of terrifying recovery ability, was it a skill attainable at this stage? They had previously feared Zhu Ping'an's demise, but now, they couldn't help but wonder, how could he possibly not die? Fire Dragon's Whirlwind. Zhu Ping'an certainly had no intention of explaining himself. He had a mission to accomplish. Seizing the moment while everyone was still reeling from Yu Gong's regenerative capabilities, he unleashed several towering fire whirlwinds that howled and surged outward in all directions. Chapter 48, The True Great Escape. Let us go. Zhu Ping'an swiftly recalled Yu Gong and mounted little Jia's back, fully aware of his next course of action. With a cry, little Jia was already prepared for takeoff, and the moment Zhu Ping'an settled on her back, she transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky with wings unfurled like flowing clouds, swiftly disappearing from sight. I want to ask, that was indeed the Rockmane Lion, wasn't he it? Could the Rockmane Lion clan possess such terrifying recovery skills? A mutated variant, perhaps? Now that the person has fled, why do you still inquire? If you were so eager to learn, why not become a beast cultivator? As Zhu Ping'an recalled Yu Gong, they snapped back to reality from their shock. But it was too late to hinder little Jia's rapid movements. In this round, they had fallen behind Zhu Ping'an by a significant margin. And now, rectifying this gap would require considerable effort. All flying beasts took to the skies, pursuing the streak of golden light, while the others could only use the airborne beasts as markers and chase along the ground. Watching the distance grow between them, Zhu Ping'an sighed inwardly. With little Jia's current speed, as long as he seized the initiative, those straggling opponents were no match for him, destined to trail behind and breathe his exhaust. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an found himself with the leisure to delve into the information transmitted through the Tianquan and the disarray of the 100 Schools Academy. What kind of shoddy tasks are being issued without any protective measures? Was he not the top prodigy of the West? To perish here would be a grievous waste. Though he grumbled, Zhu Ping'an's gaze remained focused on the Tianquan, swiftly familiarizing himself with the operations of the 100 Schools Academy. The entire functioning of the academy was overseen by a mechanical beast known as Tiangong. The current location, though meticulously replicated to resemble the 100 schools of thought, is merely a battleground for training. Thus, there is no apprehension regarding the damage their combat may inflict upon the surroundings. In the event of life-threatening peril, the overseer, Tiangong, would intervene without hesitation. Observing this, Zhu Ping'an curled his lip, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. How could Tiangong ascertain that Yugong could withstand that strike? The thought flitted away, and Zhu Ping'an resumed perusing the celestial messages. The affairs hall, the 10,000 methods pavilion, the training arena, the classrooms of the 100 schools. The various facilities within the 100 schools of thought far exceed those of the contemporary Beastmaster Academy. And Zhu Ping'an even caught a glimpse of a secluded chamber designed to accelerate the growth of beast mastery skills. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, an overwhelming wave of excitement surged within him. Just as Principal Zhang had proclaimed, it truly possesses an abundance of resources. After a cursory overview, Zhu Ping'an focused his attention primarily on the affairs hall. The currency within the 100 schools could only be acquired through tasks, which were exclusively available through the affairs hall. Upon opening it, a cascade of tasks inundated his vision like a waterfall. Daily tasks, hunting tasks, multiple task categories dominated the main interface, and upon clicking, he was greeted by an ocean of assignments, leaving Zhu Ping'an baffled as to the origin of such a plethora of tasks. However, this was undoubtedly advantageous for his financial pursuits. In Zhu Ping'an's view, the cultivation model of the 100 schools is refreshingly simple yet remarkably effective. It revolves around 4 continuous cycles, constantly undertaking tasks, consistently earning money, perpetually spending it, and ever growing stronger. This system grants the prodigies the utmost freedom, the most abundant resources, and the finest environment. Zhu Ping'an found himself rather fond of this place. Although he still harbored some grievances regarding the recent ambush, he recognized it was all in the name of profit, earning a living at the risk of his life. He finally grasped the essence of it. Leisurely glancing back, he noted that the nearest opponent to Xiao Jia was still 100 meters away, and the distance was steadily increasing. The task indicated that the longer he persisted, the more substantial the rewards would be. It appeared that his first pot of gold was on the brink of overflowing. Zhu Ping'an's spirit soared. 10-minute limit reached, area reduced by 10. The ethereal voice echoed once more, causing Zhu Ping'an's expression to shift dramatically. Damn, they're implementing the poisonous circle strategy. As a young person, he is certainly no stranger to the current online battle royale games. Although he had only played a few rounds back in high school, he was well aware of the rule of the shrinking safe zone over time. This truly is a battle royale. This cunning Tiangong seems intent on thwarting his financial endeavors. It is said that cutting off someone's means of income is akin to killing their parents. This grudge. One who controls such a significant domain must possess strength surpassing the Qinquan realm. Very well. The saber-toothed Tiger King, I, Zhu, shall remember this grievance. Deep within the Tiger Sha mountain range, the slumbering saber-toothed Tiger King suddenly sneezed, bewildered as it opened its eyes and surveyed its surroundings, only to find the wind stirring the leaves. Shaking its massive head, it closed its eyes once more. As the spatial range diminished, the silhouettes in the sky around him appeared to multiply. Zhu Ping'an even spotted a beast resembling a western dragon soaring in the distance, pursued by a throng of hunters. Could these be students from other districts of Dongwang? Suddenly, the realization dawned upon him. The Academy's secret realm is a shared asset of all Dongwang, where students from various regions converge. Since he, the top student from the West, was being hunted, it stood to reason that the foremost prodigies from other areas were enduring similar fates. He had initially assumed that the 5 districts were isolated in different battlefields, but it turned out they were all converged in one. It must be said that witnessing others sharing his predicament provided him with a measure of comfort. Smacking his lips, Zhu Ping'an withdrew his gaze. Although it was amusing to watch others being pursued, it also implied that the number of individuals in this space was increasing. With more people, the area would shrink. Moreover, with the poisonous circle continuously contracting, it was no longer feasible for him to run indefinitely. He needed to strategize. Casting a glance behind him, he noted that the nearest pursuer was a wind spirit Pegasus, and he could even discern the exquisite features of its youthful visage. She had already become somewhat detached from the others. They must be swiftly eliminated. Zhu Ping'an gave Xiao Jia a reassuring pat. Their bond as master and pet was undeniable. Instantly, Xiao Jia soared into the air, pivoting to charge at the pursuer. Having thoroughly reviewed the information on the secret realm and this battle from the celestial messages, Zhu Ping'an felt reassured. With someone protecting him, he could unleash his full potential. Shattering Sky Claw attack. With a piercing cry, Xiao Jia's azure energy surged in size as he approached the wind spirit Pegasus. By the time he reached it, 2 colossal claws, entirely composed of azure energy, came crashing down. Xiao Jia's speed was astonishing. The transition from fleeing to counterattacking occurred in mere seconds. The figure atop the wind spirit Pegasus barely had time to prepare a sufficient defense. With a sound reminiscent of a blade slicing through fine silk, the wind spirit Pegasus emitted a mournful cry as a massive claw print marked its body, blood spilling into the air. As the azure claws tore downwards, a radiant, multicolored shield suddenly manifested from the waist of the figure atop the Pegasus, enveloping both the individual and their beast in an instant. Defeated a pursuer, task updated. Each defeated pursuer increases the final reward by 1. Upon witnessing the protective barrier emanating from the celestial messages, Zhu Ping'an knew he had succeeded. Without a second thought, Xiao Jia adjusted his course, unleashing a stream of energy and racing ahead. Just as Xiao Jia departed, several attacks rained down upon the empty space. Damn, that golden eagle is incredibly swift. It is a top-tier infernal feather flame eagle. While not primarily focused on speed, its swiftness far outstrips ours. Zhu Ping'an and Xiao Jia's counterattack was clearly visible, yet their sluggish response meant they could only watch helplessly as their teammate was swiftly eliminated before the eagle took flight. It seemed that the shrinking area had imposed pressure on their pursuers, who were now intent on picking them off one by one. Let them try. I refuse to believe they can defeat all 6 of us at once. Therefore, we must cooperate sincerely, avoiding reckless advances. The advantage lies with us. And as long as we can prolong the confrontation, victory shall inevitably be ours. The 6 figures exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before they all surged toward the direction Xiao Jia had taken. On Xiao Jia's back, Zhu Ping'an pondered thoughtfully. Defeating pursuers would yield an additional reward of 1. With 17 schools in the Western District, each with 3 special recruits, totaling 51 individuals, if he could vanquish them all, he would garner precisely half of the reward. However, facing 49 opponents single-handedly, even with his heightened strength, would be an insurmountable challenge. Let us take our time. Every defeat counts. Resolutely, Zhu Ping'an dismissed further contemplation, focusing on one step at a time. Looking back, he observed 6 figures flying in unison. Even the swiftest among them would not act recklessly, resembling a solid wall advancing through the air. It appeared that he would have to plan his next move right after taking this first step. Rubbing his chin, Zhu Ping'an's expression turned peculiar. With 6 individuals together, he certainly could not prevail against them. If he could reach the ground, he would have summoned the old man Yugong, and he would have felt confident. However, now he was surrounded by even more adversaries on the surface. At present, the only option was to flee. Any delay, no matter how brief, was a small victory. Zhu Ping'an sighed in resignation. When the spatial range first diminished, the entire sky could be seen from one end to the other. And with the replica of the 100 schools of thought environment, there were no tall buildings or trees to conceal his figure. Alas, his unparalleled speed felt akin to a bird trapped in a cage. 10-minute limit reached, spatial range reduced by 10. Another 10 minutes passed, and the 6 figures in the distance remained as steadfast as a wall, showing no signs of urgency. Whether Zhu Ping'an deliberately slowed down to lure them or attempted to attack and harass, the 6 remained perfectly synchronized, completely unfazed. Under their combined assault, Zhu Ping'an could only retreat in disarray. Now, with nowhere to hide, they merely needed to wait patiently for the space to shrink further. Any reckless advance could disrupt their formation and lead to unforeseen complications. As the spatial contraction resumed, the silhouette of the flying dragon beast and its pursuers loomed larger in the distance. They exhibited remarkable synergy, each occupying a side of the airspace without interference. Yet, as time slipped away and the space continued to constrict, they would inevitably converge. No, we cannot afford to wait. The advantage lies with them. Let us go? We'll join forces with that fellow. Zhu Ping'an's eyes glimmered as he steered Xiao Jia toward the direction of the flying dragon beast. What is he up to? It matters not. We shall simply trail behind him. He is clearly out of options now. The 6 exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of mirth. The esteemed prodigy of the West was now left utterly powerless against their pursuit. Zhu Ping'an glanced back and confirmed that the 6 had indeed not altered their pace, leisurely trailing behind him. They believe they have me cornered. Zhu Ping'an sneered and urged Xiao Jia to accelerate. Whether the plan would succeed depended on how much distance could be gained in this moment. With full force, Xiao Jia surged forward like a streak of lightning, drawing ever closer to the flying dragon. At this juncture, Zhu Ping'an could clearly discern the flying dragon beast and the figure upon its back. Name: Magma Dragon. Rank: Spirit Transformation Level 6, Level 16. Quality: Upper Earth Grade. Attributes: Dragon Type, Fire Type. It's a girl too. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. The last time he had drawn near, it had also been a girl, yet the fates of these 2 maidens clearly diverged. We shall join forces. While my allies have yet to arrive, let us first vanquish the foes behind you, and then you shall assist me. As the distance closed, Zhu Ping'an bellowed. The girl on the back of the flying dragon, initially marked by a look of confusion and caution, brightened upon hearing his words and eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, although each pursuer had different targets, their missions as prodigies were fundamentally interconnected. Without hesitation, She turned the dragon's head and followed Zhu Ping'an into the fray. Damn it. This outsider seems to be coming for us. How audacious of him to seek our misfortune. The nerve. Stay calm. Hold your ground. Once those 6 arrive, we shall shift to offense. Just as Zhu Ping'an could observe the situation on this side, the pursuing group could likewise see them. They mirrored the 6 offensive strategy, advancing in a tight formation while keeping their distance from the flying dragon, biding their time. Upon witnessing Zhu Ping'an's fierce approach, they cursed vocally. Yet their formation remained impeccably intact. Their proactive distancing allowed them to maintain composure even in the face of Zhu Ping'an's intrusion. 5 attacks converged like a net towards Zhu Ping'an and Xiaojia. Solar Day, Fire Dragon Wind Disc. The Magma Dragon, being of the fire attribute, benefited from the enhancement of the Solar Day. As the sun rose, 4 fiery dragons howled forth, crashing into the incoming attacks. Tear apart with the sky-rending claw. Then the wing blade shall strike the one at the edge. Zhu Ping'an had already spotted the 6 figures rapidly approaching from afar. They would arrive in less than a minute, so he had to eliminate the 5 before that time elapsed. The clash of the 5's attacks with the fire dragon spirals erupted in a shower of sparks and light. Xiaojia screeched, her azure claws swelling with power. And moments later, a massive azure claw loomed in the sky, violently tearing through the remnants of the explosion, relentlessly charging toward the 5. Meanwhile, Xiaojia darted like a gleaming blade toward the 5. Chapter 50. Strike the Beastmaster first. Lava Breath. As Xiaojia's claw spanned the heavens and she transformed into a golden blade, the magma dragon followed suit, unleashing its ultimate attack. With its mouth agape, it spewed forth a torrent of lava aimed at the 5 attempting to impede Xiaojia. The sky was drenched in molten rock, while the azure claw swept across. The 5, having merely been a makeshift alliance, completely abandoned any semblance of formation. Each fought solely for themselves, devoid of strategy. The target chosen by Zhu Ping'an was a Spirit Transformation Level 5 Iron Wing Tiger, the strongest among the 5 along with its Beastmaster. While the other 4 struggled against the Lava Breath, he alone commanded the Iron Wing Tiger to confront Zhu Ping'an. No wonder the saying goes, with a tiger's wings, one becomes invincible. Beneath its iron wings, the fierce tiger roared across the land, retaliating with fierce ferocity. The azure claw was ruthlessly shredded into countless fragments by the Iron Wing Tiger. However, before the Beastmaster of the Iron Wing Tiger could revel in triumph, a golden light surged forth like water bursting from a shattered vessel, arriving before the Iron Wing Tiger in an instant. Roar. In the realm of the skies, there could only be one sovereign, the Emperor of Heaven, Jia. Xiaojia's gaze was as sharp as a sword, instilling fear in the heart of the Iron Wing Tiger. Her wings, like blades, sliced through its flesh. The golden feathers cut through the Iron Wing Tiger's steel armor as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, leaving a massive X-shaped gash in its abdomen in a single encounter. Roar. A chilling roar echoed through the air, causing the faces of the remaining 4, still fending off the lava breath, to shift in alarm. Within mere seconds, the strongest Iron Wing Tiger among them had been felled. On the back of the Iron Wing Tiger, the resolute-faced man gazed at Zhu Ping'an, about to utter something, but Xiaojia's second assault had already descended. The furious fire dragon spiral engulfed the severely wounded Iron Wing Tiger and its Beastmaster, a burst of radiant 7-colored light suddenly emerging from the flames. As the 7-colored light flickered to life, Zhu Ping'an wasted no time, charging alongside Xiaojia towards the other 4. Skyrending Claw. At this moment, the lava breath ceased, and the 4, still catching their breath, recoiled in horror as the massive azure claw expanded within their sight. Dragon Claw. The Magma Dragon, too, was not idle, its claws shimmering with purple light, roaring forth to deliver the final blow. Although not as colossal as the sky-rending claw, its power was not to be underestimated. With one swipe, it knocked the Beastmaster's beast down, even forcing its protective 7-colored barrier to shatter. As if triggering a chain reaction, the appearance of the 7-colored barrier beneath the dragon claw led to the emergence of 3 additional barriers. The second sky-rending claw activated, and together with the 2 consecutive attacks, the already defenseless 3 were instantly obliterated. At this moment, 6 individuals in the distance were still riding their steeds and summoned beasts towards them. From start to finish, the entire battle lasted less than 40 seconds. Your eagle is truly formidable, reflecting on the earlier sequence of 2 devastating claw strikes. Shang Jingyao's delicate and fair nose involuntarily wrinkled slightly, making her appear quite endearing. Your dragon is no slouch either. Zhu Ping'an casually complimented, May I perch on your dragon for a while? My summoned beast's ultimate move is inconvenient while riding on its back. Sure, come aboard. After a brief moment of surprise, Shang Jingyao waved her hand, allowing Zhu Ping'an to mount the dragon's back. Observing this young lady up close, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a peculiar sensation. Although her appearance was exceedingly cute and exquisite, her gestures exuded an air of boldness. Thankful, though the magma dragon may not be as grand as the silver-winged dragon, its back was still spacious enough to accommodate two. This marked Zhu Ping'an's first experience riding a dragon, filling him with novelty and delight. Although he had not ridden the silver-winged dragon initially, riding the fire dragon today felt like a dream fulfilled. Throughout history, what man would not yearn to ride a dragon? Rest assured, you've aided me. We are now friends. It's only natural for friends to help one another. Shang Jingyao laughed heartily, her words barely trailing off before she commanded her magma dragon to unleash a torrent of molten breath upon the approaching six. Indeed, those who toy with fire are often impatient. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but click his tongue at how swiftly this young lady took action, even quicker than himself. It's time for our revenge. With a cry that resonated with freedom, little Jia soared into the air as if shedding shackles, its fiery feathers igniting in a blaze as it charged towards the six. No wonder you can't stay on its back. Witnessing the magnificent wings seemingly composed of flames, a glimmer of realization crossed Shang Jinyao's eyes. However, that's quite an impressive move. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The two chatted casually, yet their gazes remained fixed on the battlefield. The six had barely arrived and caught their breath when they were met head-on with a furious torrent of molten breath, the bubbling magma surging forth like a tidal wave, engulfing their vision entirely. After a grueling struggle to withstand the onslaught, as the magma slowly receded, they found themselves facing a resplendent sun. Are we not allowed a moment's respite? The six silently lamented. The relentless attacks from the two prodigies were indeed formidable. Boom. The sky erupted like a burst of fireworks, waves of fire cascading with each shockwave, and from the ground, it appeared as if the heavens were igniting with flames. With a triumphant cry, little Jia emerged from the flames, seemingly unfazed by the explosion, still soaring in the air, gathering strength for the next strike. As the flames dissipated, three shimmering protective barriers illuminated the surroundings before vanishing in an instant. 1 against 6, taking out half in a single strike. Impressive. Observing the delicate and charming young lady before him, resembling a porcelain doll, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, incredible. At a loss for how to respond, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of humility wash over him. They rushed over, only to be worn down by you. I merely picked up the scraps. Zhu Ping'an modestly waved his hand. With a third-tier flame feather 1,000 kills combined with a third-tier sunlight, such results were hardly surprising. Moreover, without the hindrance of a Beastmaster, the summoned beast could unleash its full combat potential. Zhu Ping'an believed that the barriers primarily served to protect the Beastmasters. Although the prior attack was potent, facing 6 opponents simultaneously meant that among the 3 eliminated, their summoned beasts likely retained their combat abilities, but without protection. The Beastmasters would probably end up scorched. Thus, attacking the Beastmasters was the swiftest route to victory. Zhu Ping'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. On the ground, the combatants were keeping their distance, unable to strike directly. But the aerial combat was different. The Beastmasters were inseparable from their beasts. Realizing this, Zhu Ping'an began to put his plan into action. Little Jia also maintained distance, and together with the magma dragon, they continuously unleashed fiery assaults. The entire sky transformed into a sea of flames, with even the air distorting from the heat. It wasn't long before 3 radiant beams of light appeared. It was indeed effective. Zhu Ping'an pressed his lips together, a look of triumph on his face. Thus, in the sky, only an eagle and a dragon remained. Ha ha! The sky is now our domain, Shang Jingyao exclaimed, hands on her hips, revealing 2 adorable tiger teeth as she laughed heartily. As the space shrank, so did the altitude. Once they descended to 100 meters, it would become troublesome. These fellows are merely waiting for us. Zhu Ping'an, now back on little Jia's back, peered down at the throng of people below, shrouded in darkness. Then let's seize this moment and eliminate them. Zhu Ping'an smacked his lips, his expression tinged with resignation. This girl has quite the bloodlust. To reach us, they'll need at least half an hour. Even if they engage, they'll need to rest first. Shang Jinyao's suggestion was naturally met with Zhu Ping'an's refusal. Descending now would be akin to walking into the lion's den, willingly falling into a trap. Without even approaching, they would be obliterated alongside the attacks. Before I forget, which academic district are you from? Zhu Ping'an casually initiated a conversation. Eastern Academic District, Imperial City, Beastmaster Academy. Shang Jingyao. Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow slightly. The Shang family of the Imperial City, one of the most prestigious families of the East, rivaled only by the Qin family in the ancient capital, though the latter had been in decline in recent years, slipping from the ranks of the elite. Speaking of the Qin family, it seemed that Qin Guanyu's younger brother had gone to the Imperial City, Western Academic District, ancient capital Beastmaster Academy, Zhu Ping'an. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Having fought side by side, They had established a camaraderie. Is there someone named Qin Guanjin in your academy? Zhu Ping'an's eyes glinted with curiosity as he sought information. Upon hearing the name Qin Guanjin, Shang Jinyao's brow furrowed slightly. You must be referring to Qin Guanjin from the Wanxiang Beastmaster Academy, right? Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. He had no idea which school the other belonged to. Initially, Baidaba had merely mentioned that the individual had left the Imperial City, and he had assumed it was the Imperial City Beastmaster Academy. That should be the case. I don't know which school it is, but I am aware he hails from the ancient Qin family. Then it must be him. He is indeed from the ancient Qin family. Shang Jinyao nodded, a spark of curiosity igniting in her eyes. Why? Do you have a grudge against him? Seeing Shang Jinyao's sparkling eyes, Zhu Ping'an shrugged helplessly. Surely, gossip was etched into the human genome. In a way, yes and no. In a certain sense. He lost his special recruitment quota to me. Zhu Ping'an spoke in a flat tone. You managed to take his special recruitment spot? You truly are a hidden gem. Shang Jinyao tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhu Ping'an, causing him to feel somewhat restless. Ahem, is he really that formidable? Although Baidaba had mentioned that Qin Guanjin was impressive, Zhu Ping'an had never encountered him and had no point of reference. However, now that Shang Jinyao was saying this, it seemed he indeed possessed some noteworthy abilities. The best of Wanxiang. Of course, second only to me. Shang Jinyao raised her head slightly, a proud expression on her face. Then I need not worry. Zhu Ping'an responded cheerfully. After all, based on the current strength of the Magma Dragon, even in a genuine battle, it would not be a match for little Jia. Certainly. In the current state where Xiao Jia has elevated all of her innate skills to level 3, within the entire cohort of newcomers to Dongwang, Zhu Ping'an possesses an unwavering confidence to reign supreme in a one-on-one confrontation. Such confidence, although he may not surpass me, he certainly does not fall short of you. His Xiaoya Tiger King is no feeble opponent. Observing Zhu Ping'an's self-assured demeanor, Shang Jinyao suddenly felt an inkling of being underestimated. No worries. You are also no match for me. Indeed, underestimated. Shang Jinyao revealed her small tiger teeth in a playful display of defiance towards Zhu Ping'an, eagerly anticipating a showdown once this episode concludes to uncover the source of his audacious confidence. It seems that the top contenders from the other 3 districts lack flying beast companions. How pitiful. Zhu Ping'an, noticing the intense commotion of battle erupting in a certain area below, awkwardly shifted the subject. Humph. Shang Jinyao crossed her arms and huffed. The top contender from the southern district is Zhou Tianyang of the Zhou family, who commands at Songming Shark General, a formidable feat in itself, considering its terrestrial mobility, let alone its ability to soar. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's silence as he merely gazed at her, Shang Jinyao finally broke her silence, albeit with a hint of defiance in her tone. That Songming Shark General, a truly rare beast. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but click his tongue. The beast taming families are indeed impressive, managing to acquire a creature from the depths of the ocean. It is said that the ocean's perils and expanse rival that of otherworldly realms, both being treacherous territories. The shark people are indeed one of the dominant races of the vast seas. Their 4-limbed physique and inherently savage nature grant them superior melee capabilities, outstripping even their water manipulation skills. Well, it is what it is. Regardless, this time he has certainly faltered. Shang Jinyao's tone was laced with unabashed schadenfreude. Do you know who the top contenders from the central and northern districts are? Zhu Ping'an inquired with keen interest. Are you not keeping up with the celestial news? Shang Jinyao regarded Zhu Ping'an with skepticism. As the top of the western district, he should be well versed in such information, even if merely as an ordinary student. I've been in seclusion for a while, and as soon as I emerged, I was thrust into the secret realm, so I genuinely have no idea about this. Zhu Ping'an shrugged, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Although Shang Jinyao still harbored some doubt, she had little else to occupy her time. So she proceeded to explain the details to Zhu Ping'an. The top of the northern district is Xia Changjing of the Xia family, whose prowess is quite standard. His beast is a Tsangmu's spirit monkey, which, it is said, has an unusual penchant for reading Buddhist scriptures. A monkey that enjoys reading Buddhist texts, Zhu Ping'an mused, stroking his chin with a quizzical expression. Truly, the world is vast and brimming with wonders. The top contender from the central district is impressive, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Their strength should be the most formidable in our cohort. Upon hearing the term most formidable, Zhu Ping'an's eyes lit up with excitement. Who dares to contest with Zhu Yi for the top spot? Hua Donghan. Her beast is a celestial beast. Shang Jinyao's voice was soft, yet it struck Zhu Ping'an's ears like a thunderclap, reverberating within him. A celestial beast? Zhu Ping'an furrowed his brow. Beasts of celestial tier are designated as celestial beasts, akin to Xiao Jia and the molten dragon before him, considered high-grade terrestrial beasts. He, who possesses the ability, has yet to acquire a celestial beast. while the other party already has one. Ultimately, one cannot compete with those who possess the advantage. What is her beast? The Hua family, naturally, boasts a dragon. The Dongwang Hua family, a renowned lineage of dragon tamers spanning 3 centuries. Chapter 52, Talent, Fortune Land. A celestial dragon. Each word exudes power and nobility. Zhu Ping'an sighed, somewhat wistfully. Indeed, my dragon is merely a high-grade terrestrial beast. Shang Jinniao replied, tinged with envy. As one of the 4 prominent families of Dongwang, why don't you have your family procure a celestial beast for you to play with? Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's remark, Shang Jinniao's expression remained impassive. Do you think celestial beasts are as common as cabbages by the roadside? If one desires one, they must earn it. Compared to Zhou Tianyang and Xia Changjing's mid-grade terrestrial beasts, my high-grade one is already quite a feat. Thank you very much. Indeed, high-grade terrestrial beasts are already quite rare. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts. Possessing he regarded beast qualifications merely as lacking resources. However, the era of beast taming has spanned 3 centuries. Celestial beast qualifications are nearly at the pinnacle of mastery for beast tamers. In the vast expanse of Dongwang, celestial beasts number only in the hundreds, while the enigmatic beasts are exceedingly scarce. The highest tier, the divine beasts, remain elusive. Akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, difficult to attain. It is no wonder that even a single evolution to a high-grade terrestrial beast could prompt someone of Li Hongming's stature to extend their utmost efforts in recruitment. Perhaps he has taken his for granted. Alas, I momentarily forgot that others cannot simply rely on advantages as I do. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head. Within the 5 major districts of Dongwang, high-grade terrestrial beasts are scarcely found. Only 2 exist, himself and Shang Jinniao, who hails from a prestigious family. A prestigious family? Zhu Ping'an suddenly realized. With Zhou Tianyang from the southern district and Xia Changjing from the northern district. It's no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Southern Zhou, northern Xia, eastern Shang, and central Hua, the 4 prominent families of Dongwang. Zhu Ping'an fixed his gaze upon Shang Jinniao. It just dawned on me that among the 5 districts, 4 of the top contenders are scions of these families. You didn't know? Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's seemingly random exclamations, Shang Jinniao wore a perplexed expression. Among the 5 top contenders, as long as there are members from the 4 great families. Oh, the Qin family has fallen from grace. Now there are merely 4 prominent families. As long as there are participants from these families, it will forever remain the 4 prominent families' affair. Such audacity. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smirk. Yet, he had to concede that the strength of the 4 prominent families is indeed formidable, the kind forged through genuine combat. Due to the decline of the Qin family, the competition for the top position in the Western District has been the fiercest in recent years. Zhu Ping'an clicked his tongue. It's no wonder the Qin family was ousted by the 4 families, as even within the younger generation, hints of their prowess could already be discerned. Not only in his cohort, but for several years now, the Qin family has failed to produce any notable young talents. This year, they finally managed to bring forth 2 promising individuals, yet the most outstanding one has departed for the imperial capital. A fallen family, years of despondency, and a prodigy emerging from the heavens only to abandon their homeland for the imperial capital. Truly reminiscent of a certain man who admonished against underestimating the youth. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but think. However, if he were that man, wouldn't he be the villain in a third-rate novel, destined to meet a swift demise? Qin Guanjin is likely the most gifted individual from the Qin family in over a decade, yet unexpectedly, he chose not to remain in the ancient capital, but to venture to the imperial capital. It seems you are far more complex than you appear. Shang Jinniao scrutinized Zhu Ping'an, but upon examination, aside from his handsomeness, she discerned nothing else. My dealings with him are merely a matter of circumstance. I believe his decision to develop in the imperial capital is driven by his own aspirations, as the novels often depict. Remaining in one's hometown confines one to a limited sphere of influence, restricting one's vision and experiences. Only by venturing forth can one encounter vast opportunities and continually strengthen oneself. Regarding Qin Guanjin's choice, Zhu Ping'an felt this explanation resonated quite well. Well, you are fortunate. Had he remained in the ancient capital, your position as the top in the Western District would likely have changed hands. Observing Shang Jinniao's demeanor, Zhu Ping'an felt compelled to roll his eyes at her. After that battle, who among us is unaware of their own strength? Had he remained in the ancient capital, the outcome would have been no different. He likely anticipated that the future would see me as an insurmountable pinnacle he could never surpass, compelling him to seek elevation elsewhere. Shang Jinniao curled her lip, dismissing his bravado. This fellow is nothing short of a blustering fool. Once today concludes, I shall ensure he faces the truth. However, I digress. Do elaborate on that Huadong Han and his dragon. Observing Shang Jinyao's skepticism, Zhu Ping'an opted against further explanation. The more he spoke, the less credible he appeared. When the time came for him to spank her, she would understand that only Zhu Yi is the true deity. Huadong Han, the most gifted individual of the current Huaji generation. A woman? Zhu Ping'an paused, taken aback. This name sounded so formidable. He had assumed it belonged to a man. What of it? Are you prejudiced against women? Shang Jingyao puffed out her cheek, casting a disdainful glance at the astonished Zhu Ping'an. What age are we in? Only the dim-witted harbor such gender bias. I merely found her name rather androgynous and was momentarily caught off guard. Zhu Ping'an's eyes flickered. The most talented woman? That implies there must be a man as well. For some inexplicable reason, Zhu Ping'an was suddenly reminded of the man who rode the silver-winged star dragon. Youthful, powerful, and commanding a dragon as his beast. He perfectly matched the criteria. Indeed, her brother is the most gifted man among the younger generation of the Hua family, Huadong Lai. Contemplating this name, Zhu Ping'an mused. Huadong Lai, wasn't he the runner-up in the previous national collegiate competition? Upon hearing runner-up, a flicker of discomfort crossed Shang Jinyao's face. Ha. So even the scions of the four great families failed to secure the championship. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, his tone teasing, evidently retaliating against Shang Jinyao's earlier remarks. The last national collegiate competition was a rare occasion in recent years where family offspring did not ascend to the pinnacle, while the previous competition showcased a multitude of talents. This time, with the emergence of the celestial beasts, who could rival? Shang Jinyao's gaze dimmed slightly. Her Beastmaster talent is blessed ground, the very essence of a paradise. Zhu Ping'an's eyes brightened. Blessed ground. Such a grand title. Under the blessed ground talent, not only does her beast's strength enhance rapidly, but its innate qualities also gradually improve over time. This explains why she possesses a celestial beast. What about your Beastmaster talent? Zhu Ping'an inquired with a cheerful smile. Mine is. Shang Jingyao suddenly snapped to attention, her expression wary as she regarded Zhu Ping'an. Are you attempting to pry into my secrets? Oh, come now. We could exchange insights. To show my sincerity, how about I reveal my talent first? After all, my talent has already spread throughout the West. Using it to deceive you would simply be squeezing out the last drop. Chapter 53. The Malicious Whim of the Artisan? Enhancement points. Who isn't aware of that? Shang Jingyao regarded Zhu Ping'an with an expression of disbelief, her lips curling in disdain. Ha. So you do know? Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but laugh heartily. See. You are already aware of mine, so it is only reasonable for me to know yours. Zhu Ping'an attempted to press further. After all, understanding Beastmaster talents can sometimes be the decisive factor in battle, hence the sooner, the better. Once this concludes, we shall have a match, and then you will comprehend. Shang Jinyao's eyes blazed with fervor as she gazed at Zhu Ping'an, her exquisitely cute face brimming with fiery combat spirit. Indeed, this girl appears gentle and adorable. Yet she is a tempestuous warrior at heart. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but scoff internally. Very well, since you relish a fight so much. There are plenty of people below for you to challenge. Zhu Ping'an was disinterested in arranging a duel with her. The secret realm allows for only 3 months of stay. Time is indeed money, and he was determined to devote himself to training. Instead of squandering time on a duel, he could undertake more tasks and earn additional rewards. With the eye of true insight at his disposal, he could effortlessly gauge the strength of the opposing beasts, eliminating the need for reconnaissance. Coward. I thought you were something special. Today's men truly are lacking. Shang Jingyao crossed her arms, tilting her head disdainfully. Zhu Ping'an shrugged, completely unconcerned by her jibes. Do you wish to learn about the Beastmaster talents of the others? If so, you must face me in combat. Observing Zhu Ping'an unaffected by her provocations, Shang Jinyao's eyes twinkled with cunning as she spoke again. Learning about the talents of the other scions presents a worthwhile opportunity. Given their prowess, it is quite possible they will secure a place in next year's national collegiate competition. Understanding them sooner rather than later is certainly advantageous. Then let us draft a contract. Should you fail to disclose or misstate, you owe me 500,000. Zhu Ping'an stated earnestly. The size of the foolish old man had indeed increased. Along with his appetite, nurturing beasts required not only sustenance, but also quality nourishment. To ensure the latter, money was indispensable. Thus Zhu Ping'an was unwilling to overlook any opportunity to earn. Have you never seen money before? It's merely a fight, and you demand 500,000. Shang Jingyao glared at Zhu Ping'an through gritted teeth, as if she could slice him with her gaze. A child from a poor family, have some understanding. Besides, if you were sincere, money would be unnecessary. Zhu Ping'an smiled slightly, his expression warm and congenial. No fight, no fight. Initially, Shang Jingyao had contemplated tricking Zhu Ping'an into a duel, intending to concoct 2 talents to bamboozle him, but to her surprise, Zhu Ping'an proved to be quite shrewd. Though her family was wealthy, demanding 500,000 for a mere fight felt exceedingly extravagant. Very well. Zhu Ping'an shrugged with a hint of regret. Oh, the battle over there has concluded. At this moment, the violent waves of battle had ceased. Who do you suppose was captured? Or perhaps they joined forces and were both apprehended? Zhu Ping'an asked curiously. How would I know? Shang Jingyao shot Zhu Ping'an a sidelong glance. Though the possibility of their cooperation seemed high, at this point, it mattered little. 3 top students captured, space reduced by 50. From now on, every minute, space will shrink by 10. The mission will conclude in 10 minutes. While the two conversed leisurely in the air, they suddenly felt as though the sky had lowered by half. At this moment, their distance from the ground had diminished to merely 200 meters. From their aerial vantage point, they could discern the faces of those below. What kind of absurd rule is this? The space shrinks so drastically. The time for contraction has accelerated. In mere minutes, we will be directly in their grasp. Shang Jingyao gritted her teeth. With 3 others captured, it seems they intend to deny us any opportunity to stall. Zhu Ping'an's expression also grew grim. Such a rapid reduction in space made him feel as though his reward had been halved in an instant. It appears that the one called the artisan cannot wait any longer. Before Shang Jingyao could finish her thought, a beam of light shot up from the ground, aimed directly at the wings of the fire dragon. Fire dragon wind spiral. Zhu Ping'an wasted no time, directing Xiao Jia to launch an initial attack to gauge the situation. Xiao Jia flapped her wings, conjuring 2 fiery tornadoes that spiraled downwards, crashing toward the ground. Boom, boom. As Zhu Ping'an had anticipated, dozens of individuals were now gathered on the ground, ready to shred him to pieces before his attack could even reach them. There was no viable option but to continue fleeing. Zhu Ping'an cast a helpless glance at Shang Jingyao. Although their strength was formidable, they were not yet powerful enough to confront dozens single-handedly. Damn it, what a ridiculous rule, entirely dictated by others. There was simply no way to fight back. Shang Jingyao raised her delicate hand, striking the back of the fire dragon in frustration. She had no fear of combat, but this situation, akin to a stray dog darting about, was utterly stifling. Compared to their need to restrain us to count time, all we had to do was persist. Even if we were captured now, it would only take a few minutes, and afterward, we would still receive a reward. Quite a bargain, indeed. Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed. Yet, he had to maintain that composure. The differing objectives of both sides ultimately led to their being besieged. Despite his prowess in one-on-one combat, facing a multitude was a different matter entirely. With no other option but to run, he sighed, utterly bewildered by the purpose of this task. Was it merely to temper the pride of us top students? As Shang Jingyao commanded the fire dragon to soar erratically through the air, she lamented. Perhaps it is to teach us the importance of retreating as Beastmasters. Zhu Ping'an, uncertain of the exact rationale, could only casually suggest a somewhat pedagogical interpretation. I see it as the whims of the celestial artisans. He concurred with Shang Jinyao's sentiments. Those mystical realms in online novels were typically meant for the inheritance of treasures or cultivation techniques. Yet the task he faced was utterly perplexing. A horde pursuing a single individual. Could it genuinely be intended to hone teamwork and escape skills? It certainly did sharpen their evasion. At this moment, the space around them shrank once more, with Xiao Jia and the fire dragon now a mere 50 meters above the ground. The room for maneuvering had become exceedingly limited. After another 10 seconds, the larger fire dragon could no longer withstand the onslaught and was finally brought down. Chapter 54, The Hall of Affairs. Zhu Ping'an. It's just you now, stop struggling. Qin Guanyu shouted excitedly from atop his radiant tiger. His fervor was palpable since entering the fray. Tigers roar under the moon. Beside the radiant tiger, a majestic white tiger with a moon pattern on its forehead let out a resounding roar. A beam of moonlight, akin to a missile from the heavens, descended rapidly toward the airborne Xiao Jia. Zhu Ping'an exhaled softly. Fleeing this far had already pushed him to his limits. As he beheld the swiftly descending beam of moonlight, a resolute spark ignited in his eyes. Surrender was out of the question. After all, he was the best in the West, and maintaining his dignity was of utmost importance. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to unleash a final surge of power, hoping to take down a few before the end, thereby securing a final reward. Foolish old man, tear apart Qin Guanyu. Zhu Ping'an bellowed, and with a burst of white light, a colossal lion materialized in the air, its body radiating a rich brown hue, plummeting toward the ground like a meteor. In defiance, as he observed the descending giant lion and the golden eagle striking the moonlight beam midair, Qin Guanyu snorted disdainfully. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he noticed that the trajectory of the lion's attack seemed to veer off course, completely missing him. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the foolish old man landed, the ground beneath its massive limbs cracking like a spider's web, particularly around its right foreleg, which left a deep paw print indentation. From within that pit, a radiant rainbow shield flickered to life. Damn it, a feint. Qin Guanyu's face darkened. Zhu Ping'an's loud proclamation had led him to prepare for a counterattack, only to find himself deceived. Roar! The foolish old man lifted its foreleg and slammed it down fiercely. And several stone pillars suddenly erupted around its body, forming a protective barrier that withstood the sudden barrage of attacks from the side. Hit it hard. Just as he was about to charge the giant rock-maned lion with the radiant tiger, a flash of white light appeared beneath him, and the enormous lion vanished as suddenly as it had arrived. Qin Guanyu looked up sharply, seeing the air still filled with a barrage of attacks. But all the targets were now shielded by the radiant barrier, untouched. Damn! As he watched the slowly descending rainbow shield, Qin Guanyu's expression darkened profoundly. He too had been caught. With 5 minutes remaining, he had effectively managed to control for that duration. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed beside Qin Guanyu, as the white tiger approached, bearing a straight-backed figure upon its back. Though a flicker of agitation crossed Qin Guanyu's eyes at his brother's words, he ultimately nodded in silence. As he descended from the air, Zhu Ping'an surveyed his surroundings, finding himself thoroughly encircled by a throng of individuals. I say, aren't you all going to compete? Abandoning the task? Zhu Ping'an inquired curiously of those around him. Once involved in the pursuit, regardless of who ultimately captured him, everyone would count the duration of control. To spare Zhu Ping'an any embarrassment, Li Haoyang replied, "It can be played this way?" Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He hoped no one had intentionally allowed themselves to be captured, waiting for an opportunity to escape amidst infighting. Time's up. All top students from the 5 major districts have been captured. The final reward for all others is increased by 5. Hearing the voice echo from above, Zhu Ping'an's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What did this mean? After all his efforts to reach this point, he received only a meager 7 bonus, and now, in the blink of an eye, everyone else had accrued a 5 bonus? Task concluded. Rewards have been distributed to each individual sky message. Welcome to the 100 Schools Academy. As the announcement concluded, the surrounding environment instantaneously transformed. The architectural layout remained unchanged, still resembling the 100 Schools Academy, as the martial arts arena was a 1-to-1 replica. Yet, as Zhu Ping'an surveyed the buildings, he felt an overwhelming urge to destroy them. Based on persistence duration, a total of 3,000 jade coins have been awarded. With the bonus, the final total is 3,210 jade coins. Zhu Ping'an, disregarding his surroundings, quickly grasped his sky message to check his rewards. Over 3,000 coins seemed satisfactory. He had managed to hold out until the very end. Brotherly, how much did you earn? Zhu Ping'an asked with a grin, glancing at Li Haoyang beside him. Alas, only 208. Li Haoyang shrugged helplessly, his tone tinged with mild disappointment. Yet he was content with the reward overall. Zhu, you must have earned quite a bit for lasting so long, right? Zhu Ping'an sighed dramatically. It's not much, just a mere 3,000. Honestly, he shook his head in apparent regret, making it seem as if he had earned nothing at all. Not only Li Haoyang, but the faces of those emerging from the martial arts arena grew increasingly grim. So the Hall of Affairs is here. Perfect, I shall take a look. Now that the task has concluded, you all may disperse. Observing the crowd's intentions to converge once more, Zhu Ping'an pretended to check his sky message before striding away in a random direction. Zhu Ping'an, Shang Jiniao suddenly appeared, blocking his path as he attempted to make his escape. How much did you earn? Gazing into those curious eyes, Zhu Ping'an cleared his throat, recognizing that this was not the appropriate setting for conversation. Let us retire to my room for a more detailed discussion. Who wants to go to your room? If you don't want to speak, then so be it. Yu Guang caught sight of the peculiar stares from those around, and suddenly, her ears turned a vibrant shade of red. With a cold expression, she shot Zhu Ping'an a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing. Indeed, women are such enigmatic beings. Did he not express his desire to inquire? With an air of innocence, Zhu Ping'an pouted slightly. Ahem, brother Zhu. I too intend to visit the affairs hall. Would you care to join me? Li Haoyang inquired with a gentle smile. Sure, let us go. The currency of the 100 Schools Academy was precisely the jade coins awarded from recent tasks, and the sole means of acquiring said coins was through the various tasks within the affairs hall. The architecture of the academy exuded a quintessential ancient Eastern grandeur, featuring pavilions and corridors that seemed to be sculpted from white jade. The affairs hall, situated at the very heart of the 100 Schools Academy, was a quaint 3-story pentagonal building, bustling with activity as Zhu Ping'an and Li Haoyang stepped inside. So many people. It seems everyone is eager to improve. Zhu Ping'an mused, observing the throngs of figures bustling about. Each one of them was a prodigy from their respective schools, their innate yearning for strength palpable. The moment the tasks concluded, the affairs hall was already teeming with individuals. Alas, while the Tianquan allows us to view and select tasks, one must physically come to the affairs hall to accept or submit them. I wonder what they were thinking. It's quite troublesome. Zhu Ping'an listened to the complaints emanating from nearby and curiously glanced at the tianquan in his hand. Chapter 55, Beast Taming Garden. Indeed, it appeared that this tianquan was merely for viewing, not for accepting tasks, which was quite peculiar. After fiddling with it for some time, Zhu Ping'an sighed in resignation. Perhaps this is more festive? Li Haoyang also found the situation perplexing. The tianquan is so convenient, yet they insist on handling things offline. Although the affairs hall is spacious, with so many people gathered, efficiency is compromised. Never mind, this tianquan is always rather odd, making little sense. Let us just accept the task. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference. While online access was indeed convenient, offline tasks could still be accepted. The affairs hall was surrounded by 5 walls, each adorned with a massive light screen brimming with various tasks. Each screen represented a distinct category of tasks. Daily task, clean the affairs hall. Reward, 10 jade coins. Hunting task, hunt the peak fire-type beast, flame demon dog, 10 canine teeth, 10 crystal cores. Reward, 1,000 jade coins. Beast taming task, complete the nurturing of a high-quality spirit tier, mountain-moving gorilla. Reward, 3,000 jade coins. The myriad tasks dazzled Zhu Ping'an, with some offering rewards in the thousands of jade coins, while others barely reached single digits. However, what captivated Zhu Ping'an most were the tasks related to beast taming. Indeed, any task associated with beast nurturing was either immensely profitable or highly esteemed. Even a casual task could yield rewards in the thousands. Are you considering accepting a beast taming task? Li Haoyang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he observed Zhu Ping'an making his way toward the beast taming task screen. Is there a problem? Zhu Ping'an tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. Beast taming tasks are typically reserved for specialized beast taming students. You, being from the combat department. Just as Li Haoyang was about to voice his thoughts, he abruptly halted, biting his lip and glancing around. He had momentarily forgotten that this individual was not only exceptionally formidable in combat, but also highly skilled in beast taming. A fact praised even by the head of the beast taming department. Ahem, I'm fine. Beast taming tasks are splendid. Go ahead and accept one. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's silence, Li Haoyang cleared his throat and gestured toward the task screen. Did you just mention specialized beast taming students? Zhu Ping'an asked earnestly, devoid of any malicious intent. Of course. We have specialized students in the combat department, and the support and beast taming departments have their own specialized students as well. Are you implying that they will also be present in the secret realm? Zhu Ping'an mused, stroking his chin. There were only 3 specialized students from the combat department at the ancient capital Beast Taming Academy, but with the addition of the beast taming and support departments, there must be at least 5 or 6. Yet, each school had a fixed quota of 3 specialized students, totaling 51 across 17 academies. There was no mistake. Of course they will come. Otherwise, we could never complete the beast taming tasks and support tasks, relying solely on our combat department. Li Haoyang remarked matter-of-factly. However, their initial tasks differ from ours. Ours is akin to a survival-style task, while theirs likely revolves around nurturing beasts or something similar. As Li Haoyang spoke, Zhu Ping'an's contemplative expression began to dissipate. So, the initial tasks varied by department. Thank you, brotherly, for your clarification. I shall proceed to accept the task now. After offering a respectful nod to Li Haoyang, Zhu Ping'an approached the beast taming task screen to accept the task. With a swipe of the tianquan, the message confirming the successful task acceptance appeared. Beast taming task. Formulate an evolutionary path to enhance productivity for the common tier species, greenwood silkworm. Reward. Guaranteed 1,000 jade coins, with additional rewards based on the practicality and cost-effectiveness of the evolutionary path. The common tier species refers to organisms whose initial qualifications are predominantly locked within the common tier, save for a few rare aberrant individuals. The greenwood silkworm falls into this category. While its combat prowess is negligible, the silks it produces are highly coveted for their utility. Furthermore, by contracting a silkworm king, one could command an entire colony, making it exceedingly convenient. The greenwood silkworm, much like the support category within the beast taming realm, may not be suited for direct combat, but has already woven itself intricately into various aspects of human life, thus collectively termed as life beasts. Just as combat beasts have evolutionary paths favoring different attributes and directions, life beasts do as well. Take the greenwood silkworm, for instance. Some paths aim to enhance its silk's thermal properties, while others focus on improving its moisture-absorbing capabilities. In short, the evolutionary paths are diverse and multifaceted. As Zhu Ping'an toyed with the tianquan in his hand, he contemplated how to fulfill this task. To utilize eyes of the truth to discern the evolutionary path of the beasts, he must first encounter the specific beast. However, as a rather commonplace life beast, The greenwood silkworm would surely be overlooked amidst the array of prodigies within this secret realm. Ironically, the most challenging part was locating the greenwood silkworm itself. He cursed under his breath, lamenting the lack of a task target provided by whoever issued this task. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to seek assistance through the forum, his gaze suddenly fixed on a particular icon. Beast Taming Garden. Upon seeing the icon on the Tianxuan, Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Beast Taming Garden housed even high-quality beast offspring, so surely the humble commentator greenwood silkworm would be available as well. With that thought in mind, Zhu Ping'an made his way directly toward the Beast Taming Pavilion. The Beast Taming Garden was not far from the affairs hall, and within mere minutes, Zhu Ping'an arrived at its entrance. In contrast to the pentagonal structure of the affairs hall, the Beast Taming Garden, true to its name, sprawled across an expansive area. At the entrance stood a light screen detailing the precautions for entering the Beast Taming Garden. In the Beastmaster Garden, although there exists a plethora of various beast cubs, the predominant presence is that of mature beasts. When one first embarks on the path of a Beastmaster, due to concerns regarding soul intensity and personal safety, it is universally the case that their initial beasts are nurtured from cubs. However, as a Beastmaster's soul intensity gradually strengthens, the binding nature of the soul contract also becomes more pronounced. Consequently, when Beastmasters forge new contracts, they tend to favor those beasts that have already reached maturity. Although the spiritual realm can expedite the growth of beasts, the allure of readily available combat power remains significantly stronger. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of time. The price of beast cubs is also considerably higher. Thus, unless a beast possesses extraordinarily rare attributes, it is uncommon for individuals to opt for cubs in subsequent contracts. In Chapter 56, the Crystal of Stability, a mature low-grade greenwood silkworm is priced at merely 10 jade coins, a veritable bargain. Upon observing the price of the greenwood silkworm on the heavenly message platform, Zhu Ping'an gritted his teeth and promptly ordered 100. As everything within the secret realm is overseen by the heavenly artisan, it is prudent to remain vigilant. To directly experiment with the evolution route of such a fragile beast as the greenwood silkworm seems rather audacious. Furthermore, given that the evolution of an entire species is at stake, it is only logical to have multiple experimental subjects. Otherwise, should this come to the attention of those with ulterior motives, they might speculate upon his talents. Zhu Ping'an is acutely aware of this danger. He understands the adage, possessing a treasure brings trouble. He has heard rumors of cults in the Yoruba Federation capable of extracting the talents of other Beastmasters, and he cannot guarantee that similar threats do not exist in Dongwon. Until he possesses absolute power, it is wise for him to proceed with caution. After securing a beast nurturing workshop and some mental supplements on the heavenly message platform, his balance dwindled to a mere fraction. Alas, money flows like water. Although Zhu Ping'an felt a pang of regret, he understood the necessity of maintaining his cover. Wealth spent can be regained. His current state of poverty is but temporary. Once this task is completed, jade coins will undoubtedly flood into his coffers. Without further hesitation, Zhu Ping'an entered the workshop and secluded himself. He had reserved the studio for half a month, intending to immerse himself in experimentation and fortification. Within the studio, adorned with metallic walls, Zhu Ping'an and his companion, the little Jiayu, meticulously searched for half a day. Lily, roar. There are no surveillance devices, yet we must not let our guard down. Caution is still paramount. The two, along with their beasts, communicated through their soul contracts. All right, I shall commence my research. You two can return to the spiritual realm for your training. Standing before the experimental platform, Zhu Ping'an seized a greenwood silkworm and began to feign an elaborate study. Name, greenwood silkworm. Rank, initial stage level 5. Quality, low grade. Evolution route, green jade silkworm. After extensive selection using the Eye of Truth, Zhu Ping'an finally identified a suitable evolution direction that met the task's requirements. The high-grade green jade silkworm, while similar to the greenwood silkworm in most aspects, notably enhances its silk production threefold. You are the one. Upon discerning the necessary materials, the experiment became considerably simpler. Zhu Ping'an feigned experimentation daily, interspersed with enhancement points and meditation. Time flowed swiftly, and soon, half a month had elapsed. Phew. Half a month has passed just like that. With a pale complexion, Zhu Ping'an gazed at the notifications on the heavenly message platform and let out a long sigh. Although the insufficient amount of mental supplements hindered his enhancement speed, he had nonetheless managed to elevate all of Yu Gong's skills to level 3 and Xiao Jia's flame feather 1000 kills to level 4 over this period. Lily. Xiao Jia stretched lazily, brimming with anticipation. Finally, they were to emerge. He had nearly suffocated from the confinement of the last half-month. Roar. Yu Gong, however, remained unaffected, continuing to ponder in silence. This endeavor should yield substantial profits. Presenting the plump silkworm, glistening like a piece of jade, from the beast cage. Zhu Ping'an could not help but grin in satisfaction. Although the minimum payout was guaranteed at 1,000, such tasks typically yield significant additional rewards, and his evolution plan should earn him a considerable bonus. As he exited the workshop with his two diminutive beasts, Zhu Ping'an suddenly felt a sense of timelessness akin to being lost in the mountains. Oh, isn't this Zhu Ping'an? Long time no see. While on his way to the affairs hall to submit his task, he fortuitously encountered Shang Jinyao. Hearing her somewhat sarcastic remarks, Zhu Ping'an was puzzled. He had not offended this young lady. Could it be the lingering repercussions of their last conversation? Such aftershocks certainly lingered long. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Shang. Zhu Ping'an greeted her with a smile and a slight bow, then turned and proceeded straight toward the beast nurturing task section. Wait a moment. What have you been up to during this time? I haven't seen you even once. Shang Jinyao followed closely, her brows raised in curiosity. During this time, Zhu Ping'an seemed to have vanished without a trace from the Baijia Academy. I've been engaged in tasks. Zhu Ping'an raised the heavenly message, swiping through the task list until the words completed appeared. After successfully evolving the silkworm, he had already submitted the green jade silkworm. Now, he was simply here to collect his task rewards. Task completed. After testing, the evolution route is sound. The total reward amounts to 26,000 jade coins. Subtracting the guaranteed 1,000 jade coins, the remaining bonus was an impressive 25,000, somewhat beyond his expectations. The purchasing power of jade coins remains robust. In the real world, 5,000 worth of mental supplements only costs 500 jade coins, roughly a 1-to-100 exchange rate. Of course, this is merely a rough estimate for reference, as many items within Baijia Academy exist at a price yet are not available for purchase. This is quite a windfall. After buying the Crystal of Stability, there will still be a substantial sum left. Watching his previously paltry balance multiply with several zeros, Zhu Ping'an could not suppress a broad grin. Crystal of Stability? It seems your beast possesses quite remarkable talents. Shang Jinyao, overhearing Zhu Ping'an's mutterings, brightened, her tone laced with curiosity. The Crystal of Stability, as a rare material, serves but one purpose: to preserve a beast's inherent talents during the evolution process. Aside from exceptionally fortunate beasts like Xiao Jia, which manage to retain their original talents, most beasts find their innate abilities supplanted by new ones upon evolution. Generally, unless a beast's prior talents are exceedingly exceptional, most individuals do not require the Crystal of Stability. After all, while dual talents can enhance a beast's strength, the rarity and high price of the Crystal of Stability deter many from pursuing it. Fortunately, such rare items are only available for sale at Baijia Academy. In the real world, they would likely be auctioned off at exorbitant prices. Guess what? Zhu Ping'an, naturally unwilling to disclose Yugong's talents, feigned profundity with a chuckle, earning an eye roll from Shang Jinyao. If you want to say, I want to ask, who cares? Shang Jinyao pouted, playfully grinding her little tiger teeth, a touch of pride in her demeanor. Disregarding the sulking Shi Jinyao beside him, Zhu Ping'an took out his Tianquan and navigated directly to the Lingbao Pavilion interface. Crystal of Stability, 10,000 jade coins. How exorbitantly priced. Although Zhu Ping'an felt a twinge of regret, he resolutely proceeded with the payment for the evolution of his pet, foolish old man. The Crystal of Stability costs 10,000 jade coins. It seems all his earnings over the past fortnight might just be spent on this. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhu Ping'an making the payment, and a flicker of surprise crossed Shi Jinyao's face. 10,000 jade coins is certainly no trifling sum. A fortune squandered may return. Zhu Ping'an was selective and, after accepting a beast-raising task, turned to exit the affairs hall. He had just forgotten to inquire, "Are you also a beast raiser?" Like a shadow, Shi Jinyao followed Zhu Ping'an, realizing that this fellow harbored many secrets. Chapter 57, Blood Transformation and Source Return. Miss Shi, are you so unoccupied? Observing Shi Jinyao's relentless pursuit of answers, Zhu Ping'an felt a pang of exasperation. If you answer my question, I won't pester you. Shi Jinyao grinned like a playful fox, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I am indeed a beast raiser. Zhu Ping'an replied somewhat impatiently. You, the foremost combat specialist of the West, are also a beast raiser? How intriguing. Shi Jinyao scrutinized Zhu Ping'an, her enchanting eyes seemingly attempting to delve beneath the surface and unearth more of his secrets. It's merely a novice beast raiser, hardly noteworthy. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand dismissively. After glancing at the map on his Tianquan, he made his way towards the Wanfag Hall. Shi Jinyao remained silent, yet a hint of skepticism flickered in her gaze. If you are merely a novice beast raiser, the rewards for beast raising tasks pale in comparison to those of corresponding combat tasks. There's something amiss. Having just purchased the Crystal of Stability and now heading to Wanfag Hall, it seems you've earned quite a bit recently, Shi Jingyao remarked. Her voice tinged with envy as she gazed at the nearby Wanfag Hall. After all, you are the foremost combat specialist of the West. Zhu Ping'an felt no embarrassment. Responding candidly, to be frank, I am quite confident in my earnings. Hee, as the foremost combat specialist of the West, I have a rewarding task. Would you care to join me? Upon hearing about the task, Zhu Ping'an halted and turned to look at Shi Jingyao, who was inviting him. What task? A team task requiring us to procure a certain material, but it is guarded by 2 level 7 superior spirit beasts of the Transcendent Realm. 2 level 7 Transcendent Realm beasts? Zhu Ping'an regarded Shi Jingyao with a complex expression. You have quite a nerve. Fortune favors the bold. Shi Jingyao shrugged, appearing remarkably at ease. You haven't been waiting for me in the affairs hall, have you? Zhu Ping'an eyed her suspiciously. After spending half a month in seclusion, encountering Shi Jingyao upon entering the affairs hall made him feel as though he were ensnared in a scheme. What ego you have to think I would wait for you? Shi Jingyao wrinkled her nose, a look of disdain in her eyes. It was merely coincidence. Did you invite anyone else for this task? Zhu Ping'an pondered before asking. Of course not. There's also Sister Hua. The 3 of us. Zhu Ping'an's eyes brightened slightly. That Hua Donghan who possesses a heavenly beast? How intriguing. Count me in for that task. When do we commence? Zhu Ping'an, decisive and direct, inquired about the timing. All right, I'll add you to the group. Otherwise, you won't be able to partake in the task. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's agreement, Shi Jingyao's smile grew even more radiant. After a brief flurry of activity on her Tianxuan, a new task appeared on Zhu Ping'an's device. Team task: harvest the Holy Dragon's spiritual mushroom. Reward: 50,000 jade coins to be shared among participants. Specific amounts can be allocated by the team leader. 50,000 jade coins. Gazing at the staggering reward, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but suck in his breath, momentarily at a loss for words. Having toiled for half a month, he had only earned 25,000. Now, with a team task, he could potentially earn over 16,000. What do you think? Quite a generous reward, isn't it? Observing Zhu Ping'an's reaction, Shi Jingyao crossed her arms, looking smug. Indeed, it is quite generous, but seizing something from 2 level 7 Transcendent Realm Spirit Beasts is no trivial endeavor. Zhu Ping'an snapped back to reality, shaking off the shock from the 50,000 jade coins. Currently, his Xiao Jia was at level 9 in the spirit transformation stage, while Foolish Old Man was at level 6. Although they had made significant progress over the past month, they would still be no match for the level 7 Transcendent Realm beasts. Thus, this is not a mere coincidence. Shi Jingyao smiled, observing Zhu Ping'an, who now wore a puzzled expression. I heard that your rock-maned lion has remarkable recovery abilities? That depends on the comparison. Remarkable recovery within the spirit transformation stage does not imply it can withstand the onslaught of the transcendent. Zhu Ping'an's expression turned troubled, yet a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. So, I am to serve as the meat shield. In truth, with the blood of a level 3 wild beast and Foolish Old Man's level 6 status, he could endure the attacks of 2 level 7 Transcendent Realm Spirit Beasts for a while. However, at this moment, he certainly intended to play the victim and negotiate for better terms. If your eagle and rock-maned lion can withstand 3 minutes of direct confrontation, we will have a significant chance of securing the Holy Dragon's spiritual mushroom. Are you jesting? That involves 2 level 7 Transcendent Realm Spirit Beasts. I'll split it with you, 17,000. It's not merely about the money. Both my beasts are within the spirit transformation stage, which means, I understand, 2 level 7 Transcendent Realm Beasts. No need to emphasize further. The final offer is 18,000. If that is unacceptable, I shall seek others. Observing Zhu Ping'an's hesitant demeanor, Shi Jingyao's mind was clear. He simply sought to extort more money. Deal. Zhu Ping'an grinned, extending his hand. Then let us find Sister Hua and thoroughly discuss our action plan. Shi Jingyao, with an air of annoyance, swatted Zhu Ping'an's outstretched hand away. You all decide on a location. I'll make a quick trip to Wanfag Hall. As Zhu Ping'an caught the look of confusion in Shi Jingyao's eyes, a smirk crept onto his lips. Whether he could withstand the challenge would depend on the fruits of this venture. After agreeing on a time with Shi Jingyao, Zhu Ping'an stepped through the grand entrance of Wanfag Hall. No wonder it's called Wanfag Hall. The variety is truly astounding. Gazing at the neatly arranged shelves, each showcasing different attributes and effects, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Inferno Blossom Sea, Cataclysmic Tsunami, Dream of 1,000 Years. A myriad of intricately carved bloodstones ignited a fervor within Zhu Ping'an, almost overwhelming him with desire. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell his fervent ambitions. Life is precious. Life is precious. Once he calmed his restless heart, Zhu Ping'an proceeded directly towards the shelf dedicated to recovery skills. For he was here to fill the tactical gaps envisioned for Foolish Old Man Wild Growth. rapid resurrection of the skeletal, blood rage absorption. He sifted through the options for quite some time until he finally found what he sought: blood transformation and source return, which converts a portion of inflicted damage into nourishing blood essence to replenish one's physical core. The ability known as blood extraction serves as a quintessential vampiric skill, allowing the wielder to siphon a portion of the target's life essence with each strike to replenish their own vitality. However, its efficacy is notably limited, rendering it utterly futile against entities devoid of corporeal flesh. In contrast, the skill blood reversion exhibits a remarkable versatility. It not only mitigates a portion of incoming damage, but also transforms that damage into life-sustaining blood, effectively embracing the strategy of regaining health through enduring blows. Chapter 58. The Pavilion of All Methods. The Savage Beast Blood skill enables the user to expend their own life force to gain formidable regenerative capabilities. As long as blood courses through their veins, any grievous wound can be healed in a remarkably brief period. Now, by incorporating blood reversion, the user can continuously convert the adversary's assaults into their own lifeblood, significantly prolonging the duration of Savage Beast Blood. Coupled with the trait of fearless battle heart, the protagonist, Yu Gong, merely needs to withstand the most arduous initial phase, and victory will ultimately be within his grasp. 5,000 jade coins, what a steep price. After depleting this amount, Zhu Ping'an acquired the blood reversion bloodstone. In the spiritual realm, the petite Jia expressed her dissatisfaction. When Yu Gong was but a mere child, he had already embarked on grand ventures, soaring to the skies and plunging into the abyss. Yet now, it seems he has reached a level of prowess that is not far from her own, leaving her elder brother feeling somewhat abashed. How could I forget you? With still 11,000 remaining, I shall undoubtedly procure a skill that satisfies you, Zhu Ping'an assured Jia as he made his way toward the fire element bookshelf. The rapid advancement of Yu Gong's might instilled a sense of urgency in Jia. However, at this stage, the enhancement of beast mastery occurs at an astonishing pace. Although the flesh and blood essence consumed by Yu Gong did not directly elevate his level, it significantly optimized his innate talents, subtly transforming his physique. Moreover, with the enhanced attribute points talent at his disposal, it is entirely reasonable for Yu Gong to have ascended from the foundational realm to the 6th level of spirit transformation. His tactical framework has also begun to take shape. Barring any unforeseen events, his future trajectory appears to be firmly set, impervious to evolutionary shifts. Conversely, Jia's tactical system remains in a constant state of flux. Initially, when she was a golden feather eagle, her approach revolved around close combat and targeting vital points. However, having evolved into the blazing feather sky eagle, her attacks, while still predominantly melee, have now inclined toward the fire attribute under the influence of the solar cycle trait. Fire, synonymous with intense ferocity and astonishing destructive power, carries with it the peril of self-damage. Thus, most fire-type beasts predominantly favor ranged assaults. Yet, endowed with formidable fire resistance by the solar cycle trait, Zhu Ping'an resolved to pursue a path of fire element melee combat for Jia during this stage of her evolution. Much like utilizing the flame feather 1,000 kills skill, which is typically intended for range bombardment, Jia would instead envelop herself in flames and charge forth. Leveraging her exceptional fire resistance, she would unleash the full potential of her fiery attacks. This choice aligns with Zhu Ping'an's strategy for her skills. Although the sun-snatching claw skill is commendable, it feels somewhat redundant given that she already possesses the tearing void claw. The Great Sun Explosion appears quite imposing, yet it seems to conflict with Flame Feather 1,000 kills. While its power may exceed that of the latter, it is not significantly superior. As he assessed the various bloodstones on the shelf, Zhu Ping'an engaged in an ongoing dialogue with Jia through their soul bond. Presently, Jia possesses all the necessary skills, and her demand for offensive abilities is not particularly high. This one is splendid, perfectly aligned with the fire element melee path. After much deliberation, Zhu Ping'an finally selected a skill that met his satisfaction. Zhu Rong's flame pattern compresses fire energy into flame patterns that envelop the user's body. While the flame patterns are active, they substantially enhance the potency of fire-type skills and the user's fire resistance. Additionally, when subjected to close-range attacks, they inflict burns upon the assailant. This skill not only amplifies both power and fire resistance, but also inflicts burns in melee combat, truly a tailor-made skill for fire element melee fighters. Although it has a time constraint, the nature of fire element melee combat is inherently about achieving swift victories rather than prolonged engagements. Thus, it contrasts sharply with Yu Gong's approach, where the longer the battle drags on, the more distant victory becomes. Naturally, such a skill comes at a steep price, costing a full 10,000 jade coins, which is twice that of Yu Gong's blood reversion. What a regression! Observing the rapid depletion of his jade coin balance on the celestial communication device, Zhu Ping'an felt a twinge of pain. He had earned 26,000 through completing tasks, spending 10,000 on the stability crystal, another 10,000 on Zhu Rong's flame pattern, and 5,000 on blood reversion. In just half an hour, he found himself with a mere 1,006 jade coins remaining. The path of beast mastery is indeed a veritable gold mine. After securing the 2 bloodstones, Zhu Ping'an did not rush back to his quarters to use them, but instead proceeded to meet Shang Jinyao as arranged. Following the directions on his celestial communicator, he arrived at the designated location. Contrary to his expectations of a tea house or CAF, he gazed ahead to find an entrance resembling white jade, framed like a painting, leading into an endless expanse of lush forest. You certainly know how to pick a spot, meeting right at the academy's entrance. Observing Shang Jinyao waving at him from a distance, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Weren't we supposed to discuss tactics? Why does it feel like we're about to embark on a mission instead? If our discussion goes smoothly, we shall set out immediately. After all, the longer the night, the more dreams we may have. Shang Jinyao beamed, her smile adorned with 2 charming dimples, enhancing her radiant expression. Let us focus solely on tactical discussions today. Why is that? Just as Zhu Ping'an finished speaking, a cool voice echoed from behind him. Without turning around, he had already surmised the identity of the newcomer. Sister Hua. Shang Jinyao greeted the visitor with joy, her smile illuminating her features like a crescent moon. Hello, Zhu Ping'an. Upon turning, Zhu Ping'an was met with a visage as pristine as snow, her indifferent demeanor evoking images of a frigid northern landscape. After a brief pause, he extended his hand toward her. Hua Donghan. Without pretense, Hua Donghan reciprocated the gesture, their hands barely touching before Zhu Ping'an felt as though he had grasped a shard of ice. Why must we restrict ourselves to tactical discussions today? Hua Donghan inquired, her voice cool and ethereal, akin to falling snowflakes. Shang Jinyao has mentioned in passing that to effectively stall those 2 extraordinary spirit beasts, my beast mastery currently requires a bit more refinement. Hua Donghan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhu Ping'an, awaiting his elaboration. I recently visited the pavilion of all methods. Before my beasts acquire new skills, it would be prudent not to set off recklessly. Shall we then wait until tomorrow? Hua Donghan's delicate brows arched slightly, her tone remaining frosty. Certainly. With the presence of bloodstones, acquiring skills is a straightforward endeavor. Coupled with my enhanced attribute points, an entire night is sufficient to elevate a new skill to level 2. Agreed. Her words were sparse, yet she exuded an aura of icy elegance, perfectly embodying the essence of her name. The tactical discussion did not consume much time. Zhu Ping'an's objective was clear from the outset, simply to stall the 2 spirit beasts. Chapter 59, The Eastern Domain, District D. The Academy of numerous schools is nestled in the heart of the secret realm, enveloped by an unending expanse of dense forest. Our destination this time lies within the Eastern Domain, District D, characterized predominantly by its mountainous terrain. As the sun ascended majestically, 3 figures soared towards the east, bathed in the golden light of dawn, departing from the 100 schools of Thought Academy. The Eastern Domain, Ding District, on the back of the small dragon. Zhu Ping'an gazed curiously at Shang Jinyao, who was perched atop the molten fire dragon. Hua Donghan accompanied her, having refrained from summoning her celestial dragon. Much to Zhu Ping'an's slight disappointment, the 100 schools of thought is nestled in the heart of a secret realm, from which the surrounding areas are meticulously divided into 4 great domains: east, west, south, and north, further segmented by the 10 heavenly stems. As Shang Jinyao elucidated, her gaze bore an unusual expression. Surely, you haven't remained within the academy for the past half-month, have you? She teased. Ha ha. Do share more about those 2 spirit beasts. I couldn't quite catch the details yesterday. Zhu Ping'an chuckled awkwardly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Shang Jinyao shot him a dubious glance, but chose not to probe further at that moment. Our mission objective is a soon-to-mature holy dragon Lingji, which is guarded by 2 superior-grade spirit beasts of the 7th level of the extraordinary realm. Although her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the air, amplified by her mental prowess. These 2 spirit beasts are pseudo-ancient dragon species known as the Man-King giant lizards, adept at close combat. Pseudo-ancient dragon species. Dragons are inherently lustful beings. Whether they be azure dragons, giant dragons, or ancient dragons, this trait remains constant. It is precisely due to their benevolent nature that the concept of dragon species is rather vague. Dragon species are classified based on the purity of their dragon blood into true dragons, subdragons, pseudo-dragons, and the lowest tier, hybrid dragons. Pseudo-dragons possess less than half dragon blood and often lack most dragon attributes, while hybrid dragons are merely beasts with a faint trace of diluted dragon blood coursing through their veins. While their physical strength may surpass that of other creatures, they are incapable of harnessing the true formidable dragon skills. Nevertheless, life is replete with infinite possibilities. Even hybrid dragons, if fortunate enough to discover treasures rich in dragon energy, may purify their blood and evolve into true dragons. Such is the case with our current objective. If the holy dragon Lingji is ingested, the pseudo-ancient dragon species, Man-King giant lizard, could undergo a transformation, ascending to true dragonhood, which is no mere fantasy. The classifications of true, pseudo- and hybrid are determined by the purity and concentration of dragon blood, akin to a unique evaluation of dragon lineage. Conversely, the commonly recognized classification of dragons is typically based on their appearances and abilities, delineating them into three major lineages: the Azure Dragon, Giant Dragon, and Ancient Dragon. The Ancient Dragon lineage is renowned for its unparalleled physical prowess. Even pseudo-ancient dragons possess formidable strength. However, their might is often matched by a lack of finesse and technique, especially when compared to Azure Dragons with their arcane arts and Giant Dragons wielding elemental mastery. In the current scenario, detaining two close-combat pseudo-ancient dragons is hardly an issue for Yugong. While dragon species generally exhibit superior physical capabilities, what truly distinguishes them from other beasts is their dragon blood skills, such as the legendary Dragon's Breath. Without such a devastating weapon, Zhu Ping'an felt no trepidation in a mere contest of strength. This mission is not solely undertaken by our team. At least two other teams are also involved. Zhu Ping'an's expression grew serious. Compared to battling beasts, combating other humans is a true test of strength and intellect. With our lineup, should we falter? It would certainly be an amusing turn of events. One team hailing from the west, another from the east, and one from the central region. Among the top teams from the 5 academic districts, they possess 3 members, including the only celestial dragon among them, rendering them arguably the most formidable trio within the 100 schools of thought. To lose to them would indeed warrant a moment of despair. The Qin brothers have also taken on this mission, Shang Jinyao remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes. Upon hearing the name Qin, Hua Donghan, who had been sitting silently like a statue, allowed a flicker of intrigue to pass through her gaze. What a stroke of luck. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed he had quite the history with the Qin brothers. Perhaps you are destined arch-rivals, as the legends suggest. Shang Jinyao chuckled, eager to witness a confrontation between Zhu Ping'an and the Qin brothers. Destined arch-rivals. They are not worthy of such a title. Zhu Ping'an replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if their rivalry held no significance. What sort of plastic bag are you made of, to hold so much? Shang Jinyao scrunched her nose in disdain. Even Hua Donghan cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Ping'an. Although the Qin family had fallen from grace, they remained a formidable clan, particularly Qin Guanjin, whose prowess was hardly inferior to that of the top contenders from various districts. If the Qin brothers united their strengths, even Hua Donghan might find herself challenged. Yet, Zhu Ping'an appeared utterly unimpressed by the notion. Broaden your horizons. Noticing the peculiar glances exchanged between the two, Zhu Ping'an chose not to elaborate. He possessed 3 innate talents, allowing him to rapidly enhance his strength. Even in the presence of Hua Donghan's celestial dragon, he felt no fear. In 3 months' time, he would undoubtedly surpass many of his contemporaries among beast tamers. The eastern domain, Ding District, resembles the Tiger Sha mountain range from the ancient beast world, with its towering peaks and lush greenery. A mere 700 meters ahead lies the location of the holy dragon Lingji. Gazing at the precise coordinates on her celestial communication device, Shang Jinyao exclaimed with excitement. This task is remarkably user-friendly. They've even marked the location for us. Curiously, Zhu Ping'an leaned closer to observe her celestial device. Having never encountered a task with such detailed guidance before. User-friendly? This is information I purchased with my own resources. Shang Jinyao retorted, slightly miffed. Is that even possible to buy? Zhu Ping'an's eyes widened with confusion, feeling as though his half-month of seclusion had rendered him antiquated. With enough wealth, anything is attainable. Shang Jinyao waved her hand dismissively. Time's up. You should set off. Remember to lead them away from the holy dragon Lingji's location within 3 minutes. Zhu Ping'an nodded, summoning Yugong and charging boldly towards their destination, exuding an unmistakable aura of confidence. With only 3 minutes remaining until the Lingji's maturation, he anticipated the arrival of the others. Sister Hua, I'll rely on you when it comes time for the harvest. Hua Donghan nodded, a slender, frost-white figure coiling around her arm, unbeknownst to her when it had arrived. Chapter 60, The Tyranny of the Lizard. The dense forest embraced a colossal rock, reminiscent of a small mountain, while a gentle breeze stirred the dust upon its surface, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. At the base of the massive rock, a deep cavern had been hollowed out, within which flickering lights hinted at the presence of 2 enormous figures at rest. Roar! The tranquil atmosphere was swiftly shattered by a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble beneath its might. Hiss. A sound akin to a serpent's hiss, but much deeper, reverberated through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thud of heavy footsteps echoed within the cavern as a massive figure emerged, casting a shadow before it. Those eerie green vertical pupils glinted with a menacing aura as they fixed their gaze ahead, where a lion with a flowing mane stood silently, locking eyes with him. Hiss. Observing the shadow beside the colossal lion, a flicker of understanding swiftly crossed the giant lizard's eyes, soon replaced by a ferocious intensity. The giant lizard scrutinized the unexpected visitor, while Zhu Ping'an equally assessed his formidable opponent. Standing at a height comparable to that of the foolish old man, it bore a tail of remarkable length, estimated to be around 10 meters. Its muscular frame resembled granite, and merely gazing upon it evoked the sensation of immense power contained within. Scattered across its surface were oval scales, while the uncovered areas displayed a pattern of yellowish-brown fur. Name: Brutal Terror Giant Lizard. Rank: Extraordinary Level 7, Level 27. Quality: Superior Spirit Grade. Attribute: Dragon Type. Talent: Brutal Dragon Strength, significantly enhances physical power. Skills: Brutal Dragon Claw, LV3, Dragon Might, LV2, Brutal Dragon Bite, LV3. Brutal Dragon Tail, LV2. Preferences: 1. Mating. 2. Sleeping. Weaknesses: 1. Dragon Type. 2. Ice Type. Qualification for advancement: Evolution Path. Evolution Path Enhanced. Dragon Type? Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but tilt his head in curiosity. Most pseudo-ancient dragon species were incapable of possessing dragon attributes. Yet this mountain-like giant lizard surprisingly belonged to the dragon category, indicating it was not far from being a subdragon species. It appeared that even while guarding the sacred dragon spirit mushroom, it had reaped certain benefits. Gazing at the faint yellow light emanating from the stone cave behind the brutal terror giant lizard, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Foolish old man, I rely on you. The nearby foolish old man, silent as a statue, suddenly leaped forward, launching himself toward the giant lizard as he approached within 10 meters. His massive lion paw, enveloped in chaotic light, struck directly at the lizard's head. The brutal terror giant lizard disdainfully snorted. It could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from its opponent, realizing that this creature was significantly weaker than itself. Its lengthy tail shimmered with a purple-yellow glow, snapping forward like a whip, the sheer force and speed creating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. The tail struck first, while the foolish old man was still airborne, compelling him to hastily swat with his paw. Bang! The thunderous sound made Zhu Ping'an's eyelids twitch. The foolish old man's massive body had been embedded into the boulder, with countless fragments of stone and dust flying about. His right front paw was shattered, and half of his chest caved in. The extraordinary level 7 superior pseudo-dragon spirit beast indeed possessed extraordinary might. In just one encounter, the foolish old man sustained severe injuries. A glimmer of derision sparkled in the eyes of the brutal terror giant lizard as it glanced toward Zhu Ping'an in the distance, its form shifting. Huh. Just as it took a step, its head tilted sideways in surprise, witnessing the lion, previously half dead from its tail strike, rise unscathed, raising its paw once more to strike. Although puzzled, the brutal terror giant lizard did not hesitate. The foolish old man had closed the distance, and with his long tail unable to swing, he relied on his formidable claws. The muscular forelimbs glimmered with the same purple-yellow light, confronting the foolish old man's paw head-on. Bang! The foolish old man's paw was shattered upon impact, and his colossal body was overturned by the terrifying force of the brutal terror giant lizard. Seizing the moment, the brutal terror giant lizard pressed down on the struggling foolish old man, opening its elongated jaws wide, revealing a multitude of serrated teeth gleaming ominously. The foolish old man shimmered with a radiant light, and though the sudden surge of energy caused a flicker of confusion in the eyes of the brutal terror giant lizard, it dismissed it, knowing that the creature was still no match for it. Just as the giant jaws were about to clamp down, a massive stone pillar erupted from the ground beneath the brutal terror giant lizard, crashing upward with tremendous force. Hiss! The brutal terror giant lizard let out a pained roar, its eyes suddenly filled with blood vessels. The relentless agony surged from its abdomen, a soul-piercing pain that nearly rendered it unconscious. Seizing the opportunity while the brutal terror giant lizard was engulfed in pain, the foolish old man rolled over, his restored right paw swinging in a wide arc, striking the lizard's head. Like a basketball being slammed, it sent the lizard flying several meters away. Hiss! Before the brutal terror giant lizard could regain its senses, the foolish old man lunged forward again, clamping down on its long tail with his massive jaws, shaking his head vigorously and sending it flying another several meters. At this point, the brutal terror giant lizard had been smashed into the dense thicket, leaving the cave entrance empty. Flame Feather Thousand Kill, toward the cave. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand, and the small Jia shot forth like lightning, swiftly heading toward the cave entrance. During its flight, it was enveloped in layers of flame feathers. As it neared the cave entrance, it flapped its wings vigorously, shedding a multitude of flame feathers that shot into the cave like a volley of arrows. Hiss! The flame feathers erupted continuously, casting a brilliant light throughout the entire cavern. Another brutal terror giant lizard, guarding the sacred dragon spirit mushroom within, roared in fury. Charging out of the cave amidst the bombardment. Charred black, it glared at the airborne Jia, its vertical pupils filled with rage and savagery. Its whip-like tail lashed out, trailing a long streak of purple-yellow phantoms in the air. Though the tail moved with impressive speed, Jia had already prepared to retreat the moment the lizard roared and charged out of the cave. As the tail lifted, the golden figure had already taken flight, evading the furious tail strike that merely tore through empty air. Just as the vengeful lizard considered pursuing its attacker, its thoughts shifted to the nearly ripened sacred dragon spirit mushroom within the cave, forcing it to suppress its anger and turn back inside. Swish, swish, swish. Just as it turned, the lizard heard the sharp sound of slicing through the air, followed by an intensifying heat. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of flame feathers struck, the searing flames exploding against its back like a tidal wave. The sheer force of the impact caused the robust creature to stagger backward. Despite its formidable skin defense, an incessant burning sensation coursed through its body. After enduring another barrage from flame feather thousand kill, the brutal terror giant lizard gazed skyward, watching as a golden figure gracefully retreated amidst the dissipating flames. This truly is an affront to the lizard. Chapter 61. The Indomitable Foolish Old Man. The female brutal terror giant lizard's fury seemed almost tangible, overflowing with rage. Hiss! Jia, perched 100 meters away, flapped its wings slowly, its voice dripping with mockery. You hit me, come on. Hiss! The female brutal terror giant lizard stood its ground, roaring in impotent rage, its immense strength venting futilely against the ground. Raising clouds of dust, lacking any ranged attack skills, it found itself utterly powerless against this hit-and-run adversary. Normally, it would have pursued its attacker relentlessly, but now, the long-awaited sacred dragon spirit mushroom was on the verge of ripening, and it could not afford to leave. The female brutal terror giant lizard glared at the taunting golden eagle in the distance, trembling with fury, raising its head to the sky in a wrathful roar, as if to unleash all its pent-up rage in that one cry. Hiss! Not far away in the forest, the male brutal terror giant lizard responded with a roar. Its mate had been wronged, and it was determined to aid her. The brutal terror giant lizard, entangled with the foolish old man, displayed a fierce glint in its eyes. Withstanding the fierce blow from the foolish old man upon his head, he raised his own claw in retaliation, shattering half of the foolish old man's skull. Gazing at the fallen figure, the formidable tyrant lizard, still dazed from the blow, had barely taken a few steps when a sharp sound sliced through the air behind him. His tail lashed out, striking forcefully against a paw clad in rocky armor. Roaring, the foolish old man, who had just suffered a grievous injury, sprang back to life. Undeterred and fully intact, wrapping himself around the tyrant lizard once more. The tyrant lizard was on the brink of madness. His own head was still spinning, yet the opponents seemed to have fully recovered. What manner of creature was this before him? Why could he not be vanquished? The innate ferocity and brutality that characterized the tyrant lizard had dissipated, replaced by a gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. Throughout this prolonged skirmish, the opponent fought with reckless abandon, as though his body were not his own, relentlessly launching attacks. Engaging in close combat, trading wounds for wounds, was the very style he relished. His robust physique allowed him to withstand it all. Each strike was powerful and precise, aimed directly at vital points. Yet, after such an extensive battle, he bore numerous wounds and had expended a significant amount of energy, while the foolish old man remained vibrant and unscathed. Not even a single mark upon him. I recall shattering your skull multiple times, haven't I? The tyrant lizard pondered, only to be interrupted as the rocky-clawed paw swung towards him once more. The beast's claw, glimmering with a purplish-yellow light, met the tyrant lizard's own, leaving him momentarily numb. This scene was all too familiar. Typically, he would have shattered an arm of his opponent, and then simply raised his claws to strike the head once again. However, as the familiar scenario flashed through his mind, the tyrant lizard suddenly felt a tingling in his own claws. The opponent's strength had increased. As he watched the foolish old man withstand his attack with remarkable steadiness, a sense of dread welled up within the tyrant lizard. He had sensed it from the very beginning. The opponent's power was on the rise, transitioning from being unable to endure his strikes to now being capable of withstanding them. The rate of improvement was astonishing. Unable to be killed and growing ever stronger, what sort of monster had he encountered? Taking a deep breath, The tyrant lizard forcibly suppressed his astonishment and confusion, letting out a fierce roar as he charged forward. Unfazed by the impending confrontation, the foolish old man met him head-on. His claws similarly enveloped in chaotic light. His mission was to hold the opponent firmly in place, and the current circumstances were in his favor. Is this truly an upper-tier rock-maned lion? My understanding of the world seems to be collapsing. In the distance, several figures stood upon different branches of the trees, each wielding a telescope. From their vantage point, both battlefields, the mouth of the cave and the surrounding forest, were clearly visible. This must be Zhu Ping'an's second beast, capable of holding down a tyrant lizard at the 7th level of extraordinary power. Its terrifying regenerative abilities seem rather unreasonable, one remarked, listening to the discussions among his teammates. Qin Guanjin exchanged a glance with his brother. Have you seen this rock-maned lion before? During the initial mission, he summoned this beast, which miraculously withstood our combined assault of over 40 people. Its regenerative prowess is truly formidable, he replied through clenched teeth, his expression darkening. In the span of more than half a month, his own power had surged rapidly. He now felt confident in defeating the previously daunting flame-feather-burning Sky Eagle. Yet, the sudden emergence of this equally formidable rock-maned lion left him feeling a bit despondent. It appeared that Zhu Ping'an had recognized the creature's extraordinary regenerative capabilities, a trait more commonly seen in insect-type beasts, making its presence in a rock-maned lion quite remarkable. Qin Guanjin squinted, his eyes filled with gravity. Unlike his brother, he harbored no animosity towards Zhu Ping'an. Even if that special recruitment slot belonged to him, he would ultimately choose to head to the imperial capital. His feelings towards Zhu Ping'an were more akin to a competitive spirit, as he sought to become the strongest of their cohort. With the formidable Zhu Ping'an destined to be an unavoidable rival, observing the seemingly immortal rock-maned lion, his esteem for Zhu Ping'an rose considerably. It must be a mature beast directly contracted, someone suggested. This notion was quickly accepted by several others, as it was difficult to digest that a fellow student possessed a second beast that outclassed their own initial creatures. His flame-feather-burning Sky Eagle has also managed to restrain another tyrant lizard. TSK, one person holding down 2 extraordinary 7th-level spirit beasts. Are we really of the same cohort? Regardless, it's fortuitous that Zhu Ping'an continues to grow stronger. While Qin Guanjin felt a surge of admiration, he swiftly transformed it into determination, gesturing to his comrades to prepare for action. With Zhu Ping'an drawing fire, their chances of success were significantly heightened. What opportunity! At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, heralding a tempest of snow to descend upon the area. Zhu Ping'an, who had been teasing the female tyrant lizard, suddenly looked up towards the distant forest. The lush greenery had all turned a frosty white. Despite the considerable distance, he could distinctly sense the coldness in the wind. Chapter 62. Successful Theft. Lava Breath. Before the chill on his skin could dissipate, an acrid scent of sulfur erupted with an overwhelming presence, causing Zhu Ping'an to wrinkle his nose in distaste. As he glanced upward, a molten dragon, seemingly clad in armor of lava, descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the female tyrant lizard with a torrent of surging magma. The sudden onslaught of fiery magma enveloped the female tyrant lizard before she could react, her entire body seared by the intense heat. Within the magma, not only were flames present, but also a peculiar energy that permeated her skin and invaded her bloodstream. Fixing his vertical pupils on the imposing figure descending from above, the female tyrant lizard felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, a primal fear and tremor originating deep within her being. The newcomer was none other than a pure-blood, true dragon. Follow closely, restrain it. Xiao Jia screeched, her radiant form suddenly ablaze with light as dense streams of fire energy cascaded downwards, coalescing around her. The crimson fire energy continuously converged, resembling red agate, transforming into countless ancient and intricate patterns that were imprinted upon her gilded body. Even the sun wheel behind her was engulfed by these patterns, becoming even more resplendent. As the patterns completed their formation, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically, and the space around Xiao Jia warped with each flap of her wings. Zhu Rong flame patterns. Gazing upon the flamboyant and fierce patterns, Zhu Ping'an felt as though his eyes were being scorched. Layer upon layer of fiery feathers clung to Xiao Jia's wings, and under the enhancement of the Zhu Rong flame patterns, her already magnificent flaming wings appeared even more resplendent. With a flap of her wings, their span extended a full 10 meters. At this moment, the female tyrant lizard flailed her claws wildly, shredding the incoming magma. Her massive form, though riddled with burns and wounds, remained resolute as she charged toward the molten dragon. Yet, at this moment, the molten dragon was not fighting alone. As Xiao Jia soared through the heavens, adorned with resplendent wings akin to a blazing meteor, she hurtled directly toward the colossal, enraged female Mankong lizard. With a furious roar, the beast found herself less than 10 meters from the molten fire dragon, but upon sensing the tumultuous aura behind her, she decisively pivoted. The violet and yellow radiance emanating from her claws shimmered with an intensity almost palpable, and within her slitted pupils, a ferocity suppressed the agony. A murderous intent overwhelming all else. For half the day, she had been tormented by this audacious golden eagle, and now that it dared to confront her directly, she vowed to make it regret its insolence. Her colossal claws tore through the air, the piercing sound echoing like the triumphant roar of the Mancong lizard, infused with the fury and vengeance of a transcendent dragon species, as she brought them crashing down upon the fiery comet. At the moment of impending collision, the molten fire dragon surged forth, encircled by a torrent of seething magma, its body radiating a brilliant purple glow, resembling a mountain as it charged toward the female Mancong lizard. A two-pronged assault ensued. The earth-shattering boom resonated across the vicinity, as the violent explosion erupted into a dense cloud of dust, forming a mushroom cloud that towered several dozen meters into the sky. The shockwave unleashed by the blast swept through the surroundings, as if intent on annihilating everything in its path. From a distance, Zhu Ping'an had already sought refuge behind a recessed rock formation, wary of being caught in the aftermath of the fierce battle. After a brief span, the mushroom cloud dissipated, carried away by the wind, yet the battlefield remained shrouded in a haze of dust. A heart-wrenching roar, laden with immeasurable suffering, pierced the air. The sound was so mournful that one could almost feel the torment of the involved creature. A fiery red figure staggered backward, retreating toward the cave's entrance. As the gust generated by its movement swept away the remaining dust from the battlefield, the ground bore the scars of devastation, as if a layer had been scraped away. And beneath the feet of the female Mancong lizard, the earth had crystallized under the extreme heat and explosions. The surrounding trees were largely toppled, their branches and leaves scattered in disarray, with some slender trunks snapped in half, a truly pitiful sight. Zhu Ping'an peered out, observing Xiao Jia languidly flapping her wings as she hovered in midair. Although her vitality had waned, she was fortunate not to have been seized by the female Mancong lizard. The peculiar markings upon her body had entirely faded, and the once resplendent golden feathers were now charred and tattered, the radiant glow overshadowed by soot. However, compared to the one standing amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, Xiao Jia's injuries paled in significance. The cornered female Mancong lizard bore no unscathed flesh. Her form was marred by charred and decaying wounds that continued to emit plumes of black smoke. Her long tail was half-severed, a clear testament to the molten fire dragon's handiwork. Yet the most tragic sight was her forelimbs, both of which were scorched, with the left one having been blasted off entirely, crumbling to the ground like burnt charcoal. In this direct confrontation, Xiao Jia had surprisingly gained the upper hand. Though Xiao Jia had lost much of her combat capability, the female Mancong lizard remained a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, this time, it was Xiao Jia who had seized the advantage. The enhancement from the level of Zhu Rong's flame pattern was astonishing. It felt as if Xiao Jia's flame feather thousand kills had multiplied in potency several times over. Zhu Ping'an instantly felt the expenditure of 10,000 jade coins was truly worthwhile. The excruciating pain rendered the female Mancong lizard on the brink of madness. Just as she prepared to summon her mate once more, a distant dragon's roar echoed, and a wave of energy that her entire being craved surged forth, reaching its zenith. The holy dragon spirit ginseng had fully matured. Consuming it would not only heal her wounds, but also elevate her strength exponentially. She would ascend to the rank of a subdragon species, with the prospect of even achieving true dragon status. Just as she reveled in the anticipation, that soul-soothing aura abruptly vanished. The female Mancong lizard, disregarding her pain, rapidly turned around. Although her movements were somewhat uncoordinated due to the loss of a claw, her speed remained formidable. She lifted her gaze to see a fiery red figure poised to take flight from the cave's entrance. It was the very dragon species that had just robbed her of her treasure. With a howl filled with frenzied wrath and hatred, the female Mancong lizard dashed towards the cave entrance, but her severed left limb ultimately cost her precious moments. The dragon was already soaring into the sky. Never before had she felt such fury, even amidst the constant harassment and the loss of her forelimb. That treasure, which she and her mate had safeguarded for years, had finally matured, only to be snatched away before her very eyes. She yearned to rend it to pieces, to devour every last morsel of flesh and bone. In the very next moment after her anguished cry, a similar, frantic roar erupted from 100 meters away in the forest, belonging to the male Mancong lizard. Chapter 63, Frost-Cold Heavenly Dragon. Retreat. Shang Jinyao signaled to Zhu Ping'an, who was peeking from behind the rock formation. The molten fire dragon promptly followed their predetermined escape route. As the female Mancong lizard turned, Xiao Jia had already returned to Zhu Ping'an's side. Despite her weakened state and inability to fight, she could still carry Zhu Ping'an. Xiao Jia enlarged her form, flapping her wings to closely follow the molten fire dragon. Witnessing the brazen thieves take to the skies, the female Mankong lizard, although seething with rage, could only stand helplessly on the ground, screaming in futile anger at the heavens. Never had she longed for wings as desperately as she did at this moment. Moments after Shang Jinyao and Zhu Ping'an ascended, the male Mankong lizard arrived, bearing numerous wounds. However, apart from his enraged mate and the chaos strewn about, there was nothing else to be found. The male Mankong lizard glared at the sky, where the two figures had vanished. Its frustration palpable as it stomped the ground in frustration, but the pain from its injuries quickly reminded it of its predicament. It finally understood why that reckless lion had chosen not to impede its escape, but instead fled. Those accursed thieves. Staring at the empty cave, the male Mankong lizard stood motionless, uncertain of what to do. Their long-cherished treasure was gone, and both of them had endured a beating. He felt lost. In the forest, Zhu Ping'an reached the designated location to reunite with the waiting Yugong. At this moment, Yugong had ascended to the 10th level of spirit transformation, having leaped from the 6th level to the 10th in just over 3 minutes of fierce combat, a testament to the intensity of the encounter. You, Rock Mane Lion, are quite extraordinary, Shang Jinyao remarked, observing the lion, unscathed yet drenched in blood, her tone laced with rare admiration. Single-handedly, it had managed to hold off a 7th-level extraordinary pseudo-ancient dragon. Even with her and the molten fire dragon's combined efforts, they could only maneuver to buy time. While this creature engaged in a direct confrontation, unflinching and unwavering, truly remarkable. Just standard procedure, Zhu Ping'an waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Seeing the slight curve of his lips, which he attempted to suppress, Shang Jinyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was the type who would shine brightly with just a hint of sunlight. Nonetheless, his strength was frighteningly impressive. Despite her playful criticism, Zhu Ping'an's prowess genuinely astonished Shang Jinyao, not to mention the rarely seen rock mane lion. Even the little Jia's speed of power enhancement exceeds her expectations. When they first collaborated, this sculpture was not so formidable, judging by the intensity of that recent strike. Even some newly initiated beast tamers in the extraordinary realm would likely be unable to withstand it. And her own molten dragon would most likely be severely injured by a single blow. Turning to look at her molten dragon, which bore scars and burns from the previous explosion, Shang Jinyao, although reluctant to admit it, swallowed her pride regarding her diminished prowess compared to Zhu Ping'an. Where is Sister Hua? Why hasn't she returned yet? After a moment of contemplation, Shang Jinyao raised her head and spoke with a hint of confusion. Hua Donghan's mission was to prevent other teams from reaping the rewards. As long as she could stall them briefly, she could escape. Logically, she should have been the first to return. Yet, after waiting for several minutes, there was still no sign of her. Could she have been captured? Zhu Ping'an mused, stroking his chin, his tone tinged with uncertainty. After all, Shang Jinyao was aware of at least 2 competing teams, though Hua Donghan was strong. It was entirely plausible for her to encounter difficulties when facing multiple opponents. Sister Hua only needs to ambush and delay them for a while. She wouldn't engage head-on. Shang Jinyao had unwavering faith in Hua Donghan. When the frost storm erupted earlier, it was during their joint assault on the ferocious Tyrannosaurus. And they had secured the sacred dragon Lingji in less than half a minute. Zhu Ping'an's expression grew grave, although little time had passed. At the same moment, she could only intercept one team. While Zhu Ping'an refrained from elaborating, Shang Jinyao understood the implication, despite the brief duration. That was the prime opportunity for seizing the sacred dragon Lingji. If Hua Donghan was stalling one team, what of the other known team? Why had they not seized the moment? Not to mention any other potential teams lurking in the shadows. Could Hua Donghan have been ambushed by a coalition of other teams? Though reluctant to believe it, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation at present. Yet why was there not the slightest hint of a disturbance? Even if Sister Hua were besieged, given her strength, escaping would not pose a problem. Moreover, aside from that one frost storm, there had been no indications of other battles. Shang Jinyao was still unwilling to accept the notion that Hua Donghan had been ambushed. I believe the priority now should be to return and submit our mission. At this moment in the forest, no one could ascertain how many teams were concealed within, and all were classmates. Hua Donghan's safety was still assured. Zhu Ping'an's suggestion, though somewhat callous, was indeed the most prudent choice. After all, this was merely a mission. Even if Hua Donghan had been ambushed, she would not incur significant harm. Conversely, they were the ones in the most peril before submitting the sacred dragon Lingji. Does Zhu not trust me at all? Just as Zhu Ping'an's voice fell, a cool tone suddenly resonated from behind the trees. Sister Hua, I knew you would be fine. As she beheld the somewhat disheveled Hua Donghan, Shang Jinyao's beaming smile was tinged with a hint of puzzlement. How could that be? Meeting the gaze of those eyes resembling polar ice. Zhu Ping'an managed a polite smile, hastily averting his gaze. This girl's eyes emanated an aura of chill. As he shifted his focus, Zhu Ping'an unexpectedly locked eyes with another pair. It was the gaze peering toward him from Hua Donghan's shoulder. Name: Frost Celestial Dragon. Rank: Spirit Transformation Level 9, Level 19. Quality: Low Tier Heavenly Grade. Attributes: Dragon Type, Ice Type. Talent: Frost of the Cold Sky, LV2. Possesses an innate ice domain, significantly enhances ice-type skill potency, and increases the likelihood of triggering freeze effects. Skills: Dragon Claw, LV3. Ice Shard Frost Kill Array, LV2. Ice Dragon Bite, LV2. Icy Wilderness, LV1. Ice Dragon Roar, LV2. Frost Dragon Tail, LV1. Preferences: 1. Cleanliness. 2. Matcha-flavored ice cream. Weaknesses: 1. Dragon Type. 2. Fire Type. Qualification Advancement. Evolution Route. Evolution Route increased. Chapter 64, Ambushed Again. A True Azure Dragon. As Zhu Ping'an gazed at the slender frost-white figure, his expression grew increasingly complex. Although he had encountered ancient dragons, and even the silver-winged giant dragon of the Qingquan realm, nothing compared to the impact this azure dragon had on him. After all, in the traditional culture of Dongwang, dragons have long symbolized a national totem, embodying extraordinary significance. This dragon is truly magnificent. While its appearance may not be as flamboyant as that of the silver-winged star dragon, it possesses an inherent sense of noble grandeur. Compared to that earlier Jia, they were worlds apart. Moreover, aside from its appearance, its strength was equally formidable, not to mention the innate ice domain granted by its talent, which made Zhu Ping'an envious. A domain is a privilege only attainable after reaching the celestial warrior realm in Beast Taming, akin to a high-end version of the solar domain. The enhancements it provides to corresponding attribute skills are simply outrageous. It seems that the acquisition of a domain is not solely contingent upon reaching the celestial warrior realm. It might also depend on quality reaching the heavenly beast tier. It appears he had somewhat underestimated the only girl in this cohort possessing a heavenly grade dragon. Observing Hua Donghan's impassive demeanor, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Shifting his gaze back to the frost-white dragon's head, Zhu Ping'an's eyes burned with fervor, causing the frost celestial dragon to instinctively retract its head. I want it. A longing for the azure dragon surged within Zhu Ping'an. After all, any beast tamer in Dongwang who does not aspire to partner with an azure dragon is hardly a qualified beast tamer. The frost celestial dragon's retraction of its head prompted Hua Donghan to tilt her head in curiosity, listening to her beast's words in the soul contract. She raised her eyes to Zhu Ping'an, her expression still devoid of emotion. Ahem. Well, since we have successfully reunited, shall we proceed? Sensing the unspoken inquiry in her gaze, Zhu Ping'an cleared his throat and hastily continued. With Hua Donghan's return, the weight in Shang Jinyao's heart lifted, and she nodded earnestly. We're running out of time. Both Zhu Ping'an and Shang Jinyao turned their puzzled gazes toward Hua Donghan. Aside from us, there are 4 other teams. I managed to ambush and repel one, but the other 3 should be arriving soon. Hua Donghan's voice remained as calm as ever, like falling snowflakes, drifting gracefully with a steady rhythm. Zhu Ping'an's expression instantly became exceedingly peculiar. So, you mean we are currently surrounded by 3 teams? Such an urgent matter, and why is she only mentioning it now? Moreover, her tone is so placid that one might think they were the ones encircling others. What about us? Shang Jinyao's complexion shifted, and just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the sounds emanating from the surrounding forest interrupted her unfinished sentence. Truly worthy of being the top of the central region, Hua Donghan knew we were coming and remained so composed. A voice filled with bravado rang out, as nearly 10 figures surrounded them like a net. Zhu Ping'an surveyed the area. The encircling figures were all beast tamers. And not far off, on the branches, stood 9 scattered silhouettes. The speaker is an exceedingly handsome young man, had it not been for his voice and Adam's apple. Upon first sight, Zhu Ping'an would have mistaken him for a maiden. Niexingchen, I never expected it to be you. It was evident that Shang Jinyao recognized the newcomer. She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze falling upon the beasts encircling them, her expression darkening slightly. Yao Yao, hand over the holy dragon Lingji, Niexingchen said with a smile, extending his hand. Shut your mouth. You can forget about the holy dragon Lingji. Shang Jinyao retorted with a cold snort, clutching the precious item tighter against her chest. With the top-ranked beasts from the central, eastern, and western regions combined, I would never have dared to provoke you before, but today is different. With 2 7th-level extraordinary spirit beasts at your side, just how much strength do you have left? A teasing glimmer danced in his enchanting peach blossom eyes. his handsome face brimming with assured confidence. You might as well give it a try. Your group isn't nearly enough to snatch anything from me. Shang Jinyao let out a cold laugh, as a low growl emanated from the throat of the molten fire dragon beside her, flames brewing within. It seems the initial task didn't teach you a lesson. Casting a glance at the poised molten fire dragon, Nie Xingqian felt a tinge of helplessness. Talent cannot triumph over numbers. Roar. Before Nie Xingqian could finish his sentence, a deafening lion's roar reverberated throughout the area, standing beside Zhu Ping'an. The foolish old man was enveloped rapidly in chaotic light as he pounced directly towards the nearest spirit beast. It was a 7th-level forest monkey, caught off guard by the sudden assault from the foolish old man, along with its Beastmaster. Weren't we just talking? Why the sudden attack? Boom. The forceful lion's paw struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that echoed with a dull thud. Now there are 8. Zhu Ping'an grinned widely. At that moment, as the foolish old man launched his surprise attack, the molten fire dragon unleashed its fiery breath, a torrent of magma spewing forth. Though not as ferocious as the initial descent, it still possessed formidable power. Damn it, brothers, stick together. Watching the forest monkey being slammed into the earth by the foolish old man, the others hastily commanded their spirit beasts to retaliate. In an instant, a barrage of colorful skills surged towards the trio, with a significant portion aimed directly at the foolish old man roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the long figure coiled around. Hua Donghan's arms suddenly shot forth, leaving behind a widening trail of frost white in the air. In the blink of an eye, the frosty figure appeared beside Nie Xingqian, who was no longer in his diminutive form. The claw the size of a grinding wheel was suffused with a deep purple glow. Against Nie Xingqian, the 4-armed stone golem constructed entirely of rock came crashing down. Boom. A violent explosion resonated through the forest. The foolish old man, now grievously wounded, bore shattered rocky armor, exposing white bone through several gaping wounds. Hey, you actually tried a sneak attack. Are you humble now? A figure perched on a nearby branch laughed heartily at the sight of the battered foolish old man. Yet, before his laughter could linger, it abruptly ceased, as if a hand had clutched his throat. In the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, the injured foolish old man was suddenly engulfed in a surge of blood light, his gruesome wounds healing instantaneously under its glow. This isn't right. Without a moment's pause, while his injuries rapidly mended, the foolish old man lunged forward once more. Without any extraneous movements, just like before, he raised his right paw, radiating chaotic light, and bore down upon the startled jade spider before him. Chapter 65. The battle intensifies. As the crowd became captivated by the foolish old man's terrifying regenerative abilities, the enlarged frost-white dragon had already inflicted severe damage upon Nie Xingqian's 4-armed stone golem. Though traces of mockery still lingered in Nie Xingqian's eyes, upon seeing the multitude of cracks covering his golem, he was suddenly jolted into awareness. It seemed he had somewhat misjudged the strength of this trio. Nie Xingqian, do you really think you can steal anything? Shang Jinyao, hiding behind the molten fire dragon, scoffed disdainfully. Huh, the outcome is still uncertain. My 4-armed stone golem may be incapacitated, but how much longer can your molten fire dragon withstand? Observing the frost-white dragon turning to attack another spirit beast, Nie Xingqian's expression darkened as he countered. Listening to Nie Xingqian's words, a flicker of seriousness crossed Shang Jinyao's eyes. Although most of the attacks had been directed at the foolish old man, a number had still targeted the molten fire dragon, already injured from the previous explosion. The molten fire dragon's condition was worsening after enduring these additional strikes. If it were to be concentrated on 1 or 2 more times, it would likely lose its combat capability. Shang Jinyao gritted her teeth, realizing she had to hold on. Zhu Ping'an's little Jia was already incapacitated, and Hua Donghan had only 1 spirit beast. As long as her molten fire dragon could endure, they would be the ultimate victors. Focus fire on the molten fire dragon. Take it down, Nie Xingqian shouted, noticing the molten fire dragon's deteriorating state. However, the battlefield had descended into chaos, with the massive, foolish old man striking with both paws, recklessly disregarding incoming attacks, behaving like a madman unafraid of death. Even while sustaining concentrated fire, he sought to entangle the group of spirit beasts. Despair loomed as their inflicted damage continuously healed, and the enemy's momentum grew ever stronger. What is this? Just one foolish old man had managed to entangle 3 spirit beasts. If the foolish old man was stalling for time with his terrifying regenerative capabilities, then the frost-white dragon was engaged in one-sided slaughter. With fierce dragon claws and swift tail strikes, accompanied by the elements of wind, frost, and ice, it seemed as though defeating another team had cost them little. Once isolated, victory was nearly assured within 10 seconds. The 9th-level spirit beast, the frost-white dragon, was powerful enough to feel as though they were not even in the same realm. As the frost-white dragon toppled another spirit beast, Nie Xingqian's eyes involuntarily twitched. How had those fellows from the central region managed to overcome such a creature? Did it truly require 40 or more individuals to do so? At this moment, Nie Xingqian felt a sense of retreat creeping in. In just a matter of seconds, 3 of the 9 spirit beasts had already been dispatched, and the remaining ones were scattered, unable to unite to attack the molten fire dragon. Captain Nie, let us withdraw. We're completely outmatched. The Beastmaster of the forest monkey, which had been obliterated by the foolish old man, wore a grimace, his voice laced with reluctance, but overtaken by fear. Given the current situation, if the remaining spirit beasts failed to eliminate the molten fire dragon, they would be systematically defeated. Damn it! That rockmane lion was engaged in a fierce battle with the giant lizard for over 3 minutes, yet it's still so vigorous now. Nie Xingqian's strikingly handsome face twisted slightly. While he could comprehend the strength of the frost-white dragon, its quality, level, and lineage far surpassing theirs, he could not fathom the resilience of that accursed rock-maned lion. Was it merely due to its appearance? As they conversed, yet another spirit beast fell beneath the claws of the frost-white dragon. They were but a makeshift assembly of 2 teams, each harboring ulterior motives. Upon witnessing the adversary's beasts under siege, they retreated, safeguarding their own strength, fearful of the repercussions. Withdraw. Nie Xingqian gritted his teeth, uncertain whether it was mere misfortune or a deliberate targeting. Of the 4 fallen beasts, 3 belonged to their team. Among the quartet, only 1 winged beast remained combat-ready. Upon hearing Nie Xingqian's command, the Beastmaster of the winged creature felt a wave of relief wash over him and hastily recalled his beast. Captain Nie, it was you who proposed an alliance, yet now you are the one retreating. Do you intend to toy with us? A burly man perched on a nearby tree spoke with a cold demeanor, his tone decidedly hostile. You know the caliber of your own team well. A little support would have prevented that Songlong from rampaging unopposed. After all this time, failing to bring down even a single rockmane lion? Such teammates are better cast aside sooner rather than later. Nie Xingqian's tone was equally sharp. Were it not for your team's cowardice, merely wishing to preserve strength for a later ambush, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Humph. The hulking man refrained from further discussion and urged his beasts to intensify their assault on the foolhardy opponent. Clearly, he had no intention of retreating. In his estimation, having wrested treasures from the 2 formidable Mankarosauruses and now having downed 4 of their beasts, the opposition was already on the brink of collapse. They were merely maintaining a fade of strength. It was laughable that Nie Xingqian appeared so frightened, a disgrace to the name of genius. Brothers, escalate the offensive. They can no longer withstand it. The burly man bellowed, a crimson glow suddenly emanating from his form, mirroring the fierce red glint in the eyes of his mountain-moving ape. Frenzied, Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued as he observed the strong man. Within the esteemed academy, they were all elite recruits from their respective schools, united by their rare Beastmaster talents. Just moments earlier, a wind saber leopard's Beastmaster had temporarily augmented its attacks, inflicting severe tearing damage with each strike. The majority of the injuries on the foolhardy man were attributable to him, making him the foremost source of damage. Now, the burly man unleashed his own Beastmaster talent, which appeared to resemble the bloodthirsty prowess previously exhibited by Qin Guanyu. Roar! The mountain-moving ape let out a thunderous roar, its muscular arms pounding against its chest, unleashing waves of energy. As the crimson hue intensified in its eyes, its arms swelled explosively, expanding to a girth of 3 to 4 meters, adorned with strange blood-red patterns. The transformed mountain-moving ape swung its fists as if wielding colossal tree trunks, advancing directly toward the foolhardy man without hesitation. The massive fists, enveloped in a rich brown glow, compressed the surrounding air, generating sonic booms. The ensnared foolhardy man was unable to defend himself in time, watching helplessly as the furious punch collided with his side. Chapter 66. Mountain-Moving Ape. Bang! A visible shockwave erupted from the foolhardy man's waist, sending his enormous frame hurtling through the air like a ragged sack. Boom! He barreled through the forest, raising clouds of dust in his wake. After being propelled dozens of meters, crashing through numerous branches and rocks, he finally came to a halt before a massive rock face. The sight of a trench nearly half a meter deep carved into the ground rendered the battlefield silent. Huh. The so-called number 1 in the west is nothing more than this. The burly man's eyes still glimmered with that eerie red light, a sneer gracing his lips as he gave Zhu Ping'an a thumbs up, followed by a downward jab. Nie Xingqian, who had intended to retreat, abruptly halted his steps, the overwhelming punch of the mountain-moving ape igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Brother Liang, that punch must possess extraordinary power, truly befitting one of the top 3 experts from the south. Nie Xingqian exclaimed with a grin, as though the recent hostility had never transpired. I warn you, The holy dragon Lingji is mine. Since you have chosen to retreat, then be on your way. The burly man named Liang dismissed him outright, raising his fist threateningly at Nie Xingqian and his companions. Nie Xingqian's expression darkened significantly, a heavy cloud overshadowing his handsome features. Do you think you're so impressive? Having toppled a rockmane lion? Just wait until you face that Songlong. Then you'll know what it's like. After a few harsh curses in his heart, Nie Xingqian led his team to withdraw a distance. Although he was retreating, he still wished to witness the mountain-moving ape being thoroughly pummeled. Impressive indeed. Zhu Ping'an marveled at the trench created by the foolhardy man, unable to suppress his astonishment at the punch's sheer ferocity. Judging by its power, it was certainly on par with the full-force strikes of extraordinary second- or third-tier beasts. What, then, was this talent? A significant increase in attack power for a brief period? His gaze flitted between the burly man and the mountain-moving ape, attempting to discern the intricacies of the strong man's Beastmaster talent. Kid, what are you staring at? You got a problem? If you do, keep it to yourself. Your beast is already out of the fight. The burly man growled, irritated by Zhu Ping'an's scrutinizing gaze. Oh, is that so? Zhu Ping'an merely smiled at the strong man's hostile demeanor. The peculiar smile only served to further irritate the burly man. Now it's your turn. The burly man disregarded Zhu Ping'an, turning his attention to Hua Donghan, the bloodlust in his eyes intensifying. Roar! The mountain-moving ape bellowed, charging toward the frost-cold heavenly dragon not far away, its massive fists once again brimming with rich brown energy. The sudden outburst from the burly man took Hua Donghan by surprise, though she remained unfazed. In a one-on-one scenario, she and the frost-cold heavenly dragon were nearly invincible at the spirit transformation stage, despite the considerable energy expenditure involved. Roar! The frost-cold heavenly dragon's gaze was as frigid as its master-s, completely unperturbed by the aggressively approaching mountain-moving ape. Its long, delicate tail shimmered with blue and purple hues, striking out like a whip as the mountain-moving ape closed in. Crack! The explosive sound of impact echoed through the forest as the dragon's tail reached the mountain-moving ape in the blink of an eye. In such a moment, the mountain-moving ape had no time to alter its approach and could only meet the attack with its fists, akin to a battering ram. With an endless chill, the dragon's tail swung forth, rapidly enveloping the battlefield in a frigid aura, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. The frost dragon's tail? As the frost-cold heavenly dragon gathered its power, Zhu Ping'an's eyes lit up. If he was not mistaken, this skill should be a fusion of the dragon's tail and another skill reminiscent of an ice tail. Indeed, the ancient dragon-rearing families of Dongwang were formidable in cultivating dragon species skills. Just as he marveled at this thought, the dragon's tail collided with the mountain-moving ape's fists. Compared to earlier, the ferocity of the shockwave expanded even further from the point of impact. Not only did it possess overwhelming force, but it also emanated a chilling aura. As if winter had descended, wherever the shockwave passed, it left a layer of frost in its wake. Zhu Ping'an hurriedly sought refuge behind the lava dragon, which not only shielded him from the cold blast, but also provided warmth, an utterly perfect arrangement. As the shockwave dissipated, the mountain ape had already retreated nearly 10 meters. Its immensely robust arms had developed a thick layer of frost. A commendable attack, yet how much strength does she possess now? The frosty heavenly dragon, although having repelled the mountain ape, found its tail, resembling a crystalline sculpture, trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that the recent strike had taken a toll on the frosty heavenly dragon as well. Mountain, continue with the mountain fist. The burly man shouted with exuberance, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue that seemed on the verge of spilling over. Is the more intense battle merely escalating? Observing the increasingly frenzied mountain ape, Zhu Ping'an pondered while stroking his chin. Aren't you concerned about your beast? Shang Jinyao inquired, glancing at the earnest Zhu Ping'an beside her, puzzled. The rock-maned lion had been sent flying for quite some time, yet this fellow remained engrossed in the battle, seemingly oblivious to the fate of his beast. Not necessary. He has always put my mind at ease. Zhu Ping'an replied casually, his gaze fixed intently on the two beasts clashing once more. The frosty heavenly dragon opted for its frost dragon tail, for compared to the dragon claw, the tail wielded greater power. The mountain ape, unwavering in its approach, continued to emanate a deep brown glow from its fists, seemingly growing more intense than the previous two encounters. Does the use of skills not deplete energy, but rather amplify it? Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled. This performance appears even more formidable than Qin Guanyu's blood valor. Boom. Another wave of frost exploded. This time, the frosty heavenly dragon was finally struck back by the iron fist, retreating several meters until it crashed against a large tree. Though the mountain ape also fell back, the distance was noticeably halved compared to before. The disparity between the two sides was starkly evident. Ha ha ha! This celestial dragon is nothing extraordinary. The burly man's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, seemingly convinced that the holy dragon Lingji would ultimately fall into his hands. However, before he could finish his sentence, a colossal brown figure suddenly surged onto the battlefield, charging directly at the mountain ape, which was still locked in confrontation with the frosty heavenly dragon. Although the burly man noticed, he had yet to conclude his previous statement and could not react in time, resorting instead to frantically alerting his beast through their soul bond. At that moment, the mountain ape finally sensed the impending danger and attempted to turn. But the previously silent frosty heavenly dragon erupted unexpectedly. With its mouth wide open, a massive dragon head composed entirely of ice crystals appeared simultaneously, exuding an endless chill as it lunged towards the mountain ape. Chapter 67, An Opportunity. Boom! The battlefield trembled as if an earthquake had struck, causing even the burly man and others atop the trees to stumble momentarily. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, their ears were overwhelmed by a piercing scream. The burly man, regaining his balance, glanced towards the battlefield, and, upon a mere glance, his eyes widened with rage. The mountain ape's lower body was nearly embedded in the ground, with only its robust arms raised high. A gigantic lion, clad in jagged rock armor, had its claws pressing down on the mountain ape's right arm. The blocking right arm was now fractured, exhibiting a clear dislocation between the forearm and upper arm. Meanwhile, the left arm was caught in the jaws of a massive icy dragon head, vibrant blood staining the crystalline blue dragon head with a hint of crimson. That damned lion again. Is it immortal? Can the strongest punch under the enhancement of its talents not bring it down? Is this truly a rock-maned lion? Countless questions flashed through the minds of everyone present. Despite the consecutive attacks from the three beasts, even a level 1 or 2 extraordinary beast would be gravely injured, let alone the mountain ape's fearsome punch. Yet now, this creature remained lively, even launching a surprise attack that forced the dominant mountain ape into the ground. The most despairing aspect was that this beast had previously engaged in close combat with a pseudo-ancient dragon species of level 7 for several minutes. Is it truly indestructible? Not only the burly man and his companions, but even teammates Hua Donghan and Shang Jinyao were equally perplexed. Is your lion devoid of limits? Not only is its recovery terrifying, but its endurance is equally outrageous, Shang Jinyao remarked, gazing at the overpowering Yugong. She began to understand why Zhu Ping'an had appeared so unfazed earlier. The endurance was not typically this extraordinary. They had to thank their previous exertions. A smile crept onto Zhu Ping'an's lips. With the existence of blood returned to source, Yugong's endurance could now be said to rival that of the catback cheese. Roar. On the battlefield, Yugong, with its claws pressing down on the mountain ape's forearm, let out a roar. Muscles bulged on its pillar-like forelimbs, exerting immense pressure upon the mountain ape. Crack. A crisp snapping sound reverberated in everyone's ears, twisting the burly man's face as if it would explode at any moment. What are you waiting for? Charge. He bellowed at the nearby dazed beasts. Though they were reluctant, the others commanded their beasts to charge toward Yugong. The fastest was the Gale Saber Leopard, whose claws still glimmered with the light of tearing power. Roar. Yugong used the mountain ape as a leverage point, pressing down forcefully before pivoting and slapping its paws. Like a crescent moon sweeping across the battlefield, the massive lion paw, glowing with chaotic light, collided with the Gale Saber Leopard's outstretched paw. Crack. Another crisp snapping sound echoed, as the Gale Saber Leopard's extended right paw was sent flying backward, its entire body being flung aside, crashing violently to the ground. Something is amiss. His power is not right. The Beastmaster of the Gale Saber Leopard stared in disbelief as his beast was sent flying in a single strike. Damn it. He has broken through to the extraordinary realm. The burly man gritted his teeth, glaring at the colossal rock-like lion, wishing he could obliterate it with his gaze. A breakthrough amidst battle? It seems this rock-maned lion's quality has surpassed its racial limitations and ascended to the spirit stage. After all, its size is so massive. In the distance, Nie Xingqian could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. My goodness, how did your rock-maned lion become extraordinary? Shang Jinyao grasped Zhu Ping'an's arm tightly, her fingers digging in with enough force to convey her complex emotions. Thus, we should be grateful for their vigorous attacks, Zhu Ping'an exclaimed as he abruptly withdrew his arm. Not bad. This girl has considerable strength. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Shang Jinyao paused momentarily, then tentatively asked, does your rock-maned lion possess the ability to grow stronger from taking hits? Something like that. Zhu Ping'an replied dismissively. The existence of fearless battle heart could not be concealed, as Yugong's power increase during combat was evident to the naked eye. However, he could not guarantee whether others' guesses would be accurate. Gaining strength from taking hits? Thorn heart? Or pain forge? As Shang Jinyao muttered to herself, Zhu Ping'an merely smiled subtly and chose to ignore her. On the battlefield, After Yugong had sent the Gale Saber Leopard flying with a slap, the remaining beasts halted their advance under the commands of their respective Beastmasters. Ridiculous. Previously, in the Ling Tue realm, it felt as though one could not be vanquished. Now, upon reaching the supernatural realm, the intensity of their attacks has only escalated. Who would dare engage now? After a prolonged struggle, one finds themselves grievously injured by a mere slap, rendering it a wholly unprofitable venture. What is this? Is everyone fatigued? Have they decided against fighting? Zhu Ping'an chuckled as he gazed at the figures perched upon the tree not far away. I must confess, I underestimated you. This time, I, Liang Quan, concede defeat. The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall meet again next time. Upon hearing the teasing lilt in Zhu Ping'an's voice, the burly man clenched his fists. Yet, upon witnessing the dire state of the mountain-moving ape, he ultimately chose to swallow his pride. Inferior in skill, any words spoken would merely serve as excuses. Observing Liang Quan's swift acknowledgement of defeat, Zhu Ping'an's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. Given this fellow's brash demeanor during battle, he had expected him to be obstinate, but it turned out he was quite astute in recognizing the moment to retreat. So you are Zhu Ping'an, are you? After Liang Quan and his companions departed in silence, Nie Xingqian, who had been watching from the sidelines, leaped down from the tree and approached Zhu Ping'an with a cheerful demeanor. Nie Xingqian, are you still not ready to give up? Shang Jinyao shot him a sidelong glance, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Jinyao, what do you mean by that? Nie Xingqian replied with a slight smirk, his handsome features radiating an air of endearment. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but lean back slightly, his gaze shifting between the two with an odd expression. Damn it. Is Yao Yao also a name you're allowed to call? Upon hearing the name Yao Yao, Shang Jinyao's already sullen expression darkened further. The peculiar glint in Zhu Ping'an's eyes caused her repressed anger to erupt. The fiery dragon immediately opened its mouth, flames flickering ominously within. Calm down, Miss Shang, Nie Xingqian exclaimed, swiftly raising his hands in a bid to placate her. I was in the wrong before. I come now to apologize and to forge a friendship with Brother Zhu. With a slight smile, Nie Xingqian's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and additionally, I bring a fortuitous opportunity for all of you. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Zhu Ping'an stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Nie Xingqian. Pray tell, what manner of opportunity does Brother Nie speak of? Shang Jinyao rolled her eyes in exasperation at Zhu Ping'an's eagerness, patting the leg of the fiery dragon while extinguishing the flames in its throat. Why, it is something that will aid in enhancing our strength. Nie Xingqian patted his chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. Just state plainly what it is. Hua Donghan approached leisurely, the frosty celestial dragon shrinking in size, coiling around his arm to peer curiously. In the Western Region SA district, there exists a celestial beast of the Qianquan realm preparing for reproduction. Nie Xingqian's declaration caused Zhu Ping'an and his companions to involuntarily flinch. A Qianquan realm beast, you say? Brother Nie, if you wish to kill, you need only say so. Zhu Ping'an fixed a flat expression upon Nie Xingqian, his tone oddly measured. What words are these, Brother Zhu? Nie Xingqian replied with a grin. It's not as though I'm planning to pluck the whiskers of the Qianquan celestial beast. With a flick of his sleeve, a sly smile graced his features. I have gathered reliable information. This celestial beast is an elemental creature. It is well known that elemental beings consume vast amounts of their own essence during reproduction, and afterward, they enter a period of extreme weakness lasting several days. His voice rose with barely contained excitement. During this time, whether it be elemental treasures assisting in reproduction or the newborn offspring of the celestial beast, we could certainly take advantage of the situation, regardless of their weakened state. They remain a Qianquan realm beast. As soon as Nie Xingqian finished speaking, Shang Jinyao interjected sharply, her voice laced with icy derision. You dare scheme for a Qianquan realm beast when you wouldn't even approach two supernatural realm spirit beasts? What gives you such confidence? Her unrelenting words caused Nie Xingqian's typically affable demeanor to stiffen momentarily. Yet, a second later, his expression returned to normal, devoid of any resentment. While it is true that a Qianquan realm beast is beyond our capabilities to confront, what if I were to say that after reproduction, its strength diminishes to around the 6th tier of the supernatural realm? What say you? His handsome visage bore a confident smile that was quite persuasive. Brother Nie, such detailed information, how did you come by it? Zhu Ping'an inquired, stroking his chin as he spoke slowly. Jinyao can vouch for me. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Shang Jinyao's eyes, Nie Xingqian quickly amended his statement, retracting his neck somewhat in a show of feigned innocence. There truly are some valuable insights here. After surveying the two once more, Zhu Ping'an's curiosity piqued. Vouch for what? My talent for beast mastery is known as Tianji. Nie Xingqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The wind tousled a few strands of his hair, and his enchanting eyes sparkled with self-satisfaction. Tianji. The depth of Zhu Ping'an's gaze intensified as he regarded Nie Xingqian. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such a rare gift? Tianji is reputed to be a glimpse into the future, allowing its possessor to foresee fragments of what is to come. These glimpses may reveal treasures that are about to manifest or significant events on the horizon. Just like now, Nie Xingqian foresaw the impending reproduction of the Qianquan realm beast and its subsequent loss of strength. Zhu Ping'an turned to Shang Jinyao, who reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Unable to suppress a slight smile, Zhu Ping'an remarked, Tianji truly lives up to its reputation as an exceedingly rare gift. Brother Nie, you are indeed a prodigy. After offering a perfunctory compliment, Zhu Ping'an pressed on, yet, what you glean from Tianji may not necessarily be infallible, correct? After all, we are dealing with a Qianquan realm beast in the throes of reproduction. A single misstep could lead to our untimely demise. Zhu Ping'an's gaze locked onto Nie Xingqian. His tone grave. Naturally, everyone desires such a valuable treasure, yet entrusting our lives to a fleeting insight from Tianji is not something I would entertain lightly. Since I awakened my Tianji, I have never once failed. Nie Xingqian, sensing Zhu Ping'an's skepticism, patiently elaborated. Zhu Ping'an remained silent, exchanging glances with Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan. While Tianji is indeed a remarkably rare talent, we must proceed with utmost caution when it pertains to a Qianquan realm beast. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ping'an concluded. Of course, thus, we can first investigate the relevant locations. The elements surrounding an elemental being during reproduction will become singular, making them relatively easy to identify. Nie Xingqian appeared well prepared, his smile radiant as he regarded Zhu Ping'an. Confirming reproduction is straightforward, but ascertaining the extent of the strength reduction afterward is the crux of the matter. Shang Jinyao interjected coldly, her gaze toward Nie Xingqian far more frigid than that of Hua Donghan beside her. During the reproduction of elemental beings, other surrounding elements are expelled, leaving only the relevant element. The excessive accumulation of a singular element will create an elemental barrier, and the strength of that barrier will not diminish with the act of reproduction. Hua Donghan, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke, her voice cool and detached, differing markedly from Shang Jinyao's evident irritation. You see, while the prospect is enticing, numerous complications abound. We are merely low-tier Beastmasters. Considerations regarding a Qianquan realm beast are best left to the esteemed masters of higher rank. Zhu Ping'an shrugged in resignation. Though Nie Xingqian's proposal was undeniably alluring, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Engaging with a being of the extraordinary realm was a venture worth attempting, as he felt assured of his capabilities. However, confronting an entity of the Qianquan realm presented an insurmountable challenge. What if I were to suggest that I could lead you all into the barrier unscathed? As he observed the growing reluctance among the group, a hint of impatience crept into Nie Xingqian's tone. Zhu Ping'an remained silent, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Nie Xingqian. Brother Nie possesses remarkable prowess. It seems he has come well prepared. Indeed, upon entering the secret realm, he had already discerned this matter, and his family had made prior preparations. With a clenched jaw, Nie Xingqian reluctantly revealed the truth. Surely, your family's preparations extend beyond this? Zhu Ping'an inquired, his tone playful yet insistent, akin to a cunning little fox. Naturally, you should all feel reassured. The elders of my family have affirmed the feasibility of this endeavor, which validates the information I have gleaned. Moreover, with additional measures in place, our expedition is bound to succeed. Nie Xingqian refrained from disclosing further strategies, for revealing all his trump cards would be unwise. Bound to succeed? Then why do you insist on choosing us? Zhu Ping'an asked, curiosity piqued. Given that the other party was already prepared, why would he still wish to share this bounty with others? Listening to Zhu Ping'an's inquiry, Nie Xingqian subtly cast a glance at Shang Jinyao before addressing Zhu Ping'an. Among the top 3 contenders from the 5 major districts, your group stands out as the strongest. Naturally, I value your strength. While my family has made arrangements, one must always consider the unforeseen. The greater the strength of my companions, the more secure I shall feel. Observing Nie Xingqian's unwavering resolve, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smirk. Had you not cast that glance just now, I might have believed you. However, that look suggests a tale of unrequited affection between you and Shang. Noting the discomfort radiating from Shang Jinyao, it seemed that Nie Xingqian's prospects were rather bleak. As Zhu Ping'an pondered this, he suddenly felt a sharp jab at his waist. What are you doing? Turning in confusion to Shang Jinyao, he was met with an exasperated roll of her eyes. What does that mean? You mentioned considering the unforeseen. I am not inclined to recklessly place my life in jeopardy. Hearing her firm refusal, Nie Xingqian's gaze dimmed slightly. Zhu Ping'an regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and understanding, realizing that she was merely reminding him to remain composed. The celestial beasts of the Qianquan realm warrant the utmost caution. Hua Donghan interjected, his tone devoid of the resoluteness exhibited by Shang, yet unmistakably rejecting the proposal. Observing the dual refusals, Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, Nie Xingqian's words had stirred a flicker of temptation within him. I possess a protective shield that automatically activates in life-threatening situations, capable of withstanding most attacks below the 5th level of the celestial realm. Moreover, it allows for teleportation beyond the barrier, ensuring our safety. Zhu Ping'an clicked his tongue, casting a look of exasperation at the overly eager Nie Xingqian. Kid, in your pursuit of affection, you truly are overextending yourself. Alas, I wonder if you could afford to invest a bit more. As Nie Xingqian produced a peculiar jade pendant resembling the insignia of the Nie family, Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan exchanged a solemn glance. The revelation of the Tian Luo array disc indicated that significant preparations had indeed been made. Shang Jinyao, recognizing the pendant and sensing the immense energy it harbored, spoke with a tone imbued with complexity. Thus, we shall face no danger this time, even if that celestial beast of the Qiankuan realm is at full strength. The Tian Luo array disc should withstand a blow, allowing us to escape. Nie Xingqian spoke confidently. Why go to such lengths? Shang Jinyao regarded him with an expressionless demeanor. Miss Shang, while our families indeed harbor intentions of alliance, and I hold genuine feelings for you, my motivations in this matter are not to curry favor. Nie Xingqian asserted earnestly, as I mentioned, that celestial beast, even in a weakened state, remains formidable at around the 6th level of the extraordinary realm. Thus, I naturally seek powerful allies. Oh, so it is not as I initially presumed. It seems I underestimated this fellow. After all, he was previously contemplating seizing something. Zhu Ping'an mused, shaking his head slightly, concerned about his misjudgment. Given Brother Nie's candor and his meticulous preparations, to decline would appear ungrateful. Zhu Ping'an nodded with a smile. With such thorough preparations in place, he was certainly eager to explore the opportunity. With safety assured and fortune potentially within their grasp, it would be foolish to abstain. Zhu Ping'an agreed, and neither Hua Donghan nor Shang Jinyao opposed, recognizing that their primary concern for safety had been addressed. That would be splendid. However, I must clarify a few points beforehand, Nie Xingqian stated, his eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief as he observed the tacit agreement from Zhu Ping'an and the others. The intelligence I provide comes at a cost. Should any danger arise, I shall bear the responsibility of protecting everyone. Therefore, I shall claim 50% of the spoils. Indeed, he is no fool in matters of the heart. While affection may be present, he remains astute when it comes to interests, Zhu Ping'an lamented inwardly. Wishing for the romantic ideal of someone who would forsake everything for love. Certainly, if our involvement proves unnecessary, we shall take nothing, Zhu Ping'an affirmed. Nie Xingqian had sought them specifically to confront the diminished celestial beast. If they were to engage, it would be only fair to share the rewards. However, if their assistance were not required, Zhu Ping'an would not stoop to such shamelessness. Listening to Zhu Ping'an's assertion, Nie Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan, his eyes questioning. That is only right. Hua Donghan, ever succinct, and Shang Jinyao, who remained silent, merely nodded in agreement. Splendid. Let it be settled then. After much deliberation, the two parties finally reached a consensus. According to my observations, 3 days from now will be when it is at its most vulnerable. At that time, we shall set forth. For now, let us establish a communication group for convenience. Following the agreement, Nie Xingqian's face brightened with sincerity. After adding Zhu Ping'an and Hua Donghan to the communication group, he swiftly created one. By the way, Brother Zhu, may I accompany you? My beast, of course. After returning to the Bai Family Academy, Shang Jinyao promptly proceeded to submit her task, while Zhu Ping'an made his way directly to the Wanfa Pavilion. With the encounter with the celestial beast of the Qiankuan realm looming in just 3 days, even if it had indeed weakened to the 6th level of the extraordinary realm, it would still possess formidable might. He needed to seize every moment to bolster his strength. Task completed, rewards distributed. As he toyed with the blood-carved stone he had selected from the shelves, a notification pinged on his communication device, announcing the successful completion of the task. Observing the return of his jade coins to 5 figures, Zhu Ping'an smiled faintly. Rage of blood. Each injury sustained enhances attack power by 1, increasing with the severity of the wounds, capping at 10. 10,000 jade coins. The battle with the barbaric terror lizard had perfectly exemplified the potency of the foolish old man's tactical system. Naturally, Zhu Ping'an was intent on further refining it, for ultimately, it would be he who stood resolute in the front lines. Now, there is no longer any concern regarding Yugong's endurance and recovery. The skill currently being selected is precisely aimed at accelerating the enhancement of Yugong's offensive capabilities. The unyielding battle heart embodies a comprehensive augmentation of strength, which is visually apparent as a breakthrough in levels. However, Such a breakthrough necessitates the accumulation of sufficient battle intent to advance to the next phase of power. The higher the enhancement, the more time it demands. In contrast, the Blood of Fury operates differently. In Chapter 70, the King of Crystal Rock Mountain, whenever Yugong sustains injury, his attack power will surge instantaneously, eliminating the need for any accumulation process. By the time Yugong breaks through to the next level, the attack power provided by the Blood of Fury may already meet the standards of several stages ahead. Zhu Ping'an also sought a skill that offers a comprehensive attribute boost upon injury, but after searching extensively, he found only a handful, each priced exorbitantly, with the lowest costing several tens of thousands, far beyond his current means. If it's merely an increase in attack power, then so be it. With recovery and endurance in place, there's no need to worry about maintaining his ground. Once his attack power rises, he will be formidable regardless. Reluctantly, Zhu Ping'an turned away from the shelf, crossed out the cost of Blood of Fury from his mind, and left the Wanfa Pavilion. With 3 days to elevate Yugong's new skill to level 2, and to also upgrade Xiaojia's Zhurong Flame Mark to level 2, he realized he would need to purchase some supplements. After calculating, Zhu Ping'an spent an additional 3,000 on mental supplements, leaving him with 6,000 in jade coins. Upon returning to his solitary apartment, he summoned his 2 beasts, both having undergone transformation. Presently, most of Yugong's skills are at level 3, with only his talent and blood reversion at level 2, while Blood of Fury remains at level 0. As for Xiaojia, aside from the level 1 Zhurong Flame Mark, all other skills and talents stand at level 3, with the Flame Feather 1000 kills even elevated to level 4. In 3 days, accumulating 3 levels is hardly a daunting task. With some determination, he might even manage to raise blood reversion to level 3. Zhu Ping'an, where are you? The incessant bombardment of messages jolted him from meditation, revealing a flurry of call requests from Shang Jinyao. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. I'm on my way now. Zhu Ping'an rose and tidied himself before heading towards the appointed location. This fellow, initially so eager to respond, is now the one arriving late. At the northern gate, Shang Jinyao frowned slightly, voicing her complaints to the meditative Hua Donghan beside her. Brother Zhu must have been held up by something. Waiting a bit longer is no great concern. Nie Xingqian smiled warmly, his handsome face exuding kindness. Sorry, I've been rather absorbed in my training lately. Let us be on our way. Just as Shang Jinyao was about to continue her tirade, a feeble voice emerged from behind. Goodness, have you been completely drained? Upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's unsteady gait and pale visage, Shang Jinyao couldn't help but exclaim. While enhancing talents is beneficial, one's physical health is paramount. You're pushing it a bit too far. Meeting his vacant gaze, Shang Jinyao forced a smile, her tone laced with concern. Brother Zhu, please take care of yourself. Nie Xingqian wished to add his thoughts, but found that Shang Jinyao had already articulated most of what needed to be said, leaving him with little more than a dry consolation. Hua Donghan remained silent, though a flicker of surprise crossed his cool eyes. It's nothing serious. I'm aware of my limits. Let us proceed. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, summoning Xiaojia and mounting her back. At that moment, it felt as though his head might split open, each word uttered causing him immense pain. Truly, he was sacrificing his well-being in pursuit of strength. Shang Jinyao clicked her tongue, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by astonishment. Could it be that she was no longer a match for him? The memory of the immortal rock-maned lion and the golden eagle that had injured the savage terror lizard filled her with unease. Hua Donghan continued to ride alongside Shang Jinyao, while Zhu Ping'an, noticing Nie Xingqian's earnest gaze, felt compelled to allow him to accompany them. Fortunately, his transformation skill had recently advanced, enabling him to enlarge his beasts to 3 times their original size, making it more than sufficient for 2 riders given Xiaojia's recent growth. They set off. After the quartet departed, a shadow emerged from the side, raising a communication device towards the sky. I knew it. This fellow has been too close to Shang Jinyao recently. There's definitely something amiss. It appears they VE joined forces. On the other end of the communication, a rather unremarkable face wore an expression of certainty. Keep track of their location and do not expose yourselves. Rest assured, my tracking sparrow has already locked onto their aura. They cannot escape my grasp. Excellent. Nie Xingqian believes his talents and strategies are well concealed, unaware that he has already been sold out by his foolish younger brother. Now, joining forces with Hua Donghan, they must have discovered something valuable. Let us play the role of the opportunistic fisherman. The communication device dimmed, and the man with a colorful little sparrow on his shoulder gazed skyward, where Zhu Ping'an and his companions had already vanished from sight. In contrast to the densely green eastern region, the western region leaned towards yellows, with sparse trees and more desolate mountains and gravel plains, evoking a vivid impression of a stony wasteland. However, compared to the stony wasteland, the western region was indeed more vibrant. Forgot to ask, what elemental type is that heavenly beast? Zhu Ping'an suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued. It's a soil-type crystal rock mountain king. Nie Xingchen replied cheerfully. During this period, he had been able to see Shang Jingyao daily thanks to their collaborative planning and information sharing, while Zhu Ping'an, having remained secluded in his dormitory, was left in the dark regarding much of the information. Crystal Rock Mountain King, you say? Zhu Ping'an mused, stroking his chin as his eyes brightened slightly after a moment. Among the evolutionary routes he had selected for Yugong, one core evolutionary path required the companion crystal of the Crystal Rock Mountain King. Purchasing it externally would cost at least several million, and even within the 100 Schools Academy, it would still require 2,000 to 3,000 jade coins to obtain. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, setting aside the companion crystal, as they belonged to the same soil element, any benefits garnered would be directly usable for Yugong. After our discussions, let us designate Hua as the primary attacker, with Brother Zhu focusing on defense, while I assist him. The Crystal Rock Mountain King, draped in impenetrable crystalline armor, possesses formidable defenses, yet it falters against the potent corrosive ice element. Furthermore, the dragon type has a certain advantage over soil types, making the Frost-Cold Dragon, a dual ice and dragon element, the optimal choice for main offense. Zhu Ping'an had already anticipated his own role in this endeavor, given the well-noted recovery abilities of the rock-maned lion, unparalleled in this cohort. However, once the Frost-Cold Dragon encased the outer crystalline armor of the Crystal Rock Mountain King in ice, Xiao Jia's fire abilities could likewise inflict considerable damage. Able to strike and withstand, he couldn't help but commend himself. Though nurturing two beasts was arduous, every effort was undeniably worthwhile. Zhu Ping'an couldn't resist, giving himself a mental pat on the back. Chapter 71, The Eerie Rift. As they soared past a vast expanse of floating clouds, the sky suddenly opened up, and an ancient desolation struck the hearts of all present. In their line of sight, the vast expanse of yellow earth resembled a frozen tidal wave, stretching endlessly to the horizon, characterized by its monotony, silence, and suffocating vastness. Across the boundless Gobi Desert lay a gaping, grotesque wound, exuding a sense of violent rending, like a sinuous azure dragon deeply embedded into the land. Even with Xiao Jia's extraordinary vision, the depths of the chasm remained elusive, revealing only an abyss of darkness, as if it aimed to engulf the very sky. The crystalline monarch of the rock lay ensconced within this chasm. Nie Xingchen inhaled deeply, compared to the fragmented glimpses he had witnessed within the heavenly machine. The stark reality before him filled his eyes with awe. This chasm was indeed exaggerated. Shang Jinyao's spirit was stirred. She thought this scene would linger in her memory for a long time. Do you not know the precise location? The exaggerated chasm similarly sparked a flicker of shock in Zhu Ping'an's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, for he had encountered even more boundless wastelands before. As for Hua Donghan, his expression remained largely unchanged, perpetually indifferent. I do not know. I only know it is somewhere nearby. Nie Xingchen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The chasm was too immense. Even if he discerned the location of the crystalline monarch, he could not pinpoint its exact whereabouts. When elemental life is birthed, the corresponding elements nearby surge dramatically. We merely need to identify the area where the earth element is most vibrant and concentrated, Shang Jinyao declared, raising a device resembling a compass. This was an elemental instrument capable of detecting the distribution of elements within a 10,000-meter radius. Locating the crystalline monarch should not pose much difficulty. Let us not delay. Let us approach the chasm and commence our search. Zhu Ping'an gestured, and Xiao Jia dove downwards, followed closely by the molten fire dragon. By heaven, the gravity above the chasm feels off. As they approached, Xiao Jia suddenly trembled violently, descending lower and lower as if burdened by an immense weight. Withdraw. Not only was Xiao Jia grappling with the overwhelming gravity, but Zhu Ping'an and the others were similarly affected, feeling as though their bodies might be crushed. Zhu Ping'an promptly enveloped his body in mental energy, directing everyone to retreat from the chasm. The gravity above the chasm was too intense for flight. It seemed we could only traverse the ground. Recalling the terrifying pressure they had just experienced, Zhu Ping'an spoke with a hint of trepidation. Had he not quickly covered himself with mental energy, he might have suffered internal bleeding. The chasm was so vast that it took the four of them a considerable detour before they finally landed at the chasm's entrance. In stark contrast to the immense width they had observed from above, this area was only about 100 meters wide and tall. Moreover, unlike the overwhelming gravity above, the gravity here was perfectly normal, allowing the four to continue flying. As they proceeded, both the width and depth continuously expanded, the canyon walls rising higher and further apart. This should be the initial stretch of the chasm, where the resident beasts were generally not formidable. They maintained a flying altitude of merely 100 meters, and Zhu Ping'an observed that most of the beasts were at the initial or spiritual metamorphosis stages. After flying for a full half-hour, the widening and deepening ceased, and the four realized they had finally reached the chasm's mouth. Before them lay a series of neatly arranged gigantic rocks, forming what resembled a long line. Although only a few meters wide, their height and length reached 100 meters, serving as a formidable barrier. As the two summoned beasts crossed the giant rocks, they suddenly felt a sinking sensation. Sensing the gravity in the air, the four hastily retreated. This seems akin to a maze-like realm. Hua Donghan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Look up. The trio raised their heads, only to find the sky divided into two halves, one side azure, the other pitch black. A maze realm? Zhu Ping'an's eyes flickered with realization, urging Xiao Jia to continue forward. Crossing the giant rocks, the gravity intensified abruptly, and the sky turned dark. Return. The gravity normalized again as they retreated, and the sky regained its azure hue. It appeared that these giant rocks served as a definitive boundary. Only beyond them could they truly enter the chasm. Zhu Ping'an smirked, his tone somewhat peculiar. This chasm possesses an unsettling quality. Such maze-like realms are quite common in various other worlds. Nothing unusual, Hua Donghan replied monotonously, as if entirely unfazed. Zhu Ping'an grinned, realizing his knowledge was still somewhat lacking. Since we cannot fly directly to our destination, we shall proceed on foot. The four landed, and Zhu Ping'an summoned the foolish old man, transforming it to triple its size. Now, the foolish old man stood 12 meters tall and 20 meters long, truly resembling a colossal beast. On its back, enclosed by jagged rocks, the four sat securely, untroubled by the risk of falling. As they traversed between the two giant rocks, the sky had turned pitch black. However, the chasm was not devoid of light. At a depth of nearly 10,000 meters, illumination remained ample, creating a striking contrast. The gravity on the ground was normal, which was reassuring. Seated upon the foolish old man's back at a height of several meters, the four felt no oppressive weight from gravity. The higher they ascended, the greater the gravitational force became. Shang Jinyao directed the molten fire dragon, which was flying close to the ground, to ascend, noting that to avoid hindering combat, it could only reach a maximum height of 200 meters. After testing this, she remarked seriously, below 300 meters is a zone where gravity reaches about 10 times. But beyond 300 meters, gravity increases to over 30 times that of the ground. 200 meters will suffice. Zhu Ping'an pondered briefly before nodding. Let us set aside these concerns for now. The pressing issue is that if we cannot fly directly to our destination, traversing on the ground will consume more time and significantly increase the likelihood of encountering beasts. Zhu Ping'an gestured earnestly. They had originally intended to locate the crystalline monarch's position directly from the air and then descend nearby. While there were beasts in the sky, their distribution was quite sparse, allowing for early detection. However, within the chasm, with its rugged mountains, towering rocks, and sparse trees, their visibility was heavily restricted. Additionally, with the other smaller chasms extending in the vicinity, the difficulty in pinpointing the crystalline monarch's location had escalated considerably. Who could have anticipated that the chasm would present such complexities? Fortunately, they had the elemental instrument, preventing them from wandering aimlessly. Nie Xingchen helplessly shrugged. The heavenly machine did not indicate anything amiss with this chasm. Chapter 72. The first talent of Dongwang in 50 years. The manticore's claws, resembling stone pillars, were raised as the foolish old man delivered a resounding slap, sending clouds of dust swirling and causing the ground to tremble slightly. This rock-maned lion is truly the most absurd creature I have ever encountered. It is outrageous in every regard. Observing the 5th-level spiritual metamorphosis wild-bone lizard knocked unconscious by a single blow, Shang Jinyao revealed her fangs, speaking with an odd tone. Indeed, Brother Zhu's rock-maned lion seems even more imposing than that of the rock-maned lion king. As soon as Shang Jinyao finished speaking, Nie Xingchen was the first to respond. This must be a giant mutated species, right? Hua Donghan's cold voice suddenly chimed in. Zhu Ping'an turned to look and nodded slightly. Indeed, it is a giant mutated species. You didn't contract it in the ancient beast realm, did you? Shang Jinyao inquired suddenly. Perhaps? Zhu Ping'an raised an eyebrow, gazing at Shang Jinyao in confusion. Before I entered the secret realm, my family mentioned that since last year, the number of mutated giant species in the ancient beast world had surged unexpectedly. Since you hail from the ancient capital, there exists a rift for ancient beasts there, which prompted my agreement. Indeed, it pertains to the contracts within the ancient beast realm, yet foolishly, Zhu Ping'an intended to convey that the mutation of the giant, Yugong, was a result of his consumption of rare blood and flesh essence. However, recalling the saber-toothed tiger king from the Tiger Sha mountain range, he ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. Most ancient beasts in the ancient beast world are of considerable size. although the rock-maned lion has an average stature. The emergence of a giant variant seems entirely plausible. Nie Xingqian shrugged and remarked that experts have already stated that the elements within the ancient beast world inherently contain factors that promote gigantism. It is quite natural for demon beasts to grow in size. After all, these days, the words of experts hold little value, Shang Jingyao scoffed. I have also heard my brother mention the sudden increase of giant mutants in the ancient beast world. When the topic of giant mutants arose, the typically aloof Hua Donghan began to engage more in the conversation. It seems there is more to it. Even Kong Kai has been dispatched by their department. Kong Kai. Shang Jinyao's eyes sparkled instantly. Although Nie Xingqian remained silent, a hint of admiration flickered in his gaze. Kong Kai. In stark contrast to the excitement of the two, Zhu Ping'an's expression revealed confusion. Do you remember when I told you about the champion of the last National College League? As Shang Jinyao spoke, Zhu Ping'an suddenly recalled their previous conversation. Isn't that the commoner who defeated the 4 major families to claim victory? The runner-up was Hua Donglai, correct? Ah, indeed. Stealing a glance at the impassive Hua Donghan, Shang Jinyao awkwardly cleared her throat. I have always been curious as to why the rankings from the last National College League were never released online. Zhu Ping'an looked at the others. His eyes filled with inquiry. The National College League has always attracted global attention, with every edition broadcasted from start to finish, yet the previous one had no information available, neither online nor offline. The only tidbits he knew were hastily conveyed by Shang Jinyao last time. This is related to the rules of the last competition. Shang Jinyao contemplated before addressing Zhu Ping'an. When the last National College League was held, it coincided with the 3rd exploration of the Cthulhu World Rift, which led the event organizers to choose that location. Zhu Ping'an's face registered astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. Each otherworldly incursion undergoes 3 explorations, and only upon the successful completion of all 3 is it deemed safe for nationwide access. The last National College League was surprisingly conducted within the Cthulhu world. The Cthulhu world possesses a unique magnetic field, and at that time, the heavenly communication could not function within it, rendering the entire competition unbroadcastable. Furthermore, it seemed that some unforeseen incidents occurred during the contest, resulting in a complete ban on any information circulating online. I have no knowledge of the specific incidents. What I know is merely what my sister told me, Shang Jinyao shrugged. Incidents? Zhu Ping'an's first thought was that the 4 major families might have concealed the truth to preserve their invincible reputation. However, reconsidering, if that were the case, the 4 families would be exhibiting rather petty behavior. Moreover, as Shang Jinyao is also a member of one of the 4 major families, she would not divulge such information if his suspicions were correct. Regardless, given the lessons learned from the previous edition, the organizers are unlikely to use another world as a stage again. Next year's competition should be held in the central city of Wanchao. Yet another significant revelation. Zhu Ping'an's eyes glimmered as he regarded Shang Jinyao, a hint of envy in his gaze. These signs of esteemed families are indeed well-informed. Returning to the subject of Kong Kai, he is lauded as the most gifted individual in Dongwang in nearly 50 years. Observing Shang Jinyao's earnest demeanor, Zhu Ping'an could not help but adopt a serious expression. When he participated in the competition, he was merely at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Yet each battle resulted in his beast's considerable growth and power. His talent as a Beastmaster is exceedingly rare, breaking the army. To cultivate through battle, transforming slaughter into strength. Perpetually breaking through. Nie Xingqian's eyes glazed over, his tone rife with envy. To cultivate through battle might not even suffice to earn the title of breaking the army, right? Zhu Ping'an inquired curiously. Responding to him was Hua Donghan. Apart from cultivating through battle, breaking the army also continually enhances the strength of one's beasts upon entering combat. The more opponents faced, the greater the amplification. Hua Donghan's typically icy voice exhibited a slight shift. Isn't this akin to everyone possessing an indomitable fighting spirit? Zhu Ping'an's eyes widened. This breaking the army trait is utterly outrageous, an unparalleled talent seemingly designed for warfare. Upon the conclusion of the National College League, he had merely 2 beasts of the earthly fiend realm, yet within 3 years, he had ascended to become a mid-level master beast tamer. By now, he must have reached the mid-level of the esteemed rank. Shang Jinyao shook her head enthusiastically, clearly holding him in high regard. In just 4 years, achieving mid-level esteemed rank. No wonder he is hailed as the most talented in 50 years. To attain mid-level esteemed rank, one must either possess 4 beasts that have entered the celestial realm or have a single beast exceeding level 7 in the celestial realm. Whichever the case, it exemplifies the might of an esteemed Beastmaster. With him dispatched, the situation regarding this giant mutation event is likely more complex than it appears. What is Kong Kai's most renowned beast? Zhu Ping'an suddenly interjected, an inkling of speculation stirring within him. During his last conversation with Shang Jinyao, He had initially believed the man riding the silver-winged star dragon to be Hua Donglai. However, now he felt it resembled Kong Kai more closely. It is a silver-winged star dragon of the dragon species. The final battle entailed him defeating Hua Donglai's radiant sun dragon, Hua Donghan replied, his tone tinged with complexity. Chapter 73, Elemental Storm. Indeed, upon hearing the name of the silver-winged star dragon, Zhu Ping'an's eyes erupted with fervent brilliance. Have you seen it? Zhu Ping'an's expression was unmistakable, prompting even the typically indifferent Hua Donghan to inquire. I have seen it. I was fortunate enough to share a journey. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Although it had occurred while he was ensnared in the claws of the silver-winged star dragon, it could still be considered a shared journey. Observing Zhu Ping'an's radiant smile, Hua Donghan fell silent, reverting to his aloof, ethereal demeanor. You actually journeyed alongside Kong Kai? I have yet to even catch a glimpse of him, Shang Jinao exclaimed, her expression one of profound dismay. It was truly unfair that she, who idolized him so, had never come face to face with him, while this individual, who had only just discovered his identity, had managed to accompany him. Having traveled for several hours, they encountered numerous demon beasts along the way. Yet only a rare few exhibited formidable strength. Many of the beasts, upon sighting the colossal Yugong and the molten fire dragon, instinctively retreated. The number of reckless creatures like the raging bone lizard was exceedingly rare. Thus far, the journey had been rather seamless, with lively conversation flowing among the group. Just as they concluded their discussion on the topic of giant mutations, a small Jia patrolling the skies suddenly spoke up, causing Zhu Ping'an's expression to shift gravely. We have a situation. 1,000 meters to the southwest, a pack of bone-biting wolves has spotted us and is hastening our way. At the mere mention of the bone-biting wolves, the individuals atop the back of the foolish old man sprang to their feet. Renowned as the infamous scavengers of the wasteland, the ferocity of the bone-biting wolves ranks among the top 5 within the entire wolf clan. How many are there? Shang Jinao inquired, already poised for battle. 23. Zhu Ping'an quickly responded, relaying the information from Xiaojia via their soul contract. Based on their energy fluctuations, they appear to be at the spirit transformation realm. Levels 2 to 5, with the highest among them, the Wolf King, likely around level 7. All of them at the spirit transformation stage? This could pose some challenges. Nie Xingchen clenched his fist slightly. The wolf pack is notorious for its tactical coordination. A pack of bone-biting wolves, all at the spirit transformation stage, frequently hunts transcendent beings with ease. But there are only 23 of them, and we are 4, along with 5 beast companions. Should we really fear them? Shang Jinao flashed a confident smile, her gleaming tiger teeth on display. Capture the leader first. If we eliminate the Wolf King, the pack's assault will become trivial. Zhu Ping'an shrugged and directed Xiaojia to prepare for an immediate strike against the Wolf King. Wait, Xiaojia's voice suddenly sharpened. There's something else behind the bone-biting wolves. Zhu Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. What? Shang Jinao raised an eyebrow. The molten fire dragon ascended to a higher altitude, gazing into the distance. Although its vision was not as acute as Xiaojia's, the billowing clouds of dust were unmistakable to anyone. Thud, thud, thud. The ground began to tremble, and the intensity grew. They don't seem to be coming to attack us. Rather, it feels like they're fleeing. Hua Donghan interjected, echoing Zhu Ping'an's sentiment. The elemental gauge is showing anomalies. The elements 10,000 meters away are in turmoil. Shang Jinao observed the brightly glowing elemental gauge in her hand, her expression becoming grave. It appears the crystal rock mountain monarch is beginning to breed its next generation. I never expected its lair to be situated so close to the rift. This is fortuitous. Nie Xingchen gazed at the distant dust clouds, excitement flickering in her eyes. I understand why they are fleeing. Zhu Ping'an's voice suddenly resonated with profound shock. The other 3 turned to him in unison. Behind those fleeing beast herds lies an elemental storm. Zhu Ping'an abruptly turned to Shang Jinao. There's south an ancient grove of trees 300 meters ahead. Have your molten fire dragon collaborate with Xiaojia to ignite them. Foolish old man, run. The foolish old man swiftly turned and bolted back the way they had come. The ancient grove of trees behind them ignited, flames soaring skyward, prompting many of the beast clans to change their escape routes. The elemental storm triggered by the breeding of a Qianquan realm elemental life form spans between 30,000 to 50,000 meters. Since we are already here, it indicates that the lair of the crystal rock mountain monarch is not far off. Nie Xingchen watched the flames and dust behind them, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with excitement. The information you've prepared is quite extensive, even including the coverage range. Zhu Ping'an remarked, astonished by Nie Xingchen's glowing eyes. We should focus on surviving amidst the elemental storm and the beast herds first. Shang Jinao shot Zhu Ping'an an exasperated glare. The light at the edge of the circular elemental gauge in her hand gradually spread towards the center. According to the elemental gauge, at their current speed, the elemental storm would catch up to them in 5 minutes. Zhu Ping'an looked back with his keen vision. He could already see the frenzied beast herds in the distance, bone-biting wolves, ancient behemoths, and savage vultures. Countless monstrous creatures were in a frantic flight, abandoning their ancestral enmities. Let us switch to the skies. They had initially chosen to traverse the ground for safety and stability, but now, flying was evidently the more advantageous option. Maintaining an altitude of 100 meters would render gravity nearly negligible. The molten fire dragon closely followed the foolish old man, while Xiao Jia landed directly on his back. Even the frosty heavenly dragon, coiled around Hua Donghan's arm, was growing in size. Wait, the elemental storm is weakening. Zhu Ping'an had half climbed onto Xiao Jia when Shang Jinyao suddenly exclaimed with delight. It's indeed weakening. Zhu Ping'an turned to glance at the elemental gauge, noticing that the light, which had spread across half the gauge, was diminishing, and the speed of the storm's advance was visibly slowing. From our current position, the elemental storm cannot reach us. We need not run anymore. Shang Jinyao sighed in relief, radiating joy. The foolish old man gradually slowed down until he came to a halt. Indeed, we are on the periphery of the elemental storm. Once it subsides, we can travel a few more 1,000 meters to locate the lair of the Crystal Rock Mountain Monarch. Nie Xingqian gazed at the colorful storm in the distance, resembling a sandstorm that obscured the sky, her heart ablaze with excitement. The Crystal Rock Mountain Monarch. The eyes of Zhu Ping'an and the others glimmered with determination. They were finally on the brink of discovery. Chapter 74. The Rock Pit in the Valley, the Majestic Silhouette. Is this truly the lair of the Crystal Rock Mountain Monarch? Zhu Ping'an inquired, observing the barrier enveloping the valley like brown crystal. This is likely not the lair itself, but undoubtedly, it is the place where the Crystal Rock Mountain Monarch breeds its next generation. The soil elements are so dense, they have solidified. Only a Qianquan realm elemental life form could create such a barrier. Shang Jinyao's tone lifted involuntarily as she scrutinized the information on the elemental gauge. I never anticipated it would be chosen here, so close to the rift's entrance. It hardly aligns with the grandeur expected of a Qianquan realm. Zhu Ping'an poked the brown barrier with his finger, feeling its hardness, and remarked with a hint of peculiarity. Its original lair may be deep within the rift, yet for breeding, it must be distanced. Suddenly, Nie Xingqian produced an oddly shaped object resembling a pyramid. After an elemental life form breeds its next generation, its power greatly diminishes. If it remained deep within the rift, it would be vulnerable to other creatures. As she fiddled with the pyramid-like object, she continued. This barrier would take a geocentric realm creature days to breach. Within this area, the strongest beings are likely only at the transcendent level, making it perfectly suitable for him. As her words fell, the pyramid-like object emanated a rich emerald glow. However, a barrier that can withstand geocentric realm creatures cannot deter me. Hold tight to my clothes. We're going in. At that moment, Nie Xingqian exuded confidence, as if the Crystal Rock Mountain Monarch were already in her grasp. Buzz. Just as Zhu Ping'an grasped Nie Xingqian's arm, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his vision turned dark. When Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes again, everything around him had transformed significantly. All that met his gaze was a rich brown hue. The dense soil elements, while not solid like the barrier, floated in the air like wisps. The soil elements are so rich here, even if there were nothing else. Simply meditating in this environment for a while would be quite beneficial, Shang Jinyao remarked, sweeping her hand through the brown wisps with a hint of nostalgia. Zhu Ping'an, with a glint of inspiration, released the foolish old man shrunk to a third of his size. The foolish old man now resembled a young calf, perfectly sized for Zhu Ping'an to ride. Roar. Feeling the omnipresent earth element, the rare glimmer of surprise filled the eyes of the foolish old man. Like a repressed lecher who has just entered a brothel after a decade of abstinence, he yearned to absorb all the surrounding earth elements into his very being. Look at your aspirations. What we seek is far more than merely these earth elements. Zhu Ping'an gently patted the foolish old man's head, speaking with a tone tinged with disappointment. Of course, while we are not yet engaged in battle, make haste to absorb as much as you can. Beside them, Shang Jinyao observed Zhu Ping'an's admonishment of the foolish old man with a cool gaze, unable to suppress a slight smirk. Jinyao, we still require your elemental device to locate the precise whereabouts of the Crystal Steel Mountain Monarch. Nie Xingqian surveyed the myriad of paths before them, his tone tinged with eagerness. Shang Jinyao nodded, glancing at the elemental device in her hand. After a brief flicker of brown light, the device transformed into a pointer, indicating the third path on the left. Lo and behold, to witness a cunning rabbit's 3 burrows on a celestial beast of the Qianquan realm is indeed a marvel of this vast world. Zhu Ping'an mused contemplatively as he leisurely perched upon the foolish old man's back. Now, let us not waste any time. The previously silent Hua Donghan directed a slightly raised eyebrow towards Zhu Ping'an. Had it not been for the enhancement of his eyesight due to the Eye of Truth, he might have failed to notice that almost imperceptible gesture. If we successfully seize this celestial beast of the Qinkuan realm, I shall have much to boast about upon my return. Zhu Ping'an's lips curled into a grin as he patted the foolish old man's head. Leading the way into the fork, the other three summoned their beasts, following closely behind Zhu Ping'an. As they delved deeper, the surrounding earth elements grew increasingly dense, to the point of discomfort for the group. Yet the foolish old man, with each step, seemed to shine brighter, his large eyes brimming with delight. Another fork. This fellow truly fears death. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim as he beheld the multiple paths branching out before them once more. To the left, still the third path. Shang Jingyao observed the elemental device with a serious expression, explaining that according to the elemental distribution, this path would lead them to the most concentrated area of earth elements, where they should be able to encounter the crystal steel mountain monarch. The location of this valley, the strength of the barrier, and the dense network of paths all indicated a significant decline in the crystal steel mountain monarch's power. Even if it was not at the level of the extraordinary sixth stage, it certainly could not exceed the bounds of the extraordinary realm. Nie Xingchen spoke softly, instilling a renewed sense of confidence in the group. Previously at the extraordinary sixth stage, and now you claim it is no more than the extraordinary realm? Had we not come this far, I might have turned back. Zhu Ping'an rolled his eyes in response. The distinction between the extraordinary sixth stage and merely the extraordinary realm could be vast indeed. Fear not, safety is assured. If need be, we can always retreat. Nie Xingchen laughed heartily as he patted the celestial array plate at his waist, his demeanor replete with confidence. Observing the array plate brimming with latent energy, Zhu Ping'an felt reassured. He patted the foolish old man's head and nimbly dismounted. Although the crystal steel mountain monarch's strength had significantly dwindled, the attacks of the extraordinary realm would still be beyond the foolish old man's capacity to withstand, while he himself was not so fortunate. It was wiser to remain safely behind the foolish old man. Taking a deep breath, the foolish old man, invigorated as if under the influence of a potent drug, boldly stepped into the fork. Within a circular pit, over 1,000 meters wide and several dozen meters deep, concentric rings of dense rock pillars stood like devout soldiers, guarding the imposing figure at the center. It was a stone giant over 30 meters tall, broad-shouldered and upright, with 6 robust arms resembling thick columns. Just gazing at its majestic silhouette evoked a palpable sense of the immense power contained within its hulking form. Clad in armor that shimmered like diamonds, it exuded an aura of nobility and inviolability. That was the crystal steel mountain monarch. Upon emerging from the narrow fork, the anticipated attack did not materialize. As Zhu Ping'an and the others crossed over the foolish old man, they were greeted by this stunning scene. The stone in his embrace was his progeny, still in the process of gestation. What a fortuitous opportunity. The air around them, laden with an abundance of earth elements, transformed into serpentine currents, akin to rivers converging into the sea, continuously flowing toward the crystal stone he cradled. Witnessing this visually striking spectacle, Nie Xingchen's eyes suddenly sparkled with fervor. Chapter 75. The Six-Armed Stone King's Heaven-Toppling Seal. Rock Sea Stone Surge. Without further ado, Nie Xingchen commanded his four-armed rock giant to leap into action. Each of its 4 arms radiated a rich brown light, akin to a meteor, as it plunged forcefully into the pit. From beneath it, the ground rose in succession, the dense rock pillars breaking through the surface like tumultuous waves, violently crashing into the orderly array of pillars within the pit. In an instant, dust billowed and debris flew. How audacious! The thunderous sound jolted Zhu Ping'an from his reverie, as he had been admiring the grandeur of the crystal steel mountain monarch. He gazed at Nie Xingchen, who had already initiated the attack, his eyes wide with astonishment. Do none of us bother to assess our opponent's strength? The power of the crystal steel mountain monarch, correlated with its height and stature, had indeed diminished to the extraordinary realm. Standing at over 30 meters tall, it was roughly at the extraordinary 7th stage. The disparity is not significant compared to my earlier observations. Having launched an initial assault, Nie Xingchen suddenly spoke up, providing clarity for the group. Hua Donghan remained silent. Yet the frost-cold celestial dragon upon his arms soared into the air, enveloping the stone giant at the center of the pit in an endless torrent of frost. Clearly, preparations were made. It is understood that height and strength are interconnected. Observing the information revealed by the Eye of Truth, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but commend Nie Xingchen. Name: Crystal Steel Mountain Monarch. Rank: Qinkuan 9th Stage, 59th Level. Birthing offspring: power significantly diminished. Extraordinary 7th Stage, 27th Level. Quality: Heavenly grade upper tier, quality diminished. Heavenly grade lower tier, attribute, earth. Talent, as strength diminishes, level correspondingly decreases by 3. 1. Mountain Sovereign, LV7. Possesses an innate earth domain. Can forcibly dominate earth beings of lower strength and quality. Carries a sovereign aura that enhances the strength of dominated earth life forms within its radius. 2. Crystal Armor, LV6. Greatly enhances defense and damage resistance against various attributes, disregarding a portion of elemental attacks and most melee attacks, reducing any earth-based attack by 90. Skills, as above. Earthquake, LV6. Gateway of the Mountains, LV6. Rock Sea Stone Surge, LV7. Six-Armed Stone King S. Heaven-Toppling Seal, LV6. Servants of the Rock, LV6. Meteoric Fall, LV5. Not that I cannot see, but I do not wish to enumerate the skills. Preferences: 1. Stone Carving. 2. Rock Painting. Weaknesses: 1. Wood. 2. Ice. 3. Dragon. Qualification Advancement. Evolution Path. Evolution Path increased. Indeed, it is the extraordinary 7th stage. However, is this newfound clarity and information due to its diminished power? Zhu Ping'an pondered, as a flicker of thought crossed his mind. The last time he observed the Qianquan 7th stage silver-winged annihilation dragon, he could discern barely half of the information, yet he now saw the crystal steel mountain monarch at the Qianquan 9th stage with perfect clarity. The clearer the vision, the more one can perceive the formidable strength of the beings from the realm of Qianquan. Merely gazing upon the descriptions of those two prodigious talents, Zhu Ping'an was enveloped by a suffocating sensation. A dilapidated vessel may still possess 3,000 nails, yet this was a colossal aircraft carrier. Their objective to vanquish the adversary required a revision. Stop dawdling, charge forth, shouted Chang Jinyao. To the other onlookers, it seemed that Zhu Ping'an was momentarily lost in thought, albeit for just a fleeting second. However, in contrast to the 3 others who had already plunged into battle, this brief pause was conspicuously apparent. He had acted rashly. It would have been prudent to await a clearer understanding of the enemy's capabilities before crafting a meticulous strategy. Nevertheless, his companions were unaware of his talent, which was understandable. Although Zhu Ping'an felt a twinge of regret, the battle had ignited, and he could only adapt to the unfolding circumstances. Yugong charge in. Yugong, who had remained stationary until now, let out a roar and leaped forward, heading straight for the Crystal Rock Mountain King. In midair, his form dramatically swelled from 3 times smaller to 3 times larger. Yet, even at his current towering height of over 10 meters, Yugong paled in comparison to the 37-meter-tall Crystal Rock Mountain King, resembling a playful puppy frolicking around its master. Nie Xingqian, keep your 4-armed rock giant at a distance. He possesses the ability to command earth-based creatures. Nie Xingqian's expression shifted. He had initially intended to engage in close combat with his 4-armed rock giant, but he quickly withdrew, distancing himself from the Crystal Rock Mountain King. Though he was uncertain how Zhu Ping'an had discerned the opponent's commanding ability, he trusted his comrade's words without question. After all, his 4-armed rock giant was meant to assist Yugong in a restraining capacity, so long-range containment would suffice. Observing the sudden onslaught of several summoned beasts, the Crystal Rock Mountain King exhibited a fleeting ripple of interest in his eyes before promptly regaining his composure. The strength of the newcomers was not particularly formidable. Even in his significantly weakened state, he felt confident in overcoming them. Mountain. The 2 hands at the bottom continued to cradle the brilliantly radiant rock crystal, while the other 4 arms emanated a dazzling light. The crystalline armor accentuated the overwhelming brown radiance, and upon the 4 massive fists, the silhouettes of towering mountains could be faintly discerned. The 6-armed Stone King S. Earth-Shattering Seal. As he gazed at the descending 4 arms, Zhu Ping'an's eyes filled with solemnity. Yugong retreat. Although Yugong occupied the primary defensive position in their tactical formation, it did not imply that he was compelled to withstand every attack head-on. If the 4-armed rock giant were nearby, he could assist in absorbing the impact, but now that the adversary had transformed into a long-range assailant akin to those 2 dragons, it was prudent to evade when possible. This attack, judging by its name, was undoubtedly formidable. As he attempted to withdraw from the attacking range, Yugong suddenly felt as though his limbs were laden with lead, his speed diminishing in an instant. The 6-armed Stone King S. Earth-Shattering Seal, compressing mountains into fists, striking the heavens. Where the fist's edge loomed, gravity intensified as if a mountain were pressing down. Damn it, he had not had the chance to scrutinize the opponent's skills, only to discover that there was an additional layer of infernal effect. The mountain silhouettes on the 4 stone arms seemed to have constructed a gravitational field, binding Yugong firmly within it. Escaping was no longer an option, and even moving had become a Herculean task. Lava Breath, Ice Spike Frost Kill Formation, Rock Sea Stone Surge. The other three summoned beasts suddenly amplified their assault. In an instant, the sky was divided into red and blue, while the ground swelled with surging columns of rock. Chapter 76, Surrounding Way to Rescue Zhao. Gazing upon the three disparate assaults, the Crystal Rock Mountain King remained utterly unfazed, exhibiting no intention to defend or evade. He resolutely brought down those four fists. He had already gauged the energy fluctuations of the four summoned beasts. They were merely a horde of insignificant insects at the spirit transformation stage. Although his crystalline armor had also diminished in strength, he was confident in withstanding this wave of attacks. Today, he would demonstrate that even a Qianquan realm being, despite a significant decline in power, was not to be trifled with by mere rabble. Like the heavens collapsing, the four enormous fists descended as if a celestial canopy was bearing down. Struggling to lift his gaze, Yugong could only see the sharply defined edges of the fists. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted simultaneously in the sky and on the ground, the red and blue brilliance painting half the sky, engulfing the massive Crystal Rock Mountain King within. As the fist struck, the entire valley trembled violently, and the tons of dust surrounding the fists ascended like a curtain into the sky. A frenzied shockwave radiated from the edge of the Crystal Rock Mountain King's fists, morphing into a devastating storm that swiftly filled the entire pit. The rock sea-stone surge of the four-armed rock giant crumbled like decayed wood, offering no resistance as it disintegrated into countless fragments upon impact. The overwhelming force continued to erode the edges of the pit, expanding it by hundreds of meters within mere breaths, until it loomed at the feet of the others. Flame Mountain Turtle, Flame Barrier. A radiant white light flickered before Shang Jinyao, and a figure resembling a miniature volcano suddenly materialized, followed by a towering wall of flame emerging before the four. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of shock reverberated, causing ripples to dance across the flame barrier as if a lake surfaced during a torrential downpour. This destructive power was somewhat beyond expectations. Observing the seemingly fragile flame curtain, Nie Xingchen swallowed hard, a glint of horror in his eyes. We may have underestimated the might of the Qianquan realm's heavenly beasts. Shang Jinyao similarly wore a grave expression, casting a worried glance at Zhu Ping'an, who remained impassive at the side. If the residual waves were so cataclysmic, what devastation awaited the rock-maned lion that faced the four fists directly? Would its formidable regenerative abilities still prove useful this time? Bang! As the shockwave gradually dissipated, the flame barrier began to settle. The muffled sound of debris hitting the ground resonated from the billowing dust, as the particles that had been violently lifted by the immense force finally fell back to the earth. Zhurong Flame Pattern, Flame Feather 1,000 Kills. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an closed his eyes. Unable to see clearly, he opted to concentrate all his essence on the connection of the soul contract. Hovering above, Xiaojia, who had not participated in the recent combined assault, now unfurled his wings ablaze with fire. Though the sun was currently dim, it still cast down its radiance. Amidst this light, Xiaojia's golden feathers were adorned with peculiar ancient red patterns. Within the valley, amidst the rich and expansive earthy elements, a spark of fire element leapt forth like a tree breaking through the soil. Though suppressed, it pulsated with tenacity. Ka! In its tripled form, Xiaojia's wingspan had now reached 7 meters, and the layered flame feathers surged with intense heat, incinerating the surrounding dust into nothingness. After releasing a mighty cry, he dove straight toward the center of the battlefield, his fiery wings stirring a tempest that cleared the surrounding haze. The high temperature distorted the air around him, transforming Xiaojia into a blazing sun, trailing a resplendent tail of fire as he charged toward his adversary. In the midst of this haze, a colossal figure gradually became discernible to all. Xiaojia moved with astonishing swiftness, his actions marked by surgical precision, retaining his sharp vision post-evolution. He perfectly timed his entry into the fray. At this moment, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, now fully revealed, had just straightened his body, retracting his four arms. Caught in the transitional phase where old power had just waned and new power had yet to manifest, the six-armed Stone King's heavenly destruction seal possessed astonishing destructive capacity. Yet its toll was equally immense. As he beheld the rapidly charging sun, a flicker of astonishment passed through the enormous 3 eyes gleaming beneath his resplendent crystalline crown. Boom! Compared to the preceding explosion, this latest detonation resonated with even greater ferocity. The dazzling crimson hue bathed half of the sky in the valley, momentarily subduing the omnipresent browns. Like celestial bodies colliding, the violent shockwave, intermingled with erupting flames, surged forth from the point of impact, distorting and sweeping in all directions, causing the earthen elemental rivers to tremble as if they were a myriad of streams converging into a sea. Mountain! The king of Crystal Rock Mountain roared, his voice laced with a rare fury. It was the king's wrath, a tempest of indignation that demanded retribution in the form of the usurper's blood. His massive four arms enveloped in rich brown light, akin to four shooting stars, hurtled toward the retreating figure of the young Jia. Roar! The wild roar of a dragon echoed as, amidst the still lingering crimson, torrents of lava cascaded from the zenith of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, plummeting like a river of fire. The surging lava rushed towards the crystalline block that had begun to take on a humanoid shape. They had already experienced the might of the king's six-armed stone king's heavenly destruction seal. Although the young Jia was swift as lightning, her speed was considerably diminished within the gravitational field generated. Not to mention, the previous strike had also inflicted considerable exhaustion and backlash upon her. To directly rescue the young Jia from the king of Crystal Rock Mountain was beyond the capabilities of any Beastmaster present. However, they were not there to engage in combat with the king. The molten fire dragon unleashed a breath of lava, aimed directly at the crystalline block held protectively in the king's grasp. The strategy of distracting the enemy to save the ally had always proven effective. Indeed, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, intent on crushing the young Jia with wild blows, faltered momentarily upon witnessing the lava river surging towards the crystalline block. The previously launched four arms reoriented, two redirecting skyward. Alas, he had only four operational arms, while Zhu Ping'an and his companions possessed two Beastmasters. The frosty celestial dragon, having been forced back by that terrifying attack, let out a long cry, its elongated and agile form darting toward the crystalline block cradled in the king's hands. Mountain. At this point, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain could no longer retract his assault, left only to watch helplessly as the frosty white figure struck the crystalline block with its tail. Buzz. The entire valley seemed to be violently torn asunder, the previously orderly earthen elements erupting into chaos. The elemental rivers, once controlled, now flailed about like errant whips, leaving behind trails of brown afterimages. Chapter 77. Am I isolated? Mountain. The protective crystalline block was sent flying by a single tail swipe, and the injured young creature, hindered by its earlier inertia, managed to escape. At this moment, within the aligned trio of eyes of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, a murderous intent surged like a tsunami. His legs, as stout as pillars, stomped fiercely against the ground, propelling his massive form into the air, stretching out like the sun-chasing Kwafu, hurtling towards the dislodged crystalline block. In a radius of several hundred meters, the earth crumbled beneath his footfall. The trajectory of the frosty celestial dragon strike was directly opposite to the positions of Zhu Ping'an and his companions, immediately increasing the distance between the king and the group. Roar! Without a single visible wound upon his massive form, the four-armed rock guardian, caught off guard, charged into the swirling smoke, once again assaulting the king of Crystal Rock Mountain. His eyes gleamed like stars, and his aura surged dramatically as he ascended to the 10th level of spiritual metamorphosis in Zhu Ping'an's Eye of True Insight. Goodness, your rock-maned lion is unscathed. Nie Xingqian, sensing the emotions of his beast, couldn't help but widen his eyes at Zhu Ping'an. What? Do you wish for it to be injured? Zhu Ping'an remained silent, while the nearby Shang Jinniao rolled her eyes in response. With the central crystalline block having shifted, the earth elements began to roil, and the treasures laid by the king of Crystal Rock Mountain should now be discernible. Nie Xingqian, it's up to you. Hua Donghan suddenly spoke, his words nearly the longest he had uttered in some time. I understand. I'm already searching. Nie Xingqian nodded, a pair of futuristic glasses materializing in his hands as he donned them, commencing his search. Treasures laid by the surrounding earth elements? Zhu Ping'an paused, realizing no one had mentioned this to him before. The initial qualifications of elemental life are directly correlated to the elemental concentration of their birthplace. Thus, if the king of Crystal Rock Mountain desired high qualifications for his offspring, he would need to set up sufficient earth element treasures, much like those rock pillars shattered by the four-armed rock guardians, filled with abundant earth-type spirit stones. Noticing the fleeting confusion in Zhu Ping'an's eyes, Shang Jinniao seized the moment to clarify. Otherwise, do you really think we came to kidnap children and slay their father? Zhu Ping'an commanded the foolish old man to charge towards the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, turning without looking back to ask, why did we initiate an attack on the king upon entering? Since there are treasures, wouldn't it have been better to seize them from the start? Given the king's previous reluctance to budge, they could have taken a few treasures and departed without resistance. Just like a formation. Those precious treasures served as the pillars supporting the array, meticulously placed by the king of Crystal Rock Mountain throughout the valley. Simultaneously, their movements were concealed by the formation. To uncover their whereabouts, they needed to disrupt the formation. Seated upon the flaming mountain turtle, Shang Jinniao directed the molten fire dragon to impede the king's advance while swiftly replying. So, you all had this planned out from the beginning? Zhu Ping'an gazed at Shang Jinyao in astonishment, his eyes filled with a sense of isolation and disbelief. Weren't you in seclusion? Whether you knew this or not was immaterial. Your task was simply to confront him directly and buy time. At this juncture, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain had already caught the dislodged crystalline block, its form now somewhat humanoid, flickering with an unstable brown glow, indicative of elemental imbalance. Mountain, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, although seething with rage, was unconcerned with the Beastmasters around him, instead continuing to cradle the crystalline block with both hands. His other four arms acting like divine trees, calming the tumultuous earth elements in the air and channeling them toward the block in his grasp. On the western cliff, a heavy essence of the mountain. On the southeastern cliff, a tree bearing Xianhuang fruit. The king of Crystal Rock Mountain's associated crystal was right there all right. My four-armed rock guardian has retrieved it. Nie Xingqian's hands danced continuously, each movement sending forth a beam of black light that struck directly at the locations of the treasures, his voice growing louder and more exuberant with each utterance. At the precise spot where the king of Crystal Rock Mountain had just stood, the four-armed rock guardian extracted a massive, brown crystal resembling a Vajra pestle from the wreckage, scampering towards them with glee. At this juncture, Zhu Ping'an could no longer afford to question Shang Jinyao, directing the retreating young Jia towards the location pointed out by Nie Xingqian. This fellow is wealthier than we had imagined. As he continued to bring forth treasures, Nie Xingqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a grand gesture, he swiftly collected them all. Indeed, this individual possesses an exceedingly rare spatial storage device. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhu Ping'an's eyes. It's nearly time. We can proceed to the final step. A similar expression of delight flashed across Shang Jinyao's face. At this moment, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain was still preoccupied with calming the agitated earth elements, entirely oblivious to their presence. If this last step succeeds, we shall reap tremendous rewards from this venture. Nie Xingqian rubbed his hands together, his gaze fervently fixed on the distant king of Crystal Rock Mountain, unable to suppress a long sigh. Hey, what is this plan? Observing the trio discussing matters unknown to him, Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of irritation. These individuals clearly do not regard him as a teammate at all. They share nothing with him. Do not be upset, brother Zhu. We are merely one step away from achieving our goal. Nie Xingqian quickly reassured him with a smile upon seeing Zhu Ping'an's dark expression. Zhu Ping'an offered no response, merely casting a calm glance at Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan. Although he had spent the previous 3 days in seclusion and had not participated in the discussions and formulation of the plan, they had conversed for several hours once they entered the rift. Yet, the three had revealed not a single detail regarding the specific procedures and steps of this operation. His beast was out there fighting valiantly, undertaking the most perilous of tasks, while he remained in the dark like an outsider. I apologize. Your task is to directly engage the opponent, a role that is both arduous and irreplaceable. The processes and arrangements you are unaware of may change at any moment, and I feared that revealing them might affect your focus, Shang Jinyao explained gently, sensing Zhu Ping'an's suppressed anger. Zhu Ping'an lowered his gaze, his thoughts unknown to anyone. He nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. The final step is to seize that crystal rock fragment. Looking at the crystal rock fragment being cradled in the king of Crystal Rock Mountain's hands once more, even Zhu Ping'an could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This is truly reckless. The opponent is so preoccupied with safeguarding the integrity of the crystal rock that they can hardly attend to the treasures laid out before them. Who would have thought that these three would set their sights on the child? At the moment, Zhu Ping'an and Miss Hua must entangle the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, while Miss Shang's beast mastery talent, the heavenly fire escape, will be crucial for snatching the crystal rock fragment. We must rely on her. Perhaps Zhu Ping'an's earlier inquiry had an effect, as Nie Xingqian straightforwardly detailed the subsequent steps and intricacies. Regardless of the outcome of Shang Jinyao's efforts, we must enter the Tianluo array to make our escape, so we need to approach the battlefield to retrieve our beasts. Casting a glance at Zhu Ping'an, who remained expressionless, Nie Xingqian continued speaking. Although Miss Shang's flame mountain turtle may possess average strength, it will more than suffice to protect us amidst the aftermath of the battle, especially with the efficacy of the Tianluo array. Then let us hasten. Zhu Ping'an immediately withdrew the heavily taxed Xiao Jia into his spiritual domain. At present, Xiao Jia functioned as an assassin. After unleashing its most potent strike, it would be nearly incapable of further combat. Let us commence. Nie Xingqian exchanged a glance with Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan, nodding in agreement. The four of them climbed onto the back of Shang Jinyao's flame mountain turtle and made their way toward the heart of the battlefield. Roar! Yu Gong's claws intertwined in a cross pattern, sparking against the chest of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain. Although the crystal armor remained unbroken, the king, in close combat with the feeble fishmen, was still incensed by the assaults. The phantom of a mountain reappeared on his arms, crashing down toward Yugong. At this moment, with an indomitable spirit, Yugong's strength had escalated to the second tier of the extraordinary. Unfazed, he leaped up in the gravity field, claws tearing directly at the descending fists. Boom. Despite this, Yugong was still sent crashing into the earth. The king of Crystal Rock Mountain paid no mind, merely guarding against the airborne Molten Fire Dragon and Frost Cold Dragon. The latter had just sent his beloved child flying with its tail. Now, the Flame Mountain Turtle had reached the periphery of the battlefield, positioned directly opposite the majestic silhouette of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, merely a few hundred meters apart. Although he did not turn around, the king was acutely aware of their presence. Just as he prepared to act, Yugong, having stubbornly leaped out of the pit he had been struck into, charged back into the fray with unabated ferocity. With Yugong as a close distraction and the aerial harassment from other beasts, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain could only resort to close-quarter combat skills, finding it challenging to unleash area of effect attacks. Miss Shang, it is up to you now. Nie Xingqian glanced back at Shang Jinyao, his gaze unusually devoid of affection, filled instead with seriousness. Shang Jinyao said nothing, simply nodding in acknowledgement. The Molten Fire Dragon spiraled down and landed. Shang Jinyao mounted it, poised in the air, waiting for the opportune moment. Nie Xingqian shifted his attention to Hua Donghan, who also nodded slightly. Brother Zhu, just command your beasts to maintain their current status. Your beast has performed remarkably well. Our achievements are inseparable from its valiant efforts. Nie Xingqian finally fixed his gaze on Zhu Ping'an, cheerfully stating, can we divide the rewards a bit more? Hearing Zhu Ping'an's sudden remark, Nie Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Of course, I am not ungrateful. Initially, I had planned to take 50%, but after this concludes, I shall relinquish 10%, allowing each of you to receive 20%. At this point, it was Zhu Ping'an's turn to be astonished. He had made the suggestion half in jest, yet he was taken aback to find that Nie Xingqian truly agreed to it. Even if they failed to seize the crystal rock fragment, the rewards from their current gains would still be considerable. It was unexpected that Nie Xingqian would so readily concede a portion. It is often said that only those of lower status indulge in such dealings of personal favor. Yet it seems that these heirs from noble families are equally adept in the art of social niceties. Zhu Ping'an chose not to speak further, focusing intently on directing Yugong. Although Yugong appeared robust, having withstood several of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain's attacks, those familiar with him knew he was in a dire state. Despite his seemingly infinite stamina, if the attacks exceeded a certain threshold, Yugong could not endure indefinitely. The initial punch from the king had nearly shattered much of the blood within him. Had the opponent not been preoccupied with his child, Yugong would have had no time to recover. As Zhu Ping'an contemplated this, he sensed the air around them growing increasingly cold. The Frost Cold Dragon, which had been harassing them with ice spikes, now emanated a ghostly blue-white glow, gracefully swirling through the air. Above its formidable horns, an unusual blue-white symbol materialized. Roar! A long dragon's roar echoed through the valley, and as the Frost-Cold Dragon let out its cry, the entire valley seemed to plunge into winter. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the ground and cliffs visibly froze at an alarming rate. Is this the Azure Dragon profound technique? As he beheld the rapidly spreading ice crystals, Zhu Ping'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Under the meticulous guidance of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, the once tumultuous earth elements had regained their tranquility, once again transforming into elemental streams that flowed into the rock crystal block in his hand, allowing him the opportunity to extricate his hand and launch an attack. Although he had lost several treasured earth element artifacts, the presence of the king of Crystal Rock Mountain, who inherently commanded the earth domain, ensured that the most potent element in the valley remained the earth element, while the frosty celestial dragon also possessed an ice domain. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Logically, it would be a considerable feat for ice skills to remain unrestrained, let alone surpass the opponent in the contest of elements. However, observing the frosty celestial dragon's assault, it appeared to have no adverse effect. Rather, it seemed to intensify, creating an environment that felt almost entirely dominated by ice elements. Having long heard tales of the Azure Dragon's arcane arts, which transcended conventional elemental constraints, witnessing it firsthand confirmed the truth of those legends. Nie Xingqian wrapped his cloak tighter, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. Beside him, Zhu Ping'an also exhibited a moment of realization. Pureblood dragon species were already rare, and a pureblood Azure Dragon was even more so. Although Zhu Ping'an had previously heard of the Azure Dragon's unique arcane arts, which defied the usual elemental restrictions, he had never witnessed them and remained uncertain of their veracity. Today, however, he bore witness to this spectacle, fully believing in its authenticity. The Azure Dragon was indeed formidable. He resolved that he must acquire one for himself in the future. observing the frosty celestial dragon dancing amidst the icy landscape. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but press his lips together, his desire for the azure dragon intensifying further. As an adversary, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain naturally sensed the extraordinary nature of this strike. He endeavored to withdraw his arms engaged in combat with Yugong, striving to thwart the actions of the frosty celestial dragon with all his might. Roar! Zhu Ping'an, however, would not allow him to fulfill his intention. Yugong let out a ferocious roar and once again charged fearlessly into battle. The king of Crystal Rock Mountain regarded this tenacious foe with disdain, mingled with disbelief. Despite his diminished strength, being a formidable entity of the Qianquan realm, he never anticipated that several attacks would fail to crush the foe into the ground. Instead, the opponent seemed to grow stronger, particularly in their offensive capabilities. Now, even with his crystal armor, the risk of being torn apart loomed after several exchanges. The opponent was also exceedingly cunning, deliberately targeting the wound on his chest inflicted by the previous golden eagle. After repelling Yugong once more, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain felt a surge of frustration swelling within him. With brown energy swirling around his outstretched arms, he quickly conjured two massive boulders, hurling them towards the position of the frosty celestial dragon. Boom! Before the two boulders could approach the frosty celestial dragon, they were shattered by the nearby magma dragon. At this moment, the valley had transformed into a world of frost, and the elemental streams of earth suspended in midair appeared increasingly unstable. The king of Crystal Rock Mountain's foremost concern was always the birth of his progeny. Should he allow this icy encroachment to persist, the earth elements would inevitably be suppressed or even driven from the valley. Consequently, even if his offspring were to be successfully born, their potential would be woefully inadequate. This was not a scenario he wished to witness. His expression grew grave as he braced against Yugong's savage claws, then clenched his fists together, smashing Yugong into the ground. With the obstruction removed, he spread his forearms in a gesture akin to an offering to the heavens. A tremendous surge of earth energy erupted from him, manifesting as several brown rings that enveloped his forearms. The brown radiance within the rings pulsated, as if the outstretched arms were summoning something from above. Was a meteor destined to fall? Recognizing the king of Crystal Rock Mountain's technique, Zhu Ping'an clenched his fist slightly. Just as the thought entered his mind, a colossal meteor, ablaze with flames, descended from the sky, aimed directly at the valley. This fellow had finally lost his composure. Nie Xingqian gazed upward, unable to suppress a feeling of awe. Zhu Ping'an's expression turned peculiar. Did this attack not intend to strike us? What did that tone of satisfied anticipation mean? Our opportunity has arrived. Nie Xingqian shot a glance at Zhu Ping'an, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. No sooner had he spoken than the magma dragon, seemingly guarding the frosty celestial dragon in the air, suddenly ignited in flames. Zhu Ping'an's attention shifted, involuntarily twitching at the corner of his eye. He observed that the flames did not emanate from the magma dragon itself, but rather ignited from the figure on its back, spreading forth to envelop the magma dragon. Was this the renowned talent of Shang Jinyao, the heavenly fire escape? Brother Zhu, summon your beast back. The voice echoed in his ears, prompting Zhu Ping'an to focus. The Yugong, trembling as it emerged from the earth, shook its head and turned to rush toward Zhu Ping'an. The frosty celestial dragon in the sky also swiftly halted the release of its arcane arts. With a few twists of its form, it had already reached above the trio. In a flash of white light, both Yugong and the frosty celestial dragon returned directly to their spirit domain. Observing the retreat of his foes, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain exhibited no sign of triumph. Instead, a profound sense of unease surged within him. However, before he could contemplate further, the blazing fireball in the sky flickered and vanished. In his sight, he could only belatedly perceive a crimson beam descending from above, seemingly piercing through his body as it appeared behind him. Mountain. In an instant of bewilderment, the king of Crystal Rock Mountain's 3 eyes turned blood red, and all 6 arms moved in frenzied synchrony. The moment the beam of light descended, the rock crystal block he held vanished. He whirled around abruptly, only to see that the red light was poised to strike the very spot where the trio stood. Everything was proceeding smoothly. As Shang Jinyao materialized within the heavenly net array, Nie Xingqian promptly activated the array. Within the bowl-like protective barrier, a smirk graced Nie Xingqian's lips as he leisurely observed the charging king of Crystal Rock Mountain. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an was too preoccupied to consider the beams of light entangling his body. He gazed at the frenzied king of Crystal Rock Mountain outside the barrier, his expression a mix of complexity. It was unexpected that the seemingly perilous final step had been accomplished with such ease. Shang Jinyao's talent, the heavenly fire escape, was indeed quite remarkable. The king of Crystal Rock Mountain's 6 arms manifested the ethereal silhouettes of mountains, resembling towering peaks encircling him. All 6 fists converged, striking down towards the protective barrier. This was the complete form of the six-armed Stone King's heavenly destruction seal. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but muse. Buzz. Just as the fists were about to land, a dense white light suddenly erupted, flooding his entire vision. Boom. Mountain. The fists, devoid of a target, crashed into the ground with the force of a missile impact. Amidst violent tremors, countless jagged fissures spread from the impact point, swiftly encompassing the entire valley, and rocks tumbled down from the surrounding cliffs, creating chaos. The king of Crystal Rock Mountain's 3 eyes turned crimson. After a moment of sensory perception, he lifted his gaze toward a specific direction. At this moment, the meteor that had fallen from the heavens finally struck. But since the king of Crystal Rock Mountain had not activated a barrier, it crashed entirely against the barrier's light screen. Flames spread like an ocean, engulfing the entire barrier, with countless fragments swirling amidst sparks, creating a spectacular display. What on earth is this? Outside the barrier, where Zhu Ping'an and the others had previously stood, a few figures stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene before them, their eyes filled with trepidation and shock. Never mind that. Firestones are hurtling towards us. In a flurry of activity, they hastily directed their respective beast companions to shield themselves. Captain, it seems the barrier has been breached. We must move quickly. After enduring the barrage for over half a minute, the shower of firestones finally subsided. Just as the group was about to catch their breath, a man with thick brows and large eyes exclaimed in delight. The brown barrier that had previously obstructed their path had inexplicably vanished. Heaven has favored us. Let us proceed. The leading man, his face alight with joy, was about to step forward when he noticed his beast companion trembling beside him. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble slightly. Chapter 80. Preparing for Evolution. Buzz. The space appeared distorted, and in an instant, several figures emerged from the center of the distortion, crashing to the ground. What kind of shoddy array disc is this? Where's the customer service? Shang Jinyao grumbled, rubbing her backside, resembling a little dog with a grimace. This fall would surely leave her rear sore. Hua Donghan maintained his usual aloof demeanor, yet Zhu Ping'an keenly observed a flicker of restraint in his expression. Curse that Crystal Rock Mountain King. His punch bore a gravitational field, and it seems the Tianluo array disc was damaged during the teleportation. Nie Xingqian felt a similar discomfort in his rear, contemplating a discreet rub but deciding against it in front of Shang Jinyao, especially with Zhu Ping'an appearing so composed. He gritted his teeth and bore the pain. But thankfully we escaped. And Nie Xingqian surveyed the area and smiled broadly. Our haul is quite bountiful. Hearing this, joy was unmistakably reflected on the faces of Zhu Ping'an and the others. Fortune favors the bold. Although this mission was perilous, every risk was worth it. They were now not far from the academy, and to ensure absolute safety, it was best to return there first. Little Jia was significantly injured, and thus the 4 of them rode on the back of the magma dragon. Shang Jinyao observed Zhu Ping'an, who was meditating with his eyes closed, contemplating whether to speak. But after much hesitation, she ultimately chose silence. As Nie Xingqian had mentioned, their teleportation location was indeed close to the academy, and within 10 minutes, they successfully returned to the Baijia Academy. The distribution of the spoils went smoothly, without any disputes arising. The Crystal Rock Mountain King's companion crystal, which Zhu Ping'an desired, was precisely the dagger-shaped crystal excavated from the earth by the 4-armed rock giant. However, just this single item exceeded his entitled share of 20%. Nevertheless, Nie Xingqian waved his hand generously, directly handing it over to Zhu Ping'an as compensation for not informing him of the procedures and details earlier. It must be said that Nie Xingqian was quite adept at managing relationships. By compensating Zhu Ping'an, he did so from his own gains, leaving Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan's shares unaffected. Ultimately, Zhu Ping'an obtained the companion crystal of the Crystal Rock Mountain King, while Nie Xingqian claimed the humanoid rock crystal, with the remaining treasures evenly divided between Shang Jinyao and Hua Donghan. In the end, everyone was content. Phew. The Crystal of Stability. The companion crystal of the Crystal Rock Mountain King of the Qiankuan realm. The core materials for evolution are all in place. Gather a few more items, and you shall prepare for your evolution. In the training ground, Zhu Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the fully recovered Yugo. With its formidable tactical system, Yugo could hold its own against the magma dragon without losing ground. Should the battle prolong, even Hua Donghan's frost dragon would not stand a chance against it. It was important to note that Yugo was currently only a mid-tier spiritual beast and had yet to undergo its first evolution. Zhu Ping'an had already devised a plan for Yugo's evolutionary path. After evolving, not only would its potential soar, but the enhancement to Yugo's tactical system would elevate it to a new level. After indulging in such aspirations for a time, Zhu Ping'an departed the training ground with Yugo and Little Jia, heading towards the newly rented beast nurturing studio. He could hardly contain his eagerness to complete Yugo's evolution. For the next period, Zhu Ping'an immersed himself in the nurturing studio, taking on several beast nurturing tasks consecutively, as was his custom, to disguise his talents. He converted all his remaining jade coins into items related to beast nurturing, even sacrificing mental supplements this time around. He relied solely on meditation to elevate the skill levels of his two beasts. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Task completion achieved. Rewards have been dispatched to Tianxin. Witnessing his jade coin balance return to 5 figures, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally amassed enough funds for the materials needed for Yugo's evolution. At that moment, an inexplicable tranquility settled in his heart. After ordering the necessary materials through Tianxin, Zhu Ping'an leisurely strolled towards Lingbao Pavilion. Brother Zhu, you have practically evaporated from the mortal realm these past 2 weeks. I couldn't find you anywhere. If it weren't for the Academy's mandatory activities, I fear I wouldn't have seen you even after the Secret Realm expedition. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lingbao Pavilion, he encountered a familiar figure. It was Nie Xingchen. Ah, brother Nie. Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, nodding slightly. It has indeed been a while. I had hoped to collaborate with you again, but you've been so busy lately. What a pity. Nie Xingchen shrugged, his tone filled with regret. I've been preoccupied with completing tasks. I truly apologize. Zhu Ping'an replied, clasping his hands in apology, and Nie Xingchen did not press further. Are you here to purchase some materials? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Nie Xingchen's peach blossom eyes as he inquired. Indeed, tomorrow is the Academy's mandatory event, and I intend to evolve my beast just in time, Zhu Ping'an admitted openly. After all, Yugo would undoubtedly participate in the Academy's mandatory activities. There was no need to conceal anything from Nie Xingchen regarding Yugo's impending transformation. Is it that rock-maned lion? A note of surprise crossed Nie Xingchen's face. Are you only now beginning its evolution? He recalled that Zhu Ping'an had chosen that companion crystal specifically for the rock-maned lion's evolution. To think that half a month had passed, and Zhu Ping'an was only now ready to proceed with it. With the event commencing tomorrow, was it not a tad too late for such an evolution? No matter. Zhu Ping'an replied with a reassuring smile, shaking his head. That's true. Your phoenix-winged scorching eagle is equally formidable. Realizing Zhu Ping'an's nonchalance, Nie Xingchen suddenly came to a realization. This fellow possessed 2 exceedingly powerful beasts, and was also a beast nurturer himself. A hint of envy crept into Nie Xingchen's voice. If you need assistance with the evolution, I happen to know a beast nurturer. Would you like me to introduce you? Thank you for your kind offer, brother Nie. But I am also a beast nurturer, and I have my own ideas for my beast's evolutions. Another beast nurturer? Nie Xingchen blinked in bewilderment. To possess 2 strong beasts was extraordinary enough. To be a nurturer as well was quite the surprise. Then I shall take my leave. We shall see each other at the event tomorrow. As he watched Zhu Ping'an's silhouette fade into the distance, Nie Xingchen's brow arched slightly, a flicker of bewilderment welling in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he suppressed it and turned away. Chapter 81, Mountain Fruit. 3 clusters of radiant crystals. A carapace from a heavy mountain-armored beast, 3 pounds of earth core stalactites, and 2 xianhuang fruits. All were present. After meticulously inspecting the 4 materials he had ordered, Zhu Ping'an nodded with satisfaction. These 4 items had completely depleted the more than 40,000 jade coins he had earned over the past half-month. The 2 xianhuang fruits, in particular, constituted a significant portion of his expenditure. Known for their mild effects, xianhuang fruits are akin to a universal remedy within the earth element, widely utilized for the evolution and enhancement of many earth-type beasts. Despite their versatility, their yield has always been low. A xianhuang fruit tree bears fruit once every decade, yielding approximately 100 fruits per tree. During his expedition to the valley, he had acquired 1 such tree, which ultimately fell into the hands of Hua Donghan. However, the tree in her possession had lost its fruiting capacity. Otherwise, its value would have soared considerably. After toiling for half a month, seeing his 40,000 jade coins vanish in an instant pained Zhu Ping'an's heart. Yet, earning money is ultimately for the purpose of spending it. As long as his beasts grow stronger, surely he would have no trouble earning even more in the future. Clenching his fists, Zhu Ping'an set off towards the beast cultivation studio with the transport robot from Lingbao Pavilion. The other materials were manageable, but the carapace of the heavy mountain-armored beast measured 3 meters in length and width, weighing several tons. It was evident that Zhu Ping'an could not transport it alone. First, he would melt the carapace into a liquid form, then introduce it into the radiant crystal clusters, and after cooling, incorporate the earth core stalactites. Following the instructions detailed in the eye of the cave, Zhu Ping'an processed the materials step by step. After an hour, gazing at the substantial basin before him filled with a thick brown liquid shimmering with golden light, he nodded in satisfaction. Next, he needed to grind the accompanying crystal of the Crystal Rock Mountain King. which he anticipated would be quite a challenge. Observing the massive blade-shaped crystal before him, Zhu Ping'an's brow furrowed involuntarily. This blade-shaped accompanying crystal was not only born alongside the Crystal Rock Mountain King, but had also been continuously refined and nurtured over countless years. It was evident that this was a weapon of the Crystal Rock Mountain King, which had been buried deep beneath the earth to provide a more perfect birthplace for its offspring. Its hardness seemed comparable to the fully realized crystal armor. Staring at the grinding machine on the experimental platform, which was only a few meters in length and width, Zhu Ping'an stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a lengthy contemplation, he reluctantly rented a more upscale beast cultivation studio. The remaining 3,000 jade coins slipped away from his grasp. Now, he truly possessed not a single coin. Zhu Ping'an cursed under his breath as he instructed the transport robot to place the blade-shaped crystal into the oversized grinding machine. The high cost was justified by the advantages it provided. This studio not only featured an array of advanced machinery, but also boasted ample space. At the very least, the transport robot would no longer have to shrink to fit within the premises. When it came time for evolution, there would be no need to head to a training field. They could evolve right here. After this evolution, your strength will likely surpass that of Xiaojia. Zhu Ping'an remarked with a hint of nostalgia, observing the two beasts before him. Once, the transport robot had been but a small creature, and now, in such a short time, it was on the verge of becoming the strongest among his subordinates. Lily, Xiaojia perched atop the transport robot's large head, its wings flapping incessantly, casting a resentful gaze at Zhu Ping'an. It was clear that it felt slighted, believing it had arrived first. Gently, the transport robot comforted its jealous elder brother, though its eyes sparkled with excitement. Given its current rate of strength growth, tearing apart that saber-toothed Tiger King would soon be within reach. All right, once the transport robot evolves, we still have 2 months to spend here. This place is fantastic for enhancing your abilities. It should be a simple task. Zhu Ping'an reassured Xiaojia, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. For him, the Baijia Academy was indeed, as Zhang Zhuyuan had once stated, a veritable treasure trove. Within just a month, the transport robot could achieve perfect evolution at this stage, and he must make the most of the subsequent 2 months. Ideally, he would see Xiaojia evolve once more, sitting nearby and contemplating his future plans. The machines worked diligently in the background. This step should have utilized several tons of Earth Xian crystal. Yet the accompanying crystal of the Crystal Rock Mountain King not only matched its efficacy, but also surpassed it in effectiveness. One could only wonder if the final result of the evolution would differ. After several hours of waiting, the massive crystal was finally ground down. Mixing the powdered crystal with the thick liquid beside him, a gentle glow suddenly emanated. The addition of the substantial crystal powder not only failed to solidify the already viscous liquid, but even diminished its thickness. Once all the powdered crystal was incorporated, the liquid in the basin transformed into a pure brown hue, its surface dotted with shimmering yellow specks, resembling a starry night sky. An unusual aroma wafted through the air, instantly reddening the eyes of the eagerly awaiting transport robot. Not yet. The process isn't complete. Zhu Ping'an chided lightly, casting an exasperated glance at the transport robot as he retrieved the final materials, 2 xianhuang fruits. Golden in hue, resembling solid gold. The xianhuang fruits bore a striking resemblance to apples, but featured an exceptionally smooth skin adorned with intricate patterns. Merely gazing at them evoked a sensation of weightiness and vastness. For the final step, Zhu Ping'an tossed the xianhuang fruits directly into the prepared liquid. With one in each hand, he dropped them into the basin. A soft hum resonated as the basin seemed to manifest 2 black holes. The brown liquid began to whirl furiously, rapidly diminishing. Throughout this process, the peculiar aroma intensified, captivating both Zhu Ping'an and Xiaojia. It was a scent that defied description, yet the moment it wafted into their nostrils, visions of towering mountains stretching across the horizon flooded Zhu Ping'an's mind. Majestic and perilous, they seemed to reach for the heavens. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhu Ping'an realized that the basin now held no trace of liquid. Instead, it contained a fusion of xianhuang fruits shaped like a mountain. Phew! This is the final product, the mountain fruit. It's ready to be consumed. Zhu Ping'an exclaimed as he reached out to retrieve the mountain fruit from the basin, only to find it utterly immovable. Although it was not particularly large, it was, true to its name, as heavy as a small mountain. Then you might as well eat the basin too. Just remember to spit it out. No sooner had he spoken than the impatient transport robot lowered its head and promptly engulfed the fruit whole. Chapter 82, Guardian Arena Event. To my surprise, the Academy hosts mandatory activities every month. I had thought that aside from the initial orientation, it would be a completely laissez-faire environment. I heard that this time it involves virtual battles, necessitating the prior entry of 1's beast information into the Tianquan system. Fortunately, My beast skill levels had just achieved a breakthrough last night and were successfully recorded. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Hee hee. My strength has surged dramatically this month. I am determined to achieve an outstanding performance this time. In the square before the Hall of Affairs, a throng of people had gathered, their incessant chatter rising and spreading like steam from boiling water. Zhu Ping'an had arrived relatively late, and the square was already teeming with individuals from all three departments, not just the combat division. Finding a spot at the edge, Zhu Ping'an began to close his eyes and rest. Hey, Zhu Ping'an! Suddenly, a voice called out his name, jolting him from his stupor. He struggled to open his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Have you used your talent again? Shang Jingyao bounced over, observing Zhu Ping'an's pale complexion with a raised eyebrow. Oh, it's Miss Shang. Good morning, Zhu Ping'an replied with a slight nod, before resuming his previous lethargic demeanor. I heard from Ye Xingqian that your Rockmane lion just began to evolve yesterday. How's that going? Almost there, he replied. Already? It seems your talent for beast raising is quite remarkable. Just luck. This competition is a tournament format. We can finally have a proper match. Looking forward to it. Zhu Ping'an nodded weakly, his headache intensifying from the cacophony around him, prompting a fleeting thought of self-destruction. It was utterly agonizing. All three departments are present. The event is about to commence. The voice of the artificer resonated from above, and at the moment the sound reached their ears, the crowd felt a haze envelop them. However, the blur faded within seconds, and they found themselves in a new space, reminiscent of a tiered classroom. Zhu Ping'an was seated at the back, likely arranged according to their positions in the square earlier. At the front of the classroom, 10 electronic screens were arranged in a pyramid formation, each displaying a colossal arena. The styles of the arenas changed continuously, one moment a verdant forest, the next a volcano with lava flowing. This event follows a defending champion format, with a total of 10 arenas, 1 Grade A arena, 2 Grade B arenas, 3 Grade C arenas, and 4 Grade D arenas. The booming announcement roused Zhu Ping'an fully. He glanced around the classroom, which was filled to capacity, 255 individuals, precisely the number of special recruits from the 5 major combat districts. Meanwhile, the beast raising and support departments that had been waiting with him in the square were nowhere to be seen. It appeared that, as before, the activities and spaces for the 3 departments were distinct. The top 2 from the 5 major districts will become the initial champions. As Zhu Ping'an pondered this, a flash of white light erupted beneath him, and when it vanished, he found himself standing atop the command platform of the Grade A arena. Isn't that Zhu Ping'an from the Western District? Murmured the crowd. The Western District was traditionally the weakest among the 5. How had the first champion of the Grade A arena fallen to him? Indeed, I heard that Hua Donghan from the Central District has an extraordinary level celestial beast, the Frost Dragon. Surely, the Grade A arena should have gone to her. As the figure of Zhu Ping'an appeared on the top electronic screen, discontent murmurs erupted around him. Staring blankly at his hands, he suddenly heard the chattering voices again. Following the sound, he noticed that 10 electronic screens were also positioned directly in front of him, displaying not only the tiered classroom, but also the conditions of the other 9 arenas. Has Hua Donghan's Frost Dragon broken through to extraordinary level? Truly, the celestial beast's talent is exceptional. Zhu Ping'an merely flicked his ears, capturing the useful information amidst the discontent. His position had been determined by the artificer. Any grievances should be directed at him. Zhu Ping'an shifted his focus away from the tiered classroom and directed his attention to the other arenas. In the 2 Grade B arenas, Shang Jingyao faced off against a man clad in an ancient, elegant blue robe. Hua Donghan was positioned in the 2nd Grade C arena. In the 1st Grade C arena ahead of her stood another man, dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, a striking sight. Could this arrangement be based on the number of jade coins earned during the initial task? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Zhu Ping'an's eyes. Champions earn 100 jade coins for each victory. Each successful defense yields cumulative bonuses based on the arena's grade. Suddenly, an additional electronic screen appeared before each arena, meticulously recording the champion's defense counts and bonus coefficients. For the Grade A arena, each victory would yield an additional 20 to the final cumulative bonus. If he won 10 matches, starting with 1,000 jade coins and a 200 bonus, that would amount to 2,000 jade coins. That's a bit scant. He'd need to rely on volume. Zhu Ping'an mused, rubbing his fingers thoughtfully. Challengers may freely challenge. Other champions may continuously challenge upwards. Upon a successful challenge, the challenger receives half of the original champion's cumulative bonus. The defending champion's bonus resets upon failure. If there are no challengers, every 10 minutes, the champion automatically receives 100 jade coins and a layer of bonus. Note, this is a virtual world. The beast state fully restores after each battle. The event lasts 4 hours, and participants may exit the virtual venue at any time. Once the series of rules was elucidated, The artificer announced the commencement of the defending champion battle. I am eager to see how formidable this grade A champion truly is. As the artificer's voice echoed, a figure appeared on the opposite command platform, clearly unable to contain their anticipation. With the opponent entering, the arena began to morph, and moments later, a desolate battlefield of jagged rocks and swirling sands materialized. "Fate is on my side," exclaimed a refined gentleman sporting gold-rimmed glasses, adjusting them with a smug smile. His beast was a rock mountain monkey king, only about 2 meters tall, brandishing a stone staff that exuded an aura of majesty. "Fate." Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smile broadly. "What a coincidence. My beast is also of the earth element." With a deep, resonant roar, a colossal figure suddenly manifested on the battlefield. Chapter 83. The formidable Crystal Mountain Prison Lion. The Rock Mountain Monkey King tightened its grip on the stone staff, gazing in awe at the enormous figure emerging before it. This was an immense lion, towering over 20 meters, with a spiraled yellow crystal horn adorning its forehead. Beneath the horn, a pair of pitch-black eyes surveyed the Rock Mountain Monkey King with an expression devoid of emotion, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Encircling its neck was not a flowing mane but a cluster of numerous crystals of varying sizes and sharply defined edges, exuding an air of regal authority. Even its razor-sharp claws resembled curved black crystals, translucent and extraordinarily beautiful. Its limbs, robust as stone pillars, were enveloped in a layer of rugged brown crystal armor, covering its entire body, giving the impression that this magnificent being was sculpted entirely from crystal. The crystalline armor was engraved with ancient and enigmatic patterns, reminiscent of wandering earth veins, imbuing the scene with a sense of antiquity and vastness. The imposing and robust figure seemed to carry the weight of an entire mountain range upon its shoulders, with peaks that resembled crystalline summits rising majestically from its neck to its tail. These peaks varied in form. Some stood tall and proud, others loomed grand and magnificent, while still others undulated in a gentle wave. It appeared to encompass every conceivable shape of mountain found in this world. This was none other than the Crystal Mountain Prison Lion of the lower tier of the celestial rank. But why was it so colossal? In the lecture hall, gasps of astonishment erupted like oil splattering in a hot pan, causing the entire room to buzz with excitement. Celestial beast? It was one thing for Hua Donghan, hailing from one of the 4 great families, to possess a celestial beast. But wasn't Zhu Ping'an merely of common origin? Could he truly have a celestial beast? At that moment, the reason for his ascension to the championship of the Class A arena became clear. Let us not forget, he also possessed an Earth-tier high-quality flame feather skyhawk. Not only in the lecture hall, but even on the other arenas, combatants on both sides ceased their battles simultaneously, their gazes drawn to the noble and majestic mountain-bearing lion. It was indeed a celestial beast of lower tier, though his rock-maned lion was of the spirit tier. This evolution had catapulted him directly from the Earth tier to the celestial tier. Shang Jinyao stood frozen in place, gazing at the utterly transformed massive form with an air of disbelief. The decree of fate seemed to elude her. Zhu Ping'an's calm voice reverberated across the battlefield. Mountain Shatter Strike. The bespectacled man's expression darkened as he bellowed. The once dazed Rock Mountain Monkey King's eyes snapped back into focus. A layer of brown light swiftly enveloped the stout stone staff in his grip. With a roar, the Rock Mountain Monkey King charged forward, leaping 20 meters in a single bound, and struck down with the force of a mountain upon the Crystal Mountain Prison Lion's brow. Let us test the strength. Zhu Ping'an's voice remained unperturbed, as if the ferocious onslaught posed no threat to him at all. The Crystal Mountain Prison Lion merely observed the approaching adversary, showing no inclination to resist. The voices from the lecture hall were clear to the bespectacled man. He was facing a celestial beast. But what of it? Even a celestial beast should not so brazenly disregard his attack. Clang! The crystalline sound rang out melodiously, and disbelief washed over the Rock Mountain Monkey King's eyes. His mighty strike, capable of shattering even several meters of alloy, left the crystalline horn entirely unscathed. Crystals, typically fragile, should not withstand such force. Though confusion clouded his mind, no one was left to provide answers at that moment. The Crystal Mountain Prison Lion leisurely raised its paw, encased in crystalline armor, and swatted down upon the unprepared Rock Mountain Monkey King as one might swat a fly. Boom! A protruding rock was obliterated under the impact, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. The Crystal Mountain Prison Lion exhibited no visible energy. It simply wielded its raw physical power, striking repeatedly as if tenderizing rice cakes. The muffled thuds resonated rhythmically from within the dust cloud, and the spectators in the lecture hall fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixated upon the murky haze. Though they could not discern the unfolding events within, the sounds alone painted a vivid picture in their minds. The bespectacled man clenched his fists. Bound by a soul contract, he was acutely aware of his beast's suffering. Under such colossal force, the Rock Mountain Monkey King could barely muster any strength. Had it not been for its rocky armor, it would have surely been eliminated with the very first strike. I concede. As the breath of the soul contract grew fainter, the bespectacled man spoke with difficulty. Continuing the fight would yield no different outcome, only prolonging his beast's agony. Class A Arena Defense successful. As the celestial voice echoed, both the bespectacled man and the nearly defeated Rock Mountain Monkey King vanished in an instant. Indeed, celestial beasts were formidable beyond measure. Compared to before, Zhu Ping'an's power had increased immensely. He regarded the dignified and noble new form of the foolish old man with satisfaction. With sheer brute strength, he could dominate even an Earth-tier low-quality spirit transformation level 8 beast. If he unleashed his full might, no opponent in the arena could stand against him. Hua Donghan's frost-cold heavenly dragon was equally impressive. In this moment, Zhu Ping'an felt justified in declaring himself invincible among his peers. Name: Crystal Mountain Prison Lion. Tier: Spirit Transformation Level 10, Level 20. Quality: Celestial Low Tier. Attributes: Earth Type, Beast Type. Talents: 1. Fearless Battle Heart. LV3 Unyielding Spirit. Unending Strength. The longer the battle intent endures, the greater the attribute boosts received. Pain refines the body. Fight heaven and earth. Each injury enhances a fixed amount of all attributes. 2. Prison Suppression LV0. Naturally generates a suppression field, diminishes the power of undead, dark, and poison creatures, increasing its own attack potency against them. Skills: Savage Claw, LV4, Lion Roar, LV3, Savage Beast Blood, LV4, Blood Transformation, LV3, Frenzied Blood Rage, LV3, Rock Fong, LV3. Heavy Mountain Claw, LV2, Prison Roar, LV1, Mountain Suppression, LV1. Preferences: 1. Combat 2. Daydreaming. Weaknesses: 1. Ice Type 2. Mental Type. Qualification Promotion. Evolution Path Enhanced. As his first celestial beast, Zhu Ping'an found himself increasingly enamored with the information panel of the foolish old man. Just as he was indulging in self-appreciation, a second challenger stepped onto the stage. Despite the overwhelming strength displayed by the foolish old man, the attendees, all distinguished talents from various schools, held their pride. Even if they were to be bested, they were eager to witness the disparity in strength. Chapter 84. Familiar Faces in the Southern District. Songlong Beastmaster Academy. Lu Jing. In contrast to the bespectacled man, the second challenger was quite polite. Upon taking the stage, he offered a respectful fist salute to Zhu Ping'an. With a refreshing buzz cut, a fair complexion, and particularly bright, clear eyes, he presented a pleasing appearance, though Zhu Ping'an mused that he still fell short in comparison. Zhu Ping'an returned the gesture with a courteous fist salute. As the white light flickered, he could not help but feel a hint of peculiarity at the sight of the challenger's beast. The battlefield transformed once again, revealing a lake amidst the rocky terrain. Upon the crystalline surface stood a robust, humanoid dark gray skeletal figure, its bones adorned with faintly glowing azure patterns. Thick black streams of water coiled around its muscular arms like constricting serpents. Name: Black Tide Soulbone Beast. Tier: Spirit Transformation Level 8, Level 19. Attributes: Undead Type. Water Type. Quality: Earth Low Tier, and Undead Type. This seemingly innocent young man, with his pristine appearance, had summoned an undead beast. Quite the contrast indeed. Alas, this time, it seemed he had stumbled into a perilous encounter, with the foolish old man possessing the talent of prison suppression. This battle against the undead type was a match made in heaven. However, Zhu Ping'an found himself puzzled as to why this challenger dared to appear, despite the prior revelation of the foolish old man's type. He furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at his opponent with curiosity. Ahem, I had registered earlier, and there's no time to cancel now. Lu Jing seemed to grasp the thoughts swirling in Zhu Ping'an's mind and couldn't help but clear his throat awkwardly. After the bespectacled man successfully registered and took the stage, Lu Jing was next in line. At that moment, Yu Gong had yet to make his appearance. He had initially hoped to seize an opportunity while Zhu Ping'an was momentarily weakened, yet to his astonishment, the opponent's beast was none other than a Crystal Mountain Prison Lion. Alas, understanding now, Lu Jing's expression conveyed his resignation, and Zhu Ping'an couldn't suppress a smirk at the corner of his mouth. It appeared that this was indeed fate. Given this, he could not allow the other party to squander such a destined encounter. With a commanding voice, Zhu Ping'an proclaimed, "Open the prison domain, unleash the prison roar." As his words resonated, the previously silent Yu Gong suddenly radiated an overwhelming force of suppression, transforming the crystalline peaks upon his back from a brilliant yellow to an ominous black. intricate patterns swirling across them, emanating an air of unassailable authority. The force surged directly toward the black tidebone beast hovering above the lake's surface. The black tidebone beast, standing upon the lake, abruptly knelt. Its skeletal frame trembling violently, its already fearsome visage now appeared even more grotesque and tormented. Roar! Yu Gong advanced, opening his cavernous maw, unleashing a powerful black sound wave that rippled through the surrounding air, sweeping across the lake's surface. In the astonished gazes of Lu Jing and the others, the ethereal blue patterns adorning the black tidebone beast's skeleton rapidly dimmed and extinguished, succumbing within mere breaths as its bones shattered and it vanished from existence. The prison lion, endowed with the gift of suppression, who would have thought that it would possess such formidable dominance over undead creatures? It was akin to a father overpowering his son, leaving no room for resistance. Truly a bane for the undead. Who would dare to send their undead against this? Within the lecture hall, a flurry of animated discussions erupted once more. At the command platform, Lu Jing managed only a fleeting glance at Zhu Ping'an before he vanished entirely. Goodness! The power displayed was utterly absurd. Not only Zhu Ping'an and Yu Gong, but everyone else was taken aback. They were aware of the advantages against the undead. Yet they had not anticipated such astonishing amplification. Even a low-tier earth beast at the 9th level of spirit transformation was obliterated in a single strike. Presently, Yu Gong could likely defeat undead creatures several ranks higher without issue. Observing the crystalline peaks on Yu Gong's back restored to their former glory, Zhu Ping'an inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. By Daba, I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage you in battle. Following the swift demise of the black tidebone beast, Zhu Ping'an's arena saw no new challengers for quite some time. Although the prior annihilation had been aided by a counter against the undead, the first Earth-type opponent, the Rock Mountain Monkey King, met a similar fate. Brutally shattered by sheer force. Most of the contenders' strengths were comparable to the previous two. The disparity in power was now glaringly evident. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. With no challengers, Zhu Ping'an relished the leisure, for after a mere 10 minutes, he would receive a complementary layer of enhancement. He leisurely observed the battles of Hua Donghan and his companions, feeling a tinge of regret. How delightful it would be to have a bowl of sunflower seeds at this moment. Shang Jinyao and her peers maintained their dominance in the first tier, exhibiting overwhelming strength. Their arenas unyielding to any disturbances. Hua Donghan, in particular, commanded the only beast to have visibly surpassed into the extraordinary tier. Combined with his heavenly aptitude and pure dragon blood, performing on par with Zhu Ping'an, perhaps even more astonishingly. In stark contrast to the stable battles of the top 5 arenas, the latter 5 arenas showcased exhilarating confrontations. Many Beastmasters from humble backgrounds grappled with resource limitations, hindering their ascension, yet the Academy of 100 Schools adeptly addressed this issue. Aptitude, evolution, and a robust skills framework. Each aspect significantly contributed to their power enhancement. Coupled with their unique Beastmaster talents, the battles in the latter 5 arenas could only be described as fierce. In just a few minutes, Zhu Ping'an's eyes were treated to a feast. His gaze shifted to the final arena, where the Guardian was a familiar face. He ranked first in the Western District, while Chiyu took second place. After a month apart, the Azure-scale Waterflood Dragon had begun to show signs of transformation into a dragon, its strength increasingly formidable. Though positioned in the last arena, it had already achieved 2 consecutive victories. A spirit transformation 10th level Azure-scale Waterflood Dragon. This fellow had evidently been diligent over the past month. The higher the aptitude, the slower the beast's level ascension, especially for a dragon breed, making progress even more gradual. Gaining 4 levels in a month was commendable. After all, the next step was entering the extraordinary realm. Zhu Ping'an stroked his chin, contemplating. Despite the current strength of his opponent not matching that of Shang Jinyao and others, it still possessed considerable dominance. Ranking at least within the top 10 of the 200 contenders. Everyone was indeed striving fiercely. He couldn't help but reflect that it wasn't merely talent that mattered. It was the effort exerted by those endowed with talent that truly posed a challenge. A month prior, most contenders were at the 4th, 5th, or 6th levels of spirit transformation, with many still possessing spirit-level beasts. Yet now, among the battles he had just witnessed, nearly all were earth beasts. The weakest being at the 7th level of spirit transformation. At this rate, 3 months from now, they would all be uniformly at the extraordinary realm. He wondered if he could somehow break through to the earthly fiend realm. As Zhu Ping'an was pondering the feasibility of this breakthrough, a challenger re-emerged upon the arena after a lengthy silence. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixated with a hint of hostility upon the familiar figure at the command platform. How dare you show up now? With merely a few seconds left in the 10-minute countdown, are you not simply trying to provoke me? Chapter 85. I grant you a defeat. I apologize. But I did this intentionally. Qin Guanjin stood at the command platform, simultaneously polite and aloof. He was aware that his entrance would deprive the opponent of a layer of free enhancement, yet an incessant voice echoed within him, driving him to an agonizing frenzy. Zhu Ping'an regarded Qin Guanyu expressionlessly, choosing silence. Indeed, this fellow's mental state had deteriorated further. Previously, it was only during battles. But now it seemed he had completely lost touch with reality. The arena transformed once more, the pungent scent of sulfur wafting through the air, as streams of magma flowed chaotically across the dark brown ground. Yu Gong, who had remained stationary, now felt a surge of anger welling within him. With a roar, he charged toward the distant light-crowned tiger, his massive form causing the entire battlefield to tremble with a resounding thud. Humph! You merely capitalized on a fortuitous advantage. Even if I am defeated, you shall learn that I am not to be trifled with. Once the battle commenced, Qin Guanyu's frenzied state intensified. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, and the light-crowned tiger on the battlefield, with its snowy fur, became swiftly enveloped in a layer of scarlet mist, an eerie blend of sanctity and bloodlust, exuding an unsettling beauty. Is he already in a blood frenzy? Zhu Ping'an observed the sinister white tiger with an impassive gaze. During their first encounter, the opponent's blood frenzy had nearly led to his downfall. Although he ultimately triumphed, the journey was fraught with difficulty. Now, as the blood frenzy resurfaced, the circumstances had drastically changed. A lion and a tiger charged fiercely towards one another, their momentum creating an electrifying atmosphere. As they raced, the radiant tiger exuded an intense surge of light energy, imbued with a fierce vitality, coalescing behind it into a blood-patterned white tiger, formidable in size and presence. In contrast, the imposing aura of the opponent seemed to elicit no response from the titan, Yu Gong, whose energy remained utterly undisturbed. Do you truly believe you can vanquish me solely through brute strength? Such hubris is laughable. Beneath the crimson gaze, Qin Guanyu's expression twisted into a grimace. Though the battlefield was vast, it took mere seconds for the two summoned beasts to collide. As Yu Gong approached the radiant tiger, it synchronized its leap, its obsidian claws enveloped in a deep brown energy. This energy surged and swelled, congealing into an ethereal mountain silhouette. Though faint, its grandeur was undeniable. The colossal crystalline lion and the blood-patterned white tiger soared into the air, both radiating profound power, embodying a fateful confrontation that seemed to resonate with explosive intensity. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this striking tableau shattered under the might of a crystalline claw, with a resounding crash that echoed like thunder. The blood-patterned white tiger evaporated like a fleeting dream. The entire battlefield trembled in response to the cataclysmic sound. Countless torrents of lava erupted from a jagged fissure, reminiscent of a slumbering volcano reawakening with vigor. Yu Gong nonchalantly withdrew its paw, leaving behind a multitude of cracks, marking the end of the radiant tiger. The once majestic creature, now a mere amalgamation of flesh and volcanic earth, was indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Qin Guanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that his most formidable strike had been so effortlessly obliterated. He raised his gaze, intent on speaking to Zhu Ping'an, but as his beast fell, he too vanished from the command platform, much like Lu Jing before him. How disheartening! As Yu Gong's claw reduced the radiant tiger to a sanguine pulp, the nauseating turmoil within Zhu Ping'an dissipated like snow under the sun, replaced by an exhilarating rush akin to sipping a chilled soda on a sweltering summer day. The combination of earth energy and sheer brute force proved devastatingly potent. The radiant tiger, boasting a formidable level of spiritual transformation, had been unable to withstand even a single strike, reduced to mere remnants. What a terrifying realization. Had it not been for the opponent's reckless bravado, such fury might not have been provoked. In the lecture hall, a cacophony of chatter ensued, many glances subtly darting towards Qin Guanyu, laden with mockery and disdain. Cursed be it. Qin Guanyu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as the lingering fear from the soul contract with the radiant tiger washed over him in relentless waves. Why has the gap between Zhu Ping'an and myself widened so drastically? He is but an orphaned commoner. How does he possess such a rare celestial beast? Qin Guanjin glanced at his brother, whose expression twisted in turmoil, feeling a pang of sorrow. His brother's manic tendencies had escalated beyond the battlefield. Now, faced with such a crushing defeat, his condition would surely worsen. Sighing, he shook his head and chose a platform to challenge. After Yu Gong's terrifying claw strike, the arena fell into a heavy silence once more, and Zhu Ping'an shifted his gaze to other platforms. Just as he prepared for battle, a second extraordinary beast appeared. It was a superior-grade razor mantis, its level surpassing even that of the frost-cold heavenly dragon, reaching an extraordinary second tier. The higher the beast's quality, the more gradual its ascent in level, And while many Earth beasts languished at the 10th level of spiritual transformation, this one seemed to carve its own path. Though its quality was merely superior grade, its extraordinary second-tier prowess posed no threat to those at the 10th level of spiritual transformation. Upon the emergence of the second extraordinary beast, the third and fourth soon followed suit, leading to a rapid succession of challengers for the last 5 platforms. Indeed, heroes are as plentiful as grains of sand. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but shake his head in reflection. Zhu Ping'an, your platform is rather desolate. Allow me to ignite some excitement. A familiar cheeky voice rang out, and upon seeing the figure on the opposing command platform, Zhu Ping'an's brow furrowed in surprise. Are you not going to guard your platform? After 5 successful defenses, you can challenge other champions. If that is the case, then I shall bestow upon you a defeat. Chapter 86, Golden Eagle vs. Fiery Dragon. Shang Jinyao, who had swiftly achieved a 5-game winning streak, directly challenged Zhu Ping'an. The first from the east faced off against the first from the west. The other attendees in the lecture hall could no longer divert their attention to the other platforms. Their gazes were magnetically drawn to the electronic screen of the A-tier platform. The clash of the top contenders from the 5 major districts was a rare spectacle indeed. They represented the pinnacle of strength in this cohort. While the last 5 platforms saw a flurry of activity, the first 5 remained steadfast, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the tumult. Their fearsome prowess spoke volumes. Thus, even among the elite, distinctions remained. While they were all champions in their own right, when confronted with these 5 individuals, they felt as ordinary beast tamers facing an insurmountable chasm. Yet the strongest is always one, not a collective. The age-old debate over who holds the title of the strongest among the first of the 5 districts was nearing exhaustion, yet until tangible results emerged, all discourse remained speculative. At last, a glimpse of clarity was on the horizon. Bestow upon me a defeat? Shang Jinyao's nose crinkled, her lips curling into a smirk. Perhaps I should reduce my consumption of online novels and dedicate more effort to my beast. Whether I have devoted time to my beast shall soon be revealed. The molten fire dragon roared as it spiraled through the air, its form having nearly doubled, appearing increasingly fearsome and majestic. You're on the brink of a breakthrough. Zhu Ping'an noted, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Just a tad more. That is why I have come seeking your assistance. Shang Jinyao's eyes narrowed playfully, her tone buoyant. I have a premonition that in this battle, my molten fire dragon shall ascend to the extraordinary realm. Just hope you don't fall before reaching that tier. Zhu Ping'an replied lightly as the battlefield transformed and solidified before them. I must say, this arena has a wicked sense of humor. The layout is reminiscent of the initial task, designed purely for entertainment. Indeed, while Zhu Ping'an's crystalline mountain lion was formidable, it seemed he would need to summon a different beast for this peculiar arena. Standing upon the command platform, he felt as if he could touch the drifting clouds. A sky-high arena. The battlefield was dominated by a solitary, towering rock pillar. The space atop was limited, barely accommodating Yugong's current size, making even simple maneuvers challenging, let alone combat. I assure you, there is no foul play at hand. Shang Jinyao clarified immediately upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's peculiar expression. The impact is minimal. In fact, my little Jia has been clamoring in the spirit domain for quite some time. Zhu Ping'an shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant. The strength of the foolish old man is formidable. Yet Xiao Jia is not to be underestimated. Coincidentally, Shang Jinyao aims to leverage this battle to enable the magma dragon to transcend into the extraordinary, which presents an equally opportune moment for Xiao Jia's own breakthrough. As the foolish old man is retracted, a resplendent sun rises in the vast celestial domain. The clash of battle is imminent. Solar Day? My magma dragon is also of the fire attribute. Observing the great sun that ascends from Xiao Jia's back, Shang Jinyao reveals her small fangs and gestures with her hand. Fire dragon roar. The magma dragon flaps its wings, drawing closer to Xiao Jia. Its menacing maw aglow with flames, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles that rain down like a meteor shower upon Xiao Jia. Zhurong flame pattern. Without a hint of evasion, Xiao Jia remains stationary, letting out a cry as the fire energy from the sun above cascades down upon him like a torrential waterfall. Ancient flames swiftly envelop Xiao Jia, adorning him with a brilliant crimson sheen. As the fiery projectiles from the magma dragon converge, they detonate upon nearing Xiao Jia, transforming the air into a sea of molten fire that engulfs him entirely. Use the fire dragon tier. Shang Jinyao, witnessing Xiao Jia submerged in magma, does not display any semblance of triumph. Rather, she is filled with caution. During her previous encounter with the ferocious giant lizard, she had observed clearly that the golden eagle possessed an astonishing resistance to fire. Even her own magma dragon, clad in a fiery lava armor, suffered significant burns from residual flames, while the instigator barely bore any injuries. To inflict burns upon the magma dragon It seems only the fusion of dragon power with lava breath could achieve that. However, she had never intended to rely solely on magma to harm her opponent. Her objective was to restrict movement and force a close-quarters battle with her magma dragon. Now that the opponent was engulfed in magma, it presented a splendid opportunity. Chirp! Just as fiery energy surged from the magma dragon's claws, preparing to strike at the magma, an earth-shattering roar pierced the heavens. From the roiling magma, a golden-red figure erupted, as if a fish leaping from water, with the magma gliding off its feathers like droplets. Dragging its massive azure claws, it charged towards the magma dragon without flinching, exuding an overwhelming force. "Let us clash." Shang Jingyao smirked, knowing those magma wouldn't hinder him. She commanded her magma dragon to strike down with its claws. A low dragon-esque roar echoed through the air, and two vividly animated flame dragons coiled around the robust forelimbs of the magma dragon. As it crossed its claws, the fire dragon roared forth, morphing into a colossal fiery cross-claw mark, tearing towards the oncoming azure claws. Is it truly reasonable for a dragon species to utilize the attack intent of an azure dragon? Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but murmur. "Mind your own business." Shang Jingyao shot a fierce glare at Zhu Ping'an. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosive reaction. The furious flames of the dragon claws, upon colliding with the azure claws, split apart like hot butter, dispersing into countless flames that vanished into the air. Is that the rending claw? Why is its power so immense? Have you forgotten? Zhu Ping'an's Beastmaster talent enhances skill levels. His beast skills are likely 2 or 3 levels above ours. The voice emanating from the electronic screen was well known to Shang Jingyao. Yet, she hadn't anticipated such a vast disparity in skill levels. This individual's skill level might rival that of many extraordinary tier beasts, even comparable to some earthly fiend tier beasts. Fire Dragon Tail. The magma dragon reacted swiftly, its lengthy tail ablaze, striking like a whip towards the advancing giant claw. Boom! Red and azure fireworks exploded in the air. Shang Jingyao exhaled softly, with 2 successive attacks. She had finally extinguished one of the opponent's assaults. She had held Zhu Ping'an in high regard, but given the current circumstances, she realized her estimation had been too low. Is this fellow tirelessly enhancing his skills every day? No wonder he always appears so pale. This feeble man deserves it. Chirp! Just as these thoughts surfaced, Shang Jingyao beheld a golden-red sun rising in the expansive sky, even more resplendent and radiant than before. Chapter 87. Striking the Extraordinary Realm. Ancestral Dragon Soul, Lava Breath. Upon witnessing that magnificent sun, Shang Jingyao's expression turned serious. This move had once severed a claw of the extraordinary level ferocious giant lizard in a single strike. Half a month had elapsed since then, and with that feeble man's talent, how much had the power of this strike escalated? Without hesitation, she activated the magma dragon's ultimate form. Roar! The fierce dragon roar rippled through the surrounding air, creating ripples. A grand, ancient figure, magnified several times, emerged from behind the magma dragon, letting out a skyward howl. This was a top-tier dragon skill, attainable only by those of pure bloodlines. It was said to significantly and temporarily enhance overall strength. With this move alone, the magma dragon's power would likely rival that of the frosty celestial dragon. Although Zhu Ping'an's skill, the blazing winged eagle, was flashy, it likely wouldn't withstand this. Not only the onlookers in the lecture hall, but even the guardian Huadong Han observed intently. The ancestral dragon soul was a skill even her frosty celestial dragon had not mastered. TSK. Must have cost a fortune in jade coins. Zhu Ping'an clearly recognized this move, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. At this moment, Shang Jingyao had no time to engage with Zhu Ping'an. Her entire focus was on that exceedingly radiant figure. The immense ancestral dragon soul, after its roar, plunged directly into the magma dragon's body, flooding it with colossal energy that erupted into vibrant rings of fire around the magma dragon. Under Zhu Ping'an's true insight, the opponent's power leaped directly to the extraordinary 3rd tier. This was merely a direct manifestation of the level increase, with the ancestral dragon's soul infused. The magma dragon's attributes were enhanced in all aspects: dragon scale defense, body recovery, and the potency of dragon-type skills. However, with his level 3 Zhurong flame pattern, level 4 fiery feather 1000 kills, and talent solar cycle, he too felt confident about Xiao Jia's impending strike. As the magma dragon opened its maw to charge at the approaching Xiao Jia, it resembled a surging river of lava, vastly amplified in both length and width. Its momentum formidable. The surrounding space quaked with the immense power and searing heat, painting half the sky crimson. Observing this strike from the magma dragon, a glint of pride flickered in Shang Jingyao's eyes. She had unleashed her trump card. Surely Zhu Ping'an's little golden eagle would not withstand it. At that moment, the heavens appeared transformed into a realm of flames. Half the sky was ablaze with the river of fire, while the other half shone with the brilliance of the great sun. The spectators gazed with fervent anticipation. The outcome of this battle was destined to be revealed with this very strike. Boom! At last, the river of fire and the great sun collided amidst the spectators' eager gazes. The two distinct flames ignited a fierce reaction, as if the entire sky had been set ablaze, engulfing all in a sea of red. Amidst the splattering magma and the fiery blossoms, a resplendent golden-red silhouette surged forth like a vessel navigating upstream, relentlessly advancing through the roaring torrent of molten rock. In the lecture hall, as this scene unfolded on the electronic screen, an uproar ensued. Am I dreaming? That golden eagle is actually progressing amidst the opponent's breath? How can it withstand such onslaught? You are not dreaming. It is indeed reality. A crisp clap resonated, accompanied by exclamations of astonishment. At that moment, Shang Jinyao at the command platform clenched her fists tightly. This was a spectacle she had never witnessed before. Could the opponent's fire resistance truly be this formidable? This is no mere fire resistance. The breath infused with a substantial amount of draconic energy is beyond even fire immunity to endure. Yet, no matter the disbelief within her heart, this scene had undeniably manifested before her eyes. I shall see how long you can endure. Gazing at the blazing sun, merely dozens of meters away from the molten fire dragon, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Shang Jinyao's eyes. Continue to unleash your breath. The magma fire river spanned the heavens. Although its core remained stable, the edges cascaded with countless streams of lava, resembling a curtain of crimson rain, a sight most captivating. Indeed, none of them are to be taken lightly. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but exclaim, but as soon as the sentiment was expressed, confidence swiftly took its place. Having declared her a defeat, he naturally could not renege on his word. Zhu Ping'an's gaze met Shang Jinyao's, and he nodded slightly, akin to a victor's consolation. Just as Shang Jinyao was about to retaliate with a glare, the battle in the sky suddenly shifted. That magnificent sun radiated an overwhelming brilliance, akin to a dying star releasing its final glow. As if unencumbered by any obstacles, the surrounding magma energy could no longer impede its advance. In the blink of an eye, the distance of dozens of meters was traversed. The molten dragon's eyes were now entirely filled with that blazing sun. Boom! Even with the electronic screen's sound processing, the tremendous explosion still sent a jolt through the hearts of all spectators. They stared blankly at the screen now engulfed in flames. As the deafening sound gradually subsided and the remnants of the explosion calmed, a fiery red figure helplessly plummeted from the sky to the ground. It was the molten fire dragon. Its majestic form bore the scars of battle. Its fiery armor was damaged, dragon scales shattered, and it was marred with burns. It was hard to fathom that a colossal fire-type dragon could sustain such severe injuries from flames. A piercing cry resonated across the heavens. The once azure sky now lay clear, with the billowing clouds having been torn asunder. Above the vast expanse of the firmament, a golden-red figure stretched its wings in exuberance. Its aura continuously rising, akin to the previously fallen molten fire dragon, waves of fire erupting from its body and radiating outward. The core was a resplendent crimson gold, surrounded by streams of flame, truly reminiscent of the sun. He is striving for the extraordinary realm. To be so formidable at the spirit transformation realm, upon reaching the extraordinary, he might contend with Huadong Han's frosty heaven dragon. All eyes widened in astonishment as they attentively observed the magnificent figure, seemingly reborn from flames. A peak spirit transformation celestial beast, and a first-tier extraordinary terrestrial beast, both of the same generation. Why are his two summoned beasts so powerful?